Chapter 1. Exchange. Jiang Yu, do not allow greed to tarnish your heart of Tao. A voice, imbued with a chilling aura, suddenly echoed in Jiang Yu's mind, causing her to momentarily question her own sanity. It was not until the middle-aged man with a beard seated above fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes radiating an oppressive force, that Jiang Yu realized she had just been threatened through a transmission by this cultivator. A wave of dread washed over her as she glanced at the charming young girl beside him. The girl appeared to be merely 17 or 18, strikingly beautiful, yet her eyes bore the weight of ages, a haunting emptiness within them. However, the determination reflected in her gaze, directed at Jiang Yu, was unmistakable. Master Zhang, I am willing to exchange this ancestral jade pendant, but I have one request. Master Zhang let out a derisive snort in his heart, mocking her. How unlike them, the cultivators, who defy the heavens and share the same lifespan as the cosmos. Nevertheless, every individual has their own aspirations, and he would not forcibly retain her. Once Master Zhang made a promise, he would not rescind it, otherwise he would surely invite the wrath of his own heart, and for a disciple of the outer sect with a mixed elemental root, such a calamity was hardly worth the risk. Thus, Jiang Yu had no fear of him failing to uphold his end. With that thought, Jiang Yu swiftly untied the jade pendant from her waist and presented it forward. The girl's eyes gleamed with an insatiable eagerness as she hurriedly accepted the pendant, then produced a storage bag to hand to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took it and retreated. After Master Zhang and the others departed, she erected a barrier and turned to the girl, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Qingwei, it is merely a piece of spiritual jade. Shen Qingwei's heart raced like a drum, her voice quivering with excitement. Master, this is the jade pendant from my dreams. It is proof that my visions are true, and thus everything that follows can be validated. With that, she tucked the jade pendant into her storage bag, avoiding Master Zhang's scrutinizing gaze. Master Zhang merely cast a swift glance, dismissing it, for his primary concern lay with the secret realm that his beloved disciple spoke of. Should he truly acquire that artifact, his path of cultivation would ascend unfettered, free of all obstacles. As she had caught Master Zhang's attention, despite the need to acquire the jade pendant, the overseer of the outer sect had cunningly arranged for her to have a private room. Thus, as soon as Jiang Yu entered her quarters, she hurriedly closed the door and braced it. There is indeed a small world within that jade pendant, but possessing such a treasure without the means to protect it is a perilous endeavor. It is best to relinquish it. A youthful voice unexpectedly emerged, yet Jiang Yu paid it little mind, clearly aware of the matter at hand. However, do not be disheartened. The spiritual energy within that pendant has been entirely absorbed by me, leaving it as nothing more than a mere low-tier space. In a flash of white light, a boy of delicate stature appeared, hovering before Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu frowned in disappointment, yet it is still a space, isn't it? That diminutive realm pales in comparison to my tome of heaven, the tome proclaimed haughtily. But are you not merely half of the tome? Jiang Yu retorted, the other half remains in the previous world. That does not impede my ability to access the tome of heaven, and since our souls are intertwined, once you reach the golden core stage, you will. The tome's voice faltered as it gazed at Jiang Yu, letting out a deep sigh. In this realm of scarce spiritual energy, with your 5-element root, it may indeed prove challenging. Jiang Yu sighed deeply as well. Ever since she learned of her role as a mere pawn, she understood the arduous path of cultivation that lay ahead. The tome perked up, looking at her. So, according to your account, you entered by reading a script, and that Shen Qingwei is the supporting female character? She has been reborn to seize opportunities from the protagonist of the heavenly path, and your jade pendant is the first opportunity she seeks to snatch? Jiang Yu recounted the events in detail. She had been on a mission for the outer sect when she was unexpectedly pursued by a second-tier spirit beast. Xiao Qingyue rescued them, and thereafter, her soul master discovered the jade pendant's extraordinary nature, thus trading it for a foundation-building pill and 500 low-grade spirit stones. The tome pondered for a moment, though the specifics of their conflicts remain unknown. If the heavenly path protects her, then Xiao Qingyu's fate must be remarkably auspicious, perhaps even possessing great merit. From the synopsis, this Xiao Qingyue did not appear to be someone of great merit. Thus, Jiang Yu voiced her confusion. Can merit be seized? Jiang Yu inquired, taken aback by the abstract concept of stealing such a thing. It can, just as you have, the tome replied, gazing at her. You have become the new Jiangyu, and naturally, you inherit all that Jiangyu possessed. Jiangyu raised her hand in protest. I am not the same. I have met the original Jiangyu. We have interacted, and there is no causal connection. I did not kill her, nor did I usurp her fate. For she had donned her identity, and Jiangyu had left the jade pendant for her survival, a means to navigate the narrative. Though she was uncertain why they had been swapped, no one here seemed to notice her peculiarities, which was a relief. It was merely an example, the tome chuckled, to illustrate how merit can be seized. Jiangyu inhaled sharply regardless of whether the protagonist truly seized merit. The fact that it could be stolen implied that the forces behind her were formidable, and she wondered if the supporting character could prevail. With that thought, Jiangyu opened the storage bag. Good heavens, a foundation-building pill, 500 low-grade spirit stones, neither more nor less, Jiangyu remarked, furrowing her brow as she stored them away, glancing at the tome. Given my meager first layer of qi cultivation, we should hasten our descent and escape. The tome nodded in agreement, for this layer was only achievable due to its nurturing, having absorbed Jiangye's essence to awaken. Chapter 2. Descent. The next day. Upon receiving a letter of recommendation, Jiangyu set off down the mountain with her bundle. However, her first order of business after descending was not to immediately board a spiritual vessel and depart, but rather to visit the marketplace of the Heavenly Tao sect to see if she could procure any treasures. The stalls within the marketplace were predominantly set up by disciples of the sect, offering goods of good quality at reasonable prices compared to the outside, and given the long journey ahead, Jiangyu needed to acquire 2 items for self-defense. The tome perched upon Jiangye's shoulder, surveying the surroundings, spoke up, the spiritual vein of the Heavenly Tao sect can only sustain itself for another decade if no measures are taken. The sect's demise is inevitable. Jiangyu understood that aside from herself, no one could perceive the tome, so she maintained a stoic expression and murmured, "Do not worry, with Xiao Qingyue here, the sect will surely have a spiritual vein." After all, Xiao Qingyue was the daughter of the heavenly path, a human-shaped lucky fish, possessing whatever she desired. "Excuse me, coming through." A hurried outer sect disciple in gray robes rushed past Jiangyu towards the mountain gate. Curious, Jiangyu noticed 4 or 5 individuals hastening behind him, their expressions fraught with urgency. "What is happening?" Jiangyu murmured, wondering if the Heavenly Tao sect was about to collapse, prompting an early exodus. She raised an eyebrow. This brother Chao was someone she recognized in the memories exchanged. He was an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect's refining peak, extraordinarily gifted and held in high regard within the sect. However, his reputation among outer sect disciples was abysmal, as he seemed to have caused the demise of several outer sect members. In the narrative, he was an early male antagonist enamored with the female protagonist, having acted against the supporting female character for the protagonist's sake. Now that Shen Qingwei had awakened, would her first target not be this brother Chao? "Are you still here?" Shen Qingwei responded with a hum, her gaze fixed on the individuals rushing toward the mountain gate, a trace of derision flickering in her eyes as she descended the mountain. Jiangyu paused for a moment, glancing at the tome. "Shall we watch the show?" The tome pondered, "Yes, let's take advantage of the chaos to pilfer some items. We are rather impoverished." Jiangyu stared at the tome in astonishment. Immediately shaking her head, Jiangyu quickened her pace down the mountain. She would not take from the bystanders, but the belongings of this reborn supporting female character and the scoundrel male character were up for grabs. By the time Jiangyu reached the marketplace, it was already surrounded by several layers of onlookers. She contemplated finding a gap to squeeze through when she witnessed the crowd rapidly disperse, though some were not fast enough to escape the powerful surge of spiritual energy that sent them flying. Jiangyu gasped, catching sight of the unfolding scene through the gap. Shen Qingwei wielded a spiritual sword, swiftly dismantling Chao Xingji's stall. Chao Xingji's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could weep. "Shen Qingwei, why do you call for me?" Shen Qingwei retorted coldly, "I entrusted the damaged armor and materials to you for repairs at the refining sect. What has become of my armor?" "The armor was given to Qingyue. She is on a dangerous mission and cannot be without it," Chao Xingji replied, his brow furrowed in displeasure. This Shen Qingwei hailed from a family of cultivators and was a favored disciple of Master Zhang, clearly not in need of armor, whereas Qingyue, an orphan, faced peril on her mission and would undoubtedly suffer injury without protection. "My belongings, and you give them away at your whim?" Shen Qingwei's eyes blazed with fury. What right do you have to steal from others? Taking without permission is theft since you have stolen my belongings to give to Xiao Qingyue. I shall report this to the law enforcement hall and let the elders decide, Shan Qingwei declared, turning to leave. Chao Xingji, in a fit of rage, countered, No, I have already promised to return it. Why must you make things difficult for Qingyue? She is so pitiful, how can you be so heartless? Jiang Yu shivered, feeling goosebumps rise as she listened. The words, while written, were far more awkward when spoken aloud. Can you predict Shan Qingwei's fate? Jiang Yu asked, intrigued. The tome shook its head. I cannot see hers. The same likely applies to that Xiao Qingyue. Jiang Yu speculated that it might be due to her own arrival altering certain elements. Come, let us proceed in that direction. Jiang Yu seized the opportunity and, alongside Tian Shu, navigated around the throngs of people, making their way closer to the stalls. Shan Qingwei and Chao Xingji were embroiled in an increasingly fierce battle. It seemed that before long, they would attract the attention of the patrolling guards. As of now, neither had sustained significant injuries, rendering any covert attempt to procure items rather unfeasible. Tian Shu raised his hand, gathering a wisp of energy that resembled a delicate plume of white smoke, yet was remarkably substantial. You are at the first level of qi refinement, and I too possess only the strength of the first level of qi refinement, Tian Shu remarked, aiming for the opening in the fierce clash between the two. He directed the white smoke towards Shan Qingwei, for she had dared to seize the jade pendant. Even if they did not wish to keep it, they would not allow it to be taken. However, my power differs significantly from that of this realm. As Tian Shu's words faded, Shan Qingwei felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. Chao Xingji, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, continued his assault with unrelenting force. Chao Xingji was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth, his expression instantly waning. Shan Qingwei, you dare to harm a fellow disciple. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Shan Qingwei resolved to take Chao Xingji's life today. Struggling to regain his footing, Chao Xingji raised a jade tablet as a shield and charged forward, the two once more throwing caution to the wind in their fierce confrontation. The surrounding stalls lay in ruins, spiritual energy flaring wildly, even injuring the onlookers among the cultivators. Jiang Yu, barely managing to evade, suffered a few injuries herself. An opportunity, Tian Shu urged. Feigning fear and trepidation, Jiang Yu dodged the surging energy and fell to the ground near the stalls. In an instant, Tian Shu acted, collecting all the scattered items from the ground into his spatial pocket. Chao Xingji and Shan Qingwei, engrossed in their battle, harbored no thoughts of collateral damage, pouring their last vestiges of energy into a fierce collision. Inevitably, the outcome was mutual destruction, leaving both combatants bloodied and unconscious. The onlookers, undeterred by the potential for injury, rushed into the fray. Rather than aiding anyone, Jiang Yu approached Chao Xingji to allow Tian Shu to seize the jade tablet. As for the storage bag, it bore Chao Xingji's spiritual mark, and given Jiang Yu's current strength, even if she were to take it, she would be unable to open it and would risk being pursued. Thus, she reluctantly relinquished that ambition, but she did manage to collect several talismans scattered on the ground, blown away by the chaotic energy. These talismans appeared to be preparations for Shan Qingwei's assault, though she had not the chance to utilize them, thus fortuitously falling into Jiang Yu's possession. By the time the patrol arrived, the area was deserted, leaving only a scene of devastation in their wake. Chapter 3. The Spirit Vessel. After departing from that location, Jiang Yu skillfully evaded the crowds and entered a shop, purchasing 3 bottles of fasting elixir for a sum of 100 inferior spirit stones. While there, she inquired about the location of the spirit vessel and hurriedly took her leave. Upon arriving at the spirit vessel, Jiang Yu maintained a calm demeanor as she stepped inside. The steward, not even lifting his head, immediately quoted the prices upon noticing her approach: 100 inferior spirit stones for the first floor, and 200 for the second, a disciple of the Tiandao sect. Jiang Yu declared, leveraging her identity as a means of influence. The steward instantly raised his head and stood up, a broad smile spreading across his face. Of course, we shall arrange for you to have the second floor. A private room no less, unlike the first floor where scattered cultivators mingle, making it difficult to find a place. Jiang Yu responded with a nonchalant waving her hand to produce 200 inferior spirit stones. The steward promptly handed her a wooden token and personally escorted her to the platform on the second floor. Once the steward departed, Jiang Yu felt a stab of pain in her heart. How could a mere trip to Linzhou cost her 200 inferior spirit stones? The Chao family's spirit vessel is truly a rip-off. Had she known, she would have discreetly taken Chao Xingji's storage bag to soothe her wounded spirit. Someone is approaching, the heavenly book alerted. Jiang Yu immediately adopted a cold expression and stepped aside. The newcomer, however, showed no inclination to engage in conversation, instead standing off to the side, creating a rather serene atmosphere. But soon, this tranquility was shattered. Oh, isn't this junior brother Lin? Where are you off to? A tall, lanky male cultivator strode over confidently. Jiang Yu cast a glance and saw the aforementioned junior brother Lin tightly pursing his lips. His face paling from the strain, his back stiffened, yet he remained silent. This fellow has climbed the ranks thanks to his talisman-making skills and is about to enter the inner sect. He looks down upon us outer disciples. A female cultivator scoffed, turning her gaze toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu turned her head away, indifferent, yet the female cultivator continued addressing junior brother Lin. By the way, how is it that the genius with an ice-type spiritual root did not bring you along? Have you been abandoned? Indeed, one must rely on strength rather than appearance, the emaciated male cultivator remarked pointedly, sizing up junior brother Lin's delicate features with a disdainful sneer. This individual possesses a favorable fate. The heavenly book suddenly interjected. Jiang Yu, seemingly annoyed by the commotion, distanced herself slightly before whispering, I remember now. He is Lin Feng, a genius in talisman crafting and a good friend of the original protagonist. However, his fate is impaired, the heavenly book added. Jiang Yu expressed her regret. I only glanced at the summary in the beginning before inexplicably entering this world. I have no idea what will become of him. But if the reborn female antagonist is determined to eliminate everyone, it's only natural that his fate suffers. The heavenly book shook its head. Chao Xingji's fate is severed, leading to death. He, however, merely suffers a setback. Jiang Yu mused. It seems the reborn female antagonist does not aim for complete annihilation after all. You should save him, the heavenly book urged. Jiang Yu flatly refused, adopting a resolute stance. I do not wish to involve myself. She had no desire to meddle in the narrative of this book, especially since the comments from readers were rife with disdain, criticizing the characters as abnormal. The original protagonist was depicted as a saintly Mary Sue, while the reborn female antagonist was painted as a dark, vengeful Mary Sue, with the male leads vying for their affections, leading to violent confrontations. The unfortunate bystanders faced dire fates, often with gruesome ends. The original text also mentioned that after Shun Qingwei learned of these events, she understood why Xiao Qingyue had felt relieved at that time, and she too felt a sense of relief. With Jiang Yu's demise, the secret of the jade pendant would remain undisclosed, which was indeed a fortunate outcome. The heavenly book curiously inquired, How did you arrive here? The shopkeeper was untrustworthy, only spinning grand tales. And I, in my pursuit of promotion and salary increase, worked myself to death, Jiang Yu recalled with a hint of bitterness. Her greatest dream was to possess a small home of her own. Yet her relentless efforts yielded no wealth, only her demise. You have arrived here, and the heavenly laws have not obliterated you, indicating that you belong here. Since you do belong here, you must live well as one of its inhabitants. Thus, go save him. It should bring you some benefits, the heavenly book advised earnestly. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened at the thought, but then she recalled her first-level qi refinement prowess, causing her spirits to deflate. Will I endanger myself? Though your fate remains unclear, you should not meet an early demise, the heavenly book assured confidently. Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her and strode forward. Observing the two outer disciples still engaged in chatter, she interrupted them, exclaiming, Silence! The spirit vessel is about to arrive. The steward below specifically reminded us to wait quietly. With her somewhat cold and ethereal appearance, Jiang Yu seemed formidable, yet she was merely a 25-year-old at the first level of qi refinement, an inconsequential figure. Fortunately, the heavenly book concealed her true capabilities. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly attracted unwanted attention the moment she stepped outside the Tiandao sect's territory. The female cultivator regarded Jiang Yu, sensing a flicker of familiarity in her features, but unable to place it, ultimately choosing to remain silent. The male cultivator also cast a wary glance at Jiang Yu. Falling quiet, Lin Feng glanced in their direction, and Jiang Yu quickly blinked, leaving Lin Feng momentarily stunned. Is she helping me? the thought crossed his mind. The heavenly book calculated briefly before a hint of a smile returned to its countenance. Well, now a connection has formed between you two, which is beneficial for both at that moment. A new wave of individuals approached, donned in inner sect azure robes, accompanied by several in white robes indicative of direct disciples. Upon their arrival, they cast haughty looks at the gray-robed outer disciples, then bypassed Jiangyu, who wore ordinary attire, as they moved forward. Before long, a spirit vessel sped into view, coming to a halt at the platform. The returning sect disciples and arriving wandering cultivators quickly sidestepped the gathered crowd and departed in haste. Jiangyu and Lin Feng lingered at the rear, and once the others had left, they presented their identity tokens and were escorted to their private quarters on the second floor. Upon reaching their accommodations, Jiangyu calmly shut the door. After the heavenly book confirmed that each room was equipped with a small array for soundproofing and basic protection, Jiangyu exhaled deeply, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at the heavenly book. Such a small vessel looks as though it could only hold 10 people, yet it can accommodate 400 to 500. Spatial expansion technique, inscribed by artificers upon the spirit vessel, multiplies its capacity several times, the heavenly book elucidated. Moreover, the bow of the vessel is enhanced with a wind array, the hull possesses a balancing array, and the rooms are outfitted with protective and soundproof arrays, all crafted by artificers during the forging process. How do you know so much? Jiangyu inquired. The heavenly book replied with pride, I am the heavenly book authored by the divine. Possessing knowledge of all things, Jiangyu retorted, yet you were torn in half and sealed away? Let us not speak of that. The heavenly book fumed. Chapter 4. Encounter with the original protagonist. Jiangyu fell silent, signaling her decision to refrain from further questions. The heavenly book shot her an admonishing glance and pointed a finger at her forehead, imparting the foundational cultivation methods. Jiangyu slowly closed her eyes. After a while, she opened her eyes. The gathering spirit technique? The gathering spirit technique is the most fundamental cultivation method, established through countless trials by cultivators to be the most suitable foundational practice. The heavenly book guided Jiangyu as she sat cross-legged, extending her arms with her hands, forming a lotus position upon her knees, closing her eyes to embrace the essence of unity, attuning herself to the vibrant spiritual energy surrounding her, then directing that energy into her meridians, completing a cycle before depositing it into her dantian. Jiangyu cast aside distractions, immersing herself in the state of egolessness, and perceiving the spiritual energy around her. According to her understanding, the different colors of spiritual energy correspond to various spiritual roots. As a cultivator with a mixed 5-element spiritual root, she could sense a multitude of colors. These energies danced around her like flickering stars, sometimes drawing near, sometimes receding. Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around Jiangyu, the heavenly book spoke again, form hand seals and draw closer to the spiritual energy. Jiangyu complied, guiding the energy gently into her body. After completing another cycle, she inwardly examined her dantian. She observed strands of spiritual energy transforming into mist, gradually settling into her dantian, which began to brim with power. Jiangyu opened her eyes and looked at the heavenly book. I did it. The heavenly book also breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. The ability to cultivate is a good sign. Otherwise, binding myself to such a person would truly concern me. Jiangyu, astonished, cast another glance at her dantian, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Heavenly book, when can I level up? The heavenly book explained. The spiritual energy absorbed during the qi refinement period is akin to light mist. Thus the amount you can extract is limited. Once the mist condenses into clouds, forming droplets of spiritual energy that fall into your dantian, you will achieve the peak of qi refinement. When the droplets gather into a river, you will establish your foundation. When the river coalesces into a perfect golden sphere, that will signify the golden core stage. Breaking the core to give birth signifies reaching the nascent soul stage, which grants you a second life. Listening to this, Jiangyu felt a surge of longing. Moreover, upon reaching the golden core stage, she would gain entry to the world of the heavenly book, a realm of its own. You possess a 5-element spiritual root, which means your cultivation will not progress as swiftly as those with singular roots, necessitating a substantial amount of spirit stones as support. Once we reach a new location, we should sell our belongings and exchange them for spirit stones, the heavenly book advised. Jiangyu nodded in agreement. Having perused several novels, She understood that singular roots were referred to as heavenly roots, capable of progressing to the nascent soul stage without encountering bottlenecks, thus achieving rapid advancement. Conversely, five-element roots were deemed mixed roots, often relegated to the bottom tier of the cultivation world. The original protagonist possessed a singular mutated ice root, while the reborn female antagonist had a mutated fire root. Both were formidable. Jiang Yu abruptly shook her head, realizing that she had already traversed the entirety of the plot, and her fate henceforth was no longer intertwined with these protagonists. Their strength and pace of cultivation were of no concern to her. She was acutely aware that having bound herself to the Celestial Book and receiving its assistance would inevitably lead to a series of consequences. She understood the intertwining of fortune and misfortune. Celestial Book, guard my path as I commence my cultivation. Resolute, Jiang Yu closed her eyes and resumed her practice. The Celestial Book nodded, silently watching over her. In the adjacent room, Lin Feng deftly completed the talisman on the table, exhaling softly as he carefully stored it away. Although senior sister Xiao had informed him that her master would allow him to apprentice directly, he still desired to exert himself and elevate his own prowess further. To advance as a talisman master, one must strive to create more talismans, allowing their spiritual energy to replenish through meditation and break through barriers. However, the blood of the demon beasts used for drawing talismans was prohibitively expensive, so he ventured out in hopes of gathering some himself. Additionally, he felt it necessary to offer some form of compensation to those who had aided him, even if it was unrequested. With that thought, Lin Feng gazed at the completed talismans, deciding to gift them as a means of repaying a kindness. 2 days later, the spiritual vessel sailed smoothly, with the occupants of the second floor remaining quietly ensconced in their rooms. The first floor, however, had seen a few skirmishes, but with members of the Chao family present, no significant issues had arisen. Jiang Yu awakened from her meditative state, releasing a breath of stale air. The further they drifted from the heavenly Tao sect, the thinner the spiritual energy became. They must be nearing the mortal realm, she mused. The Celestial Book affirmed her thoughts. Jiang Yu nodded. Once I meet my parents, I will present the recommendation letter to persuade the local officials to ensure their safety, allowing them to live out their days in peace. This will fulfill my promise to Jiang Yu. After accomplishing this task, they could rent a cave dwelling and begin their focused cultivation, thus completing the cycle of their intertwined fates. As the Celestial Book noted, Jiang Yu's mind wandered as she contemplated her past self, hoping she would not be burdened with the responsibilities of her former life. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the vessel, jolting it momentarily, but it quickly regained its stability. All the cultivators opened their doors and ventured outside to investigate. Jiang Yu gathered her belongings and stepped out alongside the Celestial Book. How can you be so cold-hearted? A gentle female voice resonated. Startled, Jiang Yu approached the railing of the second floor to peer down. A stunning woman clad in a flowing white dress gazed incredulously at the inner disciples of the heavenly Tao sect. Did you not see him injured? If we do not rescue him, he will perish. The woman cast a sorrowful glance at the figure lying on the ground. But he is of the demon race. Why should their safety concern us? Moreover, during the Secret Realm conflict 3 years ago, the demon race ambushed our disciples, resulting in the deaths and injuries of many. How could we possibly save him? Zhao Li frowned, his irritation palpable. If it were not for the favor bestowed upon Xiao Qingyue, he would have readily cast them all aside. Xiao Qingyue bit her lip, though he attacked then, it was out of desperation. You cannot fathom the hardships he has endured. He is so pitiable. The one who attacked that day was him. Zhao Li's brows furrowed, his anger flaring. Yes, there were good and bad within the demon race. But this individual was the very one who had assaulted them, and now Xiao Qingyue wished to save him. Was she mad? The Celestial Book supported Jiang Yu, who peered at the demon, a red-haired fox, injured in the abdomen and back, clearly fleeing from pursuers. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. So that was the protagonist Xiao Qingyue, and the red-haired fox was one of the male supporting characters, Fox Jiu. She recalled the background provided in the text. Fox Jiu had stolen a spiritual fruit from his clan, intending to consume it for advancement. Discovered by his kin, he was subsequently hunted down. During his flight, he encountered Xiao Qingyue. Perhaps due to her protagonist's halo, this cunning fox had aided her several times and had been particularly obedient to her. Thus, when the demon race attacked, Xiao Qingyue intervened to save him, forging an enmity with the Fox clan, which would later lead to numerous pursuits by them. However, Owing to her protagonist's aura, the Fox clan was ultimately decimated, and Fox Jiu remained by Xiao Qingyue's side, eventually ascending to the higher realm. What a troublesome predicament! Chapter 5. The first encounter with the protagonist, Xiao Qingyue resolutely positioned herself before Fox Jiu. He saved me, so I must save him. She could not bear to watch Fox Jiu perish. He belonged to her, and she would protect him, even at the cost of becoming an enemy to all. Zhao Li cast a sidelong glance at the unconscious Fox Jiu. You can save him, but by obstructing the spiritual vessel, are you not dragging us into this mess? He is being pursued. Xiao Qingyue faltered momentarily, then frowned. I will not ask for your help without recompense. I will offer payment. Frustrated, Zhao Li clenched his teeth. Although Xiao Qingyue often possessed tempting treasures, he was still concerned about the endless troubles that might arise from saving this demon. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu on the second floor spoke up slowly. The ones pursuing him must not be of the demon race, right? As long as they are not, that is acceptable. Otherwise, misunderstandings between human cultivators and the demon race could lead to disaster. She then turned to Zhao Li. Senior Sister Xiao is a sensible person. She would not place us human cultivators in peril. I have faith in her. Xiao Qingyue's brow slightly furrowed as she gazed at Jiang Yu on the second floor. Her expression somewhat peculiar. It was likely her first encounter with this individual, yet something about her felt unsettling, as if she possessed something Xiao Qingyue desired, though it was currently absent. Master, does she pose a problem? Xiao Qingyue inquired telepathically. A flicker of delight crossed Xiao Qingyue's face. She had longed for a small world of her own, allowing her master to reside comfortably rather than being confined within a ring. I shall find an opportunity to inquire about it, she resolved, her spirits lifting. However, Zhao Li's expression darkened considerably. The female cultivator was clearly siding with Xiao Qingyue, likely another disciple of the sect who idolized her. Unaware of the chaos that followed in her wake, while she often evaded calamity, many had suffered due to her actions. Zhao Li's expression hardened as he gripped his sword tightly. If the pursuers of this demon are indeed of the demon race, then as a direct disciple of the sect leader, I command you to cast this demon overboard. Otherwise, should a conflict arise between human cultivators and the demon race, and the covenant be broken, you will be a sinner for all eternity. Xiao Qingyue gritted her teeth. He is not. You must swear an oath. Should you lie, your cultivation will stagnate, Zhao Li retorted. You? Xiao Qingyue's chest heaved with suppressed emotion, uncertain of how to proceed. The spirit of the male cultivator within the ring bore an equally grim expression. This audacious individual dared to demand an oath. Once I regain my corporeal form, he shall be the first to perish. What say you, junior sister Xiao? Do you dare to swear? Zhao Li's face was cold. At that moment, the celestial book held onto a strand of Jiang Yu's hair for stability. That Xiao Qingyue's ring harbored a spirit had just been investigated. Jiang Yu frowned. The illusion I cast should have hidden your cultivation level from him, but Xiao Qingyue's gaze towards you is suspicious. She may attempt to test you in some way, the celestial book warned. Jiang Yu lightly nodded, signaling her understanding. Ultimately, Xiao Qingyue chose to depart the spiritual vessel with a small team, but before leaving, she declared, since you do not trust me, then our ties as fellow disciples are severed. Should you face trouble, do not seek me. Moreover, I wish to express my gratitude to the one who spoke on my behalf. Xiao Qingyue added, making her way to the second floor. The steward of the Chao family, who had been lurking in the shadows, breathed a sigh of relief. It was common knowledge that their young master harbored feelings for the enchanting Xiao Qingyue. If she were to leverage that in her request, he would be hard-pressed to refuse. Fortunately, she only sought to thank her. Xiao Qingyue approached Jiang Yu, her face adorned with a gentle smile. This junior sister. May I ask your name? Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat shy, directed Xiao Qingyue away from the crowd before softly and indistinctly revealing her name, adding, Senior Sister Xiao is truly remarkable. Everyone in the sect praises you. Xiao Qingyue did not catch the name but dismissed it, her focus instead on the aura of the small world. You ventured out alone? Entering the inner sect with a mixed five-element spiritual root? This combination is highly unusual. Master Zhang? Zhang Zhengren of Beeching Peak? I recall him well. His disciple is notoriously aggressive, yelling threats at you. Yet he twists the truth to protect his disciple, demanding justice from the sect leader. Poor you, with your master in seclusion, they conspire to bully you. The spirit within the ring expressed its displeasure, wishing it could obliterate those two immediately. Xiao Qingyue pondered further, realizing the individual before her was easily deceived. And thus gently probed, "Why did Master Zhang allow you into the inner sect?" Senior Sister Shan admired my jade pendant, so she purchased it with a foundational pill and 500 low-grade spirit stones. Jiang Yu felt a rush of exhilaration. Although it was a family heirloom, nothing compared to the value of a foundational pill. Xiao Qingyue scoffed quietly, deeming Shen Qingwei to be quite ruthless. After confirming with her master that this person indeed lacked the small world, she composed herself and regarded Jiang Yu. "I truly appreciate your assistance this time." With that, she turned to leave. Once Xiao Qingyue and Fox Zhou departed, the onlookers dispersed. Jiang Yu, still reflecting on the excitement of the encounter, finally slumped down in her room. After all those questions, she couldn't even part with 100 low-grade spirit stones. Isn't the heroine of the heavenly Tao wealthy? Ah, little Yu, your performance was commendable. The celestial book remarked. Tianshu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. As mere wage slaves, we present one expression to our clients and another to our bosses, while privately cursing under our breath and maintaining a blank face when we choose to give up. Jiang Yu took a step forward, then as if suddenly recalling something, turned to look at Tianshu. Wait a moment, that Lin Feng is aligned with the female protagonist of the Tao, and with Xiao Qingyue below. Surely Lin Feng wouldn't remain entirely indifferent. Pondering this, Jiang Yu opened the door to the adjacent room and knocked, and no one responded. She knocked again with more force, and realizing something was amiss, she quickly summoned the caretaker to unlock the barrier and rushed inside, only to discover Lin Feng lying on the floor, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his expression one of utter agony. Chapter 6. Not dead. Jiang Yu dashed over and checked for his breath. He was alive. The caretaker of the Chao family spoke coldly. "Esteemed friend, I thank you for your words which have helped us avoid a significant trouble, but we have no time to save this person. Moreover, he is afflicted by a demonic deviation, and it is likely he will never make progress in cultivation again. Why should our Chao family rescue a useless individual?" Tianshu tugged at Jiang Yu's hair. He must have fallen into some mystical state. If he could endure and stabilize it, his mastery of the talisman path could ascend to new heights. Alas, he was forcibly interrupted, leading to his current predicament. This may ruin him. Jiang Yu, astonished, opened her mouth. So Xiao Qingyue, in her attempt to save Hu Jia, has inadvertently ruined a future ally? Friend, Linzhou will arrive in 2 hours. The caretaker stated before taking his leave. Jiang Yu remained silent for a moment, gazing at Tianshu. Is it because I spoke up for him that his trajectory of growth has been altered? Tianshu shook his head. It is unrelated to you, yet his fate has indeed shifted. Strange. Jiang Yu had no pills to save him, so she simply sat cross-legged beside him, reflecting on her own arrival and the changes it had wrought. She realized the issue lay in the timing. Tianshu immediately inquired, "How much is the time difference?" Jiang Yu calculated, "Approximately 2 days." "How much have you read?" Tianshu asked again. Jiang Yu then explained the background. However, the reborn female supporting character, Shen Qingwei, despises this group, as they all stand with Xiao Qingyue, leaving her without recourse for revenge. In her desperation, she can only descend into the demonic path, ultimately meeting a tragic end at Xiao Qingwei's hands. Thus, Shen Qingwei seized the spirit vein from Xiao Qingyue and transplanted it into her own space, while the Bihui continent, having become unsuitable for cultivators due to the thinning spiritual energy, must seek refuge elsewhere. Tianshu appeared stunned for a while. If I'm not mistaken, this realm also has demonic clans and evil cultivators? That is indeed the case, Jiang Yu affirmed. So after the spiritual energy is exhausted, this group simply departs, leaving a host of mortals under the dominion of demonic clans and evil cultivators. Tianshu expressed disbelief. Jiang Yu gradually recognized the oddity. Xiao Qingyue will later have a demonic confidant. And Shen Qingwei also has a friend who is a demonic prince. They have indeed clashed with evil cultivators several times, but they never pursued them thoroughly before leaving. Tianshu. Jiang Yu. Tianshu frowned in anger. Since we are 2 days ahead, and you have examined the content of this realm, we must seize their opportunities and spirit veins. Jiang Yu's gaze turned resolute. Seize. If we don't, we will only await our demise. At that moment, the spiritual vessel shook violently before coming to a halt once more. There are still many demon clans. What? There are still demon clans. Oh no! They are coming to kill us. Xiao Qingyue glared at Zhao Li, threateningly stating, "If you all turn a blind eye to our plight, my master will undoubtedly not spare you. Not even the sect leader can contend with my master." Zhao Li's expression darkened. Xiao Qingyue's master was the foremost expert of the Tiandao sect, a figure not to be trifled with. If they truly ignored the dying, that madman would unleash havoc, and everyone would be doomed. Jiang Yu seized the moment to shout, "What? The demon clans are pursuing my senior sister? Senior sister, don't be afraid. We, who are weaker, will immediately leave the spiritual vessel, ensuring you have nothing to fear." Having said this, Jiang Yu rushed into Lin Feng's room, hastily gathering the items on the table, then grabbed Lin Feng by his belt and pushed him toward the window, sending him tumbling out before leaping out herself. Her words prompted many who considered themselves weak to jump from the spiritual vessel as well. Xiao Qingyue's expression changed, yet she found herself unable to voice any objections. Zhao Li, however, relaxed. Since Xiao's junior sister had a personal vendetta against the demon clan elder, it was best for them not to intervene. Otherwise, if the Tiandao sect were to breach their pact, they would surely become the target of collective ire. Having stated this, he led his subordinates away. The caretaker of the Chao family lamented, but had no choice but to stand with Xiao Qingyue. Not daring to abandon the spiritual vessel, as Jiang Yu landed, she utilized her clumsy spiritual energy to slow her descent, yet still crashed to the ground. Quickly, she got up, rummaged through her storage bag to find a vine for task assignments, bound Lin Feng, and pulled him away in the opposite direction of the spiritual vessel, all the while muttering, take it slow, don't involve the innocent." Tianshu glanced at Lin Feng sliding along the ground, then looked at Jiang Yu. "You acted decisively, pushing him down directly. Remaining in place meant certain death. Pushing him down offered a sliver of hope." Jiang Yu felt helpless. After all, she had taken a liking to Lin Feng's talisman drawing skills and wished to learn. In the realm of cultivation, the easiest way to earn money was through talisman drawing, as it had a low barrier to entry and she could afford the talisman paper. Professions like alchemy and artifact forging, which burned through funds, were beyond her reach. Upon learning that Jiang Yu's motive for saving him was to learn talisman drawing for profit, Tianshu's expression became quite animated. "I am Tianshu. I possess all knowledge in my book." "Tianshu, will you still save him?" Jiang Yu pondered. "Yes, if he can draw talismans, he must have many spiritual talismans on him. I will ask him for a reward. The reward for a life must be substantial." Chapter 7. Farewell to Lin Feng. A fight has broken out ahead, Tianshu alerted. Jiang Yu hurriedly asked, "Will it affect us? Let us hide." Tianshu glanced around and chose a small copse, instructing Jiang Yu to drag Lin Feng there. "This grove is not large, the trees are sparse. It may be difficult to conceal ourselves," Jiang Yu remarked. "Indeed, it is difficult to hide, which is why Xiao Qingyue would not bring anyone here. We only need to wait for them to leave before emerging." Tianshu replied as they reached the grove, sliding down a slope and quietly waiting. Jiang Yu had a total of 250 low-grade spirit stones, 200 of which were leftovers from Shan Qingwei, and 50 she had saved herself. Additionally, there were 10 vines and a root-bearing first-tier Qingling grass. She felt exceedingly impoverished. Fortunately, Tianshu had collected some items, which could be sold later for some profit. By the way, Tianshu. Jiang Yu had been so focused on fleeing that she hadn't noticed whether Lin Feng had regained consciousness. Now that they had stopped, she feared he might suddenly awaken and expose her secrets. Tianshu shook her head, signaling that all was well. Jiang Yu then handed the Qingling grass to Tianshu, inquiring with her eyes. Tianshu disdainfully glanced at it before tossing it into her spatial realm. It could be planted, and as long as the roots were not damaged, it could yield harvest continuously. Jiang Yu was thrilled. "Is it really that good? However, due to your low strength, my strength is also low. Thus the level of the Tianshu space is naturally low. Now that this one is planted, it is planted. There's nothing more to it," Tianshu clearly informed Jiang Yu, warning her not to indulge in daydreams. Jiang Yu conceded. "All right, being able to plant is better than not being able to. At that moment, Tianshu made a gesture for silence, pointing at Lin Feng. Jiang Yu signaled her understanding, adopting a tense demeanor as she peeked over. Lin Feng lightly coughed, slowly opening his eyes. Upon seeing the scene before him, he momentarily believed the spiritual vessel had exploded, then noticed the blood on his chest, mixed with dirt and grass debris. "You reawake!" Jiang Yu exclaimed nervously. Lin Feng was startled by her anxious voice and hurriedly nodded, then looked at her and asked, "What happened?" His face paled dramatically as he closed his eyes to introspect. Discovering his meridians were damaged, and a fissure had formed in his dantian, causing his cultivation to plummet from the 8th layer of qi refinement to the 1st layer. Moreover, the spirit C, vital for a talisman artist, had also been injured. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze reddened and filled with disbelief and despair. Observing Lin Feng, Jiang Yu instinctively noted his youth, cautiously asking, "How old are you?" 17, he replied. Jiang Yu felt a pang of regret. A 17-year-old genius had been inexplicably ruined. Nevertheless, she had to speak her mind. Lin Feng scrutinized Jiang Yu. "We are not related. Why have you saved me twice?" "The first time was purely accidental," Jiang Yu replied calmly. "The second time, I was curious why you hadn't emerged, and when I knocked, I found you drawing talismans I want to learn." Lin Feng nodded. "That was a reasonable explanation. Wait, you mean Xiao Senior's sister's spiritual vessel is nearby?" Hope ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. "Xiao Senior's sister will definitely save me. I must go find her." Jiang Yu thought to herself that Xiao Qingyue and her companions would be too preoccupied with their battle to notice how many innocents were caught in the crossfire aboard the spiritual vessel. However, Lin Feng was likely different. If he appeared before her, perhaps he could indeed be saved. "Then you should go. I must take my leave as well. Farewell." Having spoken, he hastily gathered the scattered items from the table and handed them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng expressed gratitude to Jiang Yu for saving his life, as he was alone in the room, and if she had not taken him away, the situation could have been far more perilous. "This is a manual I have created myself, documenting 10 types of talismans, all of which I have improved upon. Consider it a token of appreciation." With great effort, Lin Feng stood up, consumed a medicinal pill, and presented the book along with 10 meticulously crafted talismans to Jiang Yu before departing the grove. After perusing the manual for a while, Jiang Yu showed it to Tian Shu. Tian Shu glanced through it. Nodding in acknowledgement, he remarked that it was indeed a promising find, lamenting its potential loss. Jiang Yu sighed. Each person has their destiny. One cannot force matters. She then examined the 10 talismans Lin Feng had given her. Tian Shu elaborated beside her. "This is the Li Hua talisman, the most well-crafted among them. There are also 3 Ji Xing talismans, and the rest appears to be a stone formation. What a brilliant prospect." He mused. He likely intended to summon all 6 shattered stone talismans at once, forming a small talisman array, which would significantly amplify its power, ideal for a hasty retreat. Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement. She decided not to sell any of these talismans and to keep them safe. The Jixing talismans would also serve her well for her journey to Linzhou, saving her precious time. Tian Shu seized the moment to strategize future plans with Jiang Yu, emphasizing the necessity of temporarily avoiding their pursuers and focusing on their cultivation. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, aware that her evasion could only be temporary. After all, the jade pendant had been exchanged from her hands, and Shen Qingwei, intent on eliminating future threats, would undoubtedly target her. Hence, she aimed to trouble Shen Qingwei by revealing information about Xiao Qingyue. The next opportunity lay 3 months ahead when the small secret realm opened, exclusively for those below the foundational stage, and they would undoubtedly venture there. Jiang Yu recalled that Shen Qingwei had previously seized the opportunity to contract the treasure-seeking mouse from Xiao Qingyue within that realm, despite later slaughtering the creature. Slaughtered? Tian Shu paused, pondering. Although treasure-seeking mice are of low rank and difficult to evolve, once upgraded to their highest tier, they can unearth even celestial treasures. It seemed that the treasure-seeking mouse had an affinity for Xiao Qingyue, and despite being contracted, it still felt an inexplicable urge to approach her, prompting Shen Qingwei to eliminate it. Nevertheless, prior to that, Shen Qingwei had indeed discovered several treasures with the mouse's assistance, as Jiang Yu recounted. Tian Shu scrutinized Jiang Yu closely, offering a serious suggestion. "Your luck appears rather mediocre, thus I propose we secure the treasure-seeking mouse first, and then focus on amassing wealth." Jiang Yu retorted, "I wouldn't go as far as to label it as merely mediocre." Tian Shu regarded her with an expression that suggested she should possess a modicum of self-awareness. Jiang Yu let out a soft huff, leaning against the slope. Chapter 8. Suddenly, Tian Shu realized that Xiao Qingyue might use the pretext of seeking justice on her behalf to coerce Shen Qingwei into surrendering the jade pendant. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth and nodded, producing a Ji Xing talisman. After verifying its usage with Tian Shu, she dashed away. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng was assisted into the woods by Xiao Qingyue. Xiao Qingyue scanned the surroundings with her consciousness. She turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Lin Shidi, she has left." Lin Feng understood. She likely did not wish to trouble anyone. After inadvertently saving me, she has cut ties and departed. Xiao Qingyue's expression shifted slightly. What a pity. I thought that since she saved your life, Master would surely advocate for her. Lin Feng's countenance darkened. Since Shun Shiji emerged from seclusion, she has been acting like a madwoman, first bullying you, now targeting an outer sect disciple, and seizing their family heirloom jade pendant. Xiao Qingyue frowned with concern. Her departure from Tiandao sect must be due to fear of being silenced. I hope Shin Shiji does not find her. However, should we encounter her, we might offer assistance. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on every movement of Xiao Qingyue, his heart brimming with admiration and affection. Xiao Shiji, you are truly a good person. Xiao Qingyue's attention returned to the slope. The ghost within the ring, Xing Huang, clicked his tongue, observing the footprints. They must have fled. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu sprinted for an indeterminate distance before pausing to ascertain her direction and then resumed her journey. 3 days later, outside the city walls of Linzhou, Jiang Yu appeared as though her vitality had been drained. Leaning feebly against the wall, her eyes dim as they scanned the passers-by. She watched them queue to present their travel permits and entry fees. One by one disappearing through the city gates. Tianshu poked her cheek, asking, "Can you still move?" Jiang Yu swallowed a nourishing pill, sliding down the wall to the ground and slowly responding. Heaven knows how arduous her journey had been. Although the steward of the Chao family claimed it was merely a 2 or 3 hour trip to Linzhou, that was the speed of a spirit vessel, not her own legs. Moreover, Lin Feng had only provided 3 Xing talismans. Once consumed, she would have to rely solely on her own strength. She was fortunate not to have exhausted herself entirely, thanks to her navigational skills and a stroke of luck. I advise you to enter the city quickly. It seems they are about to close the gates, Tianshu remarked, puzzled by the notion of closing the gates in broad daylight. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth, mustering the strength to stand, and quickly made her way towards the city gate. They had been here for a while and were aware that ordinary individuals had to pay the entry fee, yet cultivators were exempt. Thus, Jiang Yu maintained a nonchalant demeanor as she approached the gate. Displaying her identity as a cultivator, and was respectfully invited inside, even having accommodations arranged for her. As she accepted the wooden plaque and expressed her gratitude, she proceeded along the main road. Once she departed, the guards stationed at the city gate collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. With 3 cultivators gathered today, it should suffice. Silence. Be wary of bringing calamity upon yourselves. One soldier, pale with fear, swiftly turned and joined the others in closing the gates. Following her memory, Jiang Yu navigated towards a narrow alley and, upon locating a house, knocked nervously on the door. Jiang Yu's father was a carpenter in the city, possessing some skill. After Jiang Yu's spiritual root was identified, her parents sold off some family assets to acquire spirit stones for her entrance into the sect, enabling her to cultivate. It was only after she truly embarked on her cultivation journey that she realized many shared her plight. Otherwise, the sect would never have accepted someone with a mixed 5-element spiritual root. After her admission, aside from initial guidance on channeling spiritual energy into her body, she received no further instruction, and they were also required to undertake sect missions. Failure to complete them resulted in punitive measures within the sect, such as increased task loads that hindered their cultivation. Consequently, Jiang Yu had long contemplated leaving. There is no one inside, Tianshu stated. Jiang Yu, perplexed, pushed the door open and stepped inside. The small courtyard was well maintained, with flowers blooming vibrantly, yet the house itself was locked tight, with only the kitchen door ajar. Jiang Yu approached the kitchen, where a porcelain bowl sat on the stove, containing 2 steamed buns and a small pile of side dishes. 2 pairs of chopsticks were carelessly resting on the bowl's edge, suggesting someone had been in a hurry to eat before departing. Yet for some unknown reason, they had not done so. Jiang Yu immediately dashed out of the house and knocked on the door of the neighboring residence. Moments later, a cautious neighbor opened the door a crack. Eyeing the unfamiliar face warily. "Who are you?" Jiang Yu touched her face, wondering how she could be unrecognizable, considering she bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yu. "I would like to inquire about the family living next door. No one has lived there for quite some time." The neighbor slammed the door shut. Jiang Yu stood dumbfounded. "How could that be?" Tianshu remarked curiously, "Judging by the condition of those buns, They must have been left untouched for at least 10 days or half a month. They would have molded by now. It's impossible that no one has lived there all this time. The interior appeared to have been tidied, with only a slight layer of dust, the bedding neatly arranged, and no clothes in the wardrobe, clearly suggesting preparations for departure. Could it be that they all transitioned to my previous world? Jiang Yu looked at Tianshu, noting the timeline aligned, and the packed belongings matched as well. Tianshu shrugged, indicating his inability to decipher this mystery. If they are truly gone, then even the memories surrounding them have vanished. They have likely left for good. Jiang Yu sighed softly, closing all the doors behind her as she exited. Tianshu remarked, if, as you suggest, they truly left together, then it is indeed a good thing. After all, a family should remain united. Jiang Yu nodded. Now that this matter was settled, she intended to rest at the inn arranged for her in the city, and after a night's rest, she would set off for Tianzhu City. This was the only cultivator gathering place she had some knowledge of. As long as she paid the requisite spirit stones, she could cultivate there, and the city would ensure her safety. She was determined to cultivate diligently in preparation for the secret realm opening in 3 months, and to secure the contract for the treasure-seeking mouse before the protagonist and the supporting character. Chapter 9 Cultivators at the foundational stage can begin to abstain from food, but she was still merely at the first layer of the qi refining stage and required sustenance. The proprietor gingerly placed a bowl of wontons on the table, trembling slightly, and cautiously glanced at Jiang Yu before turning away to tend to his wonton stall. Jiang Yu eagerly took a sip of the broth and devoured a wonton, exclaiming, "Boss, this is quite delicious." After a moment of surprise, she continued to savor the wontons. Something felt amiss in this place. Tianshu furrowed his brow. As Jiang Yu ate, she observed the bustling street filled with vendors and the lively sounds of bargaining and conversation, creating an atmosphere that felt vibrant yet strangely unsettling. Realizing the resemblance to the historical dramas of her previous world, where bustling market scenes served merely as a backdrop for the plot, she muttered, "It's all an act." Jiang Yu then glanced back at the wontons before her. The wontons are exquisite in flavor and devoid of any poison. The sole predicament is that this is breakfast, and it is already nearing the end of the hour. Jiang Yu abruptly rises, discarding a luminous pearl, a tea last. Jiang Yu realizes the underlying issue. The proprietor harbors a fear of cultivators. Tio the common folk. Cultivators have always been regarded as celestial beings. Encountering them, one would not merely bow in reverence, but would certainly not exhibit such a visage of trepidation, as if feeling guilty for their misdeeds. "How long have you been running this stall, my good sir?" Jiang Yu inquires with a gentle smile. "Decades, several decades," the proprietor replies, stooping and daring not to meet Jiang Yu's gaze. That explains the delightful taste. "Surely many cultivators have graced your establishment," she continues. Pausing for a moment, she then probes, "Pray tell, are there many cultivators in the city?" "Yes, no, not many. The county magistrate has arranged special accommodations for them. You, esteemed fairy, should rest swiftly," the proprietor stammers. Noticing she can glean no further information, Jiang Yu takes her leave. However, she soon realizes that the eyes of those around her are fixated upon her, with a few audacious souls even offering to escort her to the inn. Tianshu grips Jiang Yu's shoulder, warning, "Do not stir the grass and alert the serpent. We shall depart under the cover of night." Reluctantly, Jiang Yu takes the wooden sign and enters. The innkeeper greets her with a beaming smile. Respectfully inviting her upstairs, Jiang Yu requests hot water, instructing Tianshu to stand guard outside. After a thorough cleansing, she luxuriates upon the bed. Tianshu sits cross-legged at her side. "Throughout our journey, I have not perceived any demonic or malevolent aura. Yet the demeanor of the townsfolk is indeed peculiar. Go knock on the doors of the other 2 cultivators, situated to your left and right, and see if they have any insights." Jiang Yu rises and first approaches the left door. "Fellow cultivator, greetings, I am Jiang." Bang! Jiang Yu watches as the door swiftly slams shut, rubbing her nose in embarrassment as she turns to the right door. "Fellow cultivator, greetings, I am Jiang. Have you come upon news as well?" The male cultivator who opens the door frowns, seemingly annoyed. "Each to their own abilities. Bang, you. Tianshu. We have encountered male counterparts, and not just 1 but 2. Jiang Yu whispers urgently. Tianshu gestures towards either side. "The 2 next door likely find you bothersome. Hence the soundproofing array they have set up. Speak plainly." Jiang Yu nods. "Firstly, The one on the left bears a teardrop birthmark at the corner of his eye, crimson as blood. His name is Xie Yuan, affiliated with Shao Qingyue. The one on the right is called Qiyu, adorned with a red raindrop pendant, a relic from his mother, which he later gifted to Shan Qingwei. The four great cultivation families of this continent each claim one of these two. Both paragons of their respective houses, yet they willingly remain beside their beloved companions, embodying the sorrowful role of the second male lead, albeit with a surplus of second male leads in this narrative. Tianqiu looks astonished. You recall the plot so vividly? How could I not? Jiang Yu responds, settling cross-legged and continuing. The reader specifically crafted a relationship chart, with Shao Qingyue and Shan Qingwei occupying opposite sides. On Shao Qingyue's side, there is a talisman prodigy named Lin Feng, while Shan Qingwei will soon encounter Jiang Mu. Shao Qingyue has a gifted descendant of a cultivation family, Xie Yuan, while Shan Qingwei has Qiyu by her side. Shao Qingyue possesses a red fox named Jiu, and Shan Qingwei will also meet a white fox named Qi. Tianqiu listens, dumbfounded. I recall you mentioning that they each have a demonic confidant, Jiang Yu affirms. You are not mistaken, Tianqiu exclaims. The readers have summarized the entire book as the War of the Beloved Confidants, or the innocent pawns who perished in those years. Tianqiu inhales deeply. Perhaps it is best to keep our distance from them. Should any trouble arise, let them handle it. We shall adhere to our plan and depart at midnight. Midnight? Jiang Yu expresses concern. What if we cross paths with them? Given the circumstances, they appear well prepared. Thus, we shall exploit the ensuing chaos to make our escape. Tianqiu replies. Jiang Yu nods, resolutely preparing to cultivate and conserve her strength, ready to leap from the window when the hour strikes. Meanwhile, the two individuals next door furrow their brows, their expressions darkening. It is not that they overheard Jiang Yu's words. Rather, they perceive the emergence of yet another competitor, significantly diminishing their chances of success. For that coveted item, their cultivation families dare not act recklessly, fearing even the slightest hint of information might leak. These two prodigies have maintained a low profile, traversing half the continent to reach this city of mortals. Should they ultimately fail, they would be the subject of scorn from others. Hence, that item is theirs for the taking. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flickers in their eyes. Should anyone be foolish enough to cross them, they will not hesitate to eliminate them. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, who remains oblivious to the danger looming, she diligently practices her cultivation. Tianqiu, with clear eyes, silently guards her side. As the midnight hour approaches, sounds emanate almost simultaneously from the neighboring rooms. Tianqiu awakens Jiang Yu, and both tense in anticipation of their opportunity to depart. Chapter 10. The Blood Soul Maze. Jiang Yu leans against the door, glancing at Tianqiu. Why has there been no movement? A feint. They have not moved at all. Tianqiu shrugs. Jiang Yu murmurs in confusion. These two clearly arrived prepared and understand the potential encounters, so why remain so cautious? What could their purpose be? Just then, Tianqiu suddenly exclaims, "This is bad." Jiang Yu's expression shifts in alarm as she swiftly rises. A wave of blood stench inexplicably permeates the air, enveloping the entire inn, while the doors and windows are sealed, rendering escape impossible. Jiang Yu retrieves the jade pendant obtained from Chao Xingji, infusing it with spiritual energy. The pendant forms a protective barrier around her, isolating her from the nauseating odor. The Blood Soul Maze, an evil cultivator's technique. Tianqiu's expression darkens. How dare the officials here collaborate with evil cultivators? They are truly deserving of death. Tianqiu, hand me the sword you collected, Jiang Yu commands. Tianqiu presents the sword. This blade is a defective piece, but it shall suffice for now. Jiang Yu nods, but before she can react, she hears a violent commotion from the right side, while the left side also begins to stir, likely attempting to break the array. Following Tianqiu's guidance, Jiang Yu grips the sword and strikes. Her confidence does not stem from her own strength, but rather from the knowledge that doing something is better than doing nothing. Otherwise, remaining within this maze for too long would render her essence and blood as nourishment for the formation. Outside the inn, a hooded figure revels in their triumph, waving a small flag with gaunt, eagle-like hands, methodically tightening the net. Initially, upon learning there were only 3 cultivators, Feng Zhan had been furious enough to kill the messenger, but upon arriving here, he discovered that 2 of them were merely in the initial stage of foundation establishment. How fortuitous! His array flags just happened to require the power of 2 foundation stage cultivators to upgrade. Once enhanced, He would be invincible across this continent. Those arrogant prodigies, righteous cultivators, would all become his eternal souls, bound to serve him for millennia. As he contemplates this, Feng Zhan can no longer contain his sinister laughter. However, his mirth is short-lived. Suddenly, a flash of fire erupts from the right, consuming the flag, and the right side formation collapses. Immediately after, a wave of frost envelopes the left side, shattering the flag, and both sides are simultaneously undone. Gripping the main flag, Feng Zhan swings it fiercely, soaring upward, and commands the remaining array flags to re-encircle. While ghostly blue flames surge forth, and the souls trapped within the main flag struggle and rush towards the three inside the inn, their distorted faces screaming in agony. Jiang Yu decisively unleashes a fire separation talisman, intercepting one soul, and seizes the opportunity to escape through the window. Xie Yuan and Qi Yu simultaneously strike at the souls, leaping through the window, swords drawn to confront Feng Zhan, and the three engage in fierce combat. Jiang Yu clutches her arms. Is that the evil cultivator? How unsettling. Evil cultivators cultivate through means contrary to the orthodox path. They thrive on murder and soul capture. The more grievances a soul bears, the stronger their power. Thus, to harvest resentment, they will torture cultivators, refining their souls and imprisoning them in dark flags, ensuring they can never transcend, Tianshu explains. Jiang Yu's gaze turns icy. No wonder anyone who encounters an evil cultivator must eradicate them without mercy. Tianshu suddenly warns, beware behind you. Jiang Yu swiftly turns, swinging her sword, only to find an infant before her. Momentarily taken aback, she hesitates, but the infant lunges forward, attempting to bite her. With a steely resolve, Jiang Yu suppresses her compassion and strikes down the creature. That is a ghost infant. Evil cultivators deliberately seek out pregnant women to nurture them with sinister means. Once the ghost infant matures, they kill the mother and refine her into a ghost, forcing the infant to consume it, a mindless monster, obedient only to commands. Kill it, Tianshu urges. Jiang Yu grits her teeth. You seem to have forgotten my strength. I cannot kill it. Tianshu, distressed, replies, since I last fought, I have yet to recover and cannot assist. Jiang Yu channels her spiritual energy into the sword, swiftly replenishing it with spirit stones. Yet she remains unable to fend off the ghost infant, which seems relentless in its pursuit of her life. Tianshu hastily rummages through the remnants of Chao Xingji's concoctions in her small world, searching for something useful. Aha! Tianshu exclaims, retrieving a talisman. This is the explosive talisman Shen Qingwei prepared for use. It is perfect for detonating that flag. First, drive back the ghost infant, then absorb all the spirit stones in the storage pouch to gather strength, and with the explosive talisman, obliterate the main flag of that evil cultivator, buying time for the two. Once the evil cultivator is dead, his possessions will be rendered useless. Jiang Yu desperately summoned her sword, unleashing a powerful blast that forced back the ghostly infant, as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She retreated with great effort, absorbing all the spirit stones from her storage bag before invoking an explosive talisman directed at the main flag. With a resounding bang, the ground erupted in a flurry of dust and debris, creating a deep crater in the vast street, while the area around the formation flags turned charred, significantly diminishing their power. Qi Yu and Xie Yuan exchanged glances, opting to join forces and simultaneously eliminate the evil cultivator. At that moment, a figure rushed in swiftly, a brilliant light enveloping the evil cultivator, trapping him within the formation, while the newcomer sat cross-legged on the ground, performing hand seals to cast the formation seal. Act quickly. I cannot hold him for long. This individual was Feng Xian, who had followed Qi Yu and Xie Yuan to this location. He had kept his distance from the two earlier, but suddenly accelerated, clearly not genuinely intent on rescuing anyone. Qi Yu and Xie Yuan no longer held back, both launching attacks against the evil cultivator ensnared within the formation. After Jiang Yu collapsed and spat out a large mouthful of blood, the ghostly infant charged forth, opening its mouth to shatter her protective jade pendant before lunging at her. In that instant, the ghostly infant let out a horrific shriek, dissipating into smoke. Jiang Yu abruptly turned her head, witnessing the destruction of the evil cultivator's corporeal form, now sealed within his own formation flag. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth left her face smeared with crimson, yet she staggered forward, breathlessly declaring, I too have contributed to the slaying of this evil cultivator. Should you dare to exclude me or silence me, it would be contrary to your righteous path. Beware of the arising of inner demons. You, Qiyu glared, you possess an audacious spirit. Do you know who we are? I do not. Jiang Yu was acutely aware that the three had scarcely regarded her, excluding her during the distribution of spoils and even considering eliminating her. Thus, she had taken the initiative to fight for her own survival. This damned world is only fit for cannon fodder. Feng Xian, however, grinned widely. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, you have contributed, and thus you shall receive your due share. But you will have the final selection. I do not desire anything from the evil cultivator. I only require 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hand them over and I shall depart. Jiang Yu stated firmly. Feng Xian, taken aback, then chuckled. As you wish, fellow Taoist. Quite astute, understanding that some treasures are not only unattainable but also perilous to possess. I am Feng Xian. May I ask how to address you? Feng Xian smiled with genuine warmth, as if merely wishing to make a new acquaintance. Yet Jiang Yu recognized that this seemingly innocent yellowbird was quite cunning. He had deceived many with his clean-cut, sunny appearance, even ensnaring Xiao Qingyue and Shan Qingwei. Nevertheless, he was undeniably fortunate, always encountering favorable circumstances, and by offering assistance, he could reap benefits. I have no interest in exchanging names. Simply give me the spirit stones. Jiang Yu extended her hand. Chapter 11. Departing from Linzhou City, Feng Xian was momentarily speechless. Before bursting into laughter as he turned to Qiyu and Xieyuan, do you two think these 5,000 spirit stones are worth it? Qiyu wasted no words and directly tossed a storage bag over. Xieyuan followed suit and threw another. Jiang Yu received them, scanning with her consciousness. One bag contained 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, totaling a remarkable 10,000. Truly, they were the pride of the cultivation families. And you? Jiang Yu turned her gaze toward Feng Xian. Feng Xian was uncertain what the evil cultivator possessed that warranted the joint efforts of foundation-building cultivators to eliminate him. Whatever it was, it must have piqued their interest, hence his probing question about its worth. He did not expect the other two to simply hand over the stones. Subsequently, he too provided 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Feng Xian found himself perplexed. Why not take the stones and depart? Did he not fear for his life? Since he is an evil cultivator, he must have harmed many. Let us first search his soul for answers, and then deal with the mortals who conspired with him. Feng Xian inquired with a faint smile to the two. They both nodded slightly, their gazes fixed on the still struggling evil cultivator. Jiang Yu initially planned for Feng Xian to provide 1,000, while the others contributed 2,000 each, totaling 5,000. She did not expect these individuals to be so affluent, each offering 5,000. The celestial tome mobilized the dwindling energy within her body, creating several light points in the room, instructing Jiang Yu to arrange the spirit stones according to their placement. Their suspicions remain. They will likely probe further, so let us set up a large gathering formation to obscure your true power. Jiang Yu nodded, positioning the spirit stones according to the light point's direction. 2 bags for cultivation, 1 bag for emergencies. I will guard the formation's exterior. The celestial tome affirmed. Jiang Yu nodded, settling down to begin her cultivation. While Jiang Yu closed her eyes to meditate, Feng Xian stealthily approached outside. Sensing the spirit energy emanating from the gathering formation, his expression shifted slightly before he quickly departed. Naturally, Qiyu tossed a storage bag to Feng Xian. Feng Xian glanced at it, his expression unchanged. After selecting a set of formation flags untainted by the evil cultivator's influence, he took his leave. Once he was gone, Xieyuan coldly remarked, he departed rather swiftly. One who knows the times is a wise man. It spares us much trouble. Qiyu conjured a flame at his fingertip, incinerating the storage bag completely. Although this encounter was somewhat unexpected, they had secured the items. However, the impending collaboration with the Qi family required careful planning. Qiyu glanced at the inn, abandoning the notion of silencing witnesses, and left alongside the others. When Jiang Yu awoke once more, it was already midday the following day. The city lay in eerie silence, with not a single pedestrian in sight. Upon awakening from her cultivation, Jiang Yu's first words were, "Where is the evil cultivator?" The evil cultivator has been obliterated, and the mortals he conspired with have been hunted down and killed. You should wash yourself thoroughly. We must leave immediately. Jiang Yu surveyed her disheveled state, gagged, and then called for the innkeeper to bring hot water, instructing the celestial tome to stand guard while she cleaned herself. After cleansing the marrow and refining the essence, the expansion of my meridians will accelerate my absorption of spirit energy. The celestial tome gazed at Jiangyu. Jiangyu sighed, I do feel significantly lighter. I suppose this means I have officially embarked on the path of cultivation. The celestial tome nodded. You have reached the second layer of the qi refinement stage. It is acceptable. Jiangyu mused. It appears having 5 elemental roots truly consumes spirit stones. Had I possessed a single elemental root, I would have advanced 2 layers by now. Taking the formation spirit stones left behind by the 2 individuals next door, Jiangyu leaped from the window and swiftly exited Linzhou city. With the evil cultivator vanquished, the righteous cultivators in the vicinity would surely come to investigate. If they questioned her, she would be at a loss. Fearing they might suspect her of having acquired the evil cultivator's treasures and subsequently apprehend her for interrogation. Thus, it was best to depart quickly. 3 months later, a weary Jiangyu appeared outside Tianzhou city. After paying a 50 low-grade spirit stone entrance fee, she inquired about renting a cave dwelling. A sign was visible ahead, and flying with a sword was prohibited within the city. She did not wish to break the rules. Jiangyu signaled her understanding and dragged her weary legs forward. On the way, she stumbled upon a shop selling talismans, purchasing a talisman brush, 2 vials of beast blood, and 300 sheets of talisman paper. Spending a total of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The talisman brush was particularly expensive. Even the cheapest one cost 500 low-grade spirit stones, and the beast blood was also pricey, 1 vial costing 100. It seemed that being a talisman master was indeed a costly profession. Eventually, she arrived at the place for renting cave dwellings. Upon inquiry, she was taken aback by the staggering prices that might discourage anyone. Miss, for a low-grade cave dwelling without protection, the monthly fee is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, with renewal available here. While this upper tier offers the same concentration of spirit energy, it includes a protective formation to ensure safety, costing only 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Jiangyu's expression remained indifferent as she pointed to a specific area and asked, What about this one? Miss, this is a mid-tier cave dwelling, costing 4,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. The concentration of spirit energy is exceptional, and it comes with a protective formation, ensuring absolute safety from disturbances. Then I will take this one. Let me stay for a month to test it out. Jiangyu casually retrieved 4,000 low-grade spirit stones and accepted the jade token. Miss, I will escort you upstairs myself. Jiangyu responded with a faint acknowledgement, feeling a pang of heartache. The celestial tome sighed. The mid-tier barely meets your cultivation needs. Otherwise, what difference would it make to stay in an ordinary inn? Jiangyu understood, but her heart still ached. She was now completely out of funds. Jiangyu was led to the entrance of the cave dwelling. After channeling her spirit energy into the jade token, the formation slowly opened, allowing her to enter. After the celestial tome inspected the interior, it looked at Jiangyu. It is satisfactory. Jiangyu groaned, 4,000. For this shabby place, why not just rob someone? Isn't that what you just experienced? The celestial tome gazed at Jiangyu. You were just robbed. Jiangyu felt like crying without tears, observing the cave, which consisted of an outer room, an inner room, and a small area with soil, likely suitable for planting spirit herbs. Yet, apart from that, there was not a single piece of furniture. It was just a barren floor with no stone bed. Leaning against the wall, Jiangyu swallowed a pill to suppress her hunger. The celestial tome took out everything from the small world and instructed Jiangyu to place them into her storage bag. You have destroyed the sword. You used 1 talisman, so sell the rest. Shouldn't we keep some talismans for self-defense? 3 talismans remain, likely gifts from your elders. If you save them for the secret realm, it may cause complications. It is better to exchange them for spirit stones to enhance your strength before venturing into the secret realm, the celestial tome advised. Jiangyu found this reasoning sound and decided to recover some energy before venturing outside to gather information. Chapter 12. Selling goods. Jiangyu approached the person who had previously assisted her. My junior disciple entrusted me with selling the magical tools he crafted. Do you know of any places? Miss, you have come to the right person. Our establishment accepts them. Jiangyu was taken aback. Before entering, she noticed a sign with the characteristics. Oh, this Su family was the local authority? Very well. Lead the way. The man let out a sound of acknowledgement, respectfully guiding Jiangyu out of the place. After walking less than 100 meters, He led her into a shop. This establishment appeared to specialize in selling magical and spiritual artifacts. With weapons displayed prominently for all to see, their prices transparent and fair to all customers. To the right of the exhibition hall, several tightly shut doors ensured the privacy of transactions, which suited Jiang Yu's intentions perfectly. There were experts guarding the premises, as the heavenly book subtly reminded. After expressing her gratitude to the man, Jiang Yu found an empty room to enter. An elderly man across from her inquired with a smile. "What treasures has the fairy taken a liking to?" "My junior brother entrusted me to help sell his magical artifacts, all crafted by himself. I wish to ascertain the current market conditions," Jiang Yu replied as she produced an item and handed it over. The elder scrutinized it closely before looking back at Jiang Yu. "This shield can be used by those below the 7th level of artifact forging. It is light and can withstand 3 attacks of the same level. However, it seems there was some haste during its creation, as the wind array is not well inscribed. Its value is approximately 200 low-grade spirit stones." The heavenly book interjected, "This is likely worth no more than the cost of materials." Jiang Yu inwardly disdained Chao Xingji, but then produced all her magical artifacts. "Please appraise them. Consider it encouragement for the younger generation." The elder smiled, appraising each item before announcing, "In total, they are worth 2,000 low-grade spirit stones." Jiang Yu nodded and inquired, "Do you also accept spirit talismans? If so, I need not visit 2 locations." "Indeed, we do," the elder replied with a squint and a smile. Jiang Yu was unperturbed by the elder's potential insights. For in the realm of cultivation, power reigned supreme, and competition was commonplace. Having rented a cave dwelling and under the protection of the Su family, she felt secure. "I have 3 talismans. Please provide a fair price." The elder's eyes gleamed with interest as he examined them closely. Then he gazed intently at Jiang Yu. "I hope to be bold and ask." Jiang Yu interrupted. "No questions," the elder, somewhat regretful, promptly stated. "For the 3 talismans, I can offer 500 low-grade spirit stones for the 2 third-grade ones. As for this one, if you wish to sell it safely, I can offer this price." He gestured with one finger. Jiang Yu's expression remained unchanged. "Agreed." The heavenly book informed her that the talisman contained the sealed power of a senior member of the Shen family, who was at the peak of foundational level cultivation. Thus, if it were to be sold, the price would undoubtedly be significant. However, because it belonged to the Shen family, it would be subject to price reduction for a safe sale. Nonetheless, she was satisfied. As the total amounted to 1,000, the elder sighed with relief as he handed over the spirit stones and collected the items. Jiang Yu then took her leave. Although the selling price was low, the safety of the transaction was a significant advantage. They likely had means to manage it. The heavenly book cast a glance at the Su family sign and asked, "Is there a character with the surname Su in the story you read?" Jiang Yu nodded. "Indeed, a female supporting character named Su Mei. In the story, Su Mei followed her older brother to a secret realm for training, being the pampered youngest daughter. She encountered Shan Qingwei slaying a beast and obtained a medicinal herb. Her spoiled and willful nature led her to insist on purchasing it, only to be reprimanded by Shan Qingwei, which sparked her resentment. This led to a series of self-destructive actions, and she did not survive long thereafter." The heavenly book, somewhat speechless, cautioned Jiang Yu, "Only with strength can one seize opportunities. Without it, careful planning and stealthy tactics are essential. Who would provide you with what you seek in broad daylight? Quite the glitch." Jiang Yu shrugged. The female protagonist discovers something, and the supporting character, with gleaming eyes, insists, "I want that. Give it to me, or I'll have you killed," only to meet her own demise. Is there truly such folly among cultivators? The heavenly book inquired. Jiang Yu, uncertain, replied, "Perhaps." Upon returning to her cave dwelling, Jiang Yu tossed the recently purchased mat onto the floor, arranged a small spirit-gathering array, and sat cross-legged to begin her cultivation. 4,000 in a month. I absolutely cannot waste this. Half a month later, after firmly establishing her second level of chi refinement, Jiang Yu began to experiment with talisman drawing. The heavenly book also suggested that she should sell the foundation-building pill rather than use it. After some contemplation, Jiang Yu decided to sell it before venturing into the secret realm, allowing her to acquire a more suitable weapon. Otherwise, if the treasure-hunting mouse failed to find anything, her life would be at stake. "Are you preparing to draw talismans?" the heavenly book observed as Jiang Yu unfolded her tome, pressing it down with her left hand while dipping her right hand in the blood of a magical beast to begin sketching. "Of course, I am drawing according to the illustrations." What else would I do? Jiang Yu queried, puzzled. The heavenly book explained, use your spiritual sense as a brush, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within the talisman paper, and complete it in one breath, crafting it seamlessly. Jiang Yu gazed at the heavenly book in confusion. The heavenly book simplified, it is akin to your cultivation, guiding spiritual energy into your meridians and ultimately flowing into your dantian. Drawing talismans requires a similar communication of spiritual energy, sealing it onto the paper. The moment the brush touches the paper is the process of outlining with your spiritual sense. It is not merely a matter of copying. Jiang Yu nodded solemnly and, following the heavenly book's instructions, began with the most fundamental fireball talisman. Grasping the talisman brush, she brought it down onto the paper. With a sudden sizzle, the talisman ignited spontaneously. Jiang Yu's spirits plummeted. I failed. Although talisman drawing appeared simple at first glance, the brush served as a conduit for the forces of heaven and earth, which would also benefit her future studies in formation techniques. The heavenly book remarked that whether in alchemy, artifact forging, or talisman drawing, success was built upon a foundation of failures, accumulating experience step by step, emphasizing the importance of a solid foundation. Regaining her confidence, Jiang Yu resumed her talisman drawing. Following the heavenly book's advice, she would meditate to restore her spiritual sense once depleted, and after recovery, she would continue practicing, thereby enhancing her spiritual awareness. As an ordinary person with 5 elemental roots, she understood that to gain strength, she must be grounded and progressive. After utilizing 300 talismans, Jiang Yu finally succeeded in crafting 3 fireball talismans. Encouraged by this success, she purchased a substantial quantity of talisman paper and continued her efforts. As her technique became increasingly proficient, her speed improved significantly. Tasks that once required her to recover after crafting 3 talismans now allowed her to create 50 before needing a break, marking remarkable progress. The heavenly book remained by her side, offering guidance and prompting Jiang Yu to gradually discover her own path in talisman crafting. Ultimately, Jiang Yu honed in on her unique approach and successfully created her first improved fireball talisman. While a standard fireball talisman could only produce a single fireball, this new version could launch 3 simultaneously. Following this breakthrough, Jiang Yu felt as though she had unblocked her meridians, and her proficiency with other talismans began to flourish as well. Chapter 13. Seeking collaboration. A month later, Jiang Yu first renewed her rent for another month before seeking out the elder to sell the foundation-building pill. After the elder had someone conduct a thorough appraisal, he regarded Jiang Yu and said, Jiang Daoist, this indeed is a foundation-building pill, though it is of average quality. Considering your patronage, we will offer you 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? The elder smiled brightly. Indeed, there is a spirit axe. He gestured for someone to bring it over. Jiang Daoist, please take a close look. Jiang Yu accepted it, inquiring, do you have any spirit swords? The elder merely smiled without answering. Jiang Yu understood. There were spirit swords, but they were beyond her means. Yes, Jiang Yu stored the spirit axe, murmuring to the heavenly book, this pill is much more expensive than a spirit talisman. That is only natural. Pills can aid in breakthroughs, whereas talismans are merely one-time use, the heavenly book explained. Jiang Yu nodded, not particularly hesitant, as the heavenly book had mentioned that it was best not to rely on pills for breakthroughs. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, Jiang Yu retained 5,000 spirit stones for emergencies, using the remainder to set up the spirit gathering array. Once the array was complete, she cleared her mind, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate. Before she knew it, half a month had passed, and with the spirit stones fully expended, Jiang Yu finally reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. After cycling through her qi, she solidified her level and immediately set about drawing talismans. They planned to venture early to the outskirts of the secret realm for training, allowing them to acclimate to the spirit axe, so that when the secret realm opened, they could enter ahead of others. Another 10 days passed. Jiang Yu packed her belongings and departed her cave dwelling, returning the jade token for the cave before heading to the spirit ship station in Tianzhu City. To Shizhou City, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. After paying the spirit stones, Jiang Yu received a wooden plaque and went upstairs to wait. Soon, the spirit ship arrived, and Jiang Yu presented her plaque before heading to the 2nd-floor cabin. The Su family's spirit ship was just as impressive as the Chao family's. Why is it so expensive? Jiang Yu felt a pang of pain in her heart. The heavenly book remained unfazed, stating, it's all a matter of being poor. Jiang Yu took a seat on her mat, glancing at her storage bag. A few strands of hemp vine, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, 200 fireball talismans, and 5 special fireball talismans, truly impoverished. The heavenly book interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts, saying, "Many people have already gone ahead." Jiang Yu nodded. She had inquired and learned that those who went early were mostly loose cultivators, and they would not be afraid to team up in groups. As for sex or cultivation families, they would travel in their own spirit ships, arriving on the same day. Knock, knock. Jiang Yu frowned and rose, wondering who might be seeking her out. Perhaps it was a manager from the Su family? Upon opening the door, she found Zhou Cheng standing there, a smile on his face. "Jiang Daoist, it truly is you. I thought I was mistaken." Jiang Yu was about to shut the door when Zhou Cheng blocked it, saying, "Wait a moment. I have already made connections regarding your earlier mention of joining the Loose Cultivator Alliance." Jiang Yu furrowed her brow. When did I express a desire to join the Loose Cultivator Alliance? And besides, are we even that familiar? Zhou Cheng, undeterred by the awkwardness, continued, "We've known each other for quite some time now. Joining the Loose Cultivator Alliance would provide some support." Jiang Yu frowned. This person was someone she had encountered while purchasing talisman paper, who had persistently tried to strike up a conversation. After discovering their cave dwellings were nearby, he had come to visit the following day, only to be met with a cold reception. Jiang Yu had no intention of acknowledging the individual, yet the moment this person spotted her leaving, he would immediately approach, incessantly engaging in self-serving chatter, all the while feigning concern for her well-being by proposing to join the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Jiang Yu, no longer bothering to shut the door, crossed her arms and coldly regarded him. "Are you seeking death?" Zhou Cheng was taken aback, responding, "I merely believe that we could accompany each other into the secret realm. After all, it is fraught with peril. And I can protect you." Jiang Yu, a modern-day office worker, was all too familiar with such self-important individuals who sought to pursue her. Firstly, he was passably attractive, prompting her to inquire further. Secondly, his rented cave abode suggested affluence, which reassured her. Lastly, his presence on the second level of a spirit boat indicated a comfortable background or substantial wealth, making him seem attainable from start to finish. The reason this man rambled on was his innate belief that no one would reject him. He genuinely considered himself exceptional. Jiang Yu scoffed, "You inquired about me at the Su family shop, and the next day I received a reminder eyeing my talisman-making skills, asking the shopkeeper about my purchasing quantity, and I received a notification an hour later. You, a man of dubious integrity, wish to collaborate with me? Do you deserve it?" Zhou Cheng's expression darkened. "Daoist Jiang, I am offering you an opportunity. This secret realm is dangerous. Should you venture alone, you might encounter misfortune." Jiang Yu was even less concerned. "My family elders have already arrived ahead of me. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on me, it will be they who face dire consequences." Zhou Cheng's countenance shifted, taking a step back. "I am simply worried for you, Daoist Jiang. Since you find no need for collaboration, I shall take my leave." With a resounding bang, Jiang Yu slammed the door shut, pondering how he had managed to ascend to the second floor. He must have received a nod from one of the Su family's stewards to come looking for her. Tan Shu observed her, noting that Zhou Cheng's strength at the 8th level of Qi refinement posed a considerable challenge. They were not yet his match. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Jiang Yu flung the door open, only to glimpse a woman's silhouette and a note at her feet. Picking up the note, she promptly closed the door again. "What does the note say?" Tian Shu inquired. Jiang Yu cast a glance at it, her fury igniting. "This scoundrel deserves to be ground to dust." It turned out the note was a warning from the female cultivator, stating that Zhou Cheng would target weaker female cultivators to offer them as furnace cauldrons to a certain elder of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, advising her to exercise caution. "Tian Shu, I must strike first and eliminate him," Jiang Yu declared, flames erupting from her fingertips as she incinerated the note. Tian Shu pondered. Currently, available methods include using another's hand to kill, diverting disaster elsewhere. There is also one more. Jiang Yu opened the door and stepped outside, suggesting collaboration in their murderous intent. Since a female cultivator had alerted her, it implied Zhou Cheng had not set his sights solely on her. Hence, she needed to recruit allies to swiftly deal with him. She knocked gently on a door, announcing, "My surname is Jiang." The female cultivator inside cautiously opened a sliver of the door, her gaze filled with apprehension. "What I warned you about is true," Jiang Yu replied, I know, which is why I've come to seek your cooperation. Chapter 14. I have always wanted to kill him, but my strength is insufficient. Linzhou's eyes were red-rimmed. I have a friend who was deceived into the loose cultivator alliance and soon vanished. Jiang Yu could not help but inquire, is there truly no one who can deal with him? This Zhou Cheng only preyed upon isolated female cultivators, and with the loose cultivator alliance backing him, who would dare to act against him? Qiao Yu sighed. As for those sect cultivators and aristocratic families, who would care about the life or death of a loose cultivator? Jiang Yu resolutely stated, I dare. Linzhou immediately affirmed, I dare as well. This man has harmed countless female cultivators, even if it costs me my life. I must kill him. No need to risk your life. I have a plan. Jiang Yu began to inquire how each person had encountered Zhou Cheng and what their strengths were. Tianqiu stood by, strategizing meticulously. Once Jiang Yu had formulated a plan, they each dispersed to prepare. 10 days later, upon arriving in Shizhou City, Zhou Cheng did not disembark from the spirit boat immediately but waited at the staircase. Jiang Yu and her companions did not clamor to act together. Instead, they descended in groups of 3 or 4. Noticing the crowd, Zhou Cheng had no choice but to retreat temporarily. Qiro spat in frustration. I painstakingly gathered spirit stones to ascend to the 2nd floor, only to evade this man. Yet he remains a persistent shadow. Jiang Yu reassured her companions, we will soon have a solution. Let us first head to the inn. Since Shizhou City had accommodations for sect cultivators, it naturally also possessed inns with sparse spiritual energy for loose cultivators, allowing them mutual support. Upon reaching the inn, they rested and ventured out to procure supplies. For the next 3 days, no one left, until on the 4th day, Jiang Yu set out alone from the inn, heading to the outskirts of the secret realm, preparing to hunt demon beasts. Zhou Cheng, having lurked for days, relaxed upon discovering Jiang Yu had no so-called family. Now, seeing her venture out, he quickly followed without bothering to summon others. Tianqiu remarked lazily, the fish has taken the bait. Jiang Yu nodded. Linzhou had visited this secret realm and provided her with a map of the outskirts, indicating the presence of a 3rd-tier demon beast, perfect to present as a gift to Zhou Cheng. Tianqiu advised, he is following at a distance. Act oblivious and begin harvesting the spiritual herbs on the ground. Spiritual herbs? Jiang Yu glanced down, realizing her feet were surrounded by spirit stones. Tianqiu felt compelled to educate her. This 2-leafed plant with spotted stems is a low-tier blood-stopping herb. Useful for mortals. Can it be sold? Jiang Yu queried, but still proceeded to carefully uproot a single specimen using a flat stone. Tianqiu shook his head. Cultivators would have no use for it. I meant for you to gather it to plant in my small world. Any low-tier item, given a few hundred years, becomes valuable. Jiang Yu handed over the herb. A few hundred years, 4 cultivators. That is but a fleeting moment. But if you do not reach foundation establishment soon, it could take you a century. Tianqiu tossed the blood-stopping herb into the small world. Jiang Yu. Tianqiu urged her to continue forward, planning to deal with Zhou Cheng and then acquire some spirit stones to buy a shovel and jade box. Otherwise, even if she encountered something valuable, she could not excavate it. Jiang Yu agreed and proceeded, stopping intermittently to collect several unclaimed medicinal herbs. Are we nearing our destination? Tianqiu inquired. Jiang Yu carefully compared the terrain Linzhou had described, nodded, and retrieved a box of powder given to her by Qiro. They were now close to the secret realm, where demon beasts occasionally roamed, providing her with the opportunity to gather some demon blood. A soft rustle echoed, and a 1st-tier gray rabbit beast lunged towards her. Jiang Yu swiftly drew her spirit axe to strike. The gray rabbit beast, agile as lightning, evaded the spirit axe multiple times and lunged at Jiang Yu with its powerful jaws. Jiang Yu stared at its massive incisors and rotund body, swallowing hard. Tianqiu was momentarily taken aback. It was Jiang Yu's first battle against a demon beast, and she was at a loss, learning through trial and error to find the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, Zhou Cheng, observing Jiang Yu's true capabilities, could not help but snicker, though he soon recalled that he could not fully discern her strength, suspecting she might possess some concealed artifact. What a clever Jiang Yu! He mused, planning to achieve 2 objectives with 1 move. Tianqiu refrained from intervening, allowing Jiang Yu to hone her skills. Only through personal combat experience could she truly claim her abilities. After several missed attempts, Jiang Yu gradually discovered her method of engagement, replenishing her spiritual energy before delivering a decisive blow with her spirit axe, slaying the gray rabbit beast. Seizing the opportunity, Tianshu collected the beast into his spatial realm. Seeing the gray rabbit beast fall, Zhou assumed Jiang Yu had stored it in her spatial pouch and calculated her current stamina, thus choosing not to evade as he approached boldly. Daoist Jiang, regarding my previous proposal, have you given it any thought? Zhou flashed a charming smile. Jiang Yu stifled a retch, forcing herself to stand. You followed me here? Daoist Jiang, you exaggerate. Anyone can come to this place. How could I be following you? Zhou stepped closer. Jiang Yu's expression hardened. What do you want? Stay back. Zhou grinned with increasing arrogance. Why do you distance yourself so? Our bond runs deep. Jiang Yu's expression shifted through various shades before she finally spoke. Regarding your suggestion to join the Loose Cultivator Alliance, I have considered it and would appreciate your recommendation. Zhou erupted into boisterous laughter. Ah. Daoist Jiang, now you fear me. He suddenly stepped forward, his expression turning predatory. To join the Loose Cultivator Alliance, one must offer something in return, don't you think? As he spoke, his fingers twitched, preparing to brush aside Jiang Yu's loose hair. Jiang Yu feigned panic, taking a large step back. Zhou cold smile widened as he lunged forward. Jiang Yu quickly scattered the powder across Zhou, then swung her spirit axe downwards in one swift motion. Zhou wiped the powder off nonchalantly, deflecting her spirit sword and gritting his teeth. You wretched girl, dare to strike at me? When I catch you, I will make you wish for death. Is that so? Chiro suddenly appeared, asking, which one do you intend to capture? Zhou looked disdainfully at the two. Do you really believe your collaboration can surpass me? One is insufficient? Then I shall take two. If 2-1 do, I'll take 10. Linzhou and her companions emerged, swiftly forming a formation, swords drawn and ready to attack. Jiang Yu stepped back, following Chiro's guidance to lure out the third-tier demon beast. Chapter 15. The Alliance Against the Wolf Demon. The location described by Chiro is a cave situated near the edge of a small secret realm, housing a third-tier wolf demon. Logically speaking, such a pack-oriented creature would never be found lurking alone in such a place. However, according to Chiro, this wolf demon was originally a beast of the secret realm, inadvertently released by a female cultivator 3 years ago when the realm was sealed. Since then, it has lingered in this vicinity, and no cultivator has dared to approach. Jiang Yu found it perplexing. A third-tier wolf demon shouldn't pose a significant threat to some senior cultivators. Why had it not been dealt with promptly? But now she understood the reason. The wolf demon was guarding a spirit fruit that was nearing maturity. Tianshu observed the fruit and explained. Shaped like a claw? With a purplish hue and the size of a fist, it is known as the blood condensation fruit, a primary ingredient for crafting the blood condensation pill. There exists another similar fruit, darker red in color, called the blood drop fruit, which is highly toxic. Jiang Yu examined it closely and confirmed it was indeed the blood condensation fruit. Just its name suggests considerable value. Nodding, Jiang Yu poured the remaining medicinal powder from her hand into her sleeve and mixed it with the blood from her injured arm before cautiously approaching the cave. With a fierce and menacing roar, a gray wolf demon with emerald green eyes emerged slowly from the shadows. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu raised her spirit axe and swung it. The wolf demon bared its teeth. Lunging forward to bite, Jiang Yu was caught off guard, her arm sustaining another wound, blood streaming down and soaking her sleeve, intensifying the scent of the medicinal powder. This wolf blood powder, procured by Chiro, was specifically designed to lure demon beasts, proving particularly effective now in drawing out the wolf demon. Run, Tianshu commanded. Jiang Yu concentrated her spiritual energy and swung her axe at the wolf demon once more. Not caring whether it struck or not, she turned to flee. The swing indeed missed the wolf demon but came perilously close to the blood condensation fruit, provoking an enraged howl from the beast as it charged after her. Tianshu perched steadily on Jiang Yu's shoulder, offering warnings. It's about to bite. It's getting closer. Just a step away. Now it's just half a step away. And now, it's just a step away again. Zhou. Come here. Jiang Yu shouted in anger, tearing off her sleeve and tossing it towards Zhou. Zhou had just repelled all attackers when he noticed something thrown his way. Reacting instinctively, he shouted and slashed at the torn sleeve with his sword, shredding it into pieces. At that moment, Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to approach and suddenly darted behind him. You dare to sneak attack? Zhou spun around, ready to strike back. Once I catch you, I will break your limbs and treat you like dogs, delivering you to Elder Zhou. The wolf demon, perceiving the two as allies, charged towards them in a furious roar, sinking its teeth into Zhou Cheng. He let out a pained scream, throwing a blasting talisman. The wolf demon howled in agony, a crater forming on its forehead from the explosion, yet it only fueled its ferocity. Now it disregarded Jiang Yu entirely. Intent on avenging the injury it had suffered, Qiao Yu seized the moment to pull Jiang Yu away from the battlefield. Jiang Yu, clutching her wounded arm, observed that nearly everyone was injured, her expression turning apologetic. Qi-Ro reassured her, "It's not your fault. Killing it was our collective intention, and besides, the wolf demon has been known to descend from the mountain to devour cultivators to sate its hunger. What you did was a good deed. Indeed, many have been deterred from climbing the mountain due to this wolf demon. If it is eliminated, our team will find it much easier to hunt demons." Qiao Yu added, visibly relieved. Lacking hemostatic medicine, Jiang Yu and the others resorted to fabric for makeshift bandages. During their brief respite, Jiang Yu furrowed her brow. Glancing towards the commotion, it appeared that the wolf demon was gaining the upper hand. Zhou Cheng seemed unable to contend with it. They needed to devise a new plan to eliminate the beast. "Does anyone know why no cultivator has dealt with this wolf demon?" Jiang Yu inquired tentatively. Linzhou lowered her voice. "A powerful cultivator has declared that no one is to kill it, claiming it is for the training of their disciple." Jiang Yu replied incredulously, "Does that cultivator not know that the wolf demon preys on humans?" Qiao Yu sighed with a bitter smile. How could they not know? When the wolf demon first emerged, it was only a second-tier beast. Over the past 3 years, it has fed on humans and other demon beasts, rising to the 3rd tier. Otherwise, in this area with such sparse spiritual energy, it couldn't have cultivated so rapidly. Suddenly, Zhou Cheng screamed in agony as one of his arms was bitten off. The wolf demon pinning him to the ground, its jaws wide open to deliver a fatal bite. Jiang Yu's eyes hardened. Now is our chance. The group charged forward once more. Jiang Yu hurled the 6 shattering stone talismans given by Lin Feng, forming a stone array that ensnared the wolf demon within. The others unleashed their magical artifacts, striking furiously at the demon. Zhou Cheng was now struggling for breath, his resentment directed at Jiang Yu. Seizing the moment, she dragged him out, swiftly dealing with the wolf demon before erasing her spiritual mark from his storage bag to retrieve the remaining 5 blasting talismans, all of which she hurled at the wolf demon. With a furious howl, the wolf demon, injured and in pain, attempted to flee. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth and threw 2 special fireball talismans, targeting the demon's midsection, then swung her axe down upon it. A pained scream erupted as the wolf demon collapsed. Determined, Jiang Yu readied another strike, only to be stopped by Qiao Yu. With a long sword, Qiao Yu plunged it into the wolf demon's mouth, ending its life. "The fur is too damaged to sell," Qiao Yu panted. Linzhou trembled, asking, "Is the wolf demon dead?" "What about Zhou Cheng?" Qi-Ro approached Zhou Cheng and delivered a final strike, gritting her teeth. "That wretched beast is finally dead." Linzhou collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Zhou Cheng is dead. He finally died, good riddance." Jiang Yu addressed the group. "I want the wolf demon, so please allocate a smaller share of Zhou Cheng's belongings to me. We must deal with this quickly." With that, she began to collect the wolf demon. The others had no objections, though Qiao Yu warned against selling the wolf demon on site to avoid attracting trouble. Linzhou and Qi-Ro began to search Zhou Cheng's body for valuables. After gathering everything, they set it ablaze, then divided the contents of his storage bag into several portions. Jiang Yu had previously stated she only wanted spirit stones, so they allocated her 10,000 spirit stones. After collecting her share, she prepared to leave when Qiao Yu halted her, vowing, "Today, we happened to cross paths and teamed up to eliminate a few first-tier demon beasts." Nothing more. Linzhou, Qi-Ro, and the others also swore their allegiance. Jiang Yu reciprocated the oath, and once completed, they meticulously erased all traces before dispersing. Jiang Yu, clutching her wounded arm, turned towards the cave entrance, ready to harvest the blood condensation fruit, only to unexpectedly encounter Feng Xian standing nearby. "Step aside." Jiang Yu hurled a special fireball talisman at him, forcing him back. "This is my prize. You dare to touch it?" "Your prize? Did you slay the wolf demon here?" Feng Xian replied with a bemused smile. Jiang Yu frowned. 3 blood condensation fruits. "I will give you one." Feng Xian smiled broadly. "Very well. I will provide you with hemostatic medicine. With that, he tossed Jiang Yu a porcelain vial. Jiang Yu poured it onto her arm, and the bleeding quickly ceased. Feng Xian's expression softened slightly. Should we find each other in the future? Shall we collaborate? Jiang Yu remained silent, patiently awaiting the maturation of the blood condensation fruit. The moment it ripened, Feng Xian swiftly took one before clasping his hands in farewell and departing. Once certain he had left, Jiang Yu and her companions carefully uprooted the medicinal plant, presenting it to Tianshu. If left outside, the moment the fruit is harvested, the plant will wither, but it will thrive in my small world. Tianshu planted the blood condensation fruit, assuring her, you will never lack for this fruit in the future. Chapter 16. The opening of the small secret realm. Elder Zhou of the Loose Cultivator Alliance had been investigating Zhou Cheng's disappearance for several days. But upon finding no leads, he eventually set the matter aside. Half a month later, Jiang Yu vacated her room and left the inn, joining the throngs of people streaming back up the mountain. For the small secret realm was about to open. On her ascent, Jiang Yu encountered Xiaoyu, Qirou, and the others. They exchanged knowing glances before nodding and parting ways. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the area was so crowded that there was scarcely a place to step, forcing everyone to remain still, even struggling to sit down and rest. However, at the forefront, disciples from various sects and members of prominent cultivation families occupied their designated areas, vigilantly watching one another under the guidance of their masters or elders. Shun Qingwei respectfully bowed towards Lin Shuejian. Elder Lin, I will be acting alongside the Shin family this time, as I have informed my master of my arrival. Lin Shuejian, with a visage as picturesque as a painting, appeared to be of a similar age to Zhang Zhanren, yet he was also a contemporary of the renowned master of the Buyuan continent, Xiao Qingyue. You have already discussed this with your master. Why then do you seek my counsel? Lin Shuejian coldly dismissed her with a wave of his sleeve. Shun Qingwei was pushed back by a gust of wind, her face flushing crimson, drawing the attention of many onlookers. She gritted her teeth but refrained from retaliating, bowing quietly as she departed. Master! Xiao Qingyue called joyfully, hurrying over and catching sight of Shun Qingwei as she left. Come here, Lin Shuejian said with a gentle smile. Was the wolf demon slain? Xiao Qingyue met his expectant gaze and chuckled awkwardly. Master, it was killed, but I failed to dispose of the body properly. That's inconsequential. Your strength has grown recently. Should anyone dare to provoke you again? Simply take action, I will handle everything, Lin Shuejian reassured her softly. Xiao Qingyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Master, I can manage. I wouldn't want to disturb you while you were in seclusion. How can that be? Lin Shuejian's expression turned stern. Should I allow anyone to bully my only disciple? Xiao Qingyue wiped her eyes. Master, I am not afraid. Should I encounter them again, I will handle it myself and not embarrass you. Indeed, with me as your backing, you need not fear. Even if the Shin family is present, I remain unperturbed, Lin Shuejian stated firmly. Xiao Qingyue felt a sense of satisfaction and inquired, Did you see senior sister Shin arriving? She intends to act alongside the Shin family, merely notifying me, the team leader, in passing. As Lin Shuejian's words fell, Xiao Qingyue suddenly became anxious. The Shin family would not be targeting me, would they? Lin Shuejian could not help but ponder this matter, feeling a surge of displeasure. Nevertheless, I have commanded everyone to protect you. Any defiance will result in expulsion from the sect at best, or the severing of their spiritual roots at worst, with my master safeguarding me. I no longer fear anything. Xiao Qingyue smiled with a slight blush on her cheeks. Lin Shuejian urged her to sit and rest properly, casually handing her several life-preserving items. As for himself, he was determined to take away Xiao Qingyue's treasure-seeking mouse. Jiang Yu glared at the deliberately squeezing Feng Xian and, through gritted teeth, inquired via voice transmission, Are you below the foundation establishment stage? Not at all. I have suppressed my cultivation level with the spiritual tool. Feng Xian replied with a smile. My elders have instructed me to retrieve an item. What do you say? Shall we collaborate? Jiang Yu probed. What item? A stone tablet. Feng Xian smiled at Jiang Yu, the truth mingling with deception, leaving it to Jiang Yu to decide what to believe. Jiang Yu believed him because she was aware of the stone tablet, which inscribed a 7-killing formation, one that could even be upgraded. Originally, this formation was acquired by Xiao Qingyue, but in the records, it was taken by Shun Qingwei first. Now, Feng Xian was resolute in his pursuit, and judging by his luck, he was likely to seize it. If that were the case, The location of the stone tablet should only open in the last 3 days, right? We will collaborate for the final 3 days. You want the stone tablet, and I desire something else? Jiang Yu stated. Feng Xian squinted. I truly cannot see through you. You appear to have low cultivation yet consistently produce unexpected items and even know the stone tablet's location. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. So do not provoke me, or you shall face dire consequences. Feng Xian chuckled and suddenly remarked, I saw Xiao Qingyue from Tiandao sect heading into that cave, and she was quite furious. TSK, TSK, TSK. Outside she is spoken of as the kind and gentle fairy Qingyue. Yet she possesses such a temper. Jiang Yu realized that the wolf demon was released by Xiao Qingyue, and the one who forbade its slaying must be her master, Lin Shuejian. This former top master had fallen for his disciple, and after being schemed against by Xin Qingwei, he faced ruin, fell into madness, and ultimately met his demise at Shan Qingwei's hands, discarded among a horde of demon beasts in light of our collaboration. I shall offer you a word of caution. Jiang Yu regarded him. With one being Xiao Qingyue and the other Xin Qingwei, she needed to be vigilant. Feng Xian nodded with a smile, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, a familiar figure approached Feng Xian, who greeted them before departing and before leaving, conveyed through voice transmission. The 2 disciples from the sect have taken a treasure map of the Sword Tomb's secret realm, rumored to contain treasures left by immortals. The secret realm will open in 2 years. Let us collaborate then. Having said this, Feng Xian turned and left. Jiang Yu gazed at the heavenly book, silently inquiring with her eyes. The heavenly book, too, was curious. In such a sparsely spiritual place, could there truly be treasures left by ascendants? Have you lost your mind? Jiang Yu replied through voice transmission. But there are indeed items in that secret realm. Xiao Qingyue acquired a phoenix tail zither, while the Moonshadow sword, which should have been mine, was taken by Shan Qingwei. The heavenly book glanced at the spiritual axe in Jiang Yu's hand. Since it is the Sword Tomb's secret realm, there must be spiritual swords, right? Jiang Yu also looked at her spiritual axe. What should we do? Only those above the foundation establishment stage can enter that place. The heavenly book took a deep breath. Once inside, seize whatever you can. Take as many items as possible to exchange for spiritual stones for cultivation. Jiang Yu winced. She is perpetually short on spiritual stones, never able to retain them. It is opened. It has opened. The secret realm is open. A commotion erupted ahead, and Jiang Yu could not help but rise on her toes to observe. However, the earlier commotion was swiftly subdued, and through layers of communication, Jiang Yu learned that a rogue cultivator had seen the secret realm open and rushed forward, only to be slain by an elder from a nearby sect. Following the death of that individual, all rogue cultivators retreated in unison. Only after the sect disciples and the children of noble families entered would the rogue cultivators be permitted to enter the secret realm. Jiang Yu blended into the crowd, and as she neared the secret realm, she suddenly felt a chill permeate her limbs. In the next moment, she found herself within the secret realm. Chapter 17. Entering the secret realm. As the scenery shifted before her, Jiang Yu felt a sensation of weightlessness wash over her, and then she landed on a grassy expanse. So this is the secret realm. The heavenly book seemed somewhat disdainful of the spiritual energy here. I have prepared the blood of the demon beasts for you. Sell the corpses once we exit, the heavenly book remarked. Jiang Yu suddenly inquired, since you are the heavenly book, do you know if these demon beasts are edible? Unenlightened demon beasts can be consumed, the heavenly book replied. Jiang Yu nearly burst into tears. She could finally forego the spirit-restraining pills and enjoy normal food. Since there are plenty of herbs in the secret realm, gather a bit of each. Whether to store here or sell outside, it will be a profitable endeavor, the heavenly book advised. Jiang Yu concurred, mentioning that the small secret realm opened every 3 years. But this time there was a treasure-seeking mouse, as both Xiao Qingyue and Xin Qingwei had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, with the next step being foundation establishment. Do you know where it is? The heavenly book asked. Jiang Yu nodded. In the last 3 days, a cultivator's cave in the small secret realm will suddenly open. The stone tablet Feng Xian desires is there, and the treasure-seeking mouse I want is also there. Grasping the initiative, she must secure the treasure-seeking mouse before Shan Qingwei. As the heavenly book spoke, it pointed to a nearby herb. Dig that one. Zon grass. Jiang Yu took out her newly purchased shovel from her storage bag and carefully unearthed the zon grass. Roots and all. The heavenly book collected it. The spiritual energy is thin here. Let us head in this direction, the heavenly book instructed. Jiang Yu nodded and quickly departed from the area. After Jiang Yu left, numerous others were teleported here. All disciples from various sections they quickly gathered and produced the secret realm map. After half an hour of continuous travel, Jiang Yu halted upon the heavenly book's reminder. Before her lay a vibrant patch of purple heart grass, lush and thriving. This entire area was composed of purple heart grass, one of the ingredients for refining blood coagulation pills. She could gather a bit more. The heavenly book advised, standing guard nearby. Jiang Yu meticulously dug up the plants with her small shovel, and upon reaching the 50th plant, the heavenly book alerted her that someone was approaching. Jiang Yu swiftly rose and departed. The heavenly book collecting the spiritual herbs before hurrying to follow her. When a disciple from a certain sect arrived at the spot, they noticed that 300 purple heart grass required for their sect's mission had diminished. Brother, what should we do? It seems this area is the only place with purple heart grass. Just dig first, the brother replied. But there are people from Tiandao sect coming. What should we do? Speed up. Don't leave them anything. Some will guard. Understood. Unbeknownst to the departing Jiang Yu, a minor skirmish erupted after her exit. She was wholly engrossed in harvesting herbs, all of which could yield spiritual stones, the heavenly book. Alongside her, continued to guide her on what to dig. Iron hoofleaf can be used to refine heart-calming pills. Gather some clear heart grass as well. Dragon clawvine is a material for weapon refining. Collect more, and this withered silver branch. Dig it all up. Such valuable items, and no one wants them? The heavenly book expressed its surprise. Jiang Yu recalled that the withered silver branch resembled a dry twig by the roadside. But after boiling, the outer skin could be peeled away to reveal a silvery interior. Once boiled into a silver broth, it became the best material for inscribing formations on spiritual tools. Shen Qingwei did not take this because she was unaware. But in the end, it was Xiao Qingyue's spiritual master who informed her, and Xiao Qingyue collected it all for use in inscribing formations on spiritual tools. This can also be used for talismans. The heavenly book observed, but it was later strictly prohibited. Inscribing such talismans attracts heavenly tribulations. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened. Then this must be a good item. Filled with vigor, she gathered all the withered silver branches for the heavenly book. Though unsure why it would attract heavenly tribulations, she instinctively felt it would be best not to question it. The heavenly book remarked, "You likely subconsciously looked down on the one who issued that decree." Jiang Yu comprehended. Perhaps you do have a point. Someone is coming. This area is about done. Let us leave, the heavenly book urged, gathering the herbs. Jiang Yu swiftly vacated the spot. After she departed, later sect disciples, upon discovering the evident discrepancy in herb quantities, wore grim expressions. It must have been a rogue cultivator. How dare they steal our water moon sect's herbs? What rogue cultivator would have such audacity? It is probably that gang from Tiandao sect. They've always been like this. This is utterly intolerable. Let us gather herbs first, and once we exit, we shall report this to the elder. This matter is not finished. Had Jiang Yu been aware of the trouble she had stirred with Tiandao sect, she would likely have laughed heartily 3 times and cursed, "Serves you right." Before nightfall, Jiang Yu found a cave, cleared it out, and temporarily settled in to rest. During the day, no demon beasts were sighted in the secret realm, but as night fell, the lurking demon beasts began to emerge one after another. Jiang Yu had spent the entire day harvesting herbs, and as darkness enveloped the realm, she quickly sat down to recover. Once her spiritual energy was replenished and the moon climbed high, deepening the night, she remarked, "I feel my spiritual energy has solidified somewhat." Jiang Yu looked at the heavenly book. The spiritual energy here is probably equivalent to that of a high-tier cave dwelling in Tianzhou City. No wonder harvesting herbs in the secret realm is such a lucrative endeavor. One can cultivate at night, and the spiritual energy here rivals that of the inner sanctum of sections. These demon beasts are unusual. The heavenly book frowned. I have never heard of any that only emerge at night. After nightfall, numerous second and third-tier demonic beasts emerged outside. Yet none of these creatures made a move to attack the cultivators, which felt rather peculiar, Tian Shu remarked. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, stating, however, if you were to proactively strike one, it would incite a swarm of attacks, which is why only sect disciples typically dare to act in such a manner. They often collect the blood of the demonic beasts during the night. Tian Shu expressed his suspicion, suggesting that these demonic beasts might be raised by humans, likely by the former master of this secret realm. Jiang Yu speculated that this secret realm might also be a world of its own, having fallen to this location after the demise of its original master, and that it would be opened at specific times, allowing its contents to be taken out. Did the former master of the secret realm decree that the demonic beasts could only emerge at night? Jiang Yu inquired, drawing a parallel to letting them out for fresh air after being confined for too long. Perhaps it serves as a hint, Tian Shu pondered, curious about whether if Xiao Qingyue acted at night, the demonic beasts attacking her would be fewer. Jiang Yu replied uncertainly, perhaps, after all, as the protagonist of the heavenly path, everything she does tends to go smoothly. Chapter 18. Demonic Beast Uprising. Suddenly, Jiang Yu realized and turned to Tian Shu. Shall we venture out at night to hunt demonic beasts? Is it possible to locate Xiao Qingyue? Tian Shu asked. Jiang Yu shook her head. I have no idea where she is. Roar. The demonic beasts have gone berserk. Run, run. How could this sudden uproar occur? Run. Chaos erupted outside, and Jiang Yu, filled with uncertainty, made her way towards the cave's entrance. Xiao Qingyue, what have you done? Shen Qingwei's face was filled with rage. Xiao Qingyue's expression turned cold as she replied, the uprising of the demonic beast has nothing to do with me. She had preemptively snatched an item. And soon, Xiao Qingyue would obtain another form of compensation. This time, she had taken a 30-year-old medicinal herb, and shortly thereafter, Xiao Qingyue acquired another item that triggered the demonic beast's rampage. Now, the demonic beasts killed anyone they saw, dragging all cultivators in the secret realm into chaos. Yet Xiao Qingyue, the instigator, was not besieged by the beasts. Instead, she deftly dealt with them and even captured several. With a cold laugh, Xiao Qingyue taunted. Shen Shiji, are you envious of my possessions again? Shen Qingwei retorted sharply. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Qingyue wore an expression that implied Shen Qingwei knew the truth. Ha, now that my master has emerged from seclusion, his power has ascended to new heights. If you dare to slander me again, my master will surely stand up for me. Shen Qingwei scoffed. It's not just standing up for you. For your sake? He would do anything, even at the cost of his own life. Xiao Qingyue furrowed her brow, confused by Shen Qingwei's words. Meanwhile, not far from the cave, Jiang Yu gazed at the seemingly endless array of demonic beasts. A chill running down her spine. Was she destined to perish as mere cannon fodder? Tian Shu's expression turned grave. Shen Qingwei mentioned that Xiao Qingyue took something from her. Do you know what it was? Jiang Yu sighed. In the tale, whenever Shen Qingwei stole something from Xiao Qingyue, she would receive another form of compensation. Sometimes it's detailed, but most of the time, it's merely glossed over, and this time is no exception. Furthermore, I witnessed this realm's downfall, and Shen Qingwei could not harm Xiao Qingyue, which suggests that the compensation Xiao Qingyue received is at least equal to or exceeds what was taken. Tian Shu pursed her lips. This is absurd. What shall we do now? Should we fight our way out or try to survive? Jiang Yu inquired. The eyes of the demonic beasts glowed crimson, indicative of their loss of reason in the uprising, which meant the treasures used to suppress their fury had been taken away. Now, we'd either kill Xiao Qingyue to seize the treasure or break through the encirclement in search of a slim chance of survival. Tian Shu concluded. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Is there truly a path to survival? Just then, a resounding crash echoed through the cave, as massive stones flew about as if the earth itself were splitting apart. Well then, there's no choice left. We must fight our way out, Tian Shu declared, throwing her hands up. Jiang Yu cursed under her breath before drawing her spirit axe and charging out. Shen Qingwei had also devised a plan to detain Xiao Qingyue, asserting that if she attempted to flee, it would confirm her as the root cause of the demonic beast's uprising, and even her master would not be able to protect her. Xiao Qingyue harbored a deep-seated resentment, but was compelled to remain. Tian Shu followed closely behind Jiang Yu, disregarding the chaos around them, collecting the corpses of the fallen demonic beasts whenever she could. Jiang Yu mingled with a group of cultivators, unsure if they were sect disciples or rogue cultivators, as they fought desperately against the demonic beasts in search of a way to survive. The air was filled with the harrowing cries of cultivators and the fierce roars of the rampaging beasts. The blood-red eyes of the demonic beasts and the frenzied gazes of the cultivators instilled terror in all who beheld them. Tian Shu cautioned, "You have fought your way near them. These two have a history of animosity. If they engage, you will undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire." Jiang Yu gritted her teeth. So in the end, those two will clash, leading to a chaotic surge of spiritual energy, resulting in countless casualties among both cultivators and demonic beasts. Thus quelling this uprising? Then they will collect the corpses of the demonic beasts and gather the storage bags. No, they won't have a chance. Jiang Yu retrieved the remaining 3 special fireball talismans. Gripping them tightly, Xiao Qingyue, if you do not speak the truth, what exactly did you take? Xin Qingwei's complexion turned pale. There were simply too many demonic beasts to defeat. It was impossible to slay them all. Once her spiritual energy was depleted, she would have to rely on spirit stones for replenishment, but even an abundance of spirit stones could not withstand such reckless expenditure. Xiao Qingyue, witnessing the situation spiral beyond her control, felt a twinge of worry and hastily communicated with Xing Huang, Master, what should I do? The water spirit pearl has little effect on your ice elemental root, yet it is a precious item that could be exchanged for other resources in the future. It would be a shame to discard it. You must carve a path out and leave. Once Shun Qingwei perishes in the midst of the demonic beasts, how can she accuse you? Xing Huang replied coldly. Xiao Qingyue acknowledged this and took a step back, exerting herself to slay the demonic beasts. Xin Qingwei noticed her intentions, gritting her teeth and disregarding her hidden motives, immediately launching 3 explosive talismans toward Xiao Qingyue. Jiang Yu seized this opportunity to throw her fireball talisman, creating a large explosion that successfully diverted the attention of the demonic beasts and cultivators. Tian Shu, amidst the chaos, collected numerous demonic beast corpses. Xiao Qingyue's eyes filled with fury. Xin Qingwei, how dare you attack a fellow sect member? You seized the item and trapped us in this perilous situation. Is that not an attack on fellow cultivators? You deserve to die, Xin Qingwei retorted, charging forward. Xiao Qingyue's gaze sharpened as she hurled the water spirit pearl. Xin Qingwei instinctively caught it and glanced down. As Xiao Qingyue advanced with her sword. She declared, you took the item and dared to slander me. All cultivators present can testify against you. Xin Qingwei, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the water spirit pearl, realized she could not accept this hot potato. Nonsense, this is not my possession, she exclaimed, feigning to throw it away. Xiao Qingyue's expression tightened, but she quickly relaxed. As long as the item remained in the secret realm, she would undoubtedly retrieve it again. Casting it out to restrain Xin Qingwei was an excellent move. What is that? A cultivator with a water elemental root shouted in excitement, extending a long whip to grasp it. The pure water elemental energy contained within could elevate his cultivation to the 3rd tier at the very least. Not only him, but all cultivators with water elemental roots fixated on the water spirit pearl, itching to seize it. Shun Qingwei, caught off guard, was injured by that male cultivator, instantly fueling her rage as she charged at him. The cultivator panicked and soon met his demise. At this moment, the demonic beasts also turned their attention to the water spirit pearl, roaring angrily as they rushed towards Shen Qingwei. Thousands of demonic beasts fixated on a single target. And even the fearsome Shen Qingwei, renowned in her previous life, felt a twinge of dread, forcing her to temporarily discard the water spirit pearl. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu retreated and escaped, while other cultivators, realizing the futility of their efforts, also began to flee. During their escape, Jiang Yu threw fireball talismans recklessly, determined to carve out a path for herself. Other cultivators followed suit, hurling their spirit talismans as they desperately retreated. Quickening their pace to flee, Jiang Yu drew spirit stones to replenish her energy and, after waiting for Tian Shu, turned to run. Jiang Yu halted abruptly. Ah, run, Tian Shu shouted. Serves you right. Jiang Yu cursed as she sprinted away from the battlefield with all her might. Chapter 19. The demonic beast's lair is destroyed. Uncertain of how long they had run, the fleeing cultivators gradually scattered, and Jiang Yu finally paused to catch her breath, supporting herself against her waist. She lamented, Tian Shu, do you believe that even amidst an all-out assault by the demonic beasts, they would still manage to emerge unscathed while collecting numerous demonic beasts? Tian Shu regarded her. If all the demonic beasts are attacking, then does that not mean the spirit herbs they guard can be plucked freely? Jiang Yu's eyes widened in realization. Exactly. Tian Shu rummaged through her spatial storage and produced a map of the secret realm. Handing it to Jiang Yu. Upon unfolding the map, Jiang Yu was astonished. Where did this come from? I casually collected a few storage bags along the way. I found this in one of the cultivator's bags. Tian Shu explained. Jiang Yu gestured in admiration, then quickly scanned the map. It appeared to be provided by the sect, instructing them to gather herbs quickly upon assembling. The areas that were not drawn likely indicated locations guarded by the demonic beasts. "Let us go. Tonight we will raid the lair of the demonic beasts," Jiang Yu declared, swiftly recovering her energy with spirit stones before heading into the depths of the night alongside Tianshu. In the darkness, deep within the marsh, a spirit jade lotus, emerging unsullied from the mud, emitted a gentle glow, its intoxicating fragrance reminiscent of aged wine, compelling one to reach out. However, Jiang Yu refrained from moving, instead patiently waiting until the spirit jade lotus suddenly blossomed, only to wither in an instant, its seed pods turning black. As soon as the lotus seeds formed, she swiftly extended a long chain hook to seize 2 of the seed pods. Tianshu collected them effortlessly, saying, "Let us move on to the next location." Jiang Yu nodded, and with Tianshu's guidance based on her perception of spiritual energy, supplemented by the map, they quickly located the next destination. This is a variegated emerald bamboo, its body shimmering with a gentle green glow, exuding a subtle fragrance. The celestial tome urged Jiang Yu to handle it with care, and she unearthed it along with its root system, planting it within the celestial tome space. "All right, let us proceed to the next location," Jiang Yu declared, retrieving a map. "Wait a moment." The celestial tome leaped from Jiang Yu's shoulder, scrutinizing the root system of the recently unearthed bamboo, and then instructed Jiang Yu to continue digging. Although perplexed, Jiang Yu promptly complied. Soon, she unearthed a vibrant green bamboo shoot, its enticing aroma making it almost irresistible. "Not yet. Continue digging," the celestial tome insisted. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu handed the shoot over to the tome and resumed her excavation. After about half an hour of diligent digging, she excavated a deep pit, clearing the surrounding soil, revealing a horizontally lying jade vial. Aside from a crack along its body, the vial remained largely intact. The celestial tome instructed Jiang Yu to refrain from touching it while it leaped into the pit, collecting the vial and the earth surrounding it into the celestial space. "This is water from the spiritual spring of the upper realm," the tome explained, gazing at Jiang Yu, though it could not fathom why it was found here. Jiang Yu chuckled, "I know. It must be a delightful treasure arranged for the heroine of the heavenly path. If she were here to dig, she would surely have unearthed both the bamboo and the vial together." The celestial tome found this notion preposterous but decided to move on. Jiang Yu nodded, casually filling in the pit before turning to leave. Throughout the night, Jiang Yu busied herself with digging pits and foraging for herbs. As she worked, more cultivators began to appear, likely realizing that with no demonic beasts on guard, this was an opportune time to gather resources. Jiang Yu, being merely at the 3rd level of qi refining, avoided direct confrontation with other cultivators. Even so, her harvest was the most abundant. Glancing at her map, she noted, "This area is left untouched. The sooner you go, the sooner it ends." Once finished, find a place to meditate and absorb the free spiritual energy, the celestial tome advised. Jiang Yu thought it wise. After all, one should seize free opportunities, perhaps even breaking through to the 4th level. About half an hour later, Jiang Yu arrived at her destination. "There are people nearby," the celestial tome cautioned. Jiang Yu's expression remained calm as she gripped her spiritual axe, walking forward with an air of composure. Previously, she would have hastily avoided any cultivators she could not defeat, but now, she had no desire to retreat. Upon arrival, she confirmed that this was indeed the location where Xiao Qingyue obtained the star plate. The star plate was a complete 5-element formation. When paired with the corresponding spiritual stones, it could be activated, creating an indestructible protective barrier unless faced with an opponent of significantly higher rank. This was something she desperately needed. Indeed, in the original narrative, Shen Qingwei had first contracted a treasure-seeking mouse, and in a fit of anger, Xiao Qingyue went out to clear her mind only to discover the star plate. Slowly, Jiang Yu approached the lakeside, where a wooden raft was moored, but the bamboo pole used for propelling the boat was mysteriously absent. "I was wondering who it was." Feng Xian emerged from the shadows. Jiang Yu feigned relief and sheathed her spiritual axe. "Ah, it's you. You seem to have reacted rather quickly." Feng Xian, aware of her reference to the demonic beasts, chuckled lightly. "I witnessed your encounter with the demonic beasts and marveled at your abilities, my friend." Jiang Yu had initially intended to maintain her enigmatic persona for self-preservation, but since her ruse was uncovered, she decided it was inconsequential, as she had not harmed anyone. "Why, surname is Jiang." "Jiang Yu," she introduced herself. While my strength may be modest, I possess a fair amount of luck. Feng Xian remained noncommittal. So, fellow Taoist Feng, do you still wish to collaborate with me? Jiang Yu inquired deliberately. Feng Xian nodded slightly. Why not? After all, a loose cultivator like you finding this place must be due to fortune. Jiang Yu maintained her composure and continued, is the item you seek located on the opposite bank or within the river? If they differ, it would be safer for our cooperation, don't you think? Feng Xian chuckled, retrieving the bamboo pole from his storage bag. It's on the opposite bank, that's splendid. I shall search within the river. Jiang Yu replied, stepping onto the raft first. Seeing her genuine intent to collaborate, Feng Xian followed suit, using the bamboo pole to navigate slowly toward the center of the river. How can I assist you? Jiang Yu pondered briefly. I cannot hold my breath for long, so please don't let the bamboo pole slip away. Feng Xian laughed heartily. Fear not. I want tea. The celestial tome settled securely at the edge of the raft, observing the placid waters of the lake with an expression of confusion. Why is the star plate located in the center of the lake? Xiao Qingyue had not contracted the treasure-seeking mouse. Feeling vexed over the loss of what she believed was hers, she sought solace by the riverbank. She fortuitously spotted the raft and paddled out to the center of the lake. In the process, however, her master's token fell into the water, and as she dove to retrieve it, she fortuitously came upon the star plate. Originally, the lake was guarded by a beast, the one-horned python, but at the time Xiao Qingyue dove in, the creature was fast asleep, allowing her to surface without incident. Jiang Yu, of course, did not possess the same stroke of luck. However, the one-horned python, drawn by the scent of the water spirit pearl, had long since perished on the battlefield, leaving the spoils for her. Stop, Jiang Yu called out, it's right here. Feng Xian did not inquire further but set down the bamboo pole and sat quietly on the raft, waiting. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and plunged into the water. Upon entering the lake, she felt frustrated as the deeper she dove, the darker it became. Visibility was nearly non-existent, and she could not fathom how Xiao Qingyue managed to retrieve the star plate. Just then, the celestial tome appeared, its ethereal glow illuminating a specific area while providing a shield against the water. Jiang Yu, curious, transmitted, how can you evade the water? I am the celestial tome. The deity who fashioned me feared I might be damaged by water. So provisions were made long ago, the tome replied with a hint of pride, then proceeded downward. Hold your breath for a moment. I will search below and directly place it in the space once found. Jiang Yu, helpless, could only hold her breath, lamenting her lack of a water-evading pearl. After a while, Jiang Yu could no longer hold her breath and surfaced for air before diving down again. Feng Xian, somewhat astonished, thought, there truly is something at the lake's bottom. After a brief period of holding her breath, Jiang Yu soon saw the celestial tome rising to the surface, its expression one of fury. Get up here now, it urged. Jiang Yu complied, grasping the raft's edge. The celestial tome regarded Jiang Yu. Did you retrieve it? Indeed, Jiang Yu affirmed with a nod. Feng Xian asked no further questions but instead began discussing his desired item. And Jiang Yu readily agreed to assist. Jiang Yu was astonished. It could be done this way? The celestial tome rolled its eyes. Moreover, the star plate you dug up is merely the size of a palm, with a damaged edge inconspicuous even among refuse. Jiang Yu was speechless. Had it not been for the celestial tome's search, she wouldn't have even noticed it if it were placed before her. The original text described a palm-sized bronze treasure, shimmering with starlight, clearly not an ordinary object. What a letdown! Just as Feng Xian anchored the raft, he caught sight of Jiang Yu's exaggerated expression of disdain. Is the treasure not to your liking? Jiang Yu sighed, it is indeed rather mediocre, but since we agreed, I shall not covet your treasure. Feng Xian smiled lightly, stepping onto the shore. Jiang Yu followed suit and, once on land, transmitted, celestial tome, what is inscribed on it? The tome wore an odd expression momentarily, while I am unaware of what the original text states or what originally lay on this shore. Upon seeing that altar, I instinctively knew. Curiously, Jiang Yu peered ahead and indeed spotted the altar. Feng Xian had already ascended the altar, drawing forth a dagger. Jiang Daoist, I will need to use my blood to activate this place. Once I have obtained the item, I will require your assistance in leaving. Jiang Yu promptly assured him, that is certain. We still have 3 days to cooperate. and finding a compatible partner is no easy feat, Jiang Yu transmitted. So, celestial tome, what exactly is that altar? The tome explained. Typically, items that require a sacrificial offering to obtain bear a trace of dark energy. If one can master it, it becomes one's power. Otherwise, one may fall into the abyss, becoming a forsaken soul. The so-called forsaken souls are those abandoned. Having embraced darkness, their souls forever tainted. Jiang Yu instinctively called out to Feng Xin, "Do you truly wish for that item?" "You are quite intriguing," Jiang Yu remarked. Feng Xin nodded, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Indeed, I am quite the good person." Jiang Yu dismissed him and continued to focus on the celestial tome, struggling to grasp the concept of forsaken souls embracing darkness. The tome elaborated, to put it simply, normal individuals cultivating spiritual energy receive positive feedback for their bodies, while those who cultivate dark energy become irritable, bloodthirsty, and cruel, forced to dwell in the lands of the Heaven's Rift. In the upper realm, they are regarded as the despised evil cultivators. With the analogy of evil cultivators, Jiang Yu suddenly comprehended. "He has begun," the tome cautioned. Jiang Yu turned to see Feng Xin slicing open his wrist, allowing his blood to drip onto the altar until the bowl-shaped hollow was filled, without pausing. Feng Xin appeared on the verge of collapse, nearly losing his strength. At that moment, the altar began to stir, slowly splitting in two to reveal an opening. Feng Xin reached inside to retrieve an item, after which the altar began to close again, but in the next instant, it disintegrated into powder, vanishing completely. As the altar dissolved, Feng Xin collapsed to the ground with a thud. Jiang Yu clicked her tongue, retrieving some hemp vine, and expertly bound him before dragging him onto the raft. As Tianshu gazed at the object in Feng Xion's hands, it became apparent that it had been tainted by a hint of darkness. However, such an aura was beyond the control of the people in this realm. Inevitably, it would lead to mutual destruction. Jiang Yu, supporting herself with a bamboo pole, conveyed through sound transmission. Feng Xian is undoubtedly not a good person. The primary reason he can deceive everyone while emerging unscathed is that he has never erred in matters of great significance. Tianshu understood. The individual he aimed to design was likely not a virtuous character. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to us. It is commonplace for cultivators to engage in conflict and to vie for resources, as long as they do not harm mortals. Jiang Yu nodded, for she, being a mortal cultivator herself, would never bring harm to her kind. Tianshu added, "However, should we encounter the matter concerning Linzhou City again, those who collaborate with the evil cultivators should be dealt with immediately. They have surely obtained something from the malevolent cultivators, and once used, they will inevitably become tainted. Such individuals deserve death." As they spoke, the bamboo raft reached the shore. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before dragging the wooden raft onto the bank to use as a plank, binding the bamboo pole to it and proceeding forward. After approximately half an hour, exhausted, Jiang Yu halted at a spot that Tianshu had scouted, taking a moment to rest. This area was the remnant of a collapsed dwelling, overgrown with weeds, and the interior was in disarray, untouched for many years, rendering it quite safe due to the lack of anything nearby. Jiang Yu retrieved the mat she had purchased, sat cross-legged, and began meditating to recover her strength. Tianshu stood guard nearby, occasionally checking on Feng Xion's condition. They had no medicine, and even if they did, they would be reluctant to use it, relying solely on him to awaken on his own. Chapter 21. Refining the water spirit pearl. When Feng Xion regained consciousness, the sky was already bright. Although he was unsure of the time, he realized he had been unconscious for quite a while. Jiang Yu was also awakened by Tianshu's gentle prodding, and upon opening her eyes, she turned to Feng Xion. "You have medicine, don't you?" Feng Xion responded with a grunt, laboriously propping himself up to sit, his gaze somewhat dazed as he stared at the wooden raft beneath him. "You dragged the raft up here too?" Jiang Yu nodded. Feng Xion cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Yu. "I didn't expect you to be a body cultivator." Jiang Yu shook her head. "I am not. I just thought that after all the effort I put into rescuing you and bringing you here, you would at least offer me some form of compensation," Feng Xion replied. "Do you want a set of array flags? They belong to the evil cultivator, but they haven't been tainted yet." Jiang Yu immediately reached out her hand. Feng Xion handed over the array flags. "It's a protective array, which you can place in your cave dwelling in the future." Tianshu examined them closely and instructed Jiangyu to stow them away. Having received his compensation, Feng Xian took some medicine and then deliberately waved a small wooden box in front of Jiangyu. Jiang Daoyu, you are kind-hearted, not taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Jiangyu expressed her disdain. Is something used for blood sacrifice truly a good thing? Feng Xian fell silent, left with no words to say. Jiangyu inquired, what are your plans? I intend to find a friend and regroup with you. Jiang Daoyu, in 3 days, Feng Xian replied, rising to take his leave. Just before departing, he recalled something and his expression grew serious. You are right. Jiang Daoyu, it is wise to keep our distance from those two. After Feng Xian departed, Jiangyu waited a while longer to confirm he was truly gone before retrieving the array flags to set up a perimeter. Finally, Tianshu could take out all the storage bags collected along the way. Jiangyu gazed in astonishment at the pile of storage bags, exclaiming, Tianshu, you are quite impressive. Tianshu, pleased with his speed, replied cheerfully, there are also beast corpses. I have collected the blood, and we can deal with the beasts outside. Jiangyu eagerly nodded, wiping her consciousness from one storage bag before emptying its contents. Tianshu assisted her. Once they had extracted everything from all the storage bags, Jiangyu stared at the mound of spirit stones, feeling a pang of disappointment, though she knew it was to be expected. How many spirit stones could cultivators in the Qi refining stage possess? Jiangyu first stored away over 5,000 spirit stones, and then incinerated the useless clothing until nothing remained. Before examining the remaining items, during this expedition into the secret realm, every Qi refining stage cultivator had made some preparations, resulting in a plethora of weapons. However, she was surprised to find numerous sect tasks among the items. Tianshu collected all the herbs and planted them in his space, also taking away the useless storage bags. These weapons bore marks, making it easy for them to be traced back if sold. Jiangyu frowned, feeling a sense of regret. Tianshu suggested, let us keep them for now. There will surely be an opportunity to use them. Saying this, he also stored away the weapons. Jiangyu nodded, thinking it was indeed a rewarding trip to the secret realm. Tianshu was equally satisfied. However, based on the absurdity of the tale, the last 3 days may bring changes, and we must be doubly cautious. The thought of confronting the female protagonist and her counterpart filled Jiangyu with dread, so she decided to take out all the spirit stones and set up a mid-level gathering array. With each increase in strength, the hope for escape also increased, so Jiangyu did not view it as a waste. Tianshu shared this sentiment, encouraging Jiangyu to focus on her cultivation while he handled the surroundings. Time passed swiftly. One day, Jiangyu finally emerged from her meditation, and the first thing she did upon waking was consume a pill to suppress hunger. Cultivating in the secret realm had indeed been beneficial. As she had reached the 4th level of Qi refining, Jiangyu exhaled a breath of turbid air, yet felt it was still insufficient. Tianshu pondered, let us refine the water spirit pearl first. Otherwise, even if we manage to seize the treasure mouse, leaving will be difficult. Jiangyu had the same intention, but not at that moment. In the original story, it was due to Xiao Qingyue accidentally triggering it that the sealed cultivator's cave dwelling reappeared. Even Shan Qingwei could only wait helplessly. Tianshu remained silent. Jiangyu continued, thus, when Shan Qingwei went mad and attacked that area, the commotion was immense, attracting countless cultivators, which was precisely the moment I could refine the water spirit pearl. As soon as Jiangyu finished speaking, the ground trembled, followed by a thunderous explosion. Jiangyu was stunned. Is this starting already? Tianshu immediately produced the water spirit pearl. Jiangyu took it, sat cross-legged, and began the refining process. The water spirit pearl was a concentration of the power of the water element, embodying pure spiritual energy, and its gentle nature made it exceptionally easy to absorb. Now, as Jiangyu merely formed a hand seal for refining, the pure power of the water element surged into her limbs, gently yet powerfully expanding her meridians. Tianshu glanced over, confirming Jiangyu was unharmed, and continued to listen to the resounding explosions not far away. Shan Qingwei's eyes burned with rage as she relentlessly struck at the small grove before her with her spiritual sword. Gathering spiritual energy with each blow, it was undeniably this very grove. It was here that with a mere flick of her wrist, Xiao Qingyue had inadvertently revealed the cave dwelling of the cultivator. Why was she unable to do the same? Why? The words of her fiancé, Qiyu, echoed in her mind. Qingyue is protected by the heavenly path, a person of great virtue. How can you, a ruthless and bloodthirsty demoness, compare? You all killed my parents. Shen Qingwei screamed, tears streaming down her face. It is clearly your fault. Clearly, it is you who refuses to relent. Qiyu, feeling exasperated, thought it was merely a marriage alliance. If it could be formed, it could also be dissolved. Shen Qingwei found it laughable. The only reason your parents survived was due to my Shen family. You are merely repaying your parents' debt. What right do you have to trample on my dignity? To humiliate my family? Qiyu's eyes turned cold. Dare you claim the rumors harming Qingyue did not originate from your Shen family? Since your family lacks compassion, I must act unjustly. I will not allow anyone to harm Qingyue. Shen Qingwei glared at Qiyu with hatred. It is your Qi family that sought the marriage. It is your Qi family that fears the alliance's dissolution, while my parents merely sought justice for me. Yet they died at that woman's hands. If you obstruct me now, I will kill you alongside her. Qiyu's face hardened. As long as I am here, I will never allow you to harm Qingyue in the slightest. Shen Qingwei's memories began to blur, only recalling the in Xiao Qingyue's hand that claimed her life. That was a. Yet, Xiao Qingyue could casually wield it, even offering it to Qiyu after killing her. Qiyu's eyes were filled with affection, and to demonstrate his feelings, he gifted her another sword. A surge of madness welled up within Shen Qingwei, her eyes bloodshot, on the verge of succumbing to demonic rage. But she quickly calmed herself. If the heavens had granted her another chance at life, she would challenge the heavens. She was determined to see how long this heavenly path could protect Xiao Qingyue. Boom! At the very moment Shen Qingwei prepared to strike again, the ground began to crack open, and the trees in the small grove toppled into the fissures. A flash of spiritual light erupted, encompassing hundreds of miles of land. Soon, a cultivator's cave dwelling rose majestically before the eyes of all. Shen Qingwei sneered. It has emerged, hasn't it? Chapter 22. You speak too much. Tian Shu stared in bewilderment at the glowing points surrounding them. And in the next instant, he withdrew the wooden raft and bamboo pole, enveloping both himself and Jiang Yu in darkness. With a muffled groan, Jiang Yu leaned against her waist and slowly stood up. Collecting the array flags. Where are we? Perhaps this is the cultivator's cave dwelling. Tian Shu replied uncertainly. Jiang Yu was taken aback, followed by elation. Could it be that I am fortunate enough to have entered directly? Tian Shu immediately shook his head. Be realistic. Do not harbor illusions. Jiang Yu stiffly forced a smile, slowly leading Tian Shu out of their current location, noting that this place did not quite match the descriptions of a cultivator's cave dwelling. Tian Shu inquired, have you refined the water spirit pearl? Jiang Yu nodded. I have refined it, and I can distinctly feel that learning water-based techniques will yield much greater results. The celestial tome promptly transmitted a set of water-based techniques to Jiang Yu. With a simple practice, she could gradually master them in actual combat. Jiang Yu turned her inner gaze to the water techniques within her consciousness, glanced at the most fundamental water arrow, and slowly opened her eyes. Channeling her spiritual energy, she pointed a finger, and in an instant, a water arrow shot forth, leaving a thumb-sized circular indentation in the wall. However, there was no joy on Jiang Yu's face. After a brief silence, she firmly stated, this cannot be a cultivator's cave. The cultivator's caves in this secret realm are wooden and protected by formations, yet this place is entirely made of stone. Upon finishing her words, Jiang Yu felt like crying without tears. Suddenly, she realized that since Feng Xian could use blood sacrifices to obtain dark objects, it implied the existence of such darkness within this secret realm. The celestial tome also pondered. So, Shen Qingwei did not blow up a cultivator's cave, but rather created a troublesome situation. Jiang Yu could not help but facepalm, swiftly scanning the surroundings before leading the celestial tome out of that confined space. Only by exiting could they ascertain the truth. Soon, the duo emerged from the small area into a vast underground palace, where numerous cultivators had gathered, creating quite a lively scene. These must have been drawn here by Shen Qingwei. The celestial tome remarked, glancing around while supporting Jiang Yu's head, but not spotting Xiao Qingyue. It seemed that they were indeed in trouble. Jiang Yu's instinct was to flee, but before she could act, someone called out to her. Jiang Jr.'s sister? Shen Qingwei shouted. Jiang Yu stiffened her back and slowly turned her head, gazing at Shen Qingwei with surprise. Senior sister Shen? What brings you here? After a moment's pause, Shen Qingwei asked with a serious expression, did you encounter Xiao Qingyue while boarding the spirit boat? Jiang Yu feigned innocence, her face brimming with joy. I did. Senior Sister Xiao is as beautiful as the rumors say, powerful and incredibly kind. She even saved a red fox, however. My cultivation is low, and when the conflict arose behind me, I couldn't afford to hold them back, so I left first. The red fox, Shen Qingwei gritted her teeth, wishing she could immediately slay that beast. And then? Zhang Yu asked innocently. What do you mean and then? There's nothing more. With my low cultivation, I could only make a quick escape, and didn't he notice what happened afterward? Shen Qingwei scanned Zhang Yu's cultivation level with her consciousness, and the celestial tome discreetly obscured it, revealing a cultivation level of the second layer of qi refinement. Shen Qingwei felt slightly reassured. Junior Sister Zhang, this underground palace is perilous. Stay close to me. Zhang Yu immediately retorted, No, I can't be a burden to Senior Sister Shan. You will not be a hindrance, Shen Qingwei insisted, pulling Zhang Yu into her group. It's best if you stick by my side. If danger arises, I cannot afford to worry about you. The celestial tome, perched on Zhang Yu's shoulder, spoke languidly. She wishes to eliminate you. Zhang Yu felt a headache coming on. She knew Shen Qingwei aimed to eliminate the original owner of the jade pendant as a precaution against future troubles, but the key issue was that she currently had no means to escape. Shen Qingwei instructed her companions briefly, and they made way for Zhang Yu. She trudged over, feeling despondent, and took the opportunity to scan the surrounding cultivators, unrestrained now that Shen Qingwei was shielding her. With Xiao Qingyue absent and Feng Xian also nowhere to be found, this underground palace certainly held no treasures, only dangers. Therefore, she had to escape. Senior Sister Shen, have you informed Senior Sister Xiao about purchasing the jade pendant for me? Zhang Yu asked innocently. She feigned distress. Senior Sister Xiao mentioned that I possessed something that originally belonged to her, but it is no longer with me. Shen Qingwei scoffed derisively. What belongs to her? How shameless. Zhang Yu continued to pretend. Why haven't I seen Senior Sister Xiao? She and Senior Sister Shen are of the same sect. It would be safer for them to act together. The disciples of Tiandao sect who stood near Zhang Yu subtly distanced themselves. They had never encountered someone so reckless. Shen Qingwei and Xiao Qingyue were bitter rivals within the Tiandao sect, and their masters were hostile towards one another. How could they possibly cooperate? Yet Shen Qingwei noticed the mention of Xiao Qingyue and mused indeed. Where is Xiao Qingyue? Tell me, why hasn't she arrived? Shen Qingwei scrutinized Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu casually replied, Perhaps she feels this eerie underground palace is unappealing. Of course, it's because there are no treasures here. You've unleashed a great trouble, sister. Shen Qingwei had sensed something was amiss from the beginning, but she was unwilling to admit it, unwilling to acknowledge that Xiao Qingyue had the upper hand even in this. Senior Sister Shen, let us find Senior Sister Xiao and enter together. I feel this place is ominous. Zhang Yu suggested, taking a step back in feigned fear. Shen Qingwei's gaze shifted slightly. If we could lure Xiao Qingyue here, could I not eliminate my foe? Junior Sister Zhang, you and he should go find Xiao Qingyue and tell her that there is something of hers here. Shen Qingwei spoke with intention, confident that Zhang Yu understood. Zhang Yu grasped the implication but pretended to be oblivious, waving farewell to Shen Qingwei before following he shitty out. The celestial tome proposed. Get a bit farther away, then knock him out. If anyone asks, just say a woman in white suddenly appeared, knocked him out, and took you away. Zhang Yu replied, That is precisely my intent. After refining the water spirit pearl, Zhang Yu leaped to the 6th layer of qi refinement, and since this male cultivator was also at the 6th layer, she felt confident. Junior Sister Zhang, you truly are reckless. How dare you mention Senior Sister Xiao in front of Senior Sister Shen? He shitty looked at her with a tone of admonishment, his eyes slightly amused. Shall I plead your case to Senior Sister Shen? Zhang Yu feigned confusion. He shitty chuckled. Junior Sister Zhang, stop pretending. Who in this world has survived without a few tricks? Besides, you are now a loose cultivator. Even if you leave this small secret realm, your sect will intercept you. Why not give me something in return, and I'll help you out? Zhang Yu halted her steps, so that's why those sects are willing to let loose cultivators in. They harbor thieving intentions. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu raised her spiritual axe and struck him down with all her might. He shitty. You talk too much. Chapter 23. The evil spirits of the underground palace at this moment. Feng Xian fortuitously walked in. Zhang Daoyu, what brings you here? Feng Xian smiled awkwardly. Zhang Yu looked at him in surprise. How did you arrive? Could it be that there are truly treasures inside? Feng Xian found Zhang Yu's expression perplexing. It conveyed both surprise and a hint of suspicion. I received word that there is an ancient cultivator's cave within this small secret realm, which appears every 100 years. So I came here. I never expected to find no cave, only an underground palace. Feng Xian peered curiously inside. Jiang Yu stepped forward. That underground palace is strange, which is why I sought a way out. Feng Xian tilted his head slightly. It does give off an unsettling vibe. Jiang Yu couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Could it be that they seized the treasures of the daughter of Tiandao, and thus were punished to be trapped in this underground palace, all to be dealt with together? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The celestial tome gently tapped Jiang Yu's head. A trace of dark energy has leaked. Jiang Yu's expression shifted slightly. This is likely the underground palace of evil cultivators. To escape, we must either seal it once more or completely eradicate it. Feng Xian's expression darkened as he drew his spiritual sword. Jiang Daoyu, let us cooperate. Jiang Yu wholeheartedly agreed. After all, she preferred to collaborate with Feng Xian over Xin Qingwei, as they at least had a foundation of trust. Xin Qingwei furrowed her brows, about to interrogate them, when a cultivator nearby began cursing at a wall, slashing at it several times. Suddenly, wisps of black mist seeped out from within the wall, growing increasingly dense. The crowd recoiled in fear. Xin Qingwei, however, would not let Jiang Yu off the hook. Striding over to question her, "Where is he, Shitty?" He ran away. Jiang Yu shrugged. "What is his relationship with senior sister Shun?" Xin Qingwei frowned. "Who is he?" "My distant cousin. I met him in Linzhou City. He also took my parents away," Jiang Yu stated candidly. Feng Xian remained composed. "Yes, he is my little uncle." Xin Qingwei's expression clearly indicated her disbelief, but whether she believed it or not, Jiang Yu had no intention of providing further explanations. After all, they were adversaries. Did she think that honest explanations would spare her life? What kind of monster is that? It seems like a soul, a vengeful spirit. Is this a vengeful ghost? Xin Qingwei's expression darkened, yet her feelings of hatred ran deeper. Why was it that she unearthed the underground palace of evil cultivators while Xiao Qingyue had everything handed to her? The black mist thickened. Jiang Daoyu. Feng Xian spoke solemnly. The door to the underground palace has closed. If this black mist fills the entire palace, we may all perish. After saying this, Jiang Yu exchanged a glance with Feng Xian before stepping aside. Meanwhile, the cultivators within the underground palace wore expressions of horror and began to scatter. Shun Qingwei, too preoccupied with the vengeful spirit, could not afford to deal with Jiang Yu's troubles and had to summon all her strength to confront the ghost. It must be said that Shun Qingwei's power was formidable. With a single strike, she managed to dissipate some of the black mist. However, the black mist gradually reassembled, reforming the malevolent spirit. Those cultivators who had been corroded by the black mist would perish within a mere quarter hour. And once their corpses were consumed by the mist, the malevolent spirit would grow in number. Jiang Yu's expression turned frantic as she hastily transmitted her thoughts to the celestial tome. What should we do? The celestial tome swiftly imparted a set of Buddhist scriptures. For those who cultivate Buddhism, all misfortunes may be dispelled, and evil spirits may be warded off. Jiang Yu glanced at Feng Xian. "You handle the malevolent spirits, and I will disperse the mist." Feng Xin instinctively nodded as he observed the malevolent spirits. Subsequently, he saw Jiang Yu sit cross-legged, adopting a Buddhist gesture of flower-picking, murmuring incantations. When Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva practices profound prajnaparamita, he perceives that all 5 aggregates are empty, thereby transcending all suffering. As Jiang Yu's voice resonated, the movements of the malevolent spirits began to slow. Naturally, Shun Qingwei noticed this change and immediately searched within the palace, soon discovering Jiang Yu, pale-faced and muttering incantations. This is troublesome. Feng Xin clasped his hands together, transforming his spiritual sword into hundreds of blades that swiftly shot forth, dispersing the black smoke enveloping the evil spirits, thus granting the other cultivators a moment to breathe. All the cultivators rallied, raising their swords to strike, sparing no effort in their spiritual energy. Before long, the black smoke began to retreat, and the cultivators gained the upper hand. The heavenly book sighed in relief. There was merely a trace of residual energy left here, without a corporeal body. Thus, after extermination and subsequent purification, we could safely pass through. Regrettably, Jiang Yu, having painstakingly cultivated to the 6th layer of qi refining, lost 3 layers of power in her endeavor to purify this place, regressing to the 3rd layer of qi refining. Jiang Yu realized that the spiritual energy accumulating within her was dissipating at an alarming speed. And her strength was dwindling, yet she dared not cease. To do so would mean death. Feng Xin, undeterred, gestured to the others. Remember this act of kindness. Having spoken, he formed a hand seal with his right hand, swiftly summoning a spiritual talisman. The talisman landed upon the wall, and with a flash of flowing light, it erupted in an explosion. In that instant of the talisman's detonation, Jiang Yu was also interrupted by the heavenly book, rising quickly to depart, while the black smoke shattered into fragments, leaving only wisps of green smoke behind. Seizing the remaining strength, Jiang Yu hastened to purify the malevolent spirit. Just as she fully purified the spirit and opened her eyes, a soft sound resonated, and the gate to the underground palace swung open, revealing a flawless Zaiqinji striding in with purpose. Fairy Qingyue. It was indeed Fairy Qingyue who opened the gate to save us. Fairy Qingyue is truly as benevolent and lovely as the rumors suggest. Thank you, Fairy Qingyue, for your life-saving grace. Jiang Yu. Pa Feng Xin. Pa. Zaiqinji surveyed the room, only to hear Xing Huang and her ring utter. There are remnants of malevolent spirits here. Quickly use the relics to purify them. This malevolent energy must not leak out. Gently caressing the ring, Zaiqinji produced a relic, offering it into the air. The relic glowed with golden light, and the wisps of white smoke within the chamber were purified one by one, eliciting astonished and delighted exclamations from the onlookers. Shen Qingwei's complexion paled, disbelief evident in her expression. Zaiqinji gradually retracted the relic, addressing the crowd with a gentle smile. Rest assured, all is well. Just as Zaiqinji's words fell, the heavenly book's expression shifted dramatically. How dare you? Chapter 24. The heavenly book's fury. Feng Xin observed Jiang Yu, whose steps were unsteady, and supported her against the wall. What happened to you? He inquired. Brow furrowed. Jiang Yu cast a nervous glance at the heavenly book, her heart racing. I've lost several layers of strength. Feng Xin's expression changed in shock, then he frowned and spoke. Though this merit belongs to you, if word spreads, it may bring you trouble. Jiang Yu nodded, understanding the implication. However, she was perplexed by the heavenly book's intentions, knowing that Zaiqinji had a soul master by her side, and the heavenly book, having sustained damage, was certainly no match for her. Feng Xin exhaled softly, communicating telepathically. Zaiqinji's reputation precedes her, and her master is the foremost expert of the Bihue continent, so we must avoid confrontation. However, I am not one to suffer losses. Jiang Yu lowered her gaze, responding softly, careful not to reveal any signs of distress. He was astute. I see now. How fortuitous for her. It seems she can seize merit. The heavenly book clenched its fists. Jiang Yu inquired telepathically. What do you mean by seizing merit? The heavenly book gritted its teeth. The malevolent spirits here were subdued by Feng Xin, and you came to purify them. Thus 2 points of golden merit were directed towards you both. Yet, the moment Zaiqinji appeared, the merit contravened the laws of heaven and flew towards her. Had I not acted swiftly, she would have claimed those 2 points of merit, further securing the favor of the heavens. Jiang Yu was astounded. How outrageous! The heavenly book exhaled deeply, calming itself. I am the heavenly book, inscribed by divine will, thus I possess the power to intercept merit, but prior to my intervention. One can only imagine how much merit she seized. No, I have restored the rules here. The heavenly book proclaimed solemnly, this shall not happen again. Jiang Yu felt a measure of relief, considering the situation positively. At least she encountered Zaiqinji while still below the foundational stage and managed to restore the rules. Had she waited until Zaiqinji matured, it would have been too late. The heavenly book's expression darkened. Someone altered the rules for this woman? Indicating her identity is not simple. She likely descends to undergo tribulation, preparing to ascend to immortality. Jiang Yu recognized that this was not the time for probing deeper, thus refrained from further questioning, instead requesting some spiritual stones from Feng Xin to hasten her recovery. After Feng Xin handed her the stones, he fell silent, positioning himself in front to block her view. Indeed, Shen Qingwei had been gazing in their direction, and her eyes were filled with unmistakable malice. Feng Xin, sensing the shift in atmosphere, boldly remarked, Fairy Qingyue indeed saved you, but did I not assist as well? I wasted a 4th-grade talisman. Moreover, my aunt has been by my side, depleting her energy significantly. Could you not show a modicum of gratitude? Upon hearing Fengshin's words, the cultivators in the underground palace exchanged awkward glances, yet some still offered spiritual stones as compensation. With one offering came another, and soon more cultivators followed suit, expressing their gratitude. Fengshin turned to Shen Qingwei. And you? Surely you don't intend to withhold your contribution? Shen Qingwei approached with a grim expression, tossing a bag of spiritual stones to Fengshin before addressing Jiang Yu. Sister Jiang, shall we not go and pay a visit to your sister Zaiqinji? Jiang Yu slowly opened her eyes, her complexion still wan, and after hearing Shen Qingwei's words, she could only manage a weak smile. Then glanced past her towards Zaiqinji. Sister Zaiqinji, it's been a while. Zaiqinji looked back, her smile gentle. You two have come to this place. What a pity Lin Feng could not join us. Otherwise we could reminisce. How is Lin Feng faring now? Jiang Yu casually inquired. Zaiqinji replied coolly. His dantian bears cracks, his path is halted, and he can no longer progress in his cultivation. He has already left the sect. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, astonished that he was so easily abandoned. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. How absurd! Must you stir up hatred for her? Yes, Sister Zaiqinji is kind-hearted. She rescued a remarkably beautiful fox. Jiang Yu interjected first. Zaiqinji nodded slightly. What of it? What concern is it of yours? You, the esteemed eldest sister of the Tiandao sect, still require others to come to your aid. It seems your strength is not as formidable as claimed. Upon seeing Zaiqinji, Shen Qingwei could no longer contain her fury and retorted. You, a latecomer, seized another's merit. Does it come easily to you? Zaiqinji snorted coldly, dismissing the argument, and turned to exit the underground palace. Just as Zaiqinji departed, the underground palace began to collapse, large stones crashing down. One misstep could result in severe injury. Fengshin grasped Jiang Yu's arm, swiftly leading her to flee. Shen Qingwei, unable to suppress her rage, slashed a few swords at the palace before turning to leave. The cultivators hurriedly exited the underground palace, still reeling from their narrow escape. The structure rapidly crumbled into oblivion. Simultaneously, Zaiqinji, in a foul mood, inadvertently struck the ancient cultivator's cave door. The ground trembled, and a cultivator's cave ascended, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, unmistakably a prime location. Jiang Yu. The heavenly book. Pa. Zaiqinji's expression brightened as she approached the door, and with a flash of light, she vanished from sight. Shen Qingwei quickly composed herself and led the members of the Shen family closer to the cave. Fengshin looked at Jiang Yu. It seems to be a random teleportation. Let us use the communication jade slip. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu extended her hand. Fengshin. The communication jade slip is quite costly. You must repay me later. Jiang Yu nodded readily, and soon Fengshin entered the cave as well. Jiang Yu did not rush in, but instead waited for others to enter before sitting cross-legged on the ground to recover. The spiritual energy from the water spirit pearl, which she had not fully absorbed earlier, was now mending her meridians and, unexpectedly, even expanding them. The heavenly book stood guard nearby, waiting for Jiang Yu to complete her recovery before finally entering the cave. As light flashed, Jiang Yu landed steadily. The spiritual energy here even more abundant. Jiang Yu's gaze brightened as she surveyed the room she found herself in. The heavenly book assessed the surroundings and confidently stated, "There must be treasures here." After declaring this, the heavenly book turned to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized and exclaimed, "I've acquired merit, thus my fortune has changed for the better." The heavenly book nodded, albeit acknowledging it was only a slight improvement. Jiang Yu, brimming with excitement, began to search the room, but after a thorough inspection, she found nothing. Thus, she sought the heavenly book's assistance. The heavenly book crossed its arms, meticulously examining the area. Step back 3 paces. Yes, right there. You are standing on an overflow of spiritual energy. Begin to dig. Jiang Yu recalled her experience digging for the spirit spring bottle, which took half an hour before she unearthed it. With that thought in mind, Jiang Yu first communicated with Fengshin, then requested a cultivator's broad-bladed knife from the heavenly book to pry up the blue stone slabs. Chapter 25. Reunion with Fengshin. As the first blue stone slab was pried open, the protective array of the room immediately showed signs of instability. Jiang Yu sensed something was amiss and quickly turned to the heavenly book. Tianshu pondered for a moment before speaking. Perhaps every room possesses a formation, and only by breaking this formation can one acquire the items within, thereby inciting contention. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu hastily quickened her pace, prying up the floorboards. Once she had pried them open, she began excavating with a large knife. As she unearthed a small pit, she discovered a sandalwood box. For reasons unknown, the box exuded a dizzying sweet fragrance, lulling one into a state of drowsiness. Tianshu promptly approached to claim the sandalwood box, instructing Jiang Yu to restore the area to its original state before they both swiftly departed the room. Just after they left, a large group of individuals surged in, commencing a search of the premises, which soon escalated into a minor skirmish. After vacating the vicinity, Jiang Yu communicated with Feng Xian, planning to rendezvous with him before seeking the steal. Tianshu, what is inside that box? Jiang Yu inquired. A grand illusion. Tianshu replied, it contains a wine brewed from a celestial fruit. Merely a sip will transport one's soul to the ethereal realms, allowing one to experience the nebulous existence of the celestial world. This was the second time Jiang Yu had heard Tianshu mention the celestial realm, prompting her to ask, so the upper realm is the celestial realm? She gazed at Tianshu, seeking clarity. Thus, upon ascension, one enters the celestial realm? Is there truly a Jade Emperor and Queen Mother there? Tianshu shook his head. The celestial realm collapsed millions of years ago. The upper realm is merely the realm of cultivation. Then what of Shao Qingyue's ascension? Jiang Yu paused. Her curiosity piqued. Tianshu's expression darkened. There are those who wish to recreate the celestial realm, hence they tirelessly search for celestial jade and construct celestial palaces, transforming their internal spiritual energy into celestial power. The sole purpose of these individuals is to dominate the universe, centering authority around the celestial realm to govern all worlds. In no wonder Shao Qingyue could usurp merits. She bore a mission, Jiang Yu mused. A cold smile gracing her lips, she cannot be allowed to succeed. Tianshu spoke gravely, this is also why I would expend all my divine power to mend the rules. Thereafter, those behind her will be unable to grant her any favors, and the merits not rightfully hers will eventually vanish. Jiang Yu looked at Tianshu with worry. Are you all right? The residual divine power may dissipate, but the troubles must be resolved. Tianshu replied with a solemn expression. Jiang Yu cautiously regarded Tianshu. Since the celestial realm has collapsed, do the gods still exist? Tianshu shook his head. The gods have perished. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, refraining from further inquiries. What do you know about the steel? Do you know where it is? Jiang Yu asked directly. Feng Xian shook his head. I only know such an object exists. Jiang Yu mused, let me think. Feng Xian regarded her with surprise, wondering if she could deduce its location from mere contemplation. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Who sold you the information? What did they say when they sold it to you? Feng Xian immediately replied. They said the steel is quite easy to find, located within the ancient cultivator's cave, which opens once every 100 years, and the time has come. Could it be that this steel is a tombstone? Jiang Yu posited, with a cave in front and a tomb behind. Do you think it's possible? Jiang Yu recalled that the place Shun Qingwei inadvertently entered truly resembled a tomb, shrouded in darkness with no apparent exit. She turned to Feng Xian. Friend Feng, follow me. With that, she led the way. Feng Xian naturally followed. Along the way, they encountered numerous cultivators attacking the room's formation. Each time they saw the pair, they grew wary. Jiang Yu offered no explanation, merely quickened her steps to distance herself from the troublesome locale. Her harvest from this expedition into the secret realm had been quite fruitful. She wished to avoid drawing any enmity, especially since the most valuable item within the ancient cultivator's cave was the treasure-seeking mouse. After traversing to a medicinal garden, Tianshu instructed Jiang Yu to halt. Feng Xian quickened his pace, scanning the surroundings, before stopping abruptly, a grin spreading across his face. There's actually silver void grass here. Though it's too young to be of any use, Jiang Yu's eyes brightened as she crouched down to search meticulously. Tianshu resumed his earlier role, whispering reminders in Jiang Yu's ear to collect any discovered specimen into the Tianshu space. Feng Xian was somewhat taken aback that Jiang Yu would seek even this, yet he paid it no mind, focusing intently on the search for the burial site. However, after nearly half an hour, they uncovered no formations or mechanisms, while the medicinal garden behind them was riddled with small holes. He even observed Jiang Yu digging up a weed. Jiang Daoyu, are you certain this is the place? Feng Xian queried, perplexed. Jiang Yu rose, stretching her back. I am certain it is right here. Tianshu surveyed the area. Only a few ordinary herbs had been unearthed, yet the last yield of Yulu fruit was a pleasant surprise. Jiang Yu stowed her spade and, under Tianshu's guidance, began to explore cautiously, eventually stepping into the formation. Friend Feng, Jiang Yu exclaimed in alarm. Feng Xian was startled, managing to grasp Jiang Yu's sleeve just as darkness enveloped them, leaving them unaware of their destination. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves in a dimly lit square chamber, devoid of exits, save for a conspicuously standing stone stele. Jiang Yu waved her hand. Friend Feng. Go take a look. Feng Xian clasped his fists in thanks and approached, his consciousness sweeping the area, resulting in a dull ache in his mind, yet confirming that this was indeed the objective of their journey. Thank you, Jiang Daoyu. Jiang Yu waved her hand dismissively, whispering to Tianshu, where are the mice? How did this mouse get in? Surely it hasn't starved to death here. Feng Xian had already seated himself before the stele. Retrieving a jade slip to begin inscribing the formation, Jiang Yu glanced at him before resuming her meticulous search within the tomb. Tianshu suddenly chuckled lightly. Now I understand why there is a treasure-seeking mouse here. It has likely been trapped in this cave for a century, and out of hunger, it has resorted to gnawing on herbs, thus awakening its intelligence. Today, it was probably frightened by the cultivators and accidentally stumbled into this tomb. So we just need to find, there. Chapter 26. The contract with the treasure-seeking mouse. Jiang Yu approached the corner with disbelief, reaching out to grasp a small, black treasure-seeking mouse, roughly the size of her palm, appeared before her, trembling. Jiang Yu couldn't help but murmur, it's so black. The mouse froze momentarily, its glossy eyes fixated intently on Jiang Yu's eye. In the next instant, it squeaked, chirp chirp, chirp chirp. Is it scolding me? Jiang Yu communicated with Tianshu. Tianshu replied affirmatively, indeed. It is reproaching you for your audacity to call it black. Among the mouse demon clan, a creature of your size would be deemed undesirable. Unlike it, small and exquisite. Jiang Yu. Tianshu, please store it in your Tianshu space for now. When we encounter cultivators in battle, release it to witness the harsh realities of society. That way, it will be frightened and won't dare approach Shaoqingyue. Jiang Yu declared with satisfaction, feeling in control of the little creature. Tianshu sighed deeply. Firstly, mouse demons are low-tier beasts with strong reproductive capabilities, so to ensure a sufficient food supply, their king will send them to their deaths in human territories to maintain the clan's stability. Secondly, among the millions of mouse demons, do you think a treasure-seeking mouse that has gained intelligence would be foolish? Jiang Yu inquired. Tianshu, resigned, turned to the treasure-seeking mouse. My Tianshu space can facilitate your cultivation and ensure your safety. But first, you must forge a contract with this human and pledge not to betray her. Moreover, I've calculated your path. Should you leave us, you will undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Jiang Yu added hastily. A very tragic one. The treasure-seeking mouse stiffened, seemingly lost in thought, remaining silent for a considerable time. After a while, it finally nodded in agreement, willingly establishing a master-servant contract with Jiang Yu, thus becoming her first contracted beast. Jiang Yu's face lit up with joy. From now on, you shall be called Shu Bao. Shu Bao, are there any treasures here? Shu Bao nodded, pointing to the ground. Jiang Yu felt a vein throb on her forehead. Was she about to dig again? Jiang Daoyu, Feng Xian called out. Jiang Yu rose and walked towards Feng Xian, who appeared pale yet was in high spirits. Have you completed the imprint? Jiang Yu asked with a smile. Feng Xian nodded and, after destroying the stele, handed her a jade slip, saying, to those who see it, it is theirs. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Now we should find a way to leave. Feng Xian suggested. Jiang Yu raised her hand. Wait. With that, she produced a meteor hammer and a broad-bladed knife, declaring, there is something beneath us. Let us dig together. Since Tianshu indicated that this individual could be a collaborator, a solid foundation of trust must be established. She was uncertain whether Feng Xian had noticed her movements, but since he hadn't, he explicitly mentioned anything and had even provided her with a copy of the 7-kill formation. They might as well act as if nothing were amiss. Feng Xian took the hammer, tested its weight, and began to strike downward at the location Jiang Yu indicated, inquiring, Jiang Daoyu, may I ask if we are looking for this cultivator's coffin? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Tianshu. After communicating with Shu Bao, Tianshu confirmed to Jiang Yu, yes. Jiang Yu felt a sense of despair. Indeed. Feng Xin reasoned that a tomb would naturally contain a coffin. Jiang Yu joined in to assist, channeling spiritual energy into the knife before striking down with all her strength. After about half an hour, a large pit finally appeared in the ground, just as the two were poised to strike again. When suddenly the earth collapsed beneath them, and they fell directly through. Pooh pooh pooh. Jiang Yu spat out the dirt and dust from her mouth, realizing, this is indeed the tomb. Feng Xin meticulously executed a Qingqinju, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. It appears this is indeed the place we were meant to arrive at. Everything above was merely an illusion. Nonsense. A shadowy figure suddenly sprang forth, scrutinizing the two with great care. Who would leave valuable items exposed? I may be dead, but I am certainly not foolish. Jiang Yu was taken aback, exclaiming in fright. I have heard of corpses being resurrected, but I never imagined souls could be deceived as well. The celestial book remarked, this is but a remnant of the forebear's consciousness left before death. Feng Xin whispered, pulling Jiang Yu's sleeve to perform a bow, saying, as juniors, we unintentionally intrude. I beg your forgiveness. Esteemed predecessor. The shadowy figure laughed heartily, soaring to a meditation cushion, sitting cross-legged and gazing at the two, hesitantly inquiring. Why is your strength so feeble? This realm possesses scant spiritual energy. At most, one might reach the golden core stage. Seeing no malice in this remnant, Jiang Yu boldly stepped forward. The cultivator, clad in loose white robes with a long beard cascading to his chest, appeared somewhat despondent as the light in his eyes dimmed upon hearing Jiang Yu's comment about the realm's lack of spiritual energy. Feng Xin approached and cupped her hands in greeting. Esteemed predecessor, do you possess any unfulfilled wishes? We juniors may assist in their fulfillment. The cultivator shook his head, stating, I am merely an ordinary cultivator. Having failed to overcome the tribulation, I could not achieve the great Tao. Now, in death, I leave behind merely a trace of obsession. Feng Xin's eyes brightened. If he spoke of tribulation, he must at least have been a nascent soul cultivator. Perhaps even hired it is a stroke of fortune for us to encounter you, esteemed predecessor. Should we receive your guidance, it would undoubtedly benefit us for a lifetime. As she spoke, Feng Xin bowed once more. Pulling Jiang Yu along, the cultivator, with a hint of resignation, replied, I am but a remnant of consciousness, with little to offer in guidance. However, if you one day reach the Yaoqi celestial realm, please remember to raise a cup of immortal spring water in my honor. Upon finishing his words, he gazed at the two, his form gradually fading. My name is Shangshan Rong. In that very instant, two white dots swiftly penetrated their consciousness, rooting themselves within, unshakable. What is this? Feng Xin immediately shut her eyes to introspect. Jiang Yu turned to the celestial book for clarification. The celestial book explained. The white dots contain something, a gift of sorts, and his final words, along with his name, establish a contract, ensuring you must comply. Jiang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. The celestial realm has perished. Where am I to find the Yaoqi celestial realm? When your strength surpasses his, you may erase this mark or fulfill his wish. The celestial book regarded the white dots, noting the challenge ahead. He was an ancient cultivator, and you must at least ascend to a higher realm to have a chance to erase it. Feng Xin, now with eyes open, looked at Jiang Yu. It appears to be a space filled with many things. However, our current strength may render them inaccessible. Jiang Yu sighed, pressing her forehead. He is an ancient cultivator, so we must find a way to fulfill his dying wish. Feng Xin's expression darkened. I understand. This white represents his spiritual contract, and we are powerless to resist, forced to obey. The celestial book suddenly pondered the deeply buried immortal wine of great dreams. Perhaps this cultivator had consumed it several times, catching glimpses of the ethereal realm, thus forming an obsession. Yet, he likely sought to escape such fantasies, which is why he buried the immortal wine deep underground. Jiang Yu suddenly communicated. If we consume the great dream wine, could we not discern the location of the celestial realm? The celestial book nodded. That is indeed a possibility, but I advise against using it now. Your strength is too low. If you learn of the celestial realm too soon, it may hinder your cultivation. I suggest waiting until after ascension to the higher realm to attempt it. Jiang Yu turned to Feng Xin. Since we are currently powerless to dispel this spiritual contract, it may be best to go with the flow. Perhaps after Ascension, we will find a way to break it, and then we can seek you out to venture into the celestial realm together. Fengxian smiled wryly. Just as she was about to speak, the ground beneath them cracked, and the area began to collapse. We are being teleported out. Stay close to me, and be wary of the sect members. As soon as Fengxian's words fell, a whirlwind of chaos ensued, and the two were abruptly ejected from the small secret realm. Chapter 27. Surrounded by sect cultivators, Jiang Yu was momentarily blinded by a flash of white light. When her vision cleared, she found herself in a familiar scene. "What is your intention?" Fengxian smiled, observing the encroaching sect members. Jiang Yu surveyed the surroundings, gripping her spiritual axe tightly. The leader furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased by their lack of awareness. This small secret realm is maintained in rotation by the various sects. Naturally, solitary cultivators entering must contribute a portion for daily upkeep. Jiang Yu whispered to Fengxian, "Is that so?" Fengxian replied, "Since the secret realm's inception, it has opened every 3 years, requiring a golden core cultivator to preside over its opening. It merely wastes some spiritual energy. There is no maintenance involved." Jiang Yu bowed to the middle-aged cultivator. "What the esteemed elder says is true. However, our abilities are limited, and we merely gathered some herbs." With that, she produced a handful of low-tier herbs, numbering around 30. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes flickered as he scanned with his spiritual sense. This was the malice of the powerful, humiliating those beneath them. As if stripping them bare for all to see, Fengxian's expression turned to one of anger. But Jiang Yu held her back. "Let us not forget, this man is stronger than us. He belongs to the Tiandao sect, and the powerful members, including Lin Feng, are here, making direct confrontation unwise." Thankfully, she had the Celestial Book for cover. The Celestial Book adjusted Jiang Yu's strength to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, while Fengxian's was raised to the 4th level. After the middle-aged cultivator scanned them, he huffed and took the herbs. "Why did you two emerge early?" Jiang Yu quickly signaled Fengxian. "I just helped you conceal it." She then turned to the middle-aged cultivator, feigning distress. "We were digging for herbs when the ground shook, and we were thrown out." Fengxian maintained her angry demeanor but subtly pulled Jiang Yu back a step. "May we leave now?" The middle-aged cultivator, not having received any useful information, waved them off, allowing their departure. The two promptly turned to leave. "Wait!" Lin Feng suddenly approached, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, releasing his pressure. "You are the Jiang Yu mentioned by Qingyue?" As Lin Feng withdrew his pressure, his expression softened considerably. "Qingyue is too kind-hearted." Jiang Yu and Fengxian immediately nodded in agreement, with Fengxian adding, "Seeing is believing, indeed. Qingyue is exceptionally kind." Lin Feng ignored Fengxian and refocused on Jiang Yu. "After my retreat, I heard that Zhang Zhenren forcefully took your heirloom jade pendant?" Jiang Yu lowered her gaze, her expression troubled. Lin Feng's demeanor grew cold, and he unleashed his pressure once more. Jiang Yu's face flushed, her meridian strained, and she coughed up blood. Fengxian quickly assisted her, but both were left bent over. Unable to straighten under the weight of Lin Feng's might in the presence of the foremost expert of the Bishi continent, they were but ants, easily crushed without the right to protest. Lin Feng temporarily withdrew his pressure. Beckoning to the middle-aged cultivator, receiving items before tossing a storage bag to Jiang Yu, containing 500 low-grade spiritual stones and a foundation establishment pill. "Once you exit, you may exchange it." "Yes." Jiang Yu wiped the blood from her mouth. And she and Fengxian supported each other as they stepped back, preparing to sit and rest. Jiang Yu looked apologetically at Fengxian, whispering, "I have brought you trouble." Fengxian shook her head. "Because of you. I have also gained a treasure in the form of a white dot. It is no loss." Jiang Yu smiled bitterly, gazing at the storage bag in her hands. "That jade pendant must be extraordinary." "Right?" Fengxian suddenly inquired. Jiang Yu nodded. "That is why I willingly handed it over, leaving the Tiandao sect in search of a sliver of hope." Fengxian understood. "No wonder Shan Qingwei looked at you with such ill intent. She wishes to eliminate you to prevent future troubles." As Fengxian spoke, she secretly handed Jiang Yu a pill. After Jiang Yu consumed it, she whispered her thanks. "Once they emerge, I will find a way to instigate conflict. You should leave first. I no need. I have a plan." Fengxian pointed to a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. "I told you, I am not one to suffer losses." The Celestial Book gently patted Jiang Yu, reminding her, If I am not mistaken, this secret realm is a space created by ancient cultivators. Now that his remnant has dissipated, the secret realm will likely collapse entirely, never to reappear. Jiang Yu immediately inquired. Then why have Xiao Qingyue and the others not been expelled yet? The celestial book speculated. There is likely a hidden treasure within the secret realm that stabilizes this space. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. Following the pattern, the Tiandao sect would certainly compensate Xiao Qingyue, making it likely that she would obtain the treasure. Thus, if the secret realm collapses, it would surely be Xiao Qingyue's fault, Fengxin. Jiang Yu communicated. The remnant has dissipated, and the secret realm will collapse. Jiang Yu's eyes widened with excitement. Then we shall collaborate. Fengxin nodded. Collaboration. The celestial book's gaze fixated on the middle-aged cultivator's storage bag, filled with determination. How could they, being so impoverished, still seek to rob their herbs? Jiang Yu and Fengxin promptly sat cross-legged, preparing to meditate and recover. Seeing their lack of intent to flee, the middle-aged cultivator turned away, gazing at the exit of the secret realm while instructing the sect disciples to remain vigilant and prevent solitary cultivators from escaping. This time, as the Tiandao sect presided over the opening of the secret realm, they could not allow any solitary cultivators to escape without payment. Only those who surrendered their share would be allowed to leave. Ensuring that any missing portions would be compensated by the culprits themselves. Chapter 28. The collapse of the secret realm. A shrill scream pierced the air, landing near Jiang Yu. It was none other than that disciple. He, who had previously hinted at her. He gazed at Jiang Yu, his mouth agape, his eyes bulging. Xiao Qingyue, kill, kill. Before he could finish his words, a streak of sword aura surged forth, and he was rendered utterly silent. Jiang Yu feigned fear, desperately pulling Feng Xian back, glancing toward the one who had struck, Lin Shuejian. Don't slander the disciples of the sect. Such treachery must be punished. Lin Shuejian declared coldly, his gaze gravely fixed on the small secret realm. Just moments ago, the small secret realm had inexplicably begun to tremble, causing fissures to appear in the surrounding ground. Lin Shuejian attempted to force his way into the secret realm several times, but was thwarted by the protective formation. Anxious, he summoned his own life spirit sword, ready to strike at the realm. Feng Xian murmured, "It seems that this master treats his disciple rather exceptionally." Jiang Yu was astonished, realizing Feng Xian had keen insight. Just then, the formation of the secret realm suddenly cracked, its protective barriers shattering in an instant, casting all the cultivators within out. The small secret realm, which had existed for hundreds of years on the Bai Shui continent, collapsed entirely, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Qingyue, you have destroyed a secret realm that stood for centuries. You are now an enemy of the Bai Shui continent. Shen Qingwei bellowed. Lin Shuejian's expression turned icy. You dare to spread baseless accusations? Injured, Xiao Qingyue looked at Lin Shuejian, her eyes slightly reddened. Master, Shen Qingwei slanders me. Shen Qingwei, aflame with fury, met Lin Shuejian's gaze fearlessly, as the members of the Shen family rushed forward to shield her. Shen Qingwei, how dare you slander my disciple? Lin Shuejian, sword in hand, emanated an aura that suggested he would end Shen Qingwei if she did not apologize. Shen Qingwei's eyes were red with rage. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yu called out, Shun Shiji, could you return the jade pendant to me? I will return the foundation-building pills and 500 low-grade spirit stones. As she spoke, she cautiously glanced at Lin Shuejian. The blood stains on Jiang Yu were starkly visible, her complexion pale and ghastly, clearly indicating she had been threatened, and it was evident who had posed that threat. Lin Shuejian's expression darkened. A mere Shen family dares to stir trouble before me. The array pearl in Xiao Qingyue's storage ring had caused the secret realm's collapse, something everyone had witnessed. Can you still deny it? Shen Qingwei turned to Lin Shuejian, no matter how powerful you are. Do you dare to oppose all the cultivators of this continent? Lin Shuejian remained silent, steadfastly guarding Xiao Qingyue. As Xiao Qingyue looked at his back, a fleeting doubt crossed her mind. Qingyue, you mustn't give it up, urged Xing Huang from within her ring. Xiao Qingyue communicated, but the array pearl isn't of much use. Xing Huang chuckled, how could it not be useful? Once you have your own cave dwelling, this item will serve as a layer of protection. Xiao Qingyue agreed inwardly, pursed her lips, and retreated behind Lin Shuejian, softly stating, Master, I truly did not take it. Lin Shuejian, seeing his disciple on the verge of tears, felt a pang of tenderness. Fear not. With your master here, no one can harm you. His gaze swept over the cultivators who had been expelled, his voice icy. Who among you saw my disciple take the array pearl? An eerie silence ensued. No one daring to speak. Shen Qingwei was nearly driven mad. Her hand gripping the spirit sword trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, Jiang Yu spoke again. Shun Shiji, could you return the jade pendant to me? Absolutely not. Shen Qingwei's fury surged, her eyes ablaze. I have obtained it and recognized it as mine. I shall give it to no one. If you dare to ask, I will kill you. Jiang Yu shrank back a step. Shen Qingwei turned to Lin Shuejian. If you have the audacity to disregard your reputation and come to seize it, then let us see you try. Lin Shuejian's expression darkened. He had been renowned for many years, and no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. He slightly twisted his sword, releasing a surge of sword aura. Feng Xian's gaze sharpened. The time has come. Jiang Yu positioned herself to shield Feng Xian, and she heard him muttering incantations. In the instant Lin Shuejian was further provoked. Raising his sword, a circle of fire and thunder erupted, precisely where the Shun family had been. The Shun family was taken aback, then erupted in fury. Lin Shuejian, how dare you? The elders of the Shen family could no longer hold back. If they did not act now, where would the dignity of the Shun family lie? Bring Xiao Qingyue here to retrieve the array pearl. Yes, Grand Elder. Lin Shuejian immediately commanded the disciples of Tiandao sect. Protect my disciple Xiao Qingyue. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. Shen Qingwei was undeterred. Tiandao sect is not yours alone. You have no right to command all the disciples, and the sect master will not spare you for this. After Shen Qingwei spoke, she turned to the disciples of Tiandao sect. Disciples of Tiandao sect shall not interfere. Otherwise, my master, as an elder of the law enforcement hall, will not be lenient. As Shen Qingwei's words fell, the Shen family suddenly attacked. Feng Xian seized the opportunity to trigger another circle of fire and thunder. Plunging the scene into chaos, Jiang Yu realized that she had already revealed her face today. Whether it was those seeking the jade pendant or Shen Qingwei, neither would spare her. Since that was the case, there was no need to pretend any longer. Jiang Yu produced 10 explosion talismans, her lips moving as she swiftly summoned them and hurled them at the middle-aged cultivator, the talismans having been secretly given to her by Feng Xian. The middle-aged cultivator, caught off guard, was injured by the explosion talismans and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Xian seized the chance to dash forward and deliver a lethal blow, and the two began to battle fiercely. With an extraordinary wind spirit root and incredible speed, the middle-aged cultivator, already injured, was certainly no match for Feng Xian. Tianshu Dao, Jiang Yu replied, raising her spirit axe to charge forward, mercilessly dispatching any Tiandao sect cultivators who obstructed her path with a single swing of her axe. Tianshu was responsible for collecting storage bags, retrieving one after another, sometimes even snagging a few extras. After Feng Xian dispatched the middle-aged cultivator, he snatched the storage bag and, along with Jiang Yu, swiftly retreated, blending into the crowd of rogue cultivators, quickly escaping the battlefield. Following their lead, many sect disciples began to quietly withdraw, not wishing to sacrifice their lives. Shen Qingwei and Xiao Qingyue finally noticed Jiang Yu's departure, their hearts ablaze with fury as they exchanged glances filled with disdain, launching into a reckless brawl. At this moment, Jiang Yu and Feng Xian had boarded the spirit boat, each contributing 5,000 low-grade spirit stones for a room, as the boat swiftly departed to escape. Chapter 29. Tian Tai City. After entering the room, Feng Xian explained to Jiang Yu, this spirit boat belongs to Lao Luo. As long as the payment is sufficient, he will dare to take you anywhere. Jiang Yu recalled that many cultivators had greeted Feng Xian as they boarded, and inquired, so you had made arrangements with those rogue cultivators in advance, so that Lao Luo would be ready to take you away once we emerged? Feng Xian nodded, accustomed to planning ahead. Moreover, since this time Lin Shuejian was leading, this spirit boat would take us to Tian Tai City, from where you could transfer to other spirit boats or remain there. Jiang Yu nodded, indicating she would consider it. Feng Xian produced the middle-aged cultivator's storage bag, and Jiang Yu thought for a moment before producing a dozen of her own. These were picked up along the way. Since we are cooperating, let us share fairly. Feng Xian agreed, and they erased their spiritual consciousness from the storage bags, emptying their contents onto the floor. Discarding the clothing items, Feng Xian tossed them aside, setting them ablaze in a fire pit. While they began to divide the remaining items, "Of course, these are yours," Feng Xian stated, handing over some items to Jiang Yu. She first stored them in her own bag, then surveyed the items on the floor. "The fire thunder you planted. The 5,000 spirit stones I paid for boarding the spirit boat, plus the 10 explosion talismans and the healing pills you gave me. Calculate their worth, and then choose first. We will divide the rest afterward." Feng Xian did not hold back, taking items while calculating their value. And when he had gathered a reasonable amount, he paused and chuckled. "There isn't much left." Jiang Yu looked again, finding about 500 low-grade spirit stones, 10 bottles of fasting pills, 10 fireball talismans, 3 shattering stone talismans, and several sect jade slips containing records of basic cultivation techniques. "Let us split it evenly." After saying this, Jiang Yu began to discuss the division with Feng Xian. Ultimately, Jiang Yu took over 300 spirit stones along with all the talismans, while Feng Xian took the remainder. He had connections and could sell these items. Jiang Yu's thoughts sparked. "How much could you sell the weapons of those cultivators for?" Feng Xian asked. "Do you have many?" Jiang Yu felt assured. "I picked up a few during the beast riot." Feng Xian understood and pointed her to a path. "Once you arrive in Tiantai City, go to a grocery store owned by the Lin family. I have collaborated with the owner many times. Selling your items to him will guarantee no worries." Jiang Yu naturally expressed her gratitude once more. They exchanged no further pleasantries, and after dividing their belongings, each settled into a corner to meditate and recover. The little rat gobbled down herbs while surveying the space, which was vast and full of life. With thriving medicinal plants in the fields, ensuring it would not lack for food in the future, and the spiritual energy was abundant. However, outside the area they occupied, the spiritual energy was volatile, which slightly frightened the little rat. Tianshu, noticing the little rat's curiosity, explained, "After I was torn in half and sealed, this space was destroyed. The place you are now in is what I have been gradually restoring." The little rat paused its munching. "Gigi? How long will it take you to restore it?" Tianshu smiled. "It depends on Xiaoyu's cultivation speed. I believe it will be quite fast." The little rat resumed its munching with ease. The next day, Jiang Yu awoke from her meditation, feeling the abundant spiritual energy in her dantian, and let out a sigh of relief. The celestial tome emerged from the void, and the two individuals deliberated on assessing the density of spiritual energy in Tiantai City. If it proved satisfactory, they could temporarily reside there, enhancing their strength before proceeding further. Jiang Yu recalled the storage bag that Lin Shuejian had bestowed upon her and retrieved the spiritual stones within, transferring them to her own storage bag. She then glanced at the Foundation Establishment pill, opening it for inspection. The celestial tome furrowed its brow in curiosity. "Let us see the pill." Following its instruction, Jiang Yu poured out the contents. After a meticulous examination, the tome spat in disdain. "The pill is heavily tainted. How could such a concoction possibly aid in Foundation establishment?" Jiang Yu recalled the one she had previously sold and communicated telepathically with the tome. "How does this one compare to that?" Unsure whether to lament Shun Qingwei's unscrupulousness or to marvel at Lin Shuejian's audacity, she felt conflicted. The tome replied, "In this realm, it is unlikely that high-quality Foundation establishment pills can be crafted. Most are akin to the one you sold before. The one you currently possess is explicitly designed to lead you to your demise." Jiang Yu tightened her grip on the pill, her expression turning icy. "My current weakness does not imply that I harbor no grudges." The tome reassured her. "Opportunities will abound in the future. First, focus on strengthening yourself." At that moment, Feng Xian awakened from meditation. Catching sight of Jiang Yu's furrowed brow and furious countenance, he inquired, "Is there something amiss with the pill?" "Then, how about selling it to me?" Feng Xian asked, eyeing the vial. Jiang Yu was taken aback for a moment before realizing. "Are you planning to gift it to someone? Is it the same individual as before?" Feng Xian readily admitted. Jiang Yu chuckled, tossing the vial over. "No need to purchase. I will gift it to you. If I cannot avenge my grievances, can I not assist you in yours?" Feng Xian let out a hearty laugh. "Jiang Daoist, let us collaborate again in the Sword Tomb's secret realm." Jiang Yu found this partnership both comforting and reassuring, and they promptly made arrangements. Feng Xian also handed over a communication jade slip, effectively purchasing the Foundation establishment pill. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu accepted it, recognizing that she could not afford the communication jade slip, and knowing it would be essential for future collaborations. She decided it was better to have it now and share the profits later. With a newfound sense of direction, she no longer felt entirely in the dark. After bidding farewell at the spirit boat, Jiang Yu paid the entry fee of 100 low-grade spiritual stones and entered the city. Upon entering, the celestial tome exclaimed with delight. The spiritual energy here is quite impressive. Jiang Yu concurred, noting that such a favorable location would likely incur higher costs for spiritual stones. Thus, she first visited the Lin family's general store, intending to see how many spiritual stones she could exchange. Upon arrival, she observed the nearly falling wooden sign and hesitated briefly before knocking on the door. "Who is it? Disturbing my peaceful slumber in broad daylight?" "Esteemed elder, I was referred by Feng Xian." Jiang Yu called through the door gap. "Come in," came the response as the wooden door creaked open. Chapter 30. Lin family general store. Before her was a long table, behind which lounged a young cultivator in his 30s. He languidly sat up from his reclined position, gazing at Jiang Yu with a nonchalant tone. "Do you have any fine goods?" Jiang Yu nodded, glancing at the row of wooden shelves behind her. At first glance, the shelves appeared old and dusty, yet among them was a nearly falling talisman, a fourth-grade explosive talisman, suggesting that the shopkeeper was not to be underestimated and possessed some skill. "Let me see." Linzhou extended his hand. "I require a room to organize my items," Jiang Yu stated. Feng Xian had informed her that it was permissible to request a room from the owner for the purpose of sorting items for sale, assuring her of safety while doing so. Linzhou chuckled, regarding Jiang Yu with curiosity. "Did Feng Xian not deceive you?" Jiang Yu maintained her composure. "The collaboration has been quite satisfactory." Linzhou raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, but refrained from further inquiries, merely gesturing to a door. "Behind that door is a courtyard, containing 3 rooms. You may enter the open ones. They are equipped with formations, costing 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones for an hour's use." Jiang Yu was well prepared, nodding in acknowledgement before pushing the door to the courtyard. In the courtyard, among the 3 rooms, one was closed while the other 2 stood open. Jiang Yu chose the one furthest from the closed room. Stepping inside and activating the formation, the celestial tome surveyed the surroundings and reassured her. "Not bad. You can proceed without worry." With that, it began to empty all the storage bags it had collected. Jiang Yu watched in astonishment as the number of storage bags piled up, exclaiming, "Tian Shu, you are incredible." The tome beamed with pride. "Of course. My speed is unmatched. Let us organize swiftly." Jiang Yu responded with excitement. Both she and the tome began to erase the spiritual consciousness of the storage bags, emptying their contents. Anything deemed useless was tossed into the nearby fire pit, rapidly filling it to the brim. After tossing in a fireball talisman to incinerate the clothing, they continued to open more storage bags. Half an hour later, the 2 had finally emptied all the bags and piled their contents to the side. Jiang Yu collected the spiritual stones first, then organized the talisman papers into categories. Some spiritual artifacts, being items of the sect, posed potential trouble if used carelessly, so she decided to leave them for Linzhou to handle. As for the jade slips and books, Jiang Yu had no need for them, as she possessed the celestial tome's vast knowledge of techniques, rendering them sellable as well. The remaining items consisted of various pills. And aside from 5 bottles of healing pills, she chose to handle the rest, recognizing that acquiring more spiritual stones for cultivation was paramount. Dispose of those herbs without roots. Exchange them for something useful. "While I will keep the others in storage," the tome instructed, proceeding to organize the herbs. Jiang Yu agreed, starting to fill the storage bags with items intended for sale. Due to the sheer quantity, it took nearly half the storage bags to accommodate everything completely. After an hour of diligent sorting, Jiang Yu confirmed that nothing was overlooked and opened the formation, stepping out of the room. At that moment, the 2 adjacent rooms remained tightly shut. Glancing at them, Jiang Yu turned her attention to the front. "Lin boss," she called out, placing the storage bags on the counter. Linzhou was taken aback. Staring at the counter piled high with storage bags, he casually picked one up, scanning it with his spiritual sense, then selected another. "Did you rob a small sect?" Linzhou remarked, unperturbed. Running a business meant accepting such practices if they were profitable. "Feel free to browse the shop while I organize. If there's anything you fancy, I shall give you a discount." Jiang Yu expressed her gratitude and began to peruse. The celestial tome advised from the side, "I have recorded the formulas for talismans and techniques, so there is no need for purchase, but you may acquire several useful items." Jiang Yu shared this sentiment, and thus, the two engaged in discussions over the wooden shelves for quite some time before finally selecting a few items. A set of mother and son needles, consisting of 10 fine iron needles, suitable for stealth attacks, a heavy meteor hammer, perfectly suited for Jiang Yu, whose body had recently been altered by the water spirit pearl, allowing for a satisfying strike with each swing. Additionally, she purchased a low-quality alchemy furnace for concocting beast blood talismans, and finally, 3,000 sheets of talisman paper for practice. Once Jiang Yu had chosen her items, Linzhou had also finished assessing their worth. Esteemed friend, I have yet to learn your name, Linzhou inquired with a hint of a smile. Jiang Yu clasped her hands. My surname is Jiang. Jiang Daoist, Linzhou continued. The variety of spiritual artifacts you provided is impressive, ranging from low to high grade, and those jade slips. Jiang Yu interjected, Lin boss, I was referred by Feng Xin, so I trust you. Linzhou felt relieved and promptly stated the price. After deducting the cost of using the room, I shall offer you 350,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Jiang Yu maintained a calm expression. That is acceptable. Please deduct these as well, Lin boss. Linzhou glanced at the items. The talisman paper is inexpensive, and I shall gift you the alchemy furnace. As for the mother and son needles, I will charge you 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones. And the meteor hammer will be 17,000. I will return you 310,000 low-grade spiritual stones. All right, thank you, Lin boss. Jiang Yu smiled in appreciation, then inquired, do you purchase demon beasts? Linzhou's eyes brightened. Indeed, I buy as many as you have. Linzhou found a clear space, and Jiang Yu produced the demon beasts she had collected. After a brief assessment, Linzhou offered her 180,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Demon beasts are worth so much? Jiang Yu was somewhat astonished. Linzhou, satisfied, was eager to share. Some cultivators disdain consuming demon beast meat, while others relish it. Jiang Yu nodded, recalling that the celestial tome had mentioned that unawakened demon beasts could be consumed. Though if their demonic energy was not processed correctly, it could hinder cultivation, which explained why some cultivators abstained. Conversely, those focused on physical cultivation could benefit greatly from consuming demon beasts, hence the more, the better. Does Lin boss sell cooking utensils and seasonings? Jiang Yu inquired with interest. Linzhou appeared as if he had found a kindred spirit. Of course, Jiang Daoist, let me tell you, when demon beast meat is properly prepared, it tastes exquisite, not even celestial brews can compare. Thus, Jiang Yu acquired pots, stoves, seasonings, bowls, and utensils, suddenly comprehending why this establishment was called a general store. It truly had everything. After agreeing with Linzhou to return with more items in the future, she departed the general store. Upon reaching the main street, she followed Linzhou's directions to purchase spiritual rice and spiritual vegetables, selecting various herbs for cultivation before finally arriving at the place for renting a cave dwelling. This location had also been recommended by Linzhou. Though the price was steep, it offered stability. With her low strength and being alone in the outside world, safety was undoubtedly paramount. Chapter 31. Long-term rental of the cave dwelling in Tiantai City. There are 3 establishments that offer cave dwellings for rent. Among them, 2 are affiliated with prominent cultivation families, while the one Lin Xian directed Jiang Yu to is under the control of the most formidable expert in Tiantai City, Yu Shu. Upon entering the Yu family's rental cave, a young attendant approached her. Are you here to rent a cave, fair lady? Would you prefer a long-term or short-term lease? Long-term, Jiang Yu replied. The young attendant responded with a smile, presenting a jade slip for her perusal. You may choose from the options available. The prices are indicated as well. Jiang Yu expressed her gratitude and pressed the jade slip to her forehead. Currently, there are 10 cave dwellings available for long-term rental from the Yu family, categorized into 3 tiers according to the density of spiritual energy. Jiang Yu dismissed the lower-tier options and turned her attention to the remaining 6. Jiang Yu communicated with the Heavenly Book. The price for the medium tier is 7,000 spirit stones per month, totaling 84,000 for the year. The higher tier is divided into independent courtyards and mountaintop caves. The courtyard is expensive at 20,000 per month, amounting to 240,000 annually, while the mountaintop cave is 15,000 per month, totaling 180,000 spirit stones. With the same energy density, the Heavenly Book contemplated briefly. Rent the mountaintop cave for 2 years, then negotiate the price. They had a total of 490,000 spirit stones on hand, which seemed ample, yet they needed to be prudent with their expenditures. After making her decision, Jiang Yu returned the jade slip to the young attendant. I wish to rent the higher-tier mountaintop cave for 2 years. The young attendant's expression brightened. This was a significant transaction. Fair lady, not only is the mountaintop cave rich in spiritual energy, but it also comes equipped with a medicinal field and a separate room for spirit pets. It is merely 18,000 per year. Truly expensive, Jiang Yu interjected, her expression earnest. Considering I am renting it for 2 years, it should be a bit cheaper. The young attendant hesitated, taken aback by Jiang Yu's unexpectedly frugal demeanor, as they had never encountered a cultivator willing to negotiate on the rental price before. Other cultivators nearby were equally stunned, glancing at Jiang Yu in anticipation of the young attendant's reaction. Fair lady, yes, I am renting for 2 years, Jiang Yu reiterated emphatically, emphasizing the high-tier cave. Under Jiang Yu's serious gaze, the young attendant, somewhat bewildered, turned to consult the manager. The manager, after a moment of confusion, sought the elders' counsel and ultimately agreed to a discount of 1,000 for the annual rent. Saving 2,000 spirit stones, Jiang Yu happily paid the 2-year rental fee and made her way to her new cave dwelling. The high-tier cave was equipped with a protective array, a dust-clearing array, and a soundproofing array. Additionally, the dwelling featured a front hall and 4 rooms. One for the medicinal field, one for spirit pets, one for cultivation, and a bathing space, which left Jiang Yu in awe. Is the water in the bathing area truly from a spiritual spring? She exclaimed, pointing at the water outlet with excitement. The heavenly book cautioned, do not expect this spiritual spring to alter your constitution. It is likely just spirit stones infused in water for good fortune. Jiang Yu, undeterred, decided to test it and discovered it was indeed true. However, she was not disappointed. Having hot water accessible directly in the cave was a wonderful convenience for relaxation. After thoroughly exploring the cave, Jiang Yu resolved to concoct beast blood in the spirit pet room, as her mouse companion was reluctant to emerge, thus leaving a room vacant. Regarding the medicinal field, the spiritual soil there could not compare to the one in her spatial realm, so it would remain idle, serving as an ideal spot for setting up a cooking area. As for the remaining cultivation space, she merely needed to place a mat. Sleeping was out of the question. After activating all the arrays, Jiang Yu set up an additional set of array flags for double assurance before settling down in a meditative posture. The heavenly book noted, currently, there are 27 varieties of medicinal herbs in the spatial realm, varying in quantity but all relatively young, making them unsellable in the short term. Only beast meat from the demon pig and demon rabbit remains. And there is a considerable amount. Spices have been planted, as well as some spiritual vegetables. Check for seeds for spiritual rice next time. Understood, Jiang Yu acknowledged. I still have 150,372 low-grade spirit stones, 3 spirit tools, and several talismans. The heavenly book pondered briefly. It's advisable to practice crafting talismans daily, as this can solidify and enhance your consciousness, training your spiritual awareness. Cultivation should not be neglected either. I suggest not being stingy with resources. Arrange spirit arrays for cultivation every day to ensure successful foundation establishment within 2 years. Jiang Yu exhaled a breath, feeling a sense of urgency. The matter regarding the jade pendant had become an inextricable knot. And thus, should she encounter Shen Qingwei or Xiao Qingyu again, her fate would not be pleasant. Only by growing stronger could she extricate herself from her predicament. With this thought, Jiang Yu first requested the heavenly book to provide her with beast blood, then retrieved a low-grade alchemy furnace. She carefully poured the beast blood in batches, adding 2 sprigs of heart-purifying grass and a clean spirit fruit before beginning the cooking process, as the resulting beast blood would be used for crafting talismans. As cooking the beast blood required careful attention to the fire, Jiang Yu remained vigilant, monitoring the alchemy furnace closely. After every 2 batches, she would meditate to recover, which also served as training for her spiritual awareness. Once the beast blood was fully prepared, Jiang Yu began processing the demon beasts. Initially, she was quite clumsy, her mind knowing the actions but her hands uncooperative, resulting in a gruesome mess that resembled a crime scene. However, after extensive practice, her movements became increasingly adept, allowing her to efficiently process the beast meat. Once the meat was prepared, she cleaned the fur and temporarily set it aside. The heavenly book glanced at a pile of miscellaneous items and a specialized freezer for demon beasts in her spatial realm, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Who would have thought Jiang Yu would master the art of drawing ice spirit talismans so rapidly? It took only 3 sheets of talisman paper for her to become proficient. Successfully advancing to the second tier, and making significant progress in her spiritual awareness. However, the fact that 3,000 sheets of talisman paper were used solely for drawing ice spirit talismans was indeed astonishing, showcasing Jiang Yu's dedication to creating miracles with her freezer. After attending to everything, Jiang Yu commenced her daily routine of cultivation, watching her spirit stones gradually diminish while her strength surged. The mouse companion, having grown accustomed to the situation, became her eating partner, with Jiang Yu consuming meat and the mouse nibbling on grass, sharing the same table. Lin Xianyi approached to greet her before transitioning to the main topic. There's a lucrative business opportunity. Are you interested? Chapter 32. The thieves. Just as Jiang Yu was about to decline, the heavenly book interjected, urging her to listen first. Boss Lin, shall we find a tea house to discuss this? Jiang Yu suggested. Lin Xianyi readily agreed and led her to a nearby tea house, securing a private room through his connections before ascending to the second floor. Once seated, the tea house owner served them a pot of tea, and Lin Xianyi expressed his thanks before setting up a soundproof array. Lin Xianyi got straight to the point, revealing the matter at hand. It turned out that the Lin family's general store had been collaborating with the black market, with their goods flowing into it. However, during a recent transaction, the items transported were intercepted by a notorious group of thieves known as the Black Wind Bandits. I've discovered that many members of the Black Wind Bandits are actually from the Loose Cultivator Alliance. They are subordinates of Zhou Liyong. Following the conclusion of a minor secret realm, they rushed in to seize a batch of goods, frequently laying ambushes on various routes, attacking spirit boats belonging to the Chao and Feng families, and even sending assassins after them, though all attempts have been in vain. Upon hearing the name Zhou, Jiang Yu couldn't help but recall the elder Zhou mentioned by Zhou Cheng. Was this Zhou Liyong the same elder Zhou from the Loose Cultivator Alliance who had harmed many female cultivators? Lin Xianyi's expression turned grave. If we let this slide, my credibility will undoubtedly suffer, and my business will be adversely affected, something I cannot allow. Jiang Yu rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Lin Xianyi, not in a hurry, sipped his tea before continuing. I've located their hideout, and I intend to take it all. We can discuss the distribution of spoils afterward. At this moment, Jiang Yu was deliberating with the heavenly book on whether to participate. If she went, it could mean a substantial profit, allowing her to acquire more spirit stones to expedite her cultivation. Conversely, if she abstained, relying solely on crafting talismans for income would yield meager returns, especially considering the vast quantity of spirit stones required for her 5-element spiritual route to expedite her foundation establishment. After deliberation, Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xianyi. Since you trust me, I will certainly participate. However, I need to make some preparations. We will depart 3 days hence, gathering outside the city gate to take the spirit boat. Besides you and me, there will be 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman, all my clients, Lin Xianyi replied with a relaxed smile. Recalling the previous encounter where Jiang Yu sold her goods, Lin Xianyi was confident that she was indeed a hidden gem, and this operation would surely succeed. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, Jiang Yu began preparing for the impending mission. After 9 months of cultivation, her strength had stabilized at the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage, and her skill in crafting talismans had significantly advanced. 2-tier talismans were now commonplace for her, while occasionally she could produce some 3-tier ones. Thus, she planned to craft a substantial number of talismans, intending to throw them in rapid succession during the operation, ensuring that even if they didn't kill, they would at least injure. The heavenly book offered additional advice. Focus on crafting ice arrow talismans, fireball talismans, thunder talismans, and shattering stone talismans. Additionally, prepare plenty of escape talismans for emergencies. Do your utmost to be ready. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, dedicating the next 3 days solely to crafting talismans and meditative cultivation. As the 3 days elapsed, she sealed her cave and made her way to the city outskirts. Lin Xianyi had already arrived, with the spirit boat waiting by the roadside. Upon seeing Jiang Yu approach, he waved her over, inviting her aboard the spirit boat. Upon boarding, Jiang Yu noticed the other female cultivator had already arrived, prompting Lin Xianyi to introduce the two. The female cultivator, surnamed Hu, is called Hu Qing, and according to the heavenly tome, she is at the initial stage of foundation building. As for Lin Xianyi, he has achieved the consummate stage of foundation building. After exchanging names with Hu Qing, Jiang Yu settled down beside her. Shortly thereafter, 2 other male cultivators arrived in tandem. They were friends and longtime patrons of Lin, one named Luo Wei and the other Shi Ming. The heavenly tome indicated that both were at the mid-stage of foundation building. Jiang Yu mused to herself that as a mere minor character in the 6th layer of qi refining, she likely managed to get by on her good fortune. Once everyone gathered, Lin Xuanyi commanded the spirit vessel to ascend slowly, propelling it forward with several dozen spirit stones, and distributed jade slips to each individual. Within these slips was the approximate location of the Black Wind Thief's lair, along with an estimation of its number and ranks. The mastermind behind the Black Wind Thief was Zhou Luyong, a figure of consummate foundation building, flanked by aides at the late stage of foundation building, while several minions were at the initial stage of foundation building, with the remainder being at least at the 6th layer of qi refining. Thus, they had successfully fled each time after their plundering. Except for Jiang Yu, others felt the situation was precarious, and they intended to seize as much as possible amidst the chaos before making a swift exit. Jiang Yu expressed her skepticism. Although she had little interaction with Lin, anyone capable of earning Feng Xin's trust and engaging in multiple collaborations must possess considerable skills, so she resolved to trust Lin for the time being. After surveying the group, Lin Xuanyi's gaze settled on Jiang Yu's face, and he chuckled lightly. I trust you all have a clear understanding of the situation, so I shall not elaborate further. Furthermore, we shall arrive in approximately 2 days. You may each retire to your quarters for some well-deserved rest. Jiang Yu, filled with anticipation, promptly rose to find a room, setting up array flags for protection before resuming her talisman crafting. 2 days later, Jiang Yu emerged from her quarters, invigorated, and made her way directly to the ship's railing, gazing into the distance. Lin Xuanyi, while steering the vessel, remarked, "Ahead lies the misty forest, a natural maze where the Black Wind Thief's lair remains concealed from all." Jiang Yu, intrigued, inquired, "How did Lin manage to uncover this?" "Wealth is the answer," Lin Xuanyi replied with a smile, lowering his voice. "I bribed someone of considerable status." Jiang Yu couldn't help but admire. Impressive. Lin, with internal and external coordination, it will be much easier to proceed. Lin Xuanyi gradually brought the spirit vessel to a halt and communicated with Jiang Yu. "Jiang Daoist, I will give you a transmission jade slip to contact that individual, allowing him to guide you into the storeroom. The quantity you can acquire will depend entirely on you." Jiang Yu's heart stirred, and she promptly accepted it. Without entering the thief's den, how can one obtain spirit stones? I must ensure I gather as many as possible to justify my reckless endeavors. Chapter 33. Encountering the demon tree. To dig or not to dig, Jiang Yu took the jade slip Lin Xuanyi handed her and swiftly tucked it away. Moments later, the spirit vessel descended. After the group disembarked in succession, Lin Xuanyi performed several spirit gestures, causing the vessel to shrink and be stored in a spiritual artifact pouch. "Esteemed guests," Lin Xuanyi said with a calm smile, "the misty forest is perpetually shrouded in jade, as a precaution. I have prepared detoxification pills, which I will now distribute. Once inside, please remain concealed and heed my signal. Given our limited numbers, we shall rely on wits rather than brute force. So I urge everyone to exercise caution." Jiang Yu accepted the detoxification pill, clenching it tightly in her palm. It became clear that Lin Xuanyi intended to launch a surprise attack, with her acting as an insider to facilitate the retrieval of items while he and the others drew fire. This arrangement seemed to suggest her task was the simplest of all. "Jiang Daoist," Lin Xuanyi called out gently, "Please, you may enter first." Jiang Yu responded affirmatively, swallowing a detoxification pill before being the first to step into the misty forest, cautiously navigating according to the map Lin Xuanyi had provided. The heavenly tome assessed the surrounding environment and confirmed, indeed, there exists a natural maze here, and the formation is due to a demon tree within the maze. This demon tree is of low rank, and the miasma it exhales, mingled with the fragrance of the roadside luo mahua, has created a toxic fog, thus serving as a natural barrier. Upon hearing the mention of the demon tree, Jiang Yu transmitted a query. "Can it be uprooted?" The heavenly tome hesitated. "It might be possible, but considering how long this demon tree has taken root, you must obtain its consent before proceeding." Jiang Yu acknowledged this, and the heavenly tome guided her to the demon tree. The demon tree's canopy resembled an immense open umbrella, its dense foliage appearing elusive within the thin mist. The trunk was as thick as 3 people embracing it, and standing beneath it felt akin to facing a giant. Following the heavenly tome's instructions, Jiang Yu harnessed her innate with spiritual energy, cautiously approaching the trunk to establish a connection with the demon tree for further communication. After a while, the leaves of the demon tree began to sway gently, causing the surrounding fog to dissipate slightly. Claw-like leaves emerged from the mist, their silver undersides shimmering faintly, casting delicate light upon the ground. Jiangyu proposed. The space within the heavenly tome is truly a wonderful place, abundant in spiritual energy and spacious, and most importantly, it houses a mouse treasure for companionship and entertainment if you remain here. What if one day you encounter an ignorant individual who decides to cut you down? All your cultivation would be for naught, and that would be quite a pity. I genuinely care for your well-being. After all, I am quite fond of you at first glance. You are truly beautiful, the heavenly tome responded. After a moment, the demon tree appeared somewhat bewildered, swaying its branches and leaves as if considering Jiang Yu's words, and eventually agreed to slowly relocate, provided Jiang Yu could take its friend along. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Luo Mahua? The demon tree shook its head, and as one leaf fell, Jiang Yu's gaze shifted to a spot behind the trunk. There, a delicate yellow flower swayed gently in the breeze, but the way its stamen turned towards her gave Jiang Yu an inexplicable feeling of being observed. The heavenly tome clicked its tongue. That flower is quite a troublesome matter. Jiang Yu looked at the heavenly tome in confusion. The heavenly tome spoke solemnly. This flower is called boundary breaking. It is a 1,000-year seed, a 10,000-year bloom, and takes 100,000 years to transform into a demon. Its nourishment comes from the demonic, monstrous, human, immortal, and even divine realms. Thus, when this flower blooms, all 6 realms shall shatter. The heavenly tome's words trailed off as it surveyed the surroundings. We are undoubtedly standing on a fragment of an ancient battlefield, which is why the boundary-breaking flower can absorb nutrients and flourish. Jiang Yu pondered. So, the 3,000 small worlds and 3,000 large worlds were originally one place, but due to some cataclysm, they became scattered? The heavenly tome nodded in surprise. Little Yu, your mind is quite sharp, Jiang Yu responded. In that case, perhaps we should forego the demon tree. It seems like a significant hassle. The heavenly tome shook its head. It is better to take it along. Rather than leaving it here to cause unknown consequences, it is wiser to keep it close. After speaking, the heavenly tome placed its hand upon the demon tree's trunk, initiating communication, and urged the tree to slowly relocate while they attended to their business. Jiang Yu, guided by the demon tree, swiftly made her way towards the Black Wind Thief, while the others continued to navigate the mists in search of an exit. Upon reaching their destination, Jiang Yu surveyed the 10 guards stationed at the entrance, contemplated briefly, and began transmitting to the insider. Holding the jade slip, she whispered, "This insider's voice sounds rather familiar. Could it be someone I know?" The heavenly tome replied curiously. "You've come here, and there aren't too many familiar faces, are there?" Jiang Yu reflected on this as well. After about a quarter of an hour, a man clad in black strode confidently out through the front door. The guards greeted him with respect and did not obstruct his passage. Thus, the black-clad man arrived at the rendezvous point with Jiang Yu, preparing to escort her into the Black Wind Thief's lair. Upon seeing the individual, Jiang Yu was rendered speechless. "Lin Feng, Jiang Shiji, what a surprise to see you here," Lin Feng whispered, passing her a black cloak. Jiang Yu donned the black outer robe and replied in a low voice, "During our time in the minor realm, senior sister Shao lamented your absence. I inquired about you, and she mentioned you had left the sect." Lin Feng chuckled softly, nodding slightly. Jiang Yu, feeling a bit awkward, swiftly changed the subject. "Oh, by the way, I too have long departed. I now reside in Tiantai City, and this time I am collaborating with Lin. Lin has quite the appetite. Let us proceed," Lin Feng stated. Jiang Yu responded affirmatively, transmitting to the heavenly tome. Has his fate changed? The heavenly tome calculated with its fingers. His dantian was destroyed, resulting in a natural change, yet there remains a slim chance of survival. It ultimately depends on whether he can seize it. Jiang Yu observed Lin Feng's current state, realizing he was willing to become an insider merely to restore his dantian, indicating he would undoubtedly grasp that fleeting opportunity. Lin Feng guided Jiang Yu out of the woods, and as they passed through the main gate, he deliberately opened a storage pouch filled with unmarked talisman papers. After the guards inspected it, they respectfully allowed them to pass. Once inside the Black Wind Thief's lair, Jiang Yu refrained from looking around too much, following Lin Feng directly to his quarters, preparing to seek an opportunity to access the storeroom later. Chapter 34. Brewing poison. After Lin Feng set up a soundproof formation, he invited Jiang Yu to sit down and poured her a cup of tea. "This tea serves as my apology," Zhang Yu recalled her departure that day and smiled. Then I graciously accepted. Uncertain if this male counterpart would eventually end up with Xiao Qingyue, she refrained from saying too much, simply sipping her tea and redirecting the topic. Where is the storeroom? Lin Feng composed himself. The storeroom is located on the mountainside, and the key is with Elder Zhou, so we must first steal the key. Then let Lin create a distraction, allowing us to sneak in and pilfer the goods. Zhang Yu assessed Lin Feng, noting how he had matured significantly compared to their initial encounter. Elder Zhou has attained the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. It seems unlikely that the two of us can handle this. Zhang Yu hesitated. Lin Feng was also aware of the difficulties inherent in this situation, yet he felt compelled to act. He did not wish to be rendered powerless and implored Sister Jiang for her assistance, urging them to devise a plan to surreptitiously obtain the key. Tian Shu gently patted Zhang Yue's head. While you were communicating with the demon tree, I cultivated some luoma flowers in isolation within the spatial realm. You should acquire an unused alchemy furnace from Lin Feng, combine the luoma flowers with insu grass, supplemented by snake essence and snowflake grass to concoct a venomous liquid, and then make him drink it at the opportune moment. Zhang Yu could not help but transmit. The venom is of little use against cultivators, especially one at the peak of foundation establishment. It is indeed limited. At most, it will incapacitate him for 10 breaths. Tian Shu replied. After some contemplation, Zhang Yu resolved to take the risk. Lin Yu, do you have an unused alchemy furnace? I need it to brew the venom. Lin Feng promptly produced a furnace, demonstrating his understanding by stepping outside to keep watch. Once assured of their solitude, Zhang Yu hastily tossed the herbs and snake essence from Tian Shu into the furnace, adding a bit of snake blood. Under Tian Shu's guidance, Zhang Yu controlled the flame to regulate the temperature. After approximately half an hour, a pot of somewhat foul-smelling venom was successfully concocted. Tian Shu added a snowflake grass at the end, and the noxious odor dissipated instantly, transforming the color into a pristine liquid. Is it successful? Zhang Yu inquired. Tian Shu smiled. Indeed, it is. Thus, Zhang Yu summoned Lin Feng, handing him the venom, leaving the rest to him. Lin Feng carefully poured the venom into a vial, stowed the alchemy furnace, and then turned to exit. Exhausted, Zhang Yu leaned back in her chair, clutching a spirit stone to replenish her energy. That moment, a transmission talisman glowed, and upon inspecting it, Zhang Yu discovered that Boss Lin and his associates had already infiltrated the premises, now scattered and awaiting the right moment. Zhang Yu straightened, gripping the transmission token, and looked at Tian Shu. Since Boss Lin had everything planned, was our invitation part of this strategy? But why? Her strength is not formidable, Tian Shu replied. Perhaps he perceives you as impressive. Zhang Yu frowned, still puzzled. Just then, Lin Feng returned hastily, urging Zhang Yu to leave their hideout. Elder Zhou has recently developed a taste for fine wines, so I leveraged my identity to pour the venom into his drink. The moment he imbibes, we will seize the key and relay a message to Boss Lin. As Zhang Yu contemplated how straightforward this seemed, they were suddenly intercepted by guards. Zhou Liyong was conferring with his trusted aides inside, causing all the Foundation establishment experts from the Black Wind Society to be present, ensuring no disturbances. Lin Feng stood frozen, as if struck by a sudden epiphany. Zhang Yu sighed internally, realizing she had misjudged him. He remained the Lin Feng who unconditionally trusted Xiao Qingyue, lacking any semblance of prudence. Were it not for the urgency, we would not dare intrude. Zhang Yu, filled with indignation, could not hide her fear and concern as she learned that an infiltrator had been captured, who claimed to belong to the Chao family, warning them to release him swiftly or face dire consequences. Lin Feng, regaining his composure, grimly added. He mentioned that many have entered the misty forest, and today marks our demise. The guard, startled, realized he was the leader of the raid on the Chao family. Now that they were coming, he was certainly their first target. I shall report this immediately. Zhang Yu pulled Lin Feng aside, inquiring via transmission. How much venom remains? Lin Feng replied, half a vial. Zhang Yu took the half vial, cradling it in her palm. Tian Shu, curious, asked, what are you planning to do? Zhang Yu transmitted. One hand will conjure a water column, while the other releases flames, creating a mist mixed with the venom to spray upon them. She then urged Lin Feng to hasten and summon Lin Xianyi. They could not contend with so many adversaries, Tian Shu interjected urgently. No, your spiritual power is insufficient. Switch to fireball talismans. Zhang Yu nodded slightly, retrieving a fireball talisman to conceal behind her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Liyong's first instinct was skepticism. The Chao family valued their reputation. After being robbed, they would rather deny the event than allow it to be acknowledged. However, given that the report came from Lin Feng, Zhou Liyong, recognizing Lin Feng's standing, allowed him to enter. Consequently, the outer guards parted, granting Lin Feng solitary entry. Lin Feng cast a glance back at Jiang Yu before stepping inside. The guards, dismissing the water ball's lack of offensive capability, were unperturbed. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu mixed the venom with the water ball, gradually enlarging it, while the guards began to jest. Who is this unfamiliar friend, playing with water balls? A charming maiden, indeed. Why not join me for a game? They taunted, their laughter echoing. Jiang Yu, spotting a swift approach, gauged the weight of the water ball and remarked with a sardonic smile. You insolent cur, dare to jest with me? Do you not fear my wrath? One strike and you shall meet your end. The guards were taken aback, their faces flushing with indignation. How dare you speak to us so? At that moment, a crash echoed from within, and Jiang Yu seized the opportunity. Fireball surged forth, piercing the water ball, and a cloud of mist descended upon the guards, causing their expressions to shift dramatically as they froze in place. Jiang Yu held her breath and retreated a step, tossing another volley of fireball talismans to carve a path, and then charged forward with her axe. Upon seeing Lin Xianyi arrive, Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her and dashed into the room. Inside, Lin Feng had just obtained Zhou Liyong's storage bag when Zhou Liyong's hand began to stir. Lin Feng, not being foolish, hurled dozens of talismans before hastily retreating. Yet Zhou Liyong's recovery was alarmingly swift. In mere moments, he would rise again, threatening Lin Feng's life. Just then, Jiang Yu arrived, hurling a water ball that shattered, releasing a fog that obscured their vision, while she pulled Lin Feng back rapidly. Something's amiss. Run, Lin Feng urged, shoving the storage bag into Jiang Yu's hands, while talismans cascaded into the room recklessly. Jiang Yu's expression shifted in alarm as she transmitted urgently. Tian Shu, help, drawing upon the power amassed over the past 9 months. Tian Shu struck fiercely at the first to burst forth, but quickly grew weak. Little Yu, the rest is up to you. Zhou Liyong's body stiffened. A wave of coppery sweetness surged in his throat, threatening to choke him, yet he fought to suppress it, knowing that revealing weakness could mean death. Jiang Yu understood she was no match for Zhou Liyong but was compelled to act. Lin Feng, find a way to hold off those two, she shouted, brandishing her meteor hammer with fierce resolve. Lin Feng, unable to refuse, unleashed all his talismans against the other two opponents, desperately seeking to obstruct their convergence. For failure would spell doom. Zhou Liyong's aged, sallow visage twisted with a malignant aura as he calmly grasped the incoming meteor hammer, wrenching it straight and shattering it. Ha, mere trifles. Jiang Yu knew well this tactic would not suffice and had already prepared the mother needle as the meteor hammer was cast aside. Before Zhou Liyong's smirk could fade, a soft sound echoed as the subneedles embedded themselves within him. Lin Feng's face lit up. Had it worked? Jiang Yu remained tense, refusing to relax. Zhou Liyong scoffed, swiftly channeling his spiritual energy to expel the needles. Although he sensed a hint of discomfort, such petty tricks posed no threat to him. However, the incessant provocations from these insignificant pests ignited his ire. Jiang Yu, steeling herself, unleashed the mother needle while swiftly vacating the room. At that moment, Lin Xianyi and Hu Qing had gathered, embroiled in a chaotic melee, when Zhou Liyong emerged, slightly injured, alongside his aides. Lin Xianyi immediately pressed forward to confront Zhou Liyong. As it was here that their strengths were evenly matched, in the distance, the scattered cultivators of the Black Wind Society surged forth. A dark torrent accumulating into overwhelming force, at least 1,000 strong. Lin Feng's expression shifted in surprise. Have the allies of Boss Lin not yet arrived? Jiang Yu exclaimed. What? Boss Lin has a backup plan? Shi Ming gritted his teeth. There are too many. We must retreat. Luo Wei fervently nodded. This is not what Boss Lin foretold. We must leave. The two, already friends, conferred and, while fighting, began their retreat, quickly distancing themselves from the battlefield. The pursuers, finding themselves unable to contend with the duo, eventually halted their chase. Yet with their departure, the pressure mounted for Jiang Yu, Hu Qing, and Lin Feng. as their talismans dwindled and spiritual energy waned. "You three must go first," Lin Xian bellowed, casting a glance at Lin Feng. Understanding the unspoken command, Lin Feng gestured for Jiang Yu and Hu Qing to follow him as they fought their way back. Just as they turned to flee, Lin Xian, who had been evenly matched with Zhou Liyong, suddenly surged with spiritual energy, single-handedly blocking all pursuers, allowing Jiang Yu and the others to escape safely. Zhou Liyong's eyes widened with fury. "You are not truly at the peak of Foundation establishment," and Lin Xian's dark clouds loomed ominously, and his voice, devoid of any warmth, pierced the air with an icy chill. "Strength derived from furnace cauldrons and elixirs is utterly feeble." Zhou Li, with his eyes bulging, shouted frantically, "I will kill you." Lin Xian slowly raised his hand, the surging lightning energy flickering with a blinding blue radiance. Beneath that azure light, his face resembled a motionless sculpture, and with a mere gesture, annihilation awaited. As Jiang Yu hastily departed, she suddenly felt something amiss with the storage bag in her hand. Instinctively glancing, she realized that Zhou Li seemed to be dead, for she could open the storage bag with her weakened spiritual sense. Indeed, she succeeded in opening it. The moment the bag was unsealed, while searching for the key, Jiang Yu swept her consciousness around and then tossed the storage bag to Lin Feng. Before Lin Feng could react, Jiang Yu inquired, "Are there many items in the storeroom?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, but they are all neatly packed in storage bags, stacked as high as a mountain." Finally, Jiang Yu comprehended why Lin Xian sought her out. During their last transaction, she had produced an excessive number of storage bags. Such a multitude could not be disguised within one another, leading to the only plausible conclusion that she possessed a larger storage space. Realizing this, Jiang Yu took the initiative to step forward and exhaled softly. It seemed Lin Xian presumed she owned a storage ring or something similar, rather than suspecting her of having a spatial ability, which was indeed rare. "What have you discovered in the storage bag?" the heavenly book inquired, noting the expression on Jiang Yu's face as if she had grasped something significant. Jiang Yu communicated telepathically. "Inside the storage bag, there is a cold jade box, exuding a faint scent of blue lotus. If I am not mistaken, it likely contains the snow lotus seed." The book had previously mentioned that Xiao Qingyue was once injured and saved by a passing young cultivator who used the snow lotus seed. Shen Qingwei had sought this young cultivator but returned empty-handed, as if such a person did not exist in the world. Though the young man was nameless and merely a passerby, Jiang Yu inexplicably thought of Lin Xian. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, the heavenly book finally understood the source of the dissonance. "I clearly injured Zhou Li, yet Lin Xian seemed to be evenly matched with them, indicating it was intentional." Jiang Yu, feeling wary, resolved to maintain a merely cordial business relationship with Lin, as the extent to which the heavenly Tao favored Xiao Qingyue remained unknown. "Here we are," Lin Feng exhaled in relief, his eyes brimming with excitement as he looked at Jiang Yu, for he finally had the chance to restore his dantian. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. "I need someone to witness the collection of the storage bags. Yet I fear the pursuing enemies." Lin Feng chuckled lightly. "No need for concern. Lin has stated that Zhang Daoist may proceed to collect while Hu Daoist and I will remain here to guard." Jiang Yu was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Hu Qing. Hu Qing smiled gently and said, "Since Lin has entrusted Zhang Daoist, then please proceed." Jiang Yu swiftly turned and silently mused. Thus, Hu Qing was also aligned with Lin Xian. At the storeroom entrance, Jiang Yu inserted the key into the lock and quickly stepped aside. Once the massive stone door creaked open without triggering any mechanisms, she cautiously approached the storeroom. Indeed, it was a storeroom, unprotected from the outside, filled with storage bags stacked high like mountains, their colors a chaotic blend, leaving one uncertain of what treasures lay within. The heavenly book, silent until now, began to collect all the storage bags. "I will have the rat treasure search for valuable items. After they tricked us once, we cannot afford to leave without acquiring more spirit stones." Jiang Yu immediately concurred, "That is only right." Having expended too many resources in the recent chaotic battle, she was now left with merely a few hundred fireball talismans, 100 fragmentary stone talismans, and 10 thunder talismans, barely enough to ensure their safe departure. However, Lin Feng mentioned that Lin had other associates. No, those were not associates. They were individuals Lin had ensnared for cleanup. Insanity! What kind of demonic creature is Lin? Jiang Yu exclaimed. Lin Feng, Hu Daoist, the items have been collected. We should. Yet, before she could finish, Lin Feng interrupted. Follow me. We must traverse the misty forest first. Jiang Yu sighed. Astonishing! Lin had indeed calculated everything from the start. Once inside the forest, the trio, each with detoxification pills in hand, hastened towards the exit, guided by the map provided by Linda. As they neared the demon tree, Jiang Yu transmitted to the heavenly book, "These are the individuals Lin ensnared for cleanup. We must move quickly to avoid a collision." It remained uncertain whether Lin had anticipated this or if Lin Feng was simply fortunate. But miraculously, they encountered no one on their way out. Instead, upon exiting, they were greeted by Lin, who waved at them with a smile. Lin Xian summoned a spirit vessel, and once the trio boarded, they departed with a confident swagger. Meanwhile, the Chao and Feng families, having received word and prepared to assault the lair of the Black Wind scoundrels, faced only the frenzied and crazed bandits, alongside the lifeless body of Zhou Li, whose eyes remained open in death. This was not the end, for while the Black Wind scoundrels were notorious for their brutality, few knew that the mastermind behind it all was Zhou Li, a fact only Lin Xian had uncovered. Thus, the conflict escalated into a joint effort by the Chao and Feng families to eliminate Elder Zhou of the Scattered Cultivators Alliance, leading them to slay any scattered cultivators they encountered. Even destroying one of their territories, tensions between the cultivation families and the scattered cultivators reached a boiling point, reigniting discussions about the miner's secret realm. Whether it was Shao Qingyue's destruction of the realm or the arrogance of the Snow Sword, who abused his position as an elder of the Heavenly Tao sect to suppress scattered cultivators, both sides' anger surged to its zenith, transforming the reputation of the foremost expert into evidence of tyranny. Inciting a desire to spit in contempt on the spirit vessel, Lin Xian smiled amiably at Jiang Yu. "Thank you for your efforts, Jiang Daoist." Jiang Yu, her lips slightly parched, managed to smile. "It is all thanks to Lin." Moreover, regarding the two who departed early, could they forego sharing the spoils? Lin Xian nodded. Naturally. Jiang Yu seemed to have received the answer she desired, a light-hearted smile gracing her features. "Then Lin, you must credit me with a significant contribution. I destroyed 2 spirit artifacts this time." Lin Xian, seizing the moment, invited her, "In that case, please join me in dismantling them. Once finished, we can divide the spoils." Jiang Yu readily agreed. The heavenly book emerged from the spatial realm, gazing at the fatigued Jiang Yu. The demon tree has been positioned, and the boundary-breaking essence still grows near it. Additionally, the rat treasure has unearthed several valuable items. But the trouble lies in how much Lin Xian truly knows. Jiang Yu chuckled bitterly, communicating with the heavenly book. "I suspect he knows everything." The heavenly book fell silent for a moment before begrudgingly muttering, "Very well, let us only take some spirit stones. Surely he cannot account for everything." Suddenly, Jiang Yu straightened her posture, transmitting to the heavenly book, "I believe we can take something, regardless of whether he knows. A slightly greedy partner may actually inspire more trust." Lin Xian closed the shop door, activated the strongest protective formation, and led the 3 to the backyard. "Jiang Daoist, please," Lin Xian gestured. Jiang Yu smiled at the others. "Thank you." The trio did not inquire further and turned away. Jiang Yu looked at the heavenly book perched on her shoulder, which controlled the spatial fluctuations and released all the storage bags. Upon hearing the noise behind him, Lin Feng turned to see a mountain of storage bags toppling down, nearly burying him. Lin Xian, with an unfazed demeanor, stabilized the situation with a gesture and glanced at Jiang Yu, realizing he had not sensed any fluctuations. This was highly unusual. Jiang Yu casually picked up one bag, erasing its spiritual imprint. Observing the others still in a daze, she waved the storage bag and exclaimed, "Why are you just standing there? Open the bags." Saying this, she emptied the contents before them. Lin Xian intended to raise his hand and declare that his consciousness could perceive all the items, but thought better of it and chose to remain silent. Instead, beginning to dismantle the storage bags, Hu Qing and Lin Feng promptly joined in to assist. By the time all the storage bags were dismantled, night had fallen, and the yard was littered with items, making movement nearly impossible. Lin Xian spoke first. "I shall take the stolen goods first." With that, he began to take action. Jiang Yu, observing the rapidly diminishing items, felt a pang of heartache, her expression tightening. Ultimately unable to maintain her composure, she simply looked up at the sky. The night was dark and oppressive, akin to the pitch-black heart of Lin Xian. After collecting the goods, Lin Xian organized them and beckoned the others to discuss the distribution. Jiang Yu, taking in the cluttered yard, resolved to act decisively. I destroyed 2 spirit artifacts, so I shall select 2 first. This protective jade hairpin and that towering iron hammer. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian could not help but envision Jiang Yu wielding a hammer with the same force as her axe. Imagining it would be even more efficient, Zhang Daoist speaks wisely. Take them, Lin Xian acquiesced readily. Chapter 37. Return to the cave abode. After Jiang Yu selected her 2 spirit artifacts, Lin Xian turned to Hu Qing and Lin Feng with a gentle smile. You may choose as well. Hu Qing and Lin Feng exchanged glances, uncertain of what to select, ultimately leaving the decision to Lin Xian. Without hesitation, Lin Xian divided the items into 4 portions based on their value. When Jiang Yu looked at her share, she decided to take only the spirit stones, leaving the remaining items for Lin Xian to exchange for spirit stones or healing pills. All right, Lin Xian replied with a smile as he collected her portion. Announcing a price far exceeding Jiang Yu's expectations, 500,000 low-grade spirit stones and 3 bottles of first-grade healing pills. At that moment, Jiang Yu could only react with disbelief. Has Lin Xian lost his mind? Thank you, Boss Lin. I hope we can collaborate again next time. Jiang Yu was uncertain whether Boss Lin was testing her sincerity or if he truly meant it. However, the spirit stones were undeniably genuine and must be obtained. Lin Xuani surveyed the individuals present. You have all worked hard this time. Once I have dealt with this batch of goods, I will invite you all to gather again. Jiang Yu understood this to mean that they were being dismissed. Yet, Zhou Li's storage bag still remained in Lin Feng's possession. Would that not be divided? Suddenly, Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xuani and realized why she had received 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, because the items within Zhou Li's storage bag were not to be divided. What she had taken was actually her share of the snow lotus seeds. Boss Lin was indeed quite unscrupulous. Boss Lin, I shall take my leave first, Jiang Yu said, cupping her hands in farewell, and departed from the general store. Hu Qing, upon receiving orders, bowed and retreated. Lin Xuani took out a cold jade box from Zhou Li's storage bag. Upon opening it, 3 pure white lotus seeds lay inside, exuding a delightful fragrance. Having obtained his answer, Lin Xuani tossed the snow lotus seeds over. Lin Feng, flustered, caught them and expressed his gratitude with red eyes. Silently, Lin Feng turned and chose a room, activating the formation upon entering. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not a loss. Jiang Yu did not dwell on the matter of the snow lotus seeds. Firstly, offending Boss Lin was not worth it, and secondly, with her limited strength. Even if she were to confront him, she could not retain them. Ultimately, she would have to sell them, so it was better to settle everything in one go. Tianshu's expression was relaxed, and his tone considerably lighter. It is certain that Boss Lin is unaware of the specifics. So I secured nearly 100,000 spirit stones in advance, along with all the medicinal materials. Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Tianshu observed Jiang Yu's astonished and excited expression and gently pressed down with his hand. A minor detail. Jiang Yu exhaled, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Starting today, I will set up a grand gathering formation. Within a year, I shall have my share of the Sword Tomb's secret realm. Shu Bao, with a mouthful of herbs, pressed against the tree trunk of the demon tree, peering behind it. The broken realm shyly turned its head to glance at Shu Bao. Shu Bao tentatively extended a paw, only to be gently restrained by Tianshu. This is Broken Realm. If you consume it, you shall perish. Tianshu looked at Broken Realm, which instilled fear and anger in people because once it bloomed, no force in this world could destroy it, as if understanding. Broken Realm's slender green stem slowly extended, appearing delicate enough to snap but firmly encircling Tianshu. Shu Bao, terrified, felt its fur bristle, and despite having grown plump, was too afraid to swallow the grass spilling from its mouth. Tianshu calmly grasped the slender stem, his gaze frigid. This is my domain. I advise you to restrain yourself, or I shall stew you for Jiang Yu's soup. The demon tree swayed its branches in explanation. It merely wishes to greet you. The next day, after learning of the events in the space, Jiang Yu hesitantly asked Tianshu, could it be that it is inherently good because it has just been born? A chill ran down Jiang Yu's spine. Such a being, which could not be destroyed and acted on instinct to plunder, though merely a flower, was still somewhat frightening. For now, it was best not to worry about it. There was still time for it to grow. Tianshu offered some reassurance before inquiring about Jiang Yu's cultivation progress. Jiang Yu settled down, realizing that with Tian Shu backing her, she merely needed to focus on her cultivation without concern. Nearly 3 months passed, and Jiang Yu reached the 8th level of qi refinement, having exhausted her talismans. At this moment, Boss Lin sent a message, stating that he had finally sorted out the goods and invited Jiang Yu and the others for a small gathering. Also to send Lin Feng off. Jiang Yu needed to go out for supplies, so she agreed, in high spirits from her extensive purchases. Jiang Yu went to the general store and asked Boss Lin if he would like to collaborate. Lin Xuanyi chuckled at her. Daoist Jiang, which family are you planning to rob? Jiang Yu waved her hand. I was thinking about food. I want to commission you to customize a barbecue grill, pots, and other items. Speaking of food sparked a common interest, and after much discussion, they tentatively established a plan and agreed on a time for her to return. Boss Lin, is your distant nephew leaving? Where is he headed? Jiang Yu casually inquired while holding her teacup. Lin Xuanyi smiled as he set down his cup, looking past Jiang Yu. Lin Feng, why don't you explain to Daoist Jiang? Jiang Yu immediately turned around, exasperated. Lin Feng, has a lightning tribulation struck your brain? Chapter 38. Cherishing intelligence. Jiang Yu's guiding principle was, I wish to save your intellect. However, if I cannot, I do not wish to expend undue effort. The current Lin Feng was a living example. Jiang Yu had considered rescuing him, bringing him out of the role of the male supporting character, and encouraging him to cultivate his talismans diligently. As long as Daoist Lin has made up his mind, it concerns no one else. Ultimately, it is your own path. With that, Jiang Yu relaxed and poured herself more tea. Lin Xuanyi also shifted his gaze from Lin Feng, stating indifferently, Daoist Jiang is correct. One's path is independent of others. Jiang Yu sensed the indifference and resignation in Lin Xuanyi's tone, reflecting that Lin Feng was now beyond parental control. Well, how things unfold in the future will depend on his own fortune. Jiang Yu gazed skyward, feeling at a loss. There is no hope. Lin Xuanyi did not intend to meddle further, merely asking Lin Feng to sit down and enjoy some tea. Once Hu Qing arrived, the four departed the general store for the tavern. Regarding Lin Feng's suggestion to inscribe his spiritual sense onto the communication jade slip for future contact, Jiang Yu immediately declined without a second thought. Cherish your intellect and steer clear of fools. The following day, Lin Feng finished packing his belongings and departed on a spirit boat, while Hu Qing took along new goods. Half a month later, Jiang Yu returned to the general store, acquiring a batch of cookware and barbecue grills, alongside a distribution of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Back in her cave dwelling, Jiang Yu immersed herself once more in her cultivation, and the general store returned to its tranquil state. Just as Jiang Yu thought this monotonous routine would persist until the end of her lease, Feng Xian sent a communication. Jiang Yu held the communication jade slip, gazing blankly at Tian Shu. I have been in Tian Tai City for a total of 1 year and 3 months. Why does it feel as if the outside world has undergone tremendous upheaval? Feng Xian's message served two purposes. He was about to arrive in Tian Tai City and wanted Jiang Yu to assist in renting a cave dwelling. And he also relayed some news from the outside, which left Jiang Yu stunned for quite some time. Firstly, due to Lin Xuanyi's trickery in the aftermath, a scene of mutual hostility had arisen between the cultivation families and loose cultivators whenever they crossed paths. However, despite their animosity, neither side dared act rashly, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, Lin Xuejian did not indulge these matters. Being the foremost expert on Bu continent, he had no interest in explaining the rumors, transforming the reverence people once held for him into disdainful contempt. 6 months prior, a conflict erupted between Lin Xuejian and the Shen family. The catalyst was Shen Qingwei inadvertently acquiring a fragmented sword manual at a market. While Xiao Qingwei was present, her hand already reaching out, only to be preempted by Shen Qingwei. Naturally, Shen Qingwei's master refused to relent, ultimately suffering injuries. The confrontation culminated in the Shen family sustaining severe losses, while Lin Xuejian was gravely injured by the Shen family's ancestors' self-detonation. To heal Lin Xuejian, Xiao Qingyue ventured out in search of medicinal materials, coincidentally encountering Qi family's young master, Qi Yue.at the same time. Shen Qingwei also sought herbs for her elder, only to happen upon the two in a warm scene, clad in middle garments by the fire in a cave. Setting aside whether anything transpired between them, it was well known that Shen Qingwei and Qi Yu had been betrothed since childhood, and the Qi family had greatly benefited from the Shen family. One could say that without the Shen family, there would be no present Qi family. Consequently, Shen Qingwei's fiancée, Qi Yu, unexpectedly sided with her adversary's disciple, leading to a quarrel that shattered Shen Qingwei's heart. prompting her to depart in sorrow. This incident ultimately bound Xiao Qingyue and Qiyu together, and Shun Qingwei openly questioned when their good days would come, promising to personally deliver a congratulatory gift. Xiao Qingyue, terrified, immediately declined. Shen Qingwei then insinuated that the relationship between the master and disciple seemed rather unusual, leaving space for speculation among the onlookers. Yet, this was not the end. Now, he came to the Tiandao sect to find Xiao Qingyue, blatantly indicating that the Tiandao sect had colluded privately with the Red Fox Nine. The demon clan directly accused the human cultivators of tearing up the alliance, issuing a bounty for their pursuers in a fit of rage. To avoid a real conflict between the human and demon clans, the other human cultivators hastily distanced themselves from the Tiandao sect, declaring their disassociation. The Tiandao sect's leader, however, was still unwilling to give up on Lin Shuejian, not only because he was the continent's foremost expert, but also due to the immense benefits his disciple, Xiao Qingyue, brought to the sect, making him reluctant to part ways. This was also the reason why Feng Xian had come to Tiantai City for peace. As business had become untenable, and other locales were situated on the demon clan's main routes, making it preferable to reside in Tiantai City, which at least had golden core cultivators stationed for stability. Jiang Yu sighed softly, her expression slightly tense. I know that Shen Qingwei has returned in this life to seek vengeance for grievances and to repay grudges. I also understand she will scheme step by step to render Xiao Qingyue defenseless. But this pace is truly too swift. Tian Shu pondered thoughtfully, suggesting a possibility. Xiao Qingyue possesses too much virtue. Harming her would yield no benefit and only bring suffering, so it is better to target her relationships. Jiang Yu nodded. That is indeed decisive. To be frank, she admired Shan Qingwei's ruthlessness and planning while also marveling at her prompt resolution. However, this individual harbored murderous intent towards her due to the jade pendant incident, thus forcing her into confrontation. Why must she insist on killing me? Jiang Yu lamented. Tan Shu's expression darkened. According to Feng Xian's message, she has been progressing steadily, everything under her control. But you are the variable. Thus eliminating you would bring her the most peace of mind. Chapter 39. Seeking Boss Lin the next day. Jiang Yu ventured forth to secure a cave dwelling on behalf of Feng Xian. Conveniently located right next door, having also prepaid a month's rent. Upon settling the payment, Jiang Yu pondered briefly before making her way to the Lin family grocery store. The shop still bore its dilapidated sign and tightly shut door. But upon Jiang Yu's call, it slowly creaked open, welcoming her inside. On this particular day, Boss Lin was not reclining idly. Instead, he sat with a grave expression, his gaze fixed intently on the sound transmission jade slip in his hand. Jiang Yu strode over and took a seat opposite him. What brings you here today, Taoist Jiang? Is there a collaboration in the works? Lin Xian masked his expression, feigning indifference as he tucked the jade slip away. Jiang Yu propped her chin on her hand, regarding him with curiosity. Boss Lin wouldn't have intentionally let me glimpse that sound transmission jade slip, would he? Lin Xian chuckled lightly, casually responding. What makes you say that? Taoist Jiang. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious as she scrutinized him. What kind of person are you, Boss Lin, to display such a solemn demeanor? Surely, you jest. Lin Xian, oblivious to the slip in his demeanor, found himself both amused and exasperated, but the fact that Jiang Yu could discern the oversight was indeed surprising. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond. Feng Xian has sent you a message. Hasn't he? Lin Xian inquired while rising to pour tea for Jiang Yu. She nodded. Yes, he did it. He also reached out to me. Lin Xian smiled as he handed her the teacup. Jiang Yu then queried. Is Boss Lin still unable to allow Lin Feng to forge his own path? Lin Xian shook his head. Letting go is inevitable. I merely wish to gauge Taoist Zhang's insight, but the outcome reveals your extraordinary acumen in identifying flaws. Jiang Yu felt a bit dazed, questioning why he would test her, as she had no time to spare for those lacking in foresight. The heavenly book gently tapped Jiang Yu's head. On that day? Your inquiry likely led him to believe you had an interest in his nephew. Jiang Yu responded with a nonplussed silence. Observing her reaction, Lin Xian realized her disdain and promptly conceded, asserting that his nephew was unworthy. Even if you intervened, it would be futile. Lin Feng will not depart from Xiao Qingyue unless he comes to his senses, Jiang Yu stated earnestly. Lin Xian's gaze fell slightly, his tone tinged with reluctant displeasure. He is merely acting on someone else's request and feels constrained by certain connections. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Let me teach you, as long as he remains alive. You have fulfilled your obligation. Lin Xianyi's eyes brightened, followed by a hearty laugh. Indeed, Daoist Jiang speaks wisely. By the way, is there something you wish to discuss during your visit? Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Recalling overhearing discussions about the Red Fox 9 among the demon race, and suddenly remembering the actions of Shan Qingwei, which seemed to be unfolding at a much swifter pace than described in the texts. Is there a possibility of a beast tide in Shigeqing this year, Boss Lin? She inquired tentatively. Lin Xianyi, taken aback, scrutinized Jiang Yu's expression and whispered, "Where did you hear such news?" Jiang Yu averted her gaze. Lifting the teacup from the table, just a casual inquiry. I was considering going there for some training. Lin Xianyi leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. To my knowledge, the last beast tide occurred 30 years ago, when Lin Shuejin led a team that prevented the demon beasts from leaving the mountains, thus earning the title of the foremost expert in the Bai Shui continent. That battle severely weakened the demon beasts, and they would not recover for at least a century. Furthermore, after Lin Shuejin drove the beasts away, many cultivators began to venture into that area for training, resulting in a significant decrease in the demon beasts. A beast tide is unlikely. Lin Xianyi was quite certain, as, by all logical reasoning, another beast tide should not arise given the dwindling number of beasts. The Beast King retained its bloodthirsty instincts while possessing human-like reasoning abilities. And the deaths of numerous demon beasts, coupled with repeated provocations from human cultivators, had given rise to vengeful spirits. This was a weapon of mass destruction that even the leader of the demon race could not control, poised to emerge from the demon beast forest and annihilate all encountered human cultivators. According to the texts Jiang Yu had read, it was ultimately Shan Qingwei who vanquished the Beast King, pointing out that the incident was instigated by the Red Fox 9, thus safeguarding the alliance between human cultivators and the demon race, and ensuring that the Red Fox 9 would never again bask in the light. Therefore, a beast tide was indeed imminent, and soon, Boss Lin, if Lin Feng travels to Shigeqing, could I trouble you to send a message? Jiang Yu asked. Lin Xianyi sensed something amiss. Do you believe that wherever Lin Feng goes, or wherever Xiao Qingyue goes, a beast tide is bound to occur? Lin Xianyi relaxed, adopting a languid tone. Very well, I shall relay your message. But may I ask why you are so determined to face such danger? Are you not afraid of the beast tide? Opportunities coexist with peril, Jiang Yu replied with a smile, rising to take her leave of the grocery store. Lin Xianyi also sent a message to Lin Feng, inquiring if he would be venturing out soon, expressing his desire to meet. Lin Feng readily agreed. As Lin Xianyi stored away the sound transmission jade slip, he couldn't help but recall Jiang Yu's distinctly disdainful expression, prompting him to chuckle, even bursting into laughter as he gazed at the ceiling. How amusing to think he is so precious, truly laughable. Ha ha ha. With the beast tide fast approaching, a lack of preparation would surely render opportunities irrelevant to her. Half a month swiftly passed, and Feng Xian arrived as promised, renewing the rent to match Jiang Yu's. The two engaged in casual conversation, during which Jiang Yu brought up the matter of Lin Feng. Feng Xian was astonished that such a lovesick fool existed in the world, and also intrigued by Jiang Yu's speculations regarding the beast tide. Although Jiang Yu's reasoning was sound, it somehow felt overly certain. Do you believe Lin Feng's fate is ill-fated, or that Xiao Qingyue's extraordinary? Feng Xian inquired directly. Jiang Yu, dealing with intelligent individuals is both simple and daunting. The restoration of the heavenly book space required spiritual veins. And as she cultivated, she too needed these veins, thus necessitating her journey. However, she was aware that the heavenly Tao would compress the spiritual energy of this realm to create a superior spiritual vein for Xiao Qingyue, while others would at most receive inferior ones. Yet, even inferior veins were of utmost importance to her. Chapter 40. Shigeqing. Half a year later, a faint glow emanated from the sound transmission jade slip that had been left aside. The heavenly book glanced at it before clasping it to her forehead. Jiang Yu awoke from her cultivation, feeling the surge of power within her dantian, and with satisfaction, she turned to the heavenly book. I've reached the peak of the qi refining stage. It's stable. Although she had consumed a considerable amount of spiritual stones, she, being of 5 elemental roots, had to rely on the accumulation of spiritual stones. The qi refining stage was manageable, but the number of spiritual stones required for the foundation establishment stage and beyond would become increasingly vast. Thus, she needed to focus on acquiring spiritual veins. Lin Xianyi transmitted that Lin Feng and Xiao Qingyue had set off to find a medicinal herb in the demon beast forest of Shigaqing. The heavenly book informed her, with Xiao Qingyue heading to Shigaqing, Shen Qingwei will likely follow suit. Based on our calculations, we should depart in about 3 days, Jiang Yu remarked softly, arranging a time with Feng Xin. The heavenly book nodded, agreeing that the timing was indeed appropriate. After Jiang Yu sent the message, she turned to the heavenly book. Collaborating with Feng Xin carries some risks, as the matter of spiritual veins cannot be easily concealed. The heavenly book shook its head slightly. You forget, as your strength grows, so too does mine, allowing me to swiftly reclaim the spiritual veins. Jiang Yu felt reassured, for she could not afford to let the spiritual veins slip away. At worst, she would let Feng Xin take the larger share during the distribution. Once they had settled on a departure time, Jiang Yu began her preparations. Shigaqing, being remote, was more akin to a county than a city, and due to its proximity to the demon beast forest, it had once been a place few dared to visit. After all, the demon beasts were ferocious, and the local cultivators, owing to the sparse spiritual energy, were weak and unable to resist. Consequently, in just 30 years, Shigaqing had flourished, with numerous inns, taverns, and shops, and even dedicated spiritual boat services for the convenience of cultivators. Feng Xin mentioned that after slaying demon beasts, one could directly exchange their spoils for spiritual stones at the shops, drawing many wandering cultivators to cluster together in Shigaqing. Given the recent animosity between wandering cultivators and established families or sects, Jiang Yu advised cautioned in other words, once we arrive there, our free time will diminish. We must guard against both demon beasts and human cultivators. The heavenly book understood. Jiang Yu sighed, acknowledging the truth of the situation. Most talismans are of the 2nd and 3rd tier. You can now draw 4th-tier talismans, so I suggest you prepare more. Familiar ones like the fireball and water arrow talismans, as well as the more challenging thunder talismans, should all be made in abundance. The heavenly book laid out a plan, with Jiang Yu tasked with execution. When the 3 days had elapsed, Jiang Yu and Feng Xin proceeded to terminate their rental agreement. The two planned to head to the Sword Tomb, secret realm in the central continent, after traversing the demon beast forest, rendering any further expenditure on rent unnecessary. Upon reaching the spiritual boat station, the two paid their fare and boarded the vessel. However, before they even entered their room, they spotted Lin Xianyi around the corner on the 2nd floor. Lin Xianyi greeted them with a smile. Explaining to Jiang Yu, the elders have made their acquaintance, so I must look after my nephew. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, masking any concern on her face, and offered a few words of consolation. The capable bear the burden of the elders. It is indeed hard work. Feng Xin glanced at Jiang Yu. Boss Lin stated he would not intervene, yet I wonder why he has chosen to make this trip. Naturally, it is to keep an eye on his dear nephew. Jiang Yu guided Feng Xin to her room first, activating the formation, and shared her speculations. In summary, the beast tide posed danger, and while we could acquire additional resources, injury or even death was a distinct possibility. Feng Xin nodded, deeming it perfectly normal, but he was confident in his survival. If I cannot avoid an encounter with Xiao Qingyue and Shen Qingwei, I hope Taoist Feng can lend a hand. Jiang Yu, having spoken, awaited Feng Xin to present his conditions. Feng Xin, suppressing his expression, replied, to be frank, my friend Jiang, I too require your assistance. Shall we not agree simultaneously? Feng Xin nodded decisively. Jiang Yu acquiesced, asserting, Feng Daoyu, may our collaboration be fruitful. Tian Shu regarded Jiang Yu, slowly articulating, Feng Xin's recent demeanor is not characteristic of one confronting an adversary. It is more likely a pretext for trouble. Settling cross-legged, Jiang Yu remarked. I understand, yet I am in need of allies. Thus, it is worth a modicum of risk. Their journey from Tiantai City to Shirgu City would take approximately 10 days, by which time Xiao Qingyue and her companions would likely still be probing the outskirts. As for Shen Qingwei, she was well aware of impending events and would undoubtedly fortify her defenses in Shirgu City, keeping a vigilant eye on Xiao Qingyue. For Jiang Yu to successfully break through and seize the spiritual vein, an encounter with Shen Qingwei was unavoidable. Perhaps this was destiny. 10 days later, the spiritual vessel descended gently upon Shirgu City, and Jiang Yu disembarked with Lin Xianyi and Feng Xin. The city was densely populated with locals, numerous scattered cultivators, and various shops established by influential families, each representing distinct factions. Since the trio did not intend to be courted by any power, they opted to act together, ensuring they would not be underestimated and allowing for some peace of mind. Lin Xianyi beckoned the others and said, "A friend informed me that a local inn has private courtyards available for rent. Let us share one, splitting the cost evenly." Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, a courtyard would be more convenient. Feng Xian naturally concurred. Lin Xianyi, smiling, quickly led them to a Jin family inn, where after paying 3 months' rent, they were escorted to a secluded courtyard at the back of the inn. The courtyard contained 3 small rooms, with a modest central area featuring a stone table and 3 stone chairs, sufficient for their needs, yet inadequate for hosting guests. Lin Xianyi expressed his desire to explore and seek out his nephew to ascertain his recent well-being. Chapter 41. Into the beast forest. Zhang Yu surveyed her room and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "This may well be the place in the cultivation world that resembles an earthly in the most." The outer room offered a space for leisurely tea and conversation, separated from the inner chamber, which held a bed adorned with clean, soft bedding. Tianshu conducted a thorough examination, noting, from this perspective, it appears that cultivators residing in Shirgu City possess a modicum of wealth, and with wealth comes an appreciation for comfort. Zhang Yu pondered the relentless slaughter of demonic beasts by cultivators, who, after their kills, would come to the city to sell their spoils for spirit stones, indulging in earthly pleasures, if that were the case. Would these individuals still aspire to cultivate? Those who are solely consumed by present indulgence would surely become the first casualties in the impending beast tide. Zhang Yu harbored no sympathy. Their fates were the result of their own actions. After resting, Zhang Yu and Tianshu stepped outside, intending to circle the periphery of the beast forest. Although they had agreed to cooperate, each was preoccupied with their own affairs, maintaining a respectful distance. Thus, shortly after Zhang Yu departed, Feng Xian busied himself with his own pursuits. At the outskirts of the beast forest, a group of 7 or 8 cultivators strolled together, sharing laughter. Each bore minor injuries, yet their spirits were exuberant. Although they had stirred up a hornet's nest, their harvest was considerable, at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Shall we linger at the Immortal Pavilion for a few days?" "A few days? At least half a month." "All right, half a month it is. Have any of you sensed something amiss with this round of demonic beasts?" A male cultivator, visibly anxious, recounted, "When I pierced that pregnant wolf demon, its eyes bore an unsettling gaze, more human than beast." Setting aside his trepidation, he concluded, "Well, the tranquil hall is expensive. I'd rather seek solace in a gentle embrace." Laughter erupted among them as Zhang Yu made her way toward the beast forest. She caught the attention of some passers-by. However, they soon returned to their own concerns, with countless cultivators either slaying beasts or being slain themselves. The fates of others held little significance. Better to sell the beasts swiftly and indulge in merriment. Once the group departed, Tianshu's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. The bloodlust of those individuals is palpable. After contemplation, he proposed a possibility. The demonic beasts may have attained intelligence. They are neither attacking nor being attacked on their territory, but rather waiting to be hunted. Zhang Yu paused, a chill creeping over her as she realized the implication. If these beasts are so easily slain, does it not stand to reason that the more we kill, the greater the profits? And thus the bloodshed intensifies. Is this a one-sided massacre? Tianshu nodded gravely. Zhang Yu's gaze sharpened as she looked toward the beast forest, her brow furrowing. "It seems the elders of the beast tribe have arrived ahead of us, and the beast king has already been chosen. We are merely engaged in preparatory work before the tide. Oh, shall we proceed?" Tianshu inquired. Zhang Yu readied her spiritual axe and nodded slightly. This foray was not merely to scout the route to the spiritual vein, as that vein had appeared unexpectedly as a reward for Shao Qingyue after the Beast King's demise, leaving its exact location unknown. Rather, Zhang Yu's purpose in entering the beast forest was to seek something specific. Zhang Yu advanced step by step toward the depths of the beast forest. "Tianshu, you once told me that the herbs I harvested in the spatial realm contributed to its restoration." Tianshu affirmed, "Indeed." Zhang Yu continued, "If I were to cultivate more rare items within that space, would the restoration occur at a swifter pace?" Tianshu turned to her. "The spatial realm is a world in itself. An increase in vitality within that world would naturally expedite its repair." "Is there something rare within the beast forest?" Zhang Yu replied with a buoyant tone. Shao Qingyue mentioned seeking herbs in the beast forest to heal Lian Shuejian, yet such a matter was absent from the original text. This implies that the Honghu Jiu provided this new information to curry favor with Shao Qingyue, an unexpected boon. Tianshu joyfully patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder. Quickly, let us hasten our entry. Jiang Yu, invigorated, quickened her pace into the depths of the beast forest. Upon entering, she summoned Shu Bao and gently stroked its back. Shu Bao, hurry, see if you can locate anything of value. Shu Bao chirped twice, sniffed the air, then leapt from Jiang Yu's shoulder and dashed forward. Jiang Yu and Tianshu quickened their steps to follow. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Yu ventured deeper into the beast forest. But whether due to Shu Bao's guidance or not, they encountered not a single demonic beast along their path. Tianshu patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. You focus on following Shu Bao while I observe our surroundings. If anything seems amiss, we shall retreat immediately. One must have their life to seek treasures. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, gripping her spiritual axe tightly. After another quarter of an hour, Shu Bao finally came to a halt, excitedly chirping twice, calling out in Jiang Yu's mind. Little you, come dig. Jiang Yu's expression brightened as she rushed over in a few swift strides. Shu Bao pointed at an unassuming single-petaled wildflower, urging Jiang Yu to dig it up. Knowing her lack of expertise, she refrained from questioning and carefully excavated it along with its roots, handing it to Tianshu. After Tianshu stowed it in the spatial realm, he explained, this is a heart of the earth fruit, not yet matured. Once it ripens, the flowers and leaves will wither, leaving behind medicinal fruit. Jiang Yu nodded, pondering whether this was indeed the herb Xiao Qingyue sought. Were it not for knowledgeable individuals, one could pass by this plant 100 or 80 times without recognizing its value. Furthermore, given that Lin Shuijin was gravely injured, it was imperative to administer medicine promptly. What use was an immature specimen? As Jiang Yu mulled over these thoughts, Shu Bao tugged at her skirt and continued to dart ahead. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could there be more treasures? The depths of the beast forest had not been subjected to widespread harvesting, and their focus was solely on the beasts, allowing a wealth of herbs to remain uncollected. Thus, they could gather an abundance. As Tianshu had noted, while there were indeed cultivators delving into the depths of the beast forest, their sole intent was the slaughter of demonic beasts, causing them to overlook the burgeoning herbs below. Since Shu Bao considered herbs its sustenance, it tirelessly sought out more. Moreover, Tianshu's spatial realm required an ample supply of herbs for restoration, and those herbs that had grown for a century were indeed valuable commodities. Thus, Jiang Yu felt no fatigue as she dug, relishing the thrill of collecting wealth. While delving deeper and harvesting herbs, Jiang Yu savored the exhilaration of gathering riches. Shu Bao, panting, accepted a herb from Tianshu, munching happily while pointing ahead and exclaiming, "Little you, there's something good up ahead. That must be it." Jiang Yu responded affirmatively, quickly grasping a spirit stone to restore her stamina. Once rejuvenated, she cautiously advanced further into the depths. Strangely, they had yet to encounter a single demonic beast this day. It was indeed odd for the inner forest. Jiang Yu muttered, "How peculiar. Not a single beast in sight even here in the depths." Shu Bao chirped, "I haven't sensed any formidable beasts capable of suppressing me." Jiang Yu mused aloud, "Could it be that the great demonic beasts are convening?" Tianshu, with a curious expression, repeated, "Convene?" Jiang Yu leaned against a tree, affirming, "Yes, the intelligent great beasts are likely gathering to strategize how to initiate the beast tide, causing all the other demonic beasts to hide. When the time comes, they will surge forth like a torrent, recklessly charging into human territory." After a moment of silence, Tianshu earnestly replied, "That is indeed a possibility." Jiang Yu came to an abrupt halt, her breath momentarily stilled. Is it possible that the elder of the demon clan not only conjured a beast king but also bestowed intelligence upon numerous formidable beasts? Tianshu sighed. If that were the case, the beast tide would certainly spell trouble. The wave of unease washed over Jiang Yu. She couldn't help but wonder whether Xiao Qingyue's heavenly fortune would come to her aid when the time came. For the heavens surely would not wish for her demise. "Xiao Yu, quickly!" Suddenly, Shu Bao shouted. Instinctively, Jiang Yu dashed towards a small tree bearing a single red fruit, and under Shu Bao's relentless urging, she uprooted it and tossed it to Tianshu. "Wait!" An enraged voice thundered from a distance, accompanied by a sword energy that seemed to tear through the very fabric of space. "How dare you take my belongings?" Xiao Qingyue glared furiously at the thief before her. But as she turned around, astonishment froze her in place. "How could it be you?" Jiang Yu narrowly avoided the sword energy, gripping her spirit axe as she gazed at Xiao Qingyue. Senior Sister Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Qingyue furrowed her brow, her tone laced with irritation. I should be asking you why you are here. Why did you take that I am merely here to train in the demon beast forest? This is a place accessible to anyone. Jiang Yu feigned surprise, her expression genuinely innocent. Xiao Qingyue naturally understood that anyone could venture into the demon beast forest, yet that crimson fruit was precisely what she sought. Now stolen by a thief, that fruit belongs to me. Hand it over. Xiao Qingyue's demeanor turned icy, her spirit sword glinting with a cold light, exuding an air of determination to reclaim what was hers. Jiang Yu's expression hardened in response. After all, when encountering the protagonist, one either faced death or injury. She owed her no favors. How could a naturally occurring red fruit become Xiao Qingyue's possession? Furthermore, this was the demon beast forest. Even if there was an owner, it would be the demon beasts, would it not? Jiang Yu's gaze blazed with intensity, her sharpness undeniable. Could it be that Senior Sister Xiao had some connection with the demon beasts here? And the fruit she protected was a gift meant for her? Xiao Qingyue's face darkened. This was the location revealed to her by Hu Jiao, and it was the very fruit Hu Jiao had risked everything to retain for the sake of Ascension. For her sake, Hu Jiao had willingly relinquished it, thus it rightfully belonged to her. How dare anyone else covet it? Only I know of this place, thus it is mine. Hand it over, otherwise, I shall take your life on the spot. Xiao Qingyue pointed her sword at Jiang Yu, her expression frigid. Xu Bao, incensed, began to scold. What nonsense, claiming it's hers just because she knows about it. How shameless! Upon hearing Xu Bao's shrill voice, Xiao Qingyue finally noticed the black rodent demon perched on Jiang Yu's shoulder. The creature, no larger than a palm, was undeniably adorable, yet it dared to bare its teeth menacingly at her, making her wish to pluck those sharp fangs right out. However, this mouse demon seemed like it ought to belong to her. Xiao Qingyue had an insatiable desire for anything she felt belonged to her. Acquiring such items seemed to ease her path in cultivation, leading to a much smoother journey and the acquisition of even more treasures. Conversely, if she failed to obtain it, the object would become a source of torment for her. For instance, Shin Qingwei's jade pendant, and now this mouse demon is that a treasure-seeking mouse that has gained intelligence. Qingyue, kill that person and contract the treasure-seeking mouse. Xing Huang exclaimed excitedly, envisioning the treasures they could amass once they ascended to a higher realm. With the mouse even able to locate lost celestial artifacts, Xiao Qingyue's eyes lit up with murderous intent as she gazed at Jiang Yu. That which belonged to her must remain hers. Jiang Yu recognized that she was no match for Xiao Qingyue, yet having acquired the red fruit, she would never relinquish it. Regardless of whether she surrendered it or not, Xiao Qingyue would undoubtedly target her. Just as surrendering the jade pendant would lead to Shen Qingwei's pursuit, the only way to eliminate future troubles was to kill her. One swift conclusion. Jiang Yu spoke in a low voice. Senior Sister Xiao, why do you fixate on my contracted pet? Could it be that you shamelessly wish to steal it as well? Xiao Qingyue's expression darkened. It has been over a year since we last met. Yet you have grown quite sharp-tongued. Do you not consider your own strength? How dare you speak to me so? Why should I not dare? After all, you intend to kill me. Do you think my meekly begging for your forgiveness will spare me? Jiang Yu found it utterly ridiculous. Why should a mere pawn, having received an opportunity, be destined for death? She was determined to live. A moment of contemplation gripped Jiang Yu. On what grounds did Xiao Qingyue presume to utter such words? She sought Shen Qingwei for the jade pendant, planned to give it to Xiao Qingyue, and then be killed by her in order to acquire the treasure-seeking mouse and the red fruit. How could she think so presumptuously? So, Senior Sister Xiao intends to let me go. Jiang Yu tightened her grip on the spirit axe, cautiously edging sideways. Xiao Qingyue raised her chin slightly, casting a haughty glance at Jiang Yu. I can let you leave, but I shall bind your soul and essence to prevent your betrayal. Jiang Yu's complexion shifted in shock. Xiao Qingyue possessed an artifact capable of binding souls. Chapter 43. Is that object a righteous one? Jiang Yu's back stiffened, her gaze filled with suspicion as she looked at Xiao Qingyue and tentatively inquired. Senior Sister Xiao, as a practitioner of the righteous path and the foremost disciple of the legendary sword. Lin Shui, how could you possess such a sinister object? Xiao Qingyue suppressed the violent aura swelling within her, falling into silence. The spirit within the ring, Xing Huang, spoke in a gentle, coaxing tone. Qingyue, weapons themselves bear no inherent good or evil. It is the wielder who determines their nature. Xiao Qingyue furrowed her brow and transmitted her thoughts. Master Xing Huang, is that object truly righteous? Indeed, this item rightfully belongs to the celestial being in charge of law and order in the celestial realm. Qingyue, you must understand that only through sufficiently severe laws can one instill fear of defying celestial regulations and committing evil deeds. Xing Huang spoke softly, producing a chain stained with mottled blood. Xiao Qingyue inhaled deeply. Indeed, only through severe laws can some evildoers be deterred from disregarding rules. How could this be considered a sinister object? A light scoff escaped her lips as she sought to convince herself, her tone growing more resolute. The perspective of mere ants is confined to their immediate surroundings. They are oblivious to the vastness of the world beyond. Tan Shu cautioned. The spirit within her ring has just stirred. Be cautious. Jiang Yu found herself at a loss. Although she had read the original text from Shun Qingwei's perspective, Xiao Qingyue was portrayed as a Mary Sue protagonist whose incessant benevolence had entangled many. Yet the Xiao Qingyue before her now appeared utterly peculiar, exuding an inexplicable malevolence. Tian Shu, keep an eye on Shu Bao. After transmitting her thoughts, Jiang Yu swiftly conjured a flurry of fireball talismans while simultaneously applying a speed talisman to herself. Darting into the forest, Xiao Qingyue's wrist glimmered momentarily as the jade bracelet formed a semi-transparent barrier to deflect the fireball talismans before she charged forward with her sword. You truly overestimate your abilities. Jiang Yu continued to apply speed talismans to herself while hurling fireball and water arrow talismans without pause. Yet Xiao Qingyue relentlessly pursued her, the murderous intent on her face intensifying. Suddenly, Tian Shu stood up, staring at the long chain Xiao Qingyue dragged behind her, momentarily believing it to be from the celestial realm. How could this object appear in the lower realm? Tian Shu, wait for the opportune moment. And first secure Shu Bao, Jiang Yu commanded, planting her feet firmly on the ground, her hands forming seals, draining her dantian of spiritual energy. A small thunder formation materialized between her and Xiao Qingyue. Seizing the chance, Tian Shu swiftly drew Shu Bao into the spatial realm. Xiao Qingyue halted, her expression one of shock. What is this? The spirit, Xing Huang, was equally astonished. Was it possible for a being from the lower realm to grasp the laws of thunder punishment? How could this be? Jiang Yu inhaled deeply, extracting every lightning talisman from her storage bag, the purple-blue arcs crackling and flashing as they obstructed Xiao Qingyue. During her initial attempts to draw the lightning talismans, she had always faltered at the final stroke. According to Tian Shu, this lightning represented the might of heavenly punishment, and failing to create it was not uncommon. Likewise, the lethality of the talismans was immense. In her desperation for survival, Jiang Yu had relentlessly practiced day after day, even sustaining damage to her consciousness, yet she refused to yield. Ultimately, through her unwavering efforts, she had entered a profound realm and successfully created the lightning talismans. Little did she expect that before she could use them against the beast tide, they would first be revealed before Xiao Qingyue. Go! Jiang Yu commanded, the lightning talismans soaring towards Xiao Qingyue. Her expression darkened as she immediately summoned her protective barrier to resist. In that instant, Jiang Yu felt her strength drain, collapsing to the ground. Tian Shu quickly produced a spiritual stone to restore her. A metallic taste flooded Jiang Yu's throat, and her complexion turned pale in an instant. However, she had no time to rest. She quickly grasped the spiritual stone to regain a modicum of strength before applying several speed talismans to hastily escape, in the moment that Xiao Qingyue's barrier shattered. The residual power of the lightning talismans enveloped her, instilling a sense of impending doom akin to facing heavenly punishment. Xing Huang, disregarding everything else, commanded the soul-binding chain to withstand the lightning talismans without holding back. Yes, Xiao Qingyue responded in a panic, gritting her teeth as she urged the chain against the remaining lightning power. The force of the lightning talismans was gradually depleted, ultimately vanishing, leaving faint traces on the chain. Though merely superficial scratches, they nonetheless caused Xing Huang's pupils to constrict. Jiang Yu's relatively low strength allowed her lightning talismans to only reach the second tier, hence Xiao Qingyue could easily resist them. Yet should Jiang Yu grow stronger, she would undoubtedly become Xiao Qingyue's greatest foe. This person must be eliminated. Xing Huang's voice turned cold, declaring that next time they met, there would be no mercy. "I will seek another opportunity in the coming days," Xiao Qingyue replied solemnly, gently caressing her ring. "Master, you were right." Jiang Yu, her face ashen, bolted from the demon beast forest, not daring to pause for a moment. Clutching the spiritual stone that siphoned power, she pressed on. Yet it proved futile. In her current state, anyone who spotted her would surely see her as a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Feng Xian." Jiang Yu began transmitting again. "Hurry to the outskirts of the city." A flash of brilliance emanated from the jade slip, and a figure emerged from the city gate, hastening towards Jiang Yu and seizing her arm. Feng Xian gazed at Jiang Yu's dismal state in astonishment. "I was in the midst of negotiations and was unaware of your numerous messages." Jiang Yu promptly expressed her gratitude. "It's no trouble. You were under no obligation to rescue me. Your aid is a kindness." Feng Xian furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you taken the healing ointment?" Once inside, Feng Xian assisted her in sitting down, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Did you encounter a formidable demon beast?" Jiang Yu managed a bitter smile. "Even more terrifying." Xiao Qingyue, Feng Xian, opting not to pry further, instructed Jiang Yu to rest well before stepping out and shutting the door behind him. Jiang Yu, summoning her last vestige of strength, deployed the protective array flags and then collapsed onto the bed. Beads of cold sweat the size of beans cascading down her forehead, thoroughly soaking her robe, a testament to the perilous nature of her recent escape from death. Chapter 44. Consuming the vermilion fruit, the celestial tome emerged from the spatial realm. Pressing the vermilion fruit to Jiang Yu's lips, "Consume this." Jiang Yu laboriously turned to the tome, her voice laced with regret. "Will the root survive?" Relieved upon receiving confirmation, she swallowed the fruit. And the searing pain in her dantian diminished significantly, her vitality gradually returning. The tome then released the rodent companion. The rodent squeaked anxiously, gazing at Jiang Yu. "Little Yu, how are you?" Jiang Yu propped herself against the bed, slowly straightening her posture. "Much better." Exhaling softly, she leaned against the bedside. "I hadn't anticipated that exhausting my spiritual energy would still leave me insufficient to sustain the Thunder Talismans, resulting in minor damage to my dantian. Fortunately, I had the vermilion fruit. Otherwise, recovery would have been exceedingly difficult." The tome, seated cross-legged, displayed a look of trepidation. "I did not foresee you daring to invoke so many Thunder Talismans. It is already irregular for someone with a 5-element spiritual root to draw Thunder Talismans. I expected you to exercise caution and refrain from recklessness." Jiang Yu, drawing out a spirit stone to absorb its energy, countered. "Had it not been for the life and death crisis, I would not have acted so rashly. You saw that chain. It was ominous and its aura was unsettling. Naturally unsettling, as it belonged to a great immortal who once governed the laws of punishment in the celestial realm. That chain has likely claimed countless lives." Steeped in heavy resentment, the tome furrowed his brow, still unable to comprehend how such an object could exist in the lower realm. It seemed the heavenly Tao was reluctant to see its favored daughter harmed, thus bestowing her with such artifacts. Once Jiang Yu had regained some strength, she began to recount the battle to the tome. Facing a more powerful adversary, retreat was certainly prudent. However, today's misjudgment in the timing of the Thunder Talismans, which severely injured herself, was undeniably ill-advised. Today, she had the vermilion fruit to save her. In the future, such a boon may not be available, as the tome had indicated that the vermilion fruit tree would take at least a century to bear fruit again. Moreover, there was another matter. The tome, wearing an odd expression, recounted. When you questioned Xiao Qingyue about the legitimacy of that item, she hesitated, and at that moment, the spirit within the ring stirred slightly, leading Xiao Qingyue to conclude there was no issue with the item. Jiang Yu had not noticed this, as her focus had been entirely on Xiao Qingyue, fearing that any provocation might lead to violence, in which case she would surely be outmatched. Strangely enough, although the narrative unfolded from Shan Qingwei's perspective, Xiao Qingyue's portrayal did not quite align with the description within the text. No, it was not merely different, it seemed altered. Jiang Yu expressed her uncertainty. In her recollection, this intersect senior sister was powerful, fortunate, and amiable, often bringing calamity to those around her, yet her contributions to the sect compensated for such misfortunes. Even Jiang Yu's initial encounter with the female protagonist, where the latter made impassioned remarks to save Hu Jiao, and her subsequent intervention to halt the spirit vessel, seemed to have undergone a transformation. The tome, slightly perplexed, inquired, "Is there a description of that spirit in the narrative?" Jiang Yu nodded. As we were about to leave this realm, Xiao Qingyue and Shun Qingwei clashed. The elder spirit within the ring appeared abruptly to shield Xiao Qingyue from Shun Qingwei's attack before whisking her away. This is the sole account regarding that spirit. The tome pondered, sensing a peculiar oddity, though he could not articulate what was strange. Currently, the spirit within Xiao Qingyue's ring seemed quite feeble, making it easy to detect anomalies. However, once its strength gradually increased, it should be able to conceal its presence. The tome remarked. Will the spirit be able to detect you once its power grows? Jiang Yu asked with concern. The tome reassuringly shook his head. Not in the lower realm, but in the higher realm, it may be a different story. However, that is a long way off, considering you have yet to establish your foundation. Exhausted, Jiang Yu leaned against the bedside. Having to contend with Shun Qingwei was already troublesome enough. Now, she faced the additional threat of Xiao Qingyue pursuing her. Truly, her fate was fraught with misfortune. It was imperative to elevate her strength. Jiang Yu, dispirited for only a brief moment, soon regained her vigor. Producing a meditation cushion and setting up a spirit-gathering array, the tome presented a medicinal herb to the rodent companion, and the duo, one tome and one rodent, stood guard nearby. Jiang Yu slowly closed her eyes and commenced her meditative practice. Was it that simple? The rodent queried. The tome called softly. What were your feelings upon seeing Xiao Qingyue earlier? The rodent paused mid-chew, baring its teeth in indignation. That wretched creature dared to steal my food. It was acceptable for her to take it for little you, but how dare she claim it for herself? I shall scratch her to death. The tome gently patted the rodent's back for reassurance. So? Upon seeing her, you were merely annoyed? Not entirely, the rodent replied, its bright black eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Initially, when I saw her, there was a command urging me to approach, but I found it bothersome and ignored it. After I scolded her a few times, the command vanished. Where did that command originate? The tome inquired urgently. The rodent shook its head, uncertain. I don't know. It was not in my inherited memories. I have always been different from my siblings, who only eat and sleep while I engage in thought. After inadvertently entering a secret realm, I soon discovered the medicinal herbs, and upon consuming them, many puzzling thoughts suddenly became clear, along with the acquisition of inherited memories. As I continue to grow, my memories become clearer. For instance, my ability to curse has improved tremendously, as if I were born to do so. Yet, how did the heavenly Tao manage to conceal such matters concerning Xiao Qingyue? From when did this planning commence? When Jiang Yu emerged from her meditation, the sky had darkened, but there was light outside the courtyard. Jiang Yu employed a cleansing technique to tidy herself, dismantled the array flags, and stepped outside. Feng Xin, catching sight of her, noted her improved complexion and beckoned her over, diving straight into serious matters. Lin Xian calmly sipped tea. Rest assured, I have sent them away. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, articulating each word with precision. I found the vermilion fruit first and had just unearthed it when she arrived, claiming it was hers and threatening to kill me otherwise. Lin Xian was taken aback. Then sending her away was indeed the correct choice. Feng Xin chuckled in disbelief. How brazen of her. Chapter 45. Lin Feng comes to visit Knock. Knock. A guest is here. Someone is looking for you. Lin Xian leisurely set down his teacup. I shall see who it is. With that, he rose to open the courtyard door, revealing Lin Feng standing outside. Lin Feng immediately spotted Jiang Yu and, filled with excitement, strode in. Jiang Daoyu, I need to speak with you. Jiang Yu regarded him with a somewhat frosty demeanor. What is it? Lin Feng promptly stated his request. I wish for Jiang Daoyu to return the vermilion fruit that was taken from my senior sister. Feng Xian chuckled derisively. Lin Daoyu, that assertion is rather excessive. How can it be termed as having been taken? Jiang Yu smirked sarcastically, wishing to avoid future disturbances, and succinctly recounted the facts. I discovered the vermilion fruit first, and as soon as I unearthed it, your senior sister barged in, claiming it was hers. What logic is this? Unaware of the events transpiring deep within the beast forest, Lin Feng insisted, Jiang Daoyu, my senior sister is in dire need of it. If my senior sister has erred, I apologize on her behalf. After bowing earnestly, Lin Feng continued, I will offer compensation. I have newly researched talismans that I will teach you without reservation. There's no need. Jiang Yu turned her face away. Whose talisman mastery could possibly surpass that of my celestial tome? Lin Feng hesitated, adjusting his sleeves. I still hope Jiang Dao you can return the vermilion fruit to me. On what grounds? Jiang Yu replied mockingly, turning to inquire. I was the one who unearthed it first. Yet I was almost robbed, and now, because of your words, I am expected to return it. What gives you that right? Lin Feng's expression grew anxious as he explained. My senior sister is merely anxious. Our master is injured and urgently requires this medicinal ingredient. Master Linzhou is the foremost expert on the Bihui continent, having battled the Beast King for days in Shirgu City, repelling the beast tide and ensuring that demon beasts have not dared to invade for decades. It is precisely due to his presence that our western continent has remained safe and secure for hundreds of years, deterring others from recklessly seizing resources. In all fairness, it is only right to present this item to him. Is it not, Jiang Daoyu? Lin Feng's eyes glistened with fervor, and as he spoke passionately, he was on the verge of tears. Jiang Yu. What nonsense is this, trying to place blame? Lin Xianyi interjected. Curiosity piqued. Have you become a disciple of Lin Shuejian? Lin Feng's expression turned respectful. Master is truly admirable. Jiang Yu regarded him with disdain. It would be wise for you to refrain from referring to him as old man. Otherwise, you may not even know how you met your Indeed, it is evident that the other party harbors feelings for Xiao Qingyue, yet you continue to refer to her as my senior sister. An elder, even a foolish pig, would not be this naive. Lin Feng immediately turned to Jiang Yu. Friend Jiang, for the stability of the West Continent, I hope I have eaten the zhu gua. Jiang Yu interjected, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. You ate the zhu gua? How could you do such a thing? With a smile gracing her lips, Jiang Yu deliberately pierced Lin Feng's heart with her words. It's all Xiao Qingyue's fault for chasing me, nearly costing me my life. Thus, to heal my injuries, I had no choice but to consume the zhu gua. Feng Xian let out a hearty laugh. Naturally, one must treat their wounds when injured. What else could be done? Lin Feng was genuinely anxious, his eyes reddening. Friend Jiang, you must be jesting. Ask Xiao Qingyue how grievously I was injured at that time, and then tell her I consumed the zhu gua. Let's see if she believes you. Jiang Yu's gaze turned icy. Had it not been for Lin Xianyi, she would have loved to wield a hammer and send him flying. Lin Feng's face turned pale, as if he had lost all strength in that instant. What should I do? Senior sister Xiao will be heartbroken. Their bond of master and disciple surpassed that of others, naturally causing her distress. After speaking, Jiang Yu wished to disregard him, finding him a nuisance. Feng Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lin Xianyi lightly tapped his teacup, addressing Lin Feng. The West Continent is arid and lacks spiritual veins, which is why other regions do not come to seize it. There is simply no need. As for the strongest expert of the Baishui continent, I recall he is at the Golden Core stage, while the ancestral elder of the Yu family from the Central Continent has already reached the nascent soul stage. Thus he is not the ultimate powerhouse. Tian Shu lightly patted Jiang Yu. Why have I not heard you mention this? I thought the spiritual energy in this realm was indeed so scarce. Jiang Yu conveyed through sound transmission. The tales seldom mention passers-by. Only the protagonists slay their foes. Tian Shu mused internally, realizing the truth while casting a glance at Lin Xianyi. This shopkeeper seems quite knowledgeable. Lin Xianyi suddenly turned to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, somewhat bewildered, asked, Shopkeeper Lin, what is it? Lin Xianyi merely shook his head slightly before gesturing towards the entrance. Let us depart. There is nothing you seek here. Lin Feng clasped his fists in salute. I apologize for the disturbance. With that, he left in a daze. Feng Xian waved his hand, closing the door behind him. What could he possibly want? It was the first time Feng Xian had heard of this matter and promptly inquired in detail, afterward fixing Lin Xianyi with an odd expression. Shopkeeper Lin? Is he truly your relative? How could he be so foolish? Lin Xianyi chuckled in exasperation. It matters not. As long as I keep him alive, even if he loses half his life, that suffices. Then you might as well keep him close, lest he falls victim to someone else's schemes, Feng Xian sincerely suggested. Lin Xianyi shook his head. I cannot interfere with him. This is his. This is something he must experience on his own. Feng Xian pondered for a moment, but chose not to press further. Jiang Yu, of course, was not curious about others' affairs. Her primary concern lay with the impending events. With a grave expression, She regarded the two men and spoke softly. I initially intended to merely explore the outskirts today, but upon finding no demon beasts, I ventured deeper into the demon beast forest. To my surprise, even in the depths, I encountered not a single demon beast. Feng Xian suddenly grasped the inconsistency. That was the heart of the demon beast forest. How did Jiang Yu manage to enter and procure the zhuguo? It must have been because that area was devoid of any demon beasts, allowing her to proceed unimpeded. But how could that be possible? Feng Xian's expression grew serious as he looked at Jiang Yu. Was it merely luck that you did not encounter any? Jiang Yu firmly shook her head. There were simply no demon beasts. If there are no demon beasts in the demon beast forest, then where have they gone? Have they all been slaughtered? Lin Xianyi whispered. Chapter 46. Assistance. Jiang Yu sensed that a beast tide might be approaching sooner than expected, or perhaps even more violently than described in the texts. Therefore, for the sake of safety, she invited the two of them to explore the demon beast forest together the following day. Lin Xianyi readily agreed. Feng Xian then turned to Jiang Yu, requesting her assistance. Jiang Yu readily acquiesced, for their collaboration naturally entailed mutual support. The next day, due to the influx of cultivators heading to the demon beast forest in the morning, the three decided to avoid the crowds, allowing Feng Xian and Jiang Yu to attend to their business conveniently. The two walked side by side along the wide, even stone path, with Jiang Yu curiously glancing around. On the day she arrived, she hadn't paid much attention. After her visit to the demon beast forest yesterday, she now realized that this place truly resembled the layout of a bustling county town in the mortal realm. From the starting point, one could observe wine houses, tea shops, fabric stores, and pharmacies along the way, all bustling with activity. Whatever one sought could undoubtedly be found in Linzhou City. Alas, once the beast tide arrives, such establishments may scarcely endure. Feng Xian invited Jiang Yu to a two-story tea house situated in the middle of the street, spending 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to reserve a private room on the second floor. He then purchased a pot of tea and a simple plate of snacks. A pot of tea cost 100 low-grade spirit stones, with each refill requiring 3 low-grade spirit stones, and the snacks priced at 51 for a plate. After setting up protective array flags and soundproofing formation plates, he turned to Jiang Yu. Do give it a try. The taste is quite good. Jiang Yu stared incredulously at the even chipped plate. Isn't this price rather exorbitant? Such is the way of Linzhou City. The cultivators here are quite generous, Feng Xian remarked. Rising to pour Jiang Yu a cup of tea, Jiang Yu lifted the teacup, inhaling its aroma, her brows knitting tightly. Is this truly worth 100 low-grade spirit stones for a pot? And the pot is scarcely the size of a palm, yielding at most 3 or 4 cups. Tianshu leaned in to sniff as well, his expression one of disdain. This spirit tea would make even a mouse squeak in disgust. Feng Xian shrugged helplessly. There's no choice. Even I must conform to local customs. Jiang Yu set down the teacup, looking at Feng Xian. Let us discuss serious matters. How may I assist you? Feng Xian clenched the teacup tightly, subtle cracks appearing at the base, tiny droplets of water spilling forth. There is one person who has bullied me since childhood. I have learned that he has come to Linzhou City with a group to acquire a set of demon bones. Seemingly finding it amusing, Feng Xian flicked his fingers, shattering the teacup entirely. They were seeking the demon bones of the black feather Toppling bird, a dominant being within the demon beast forest, with a 7th tier strength, equivalent to a human cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage, just one step away from transformation. Feng Xian explained. Jiang Yu tilted her head, curious. Do they have confidence in their ability to kill it? No, but he must have reached an agreement with a certain local force. Thus they require bait to lure out the black feather Toppling bird. Feng Xian's expression grew serious. You know, ever since the snow sword drove the demon beasts back into the demon beast forest 30 years ago, the relationship between the demon beasts and human cultivators has reached a point of no return. Therefore, the bait is humans. Jiang Yu felt a jolt in her heart, followed by a chilling sensation spreading through her limbs. In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. The lives of the weak are of no concern to anyone and can be exploited at any time. They have prepared their bait, and I wish for you to help me sabotage their plans. Feng Xian stated. Before Jiang Yu could respond, Tianshu hastily patted her shoulder. Agree. Jiang Yu nodded immediately. Very well. Feng Xian lowered his voice, discussing the plan with Jiang Yu, and soon after, they exited the tea house. Parting ways. Half an hour later, dressed as a man, Jiang Yu appeared at the Ru Xian Tower. "Friend, you look unfamiliar." A male cultivator curiously scrutinized Jiang Yu. His gaunt cheeks and heavy eye bags made him appear quite lackluster. His gaze somewhat dazed. Jiang Yu casually tossed out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, feeling a pang in her heart as she maintained a stoic expression, her voice low and hoarse. "I need a quiet place." With some tea and snacks, the male cultivator scanned her with his divine sense. Given the generous payment and the absence of an accompanying companion, he promptly responded, "Please wait a moment. I will arrange that." The male cultivator bowed and led Jiang Yu upstairs, ensuring that tea and snacks were promptly served before departing with discretion. Tian Shu flew onto the table, sniffing the tea and examining the snacks. "Not bad. I shall take this." Jiang Yu was not there to enjoy tea and snacks, and she knew that would ruin her disguise, so she merely nodded indifferently and quickly made her way to the bedside in the inner chamber. Maintaining a quiet vigil, the head of the bed was connected to another room. In the 3 days since Feng Xian's arrival, he had spent lavishly, finally determining where those individuals were discussing their plans and where the bait was being held. Naturally, there were bound to be discrepancies, and they would likely attract attention. However, Feng Xian was unconcerned. Since he was aware of their intentions, there would surely be flaws to exploit. What Feng Xian aimed to do was escalate the situation. Jiang Yu quietly awaited Feng Xian's signal, while the group next door had already taken their seats, dismissing all attendants and laying down several layers of formations to ensure absolute security. "Has that brat who was inquiring about our business been caught? He has already revealed his tale. Today marks his end. A mere child who has yet to shed his baby fat dares to meddle in my family's affairs. Once we capture him, he will be sent as bait. Just in case, let us incapacitate him before sending him off. By the way, what did they say? How many people can they provide? I have shown them leniency, merely asking them to send a few people. Yet they dare to bargain with me. They ought to consider this remote West continent. What right do they have to stand on equal footing with us? We shall kill them all. We must ensure the demon bones are completely secure. Otherwise, our families will surely abandon us. Understood." Though Jiang Yu could not decipher the specifics of the conversation taking place next door, she leaned closer to the wall, contemplating the 100 fire thunderstones that Feng Xian had generously provided. Moments later, raucous shouting erupted from the main hall. "You dare to use cultivators as bait to capture demon beasts in the demon beast forest, and yet you still have the audacity to speak so arrogantly? In the ethereal halls of the immortal pavilion, how could so many cultivators permit you to slay me?" Feng Xian, adorned with an air of defiance, resembled a foolish, deluded youth. Anticipated, numerous doors within the pavilion swung open. The man let out a derisive laugh, his oppressive aura radiating as he scanned the room with predatory eyes. Instantaneously, all doors slammed shut, and the rear windows flew open. Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled to escape. At that moment, while all attention was drawn towards Feng Xian, Jiang Yu wielded a massive iron hammer, smashing a hole through the door. Amidst the astonished and terrified gazes of those opposite her, she hurled out 100 fire thunderbolts. Boom! Chapter 47. The pursuit. After unleashing the fire thunderbolts, Jiang Yu swiftly retreated, leaping through the rear window. The cultivators in that room were primarily at the Foundation establishment stage. Though they initially reacted in panic, the situation soon stabilized. However, the disarray of the room, with each individual's hair and robes disheveled from the blasts, presented a pitiful sight, with some even injured and bleeding. Jiang Yu was acutely aware that the damage inflicted by the 100 fire thunderbolts was limited, yet she desired precisely this level of commotion. The instant Jiang Yu made her move, Feng Xian charged forward. "You harm innocent cultivators, using them as bait to feed the monstrous beasts. You disgrace the path of cultivation." Feng Xian's eyes glowed crimson as he threw 10 explosive talismans, brandishing his sword and roaring in defiance. Though this appeared reckless, it concealed a deadly intent. One unwary individual was struck by the spiritual sword, feeling a surge of humiliation and a burning desire for vengeance. "You insolent child, how dare you? Kill him, break his legs." Feng Xian maintained an expression of anger, yet within, he remained utterly calm, advancing step by step according to his plan. The middle-aged cultivator, shielded by others, regarded the boisterous Feng Xian with a peculiar gaze, sensing a familiarity in his features, yet could not quite place him. Just then, Jiang Yu, who should have already fled, stealthily re-entered the room from another direction. As a Qi refinement stage cultivator, she was almost immediately spotted by the Foundation establishment practitioners. However, Jiang Yu, undeterred, even let out a mocking laugh. While the cultivators were in a state of uncertainty, believing she was about to throw more fire thunderbolts, Feng Xian made his move to go, with a sharp command. Feng Xian directed a net-like spiritual artifact toward the man at the back, its shimmering silver surface resembling threads spun by a spider. As Feng Xian uttered the command to retract, the net-like artifact swiftly ensnared the man. Tightening its grip, blood trickled from the corner of Feng Xian's mouth, his gaze fierce. Jiang Yu grasped a long vine fruit, pressing it into the ground. In an instant, the seeds burst forth, delicate vines writhing and slithering toward the ankles of the cultivators. Mere trifles, one male cultivator scoffed, stomping his foot and shattering the vines instantly. Jiang Yu, however, remained unperturbed. This was merely her first attempt, and a lack of effectiveness was to be expected. What she sought was not results, but to create a brief distraction. "Let us go," Feng Xian suddenly exclaimed, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed. At that same moment, the man ensnared in the web let out a pained, desperate scream. His form contorted as if being crushed, the sound of bones creaking audible. Swiftly, Jiang Yu extracted a long vine, securing the man before tossing him out the window in a fleeting moment of distraction, and followed suit. "The ninth elder is done for," someone exclaimed in alarm. The web was already drenched in blood, clinging tightly to the ninth elder as if embedded in his flesh, utterly inseparable. How could this be? "I thought that young man was not particularly skilled." "This artifact is peculiar." One individual murmured, casting a glance around, commanding everyone to gather together. "We must pursue him." "You two go." Two individuals immediately leaped through the window in pursuit. The rest exchanged glances, and while they were not particularly mournful, they felt a sense of relief. After all, the ninth elder had been of mediocre talent, elevated solely by his lineage, and had enjoyed more resources than the other elders. Now that he was dead, they felt an unexpected joy. "The ninth elder truly dead?" someone whispered. After a shared glance, one cautiously approached, plunging a dagger into the flesh to confirm his demise, finally allowing themselves to relax. Jiang Yu brought Feng Xian to a previously rented courtyard. After changing back into female attire, she tossed Feng Xian into a carriage and burned his false mask. Feng Xian sat cross-legged, clutching a spirit stone to expedite his recovery. "You not keeping that spiritual artifact? It looks quite valuable," Jiang Yu remarked with a hint of regret, yet her hands moved swiftly, urging the carriage to speed towards the main street, merging seamlessly with the bustling crowd of merchants. Feng Xian communicated through thought. "It's a disposable spiritual artifact bought from boss Lin, costing 3 million low-grade spirit stones." Jiang Yu gasped. "So expensive," Tianshu remarked softly. He harbored a deadly resolve, intending for a single, decisive strike. Otherwise, even against someone at the initial stage of Golden Core, that artifact could hold them off momentarily. "Halt!" someone shouted from behind, causing the carriages and carts on the street to come to a standstill. Two mid-foundation establishment cultivators scanned the area with cold, penetrating gazes. Jiang Yu glanced at Tianshu, who reassured her that the scent of blood was contained, and their power was inscrutable. Moreover, they had changed their clothing and appearances, making it unlikely they would be recognized. "You, step out." One male cultivator glared at Jiang Yu, his consciousness sweeping over her without restraint, upon discovering her only at the fourth layer of the Qi refinement stage. His expression darkened. "You will come with us?" Jiang Yu's throat was filled with curses, realizing they intended to use her as bait due to her lack of strength. "Who are you?" Jiang Yu replied with haughty defiance. "How many lives do you dare to risk by stopping me? I advise you not to invite trouble. Come here promptly. Do you have anything in your carriage?" Jiang Yu's face turned icy. "How dare you block someone in the street? This is Shirgu City, where numerous factions have lingered for decades, and what of it? We will take whoever we want. Does anyone here dare to object?" The male cultivator declared arrogantly, his oppressive aura pushing back the surrounding pedestrians. Jiang Yu inwardly cursed. Even the mightiest dragon must bow to the ground snake. This man is utterly unrestrained. Feng Xian cleared his throat, lifting the curtain and stepping out, casting an irritable glance at the male cultivator. "How dare you obstruct us?" The male cultivator scanned Feng Xian with his consciousness, and Feng Xian's expression turned grim. The male cultivator sneered, speaking with false benevolence. If it weren't for our shared affinity, I wouldn't waste my time here. If you refuse to come with me, do not blame me for taking action. Another companion tugged at him, whispering, Are you mad? Why are you making such a ruckus in broad daylight? We've been cautious all this way, yet the ninth elder still perished. I believe we have been far too lenient with these impoverished folk. They should be trampled underfoot, made to understand their place. The male cultivator forcefully shoved his companion aside. Chapter 48. The revelation. Aside from Jiang Yu and Feng Xian, the male cultivator had summoned several others, making it clear he was offering them a chance, urging them not to be foolish. Some were indeed tempted. After all, having been mediocre for decades, the prospect of an opportunity was too enticing to dismiss. As more individuals began to murmur and consider the offer. One cultivator bowed and approached the male cultivator. The latter beckoned them closer, clearly intending to ensnare more. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Jiang Yu couldn't help but glance at Feng Xian, urging him to deploy his backup plan without delay. Feng Xian calculated the timing, whispering, It's about time. Just then, a group of disheveled cultivators appeared, supporting one another as they entered the crowd's view. A female cultivator cried out in despair, Don't trust them, don't believe them. They are from the central continent, seeking to use us, the cultivators of the western continent, as bait to capture the black feather Toppling in the beast forest. I can testify to this. I was deceived by them as well. They fed us the blood of beasts daily to ensure we would serve as bait. Song Daoyu, a male cultivator exclaimed in surprise. Hastening towards her, I thought you had left Shirgu City. Song Daoyu wept bitterly. I was deceived, and they have crippled my cultivation. What? This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Though my spiritual root remains intact, my cultivation has been stripped away. The people of the central continent treat us like livestock. They are inhuman. They will face divine retribution and fall into madness. What nonsense! The male cultivator's expression darkened as he glared at the escaping individuals, unable to comprehend how they had managed to flee despite being hidden away by the Chao family. Jiang Yu quickly turned to Feng Xian, awaiting his explanation. Feng Xian remarked, Do you recall the information I relayed to you while you were in seclusion? Jiang Yu nodded. During that time, she had marveled at how swiftly the outside world was changing, with so many events unfolding in such a short span, including Shen Qingwei's sudden change of heart regarding her marriage. The information I provided was merely the scraps of my investigation. I uncovered that the young master of the Chao family held a peculiar interest in Shao Qingyue, and I also learned that Shen Qingwei was at odds with them. As for the rest, Feng Xian refrained from elaborating, having spent considerable spirit stones on his inquiries. However, Jiang Yu, being a book transmigrator, could easily fill in the gaps herself. At the very least, you were aware, at least 6 months ago, or even a year prior, that a certain faction in the central continent required a demonic bone. Thus, they would inevitably come to Shirgu City, and to obscure their intentions, they would seek collaboration with local powers. Feng Xian was taken aback, abruptly lifting the curtain of the carriage to gaze at Jiang Yu. While driving the carriage, Jiang Yu remarked, You did not merely investigate the Chao family, but rather scrutinized all possible avenues, ultimately seizing every opportunity and ally to fulfill your grand scheme of vengeance. Impressive, dear nephew. Feng Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang, my friend, your observations are astute. Jiang Yu, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, You aren't perhaps a scion of a certain cultivation family in the central continent who fell victim to a conspiracy by your own kin, and thus had to flee to the western continent to conceal your identity and strive for growth? Feng Xian, seated beside him, playfully responded, Aunt, your assumptions seem rather accurate. Indeed. Feng Xian's expression sobered. Even if the western continent yearned for the resources of the central continent, it would never permit them to rampantly slaughter its inhabitants, let alone use cultivators as bait to lure demonic beasts. After informing Shen Qingwei, she had been tirelessly investigating, subsequently reaching out to various factions to ensure a capture of both the perpetrator and the evidence. Currently, the Chao family had been exposed, but how they would be dealt with would likely depend on the aftermath of the beast tie Jiang Yu mentioned. However, it could be anticipated that after this incident, the Chao family would never regain its former stature. Jiang, my friend, Feng Xian gently called, his gaze drifting towards the distant sky. What could compel someone to invest such effort into this endeavor, even wishing for me to remain uninvolved? Were it not for my desire to personally avenge my enemies, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Jiang Yu understood the reasoning. Firstly, it enhances one's own reputation and that of their family. Secondly, it delivers a fatal blow to their competitors. Shun Qingwei would surely not forfeit this opportunity, and if executed well, the Chao family would hasten its decline. Is the enmity between these two merely due to Qiyu? Feng Xian probed. Jiang Yu chuckled. I am aware of part of the reason, but I cannot disclose it. Just know that Shun Qingwei's aggressive purchase of my jade pendant was merely a spark. They are destined adversaries. As for Xiao Qingyue, being the daughter of destiny, her merits are astonishingly formidable, rendering her nearly unkillable. For Jiang Yu, this was not just a tale, but a genuine world where the narrative would shift with every action taken by the protagonist, invoking a butterfly effect and yielding unpredictable consequences. Thus, caution was paramount. One must never underestimate their adversaries. Feng Xian dismounted from the carriage, while Jiang Yu returned the vehicle to the innkeeper, supporting Feng Xian as they entered the courtyard through the back. Linzhou observed their demeanor but refrained from questioning them further. After setting up a formation, he turned to Feng Xian and said, I am aware of everything. Feng Xian gratefully clasped his hands. The spiritual tool provided by you, Lin, is commendable. Alas, it cannot truly kill, only contain. Linzhou raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't you be angry? Jiang Yu, noticing that Lin had retreated to rest, sat down and regarded him. Lin, if I wish to secure that web spirit tool, you will offer me a favorable price, won't you? Linzhou dodged the question. I am already aware. The Chao family has met its downfall, but they brought it upon themselves, daring to conspire with the tiger and not fearing the consequences. Jiang Yu, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. By the way, Jiang, my friend, Linzhou beamed. I never anticipated that the efficacy of that spiritual tool would be so remarkable. If it were to be sold again, it would undoubtedly increase by at least 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. With that, he entered his room. Jiang Yu. Linzhou possessed no sense of conscience. Chapter 49. A further exploration of the demonic beast forest. In the afternoon, a somewhat recovered Feng Xian decided to accompany Jiang Yu and Linzhou to explore the demonic beast forest. As evening approached, the cultivators within the forest had mostly returned, leaving the woods in a profound silence, with hardly a first-tier demonic beast in sight. Feng Xian softly remarked, no wonder the cultivators who ventured out today returned empty-handed. The few cultivators they encountered yesterday had made some gains. Yet their faces bore an evident malice, hinting at a potential descent into madness. Jiang Yu gazed up at the towering trees, absorbing the essence of the forest, his heart growing heavier. Feng Xian was now fully convinced of Jiang Yu's words. A beast tide was indeed imminent, and it would likely be severe. The preparations made by Shun Qingwei's faction remained uncertain in their effectiveness. Jiang Yu felt an ominous weight. Trouble was brewing. Linzhou, hands clasped behind his back, continued deeper into the woods. In this world, every action, every choice is predestined. Demonic beasts kill, thus humans retaliate. Humans slay demonic beasts, and in turn, beasts strike back. There is no right or wrong, only cause and effect. Jiang Yu paused momentarily as the tome of heaven gently patted his head. You need only remember 2 words, survive. Whoever seeks to hinder your survival is your enemy, be they human or beast. Jiang Yu nodded solemnly, quickening his pace to catch up with Linzhou, who had halted ahead. At that moment, Feng Xian was crouched at the base of a tree, large enough for 3 people to encircle. Lightly touching the prominent, thick roots, furrowing his brow, there is a distinct scent of blood here. How can there be no blood? The tome of heaven's gaze flickered, suddenly drifting away from Jiang Yu's shoulder. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened, yet he restrained his eagerness. This was a venture involving 3 people. How would they divide the spoils? Jiang Yu inquired telepathically, if I were to return alone, I fear I might encounter the beast tide. And then Xiao Qingyue could easily seize the opportunity. The scent of blood from the blood demon fruit had permeated the ground, indicating that there was more than one fruit to be found. Thus it should be shareable. Although the tome of heaven conveyed this, its worried gaze swept over the 2 companions. The blood demon fruit was also a beast. It could flee. Hence, it was necessary to send the treasure-seeking mouse to capture it, which would inevitably reveal Jiang Yu's possession of a treasure-seeking creature. Jiang Yu's strength was inferior to that of the two, and the foundation of their collaboration thus far rested on a modicum of trust established during their previous venture. However, whether that trust would hold once the treasure-seeking mouse appeared was uncertain. It was a gamble. Jiang Yu's gaze lowered. As Feng Xian slowly rose and discussed the peculiarities of their surroundings with Lin Xuanyi, he made up his mind. There was certainly something to be found here, and whatever I can obtain, I will share with you, but I require assurances, Jiang Yu stated. Lin Xuanyi suddenly smiled, looking at Jiang Yu and declaring, regardless of how you acquire it, I shall not disclose a single detail. Those who breach this vow shall face divine retribution. Though Feng Xian was unaware of what lay beneath, the fact that it made Jiang Yu so vigilant while still willing to share was enough for him to hastily vow as well. Thus, with his back turned to them, Jiang Yu unfastened his beast-controlling pouch, summoning the treasure-seeking mouse from within. The pouch served as a concealment, while the space was controlled by the Tome of Heaven. Remaining undetectable, so Jiang Yu harbored no fears of being discovered. Furthermore, the space did not belong to Jiang Yu. It was the Tome's domain. Since the Tome had entered into a contract with her, it was a place that could not be seized by anyone, alleviating her concerns further. Feng Xian stared in astonishment at the plump, glossy mouse before him, his mind racing with thoughts. Is this the plump mouse discovered in that place? It's so dark. The treasure-seeking mouse. Squeak, 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 squeak. Feng Xian watched as the fat mouse's mouth moved rapidly, its teeth nearly spraying green grass, and he suddenly realized. He seemed to have been scolded by a chubby mouse. And quite fiercely too. Lin Xuanyi, unable to maintain his composure, looked skyward. Jiang Yu, oblivious to Lin Xuanyi's reaction, focused entirely on the treasure-seeking mouse, and under its annoyed gaze, translated its words to Feng Xian. I must clarify. It was the mouse that compelled me to say this. As soon as Feng Xian raised his hand, Jiang Yu's voice erupted like a rapid-fire barrage, catching him off guard. The translated words of the treasure-seeking mouse. You are so white. You have a large head, fat legs, swaying like a tree branch. Your skin is pale, your mouth is dark, your heart is charred by lightning. Your eyes are big, your nose is high, your mouth is wide. You are clearly a big fool, and you couldn't possibly marry in our realm. No one would want such a large two-legged beast. To be fair, Jiang Yu thought, Feng Xian was not unattractive. He possessed a standard sunny, handsome look. But the mouse's description was not entirely inaccurate. Feng Xian opened his mouth, and after a long pause, finally managed to utter, I have no intention of marrying into your realm. Lin Xuanyi could no longer contain himself. His fists pressed against his mouth, shoulders shaking with laughter. Jiang Yu bit her lip, fearing that if she laughed, their partnership would disintegrate. Feng Xian, recovering, gritted his teeth. How do I resemble a tree branch? I have a tall, upright stature. You, mouse, lack any sense of aesthetics. The treasure-seeking mouse huffed, turning its head away. The Tome of Heaven quickly cleared its throat, urging Jiang Yu to focus on the matter at hand. Jiang Yu hastily disrupted the peculiar tension, promptly explaining, this is a treasure-seeking mouse. It can locate treasures. With that, she sent a telepathic message to the mouse. The mouse proudly raised its head, whiskers quivering, one paw resting on Jiang Yu's hand. And upon being placed beside the tree root, it sniffed the air, blood demon fruit. The mouse seemed pleasantly surprised, disregarding its outward appearance as it began to dig. Lin Xuanyi finally regained his composure. Though a smile lingered on his face, just now, I noticed this little friend squeaking. Has it discovered something? Jiang Yu clarified. It is said to be a blood demon fruit. Feng Xian was completely unaware of this entity. But Lin Xuanyi claimed to have heard of it and proceeded to provide a detailed introduction. The blood demon fruit is a type of demon that dwells deep underground. Engaging in activities beneath the earth, it is often referred to as the thieving rogue, as it particularly favors demon trees and flowers, hiding among their root systems to consume the demon energy they cultivate. Is the blood demon fruit a medicinal herb, or is it a demon capable of transformation? Feng Xian inquired. Lin Xuanyi pondered for a moment before responding. Theoretically, as long as a demon attains consciousness, it can cultivate. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, it is certain to achieve transformation. However, the blood demon fruit's essence is merely its root system. When captured, it is typically utilized as a medicinal ingredient. He paused. then offered a peculiar smile. It is said that consuming the blood demon fruit can yield a demon infant, effectively granting one an additional life. Chapter 50. What is a demon infant? What is a demon infant? Feng Xian asked. Lin Xian stated plainly, in simple terms, it is akin to a primordial infant possessing a demon soul, hence my assertion that it equates to having 2 lives. However, the demon soul is regarded by the heavenly Tao as a demon that must undergo tribulation for transformation. Thus it will face 2 heavenly tribulations. Surviving these tribulations would greatly enhance one's strength, along with the possession of 2 lives, which is undoubtedly advantageous. Yet, without the aid of rare materials, it is exceedingly difficult to endure 2 heavenly tribulations. After finishing, Lin Xian scrutinized the expressions of the two. Feng Xian was caught in a web of turmoil, as he desperately needed strength to avenge himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu appeared lost in thought. In reality, she was not merely daydreaming. The heavenly book was providing her with a more detailed explanation about the demon infant. Throughout history, the majority of cultivators attempting to refine a demon infant have perished under the heavenly tribulation. And those who survive are often easily dissected by others to extract the demon infant, turning it into a puppet. A chill ran through Jiang Yu's heart, a cultivator ascending from the lower realms. Devoid of foundation and lacking familial protection, while possessing something so enticingly coveted, was undoubtedly perilous. The heavenly book remarked. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. Let us focus on refining medicine instead. Feng Xian subsequently asked Lin Xian. How does one refine a demon infant? Lin Xian produced 2 jade slips, one detailing the process of refining medicine, and the other outlining the method for refining a demon infant, which he then handed to them without charge. Both Jiang Yu and Feng Xian stared at Lin Xian in astonishment. With a smile, Lin Xian remarked, he is indeed kind-hearted and generous. I can assist in collecting the materials needed for refining the demon infant, and we can negotiate a fair price. The same applies for medicinal herbs. His demeanor was amiable, as he was the only one capable of gathering these materials. They could only seek his help. Feng Xian. Jiang Yu. For a fleeting moment, the heavenly book truly wished to rob Lin Xian, for he appeared both cunning and prosperous, undoubtedly possessing considerable wealth. Alas, it could only be a fleeting thought, as this individual was rather enigmatic. Just as the 3 were deliberating on how to handle the blood demon fruit, a shadow, caked in damp earth, emerged from the ground. Appearing utterly exhausted, Jiang Yu hurriedly cradled the mouse treasure in her palms to assist it, inadvertently lifting a series of blood demon fruits along with it. Upon counting, there were surprisingly 8 among them. 3 bore delicate silver streaks, while the remaining 5 were merely the size of a pinky finger. Once the silver pattern enveloped the entire crimson fruit, they could commence the process of refining the demon infant, thus necessitating nurturing for the time being. Lin Xian looked at Feng Xian, eagerly promoting. This is a wooden box crafted from a second-tier demon tree. I also possess spiritual soil. As for demon beast blood, you may either slay one on the spot or purchase it from me at a very reasonable price. Feng Xian. I shall buy. Prompted by the mouse treasure, Jiang Yu first took a fruit adorned with silver streaks. The mouse treasure then squeaked twice, urging Jiang Yu to present it to the 2 others. With its left claw on its hip, its little belly quivered, and its right claw pointed at the 2 fruits marked by silver streaks. Raising its chin to indicate they could be offered to them, Jiang Yu thus handed over the 2 fruits. The mouse treasure stomped its foot, gesturing towards the remaining 5 fruits and then pointing at itself, conveying a clear message. The rest are its. Feng Xian immediately stated, 1 fruit is sufficient for me. I am grateful for the generosity of Jiang Dao Yu and Mouse Dao Yu. Lin Xian naturally nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude for having acquired 1 fruit, which he deemed exceedingly fortunate. The mouse treasure nodded in satisfaction, extending its small claws to rub its paws together, pointing once more at the remaining 5 fruits. Are we to assume we can purchase them? Lin Xian asked with a smile. In that case, I shall buy 3, priced at the standard market rate of 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones each. How does that sound? Feng Xian, lacking the ability to refine pills, remained silent. The mouse treasure glanced at Feng Xian, confirming his lack of interest before turning back to Jiang Yu, actually addressing the heavenly book. The heavenly book urged the mouse treasure to negotiate, as it had toiled diligently to unearth the blood demon fruits, and it was imperative to secure some compensation. The mouse treasure's eyes widened, quickly turning to point at the 2 fruits in their hands, then at the 5 remaining ones. Its expression so vivid that even if Feng Xian could not comprehend its squeaks, he still grasped the intent of this Mouse Daoyu. Feng Xian, Mouse Daoyu believes it inappropriate to give them the silver-streaked blood demon fruits for free, but due to their cooperative relationship with Jiang Daoyu, it has only requested the base price. It must be said, this was a delightful misunderstanding. The mouse treasure originally intended to raise the price of the remaining blood demon fruits. The value of the blood demon fruits is immeasurable. Yet currently, I lack sufficient spiritual stones and can only offer other materials in exchange. Feng Xian pondered, opting not to select anything too extravagant, as Jiang Daoyu required this favor to ensure the secrecy of their dealings. And future collaborations were anticipated. Ultimately, Feng Xian provided 100 explosive talismans. Lin Feng considered this and also offered 100 explosive talismans, simultaneously increasing the price of the blood demon fruits to 600,000 low-grade spiritual stones each. In addition to 10 different first-tier herbs with root systems as provisions for the mouse treasure, I recall that your residence has a medicinal field, and as you have been using herbs to feed the treasure-seeking mouse, this should suffice. Lin Feng handed everything over. Jiang Yu accepted with gratitude, reflecting in her heart. The mouse treasure is truly impressive, managing to extract some benefits even from the 2 fruits it had distributed. Jiang Daoyu, should you require materials for refining the blood demon fruit, remember to come to me for your herbal needs, as there are many herbs that only I can collect, Lin Feng reminded her. Jiang Yu could only assure him that if the need arose, the Lin family's general store would be her first choice. Lin Feng was satisfied, gazing at the exceedingly tranquil demon beast forest. After sweeping his consciousness around, his gaze shifted slightly. A storm is brewing. It would be best for us to depart swiftly. Jiang Yu gathered her belongings and, after temporarily placing the mouse treasure in her beast-taming bag, the 3 departed the demon beast forest together. However, not far away, in a brightly lit tavern, the atmosphere was lively as patrons animatedly discussed how the cultivators of Central Continent had humiliated those from the Western Continent, and how they had been captured by the forces of the Shin family in conjunction with others. A quarter of an hour after the trio's departure, Chao Xingji stumbled down from the spirit sword. Following the address provided by his kin, seeking the aid of Shao Qing Yue. As long as the Shuejian was willing to speak out in protection, the Chao family still had a glimmer of hope. After Chao Xingji left, the individuals arranged by the Shin family promptly reported his whereabouts to Shun Qingwei. A gentle smile graced Shun Qingwei's lips as she refrained from acting immediately, for she was rather keen on witnessing a dog-eat-dog scenario. After the canines had bloodied each other, she would make her timely entrance, thus delivering a heart-wrenching blow. Shun Qingwei's eyes turned frigid. None shall escape. At that moment, a jade slip at her waist flickered with light, revealing the cheerful voice of her master's newly accepted disciple. Jiang Mu, a prodigy in talisman crafting. Senior sister, I have already spoken to master. I am here to assist you. Shun Qingwei could not help but smile. There is no need. Senior sister, I am nearly there. I absolutely cannot allow you to face the beast tide alone. Moreover, I have come well prepared this time, so rest assured. Shun Qingwei shook her head helplessly, yet her heart felt warm. What of Shao Qingyu with Lin Feng? I have Jiang Mu, and his aptitude certainly surpasses that of the fool who has failed once. Chapter 51. This family still depends on me. Upon returning to their residence, Jiang Yu promptly set up a formation and released the mouse treasure. The mouse treasure, dragging the blood demon fruit, gazed triumphantly at Jiang Yu. This family still depends on me. The term family was coined by the Heavenly Book, for their relationship transcended that of mere master and servant. Though one was a person, one a book, and one a mouse, and they shared no blood ties, they were each other's closest and most trusted existence, thus considered family. The Heavenly Book had declared that they must strive to earn money for the family. As they were quite impoverished, Jiang Yu gave a thumbs up. This family still relies on you. One blood demon fruit was given to the mouse treasure, another was saved for planting. As for the last one, the Heavenly Book turned to the mouse treasure. This was the fruit it specifically requested to reserve, as it bore the finest silver streaks, and it would be planted at the edge of the boundary. Jiang Yu chuckled. The boundary can consume anything, and since the blood demon fruit feeds on demon energy, are you suggesting they balance each other out? The Heavenly Book nodded, effectively resolving 2 issues at once. Jiang Yu pointed at the smallest of the 3 fruits and asked, if we were to plant it, Would it follow Boss Lin's cultivation method? The heavenly book shook its head. No, simply bury it underground. Ensuring to isolate the surroundings and periodically toss in some unwanted demon beasts. Jiang Yu entrusted the entire matter to the heavenly book, as it knew how to create the necessary barriers within its own space. Feng Xin seemed inclined to refine the demon infant, though Jiang Yu was curious about how Boss Lin would handle his fruit. The heavenly book contemplated and then declared with certainty, sell it. Jiang Yu thought it made sense. Boss Lin is a businessman and will undoubtedly sell the items at a premium price. It is simply uncertain who would make a purchase. As the two conversed, Shu Bao had already devoured a blood demon fruit, leaving its mouth stained crimson. Reveling in delight, in the next moment, Shu Bao fainted. Tianshu first placed Shu Bao into the nest it had crafted, then sought a distant spot to plant the smallest fruit. Casting a spell to isolate it, finally, it took the fruit adorned with silver patterns and set off in search of the demon tree. The tree demon thrived splendidly, swaying its branches joyfully upon Tianshu's arrival, its leaves shimmering in a breathtaking display. Tianshu gently patted the tree trunk and circled around to face the broken realm. Xiao Huang, I found you a good friend. The tender roots of the broken realm trembled slightly, and the petals shrank back with remarkable sensitivity. Tianshu then dug a hole beside Xiao Huang, buried the blood demon fruit, and after ensuring the tree demon was protected from being drained of its demonic energy, spoke softly. From now on, you shall be good friends, so be sure to coexist harmoniously. The broken realm had yet to attain sentience, thus everything it had done since its birth was driven by instinct. At this moment, that instinct urged it to consume the bothersome little fruit without delay. The blood demon fruit instinctively turned in the loose soil. What a splendid place! The demonic energy is so abundant. It turns out that the mouse demon is indeed a good demon. It had been wronged previously. Tianshu's intended departure halted abruptly as it gazed in astonishment at the blood demon fruit buried in the soil. Had this fruit just gained sentience upon arriving here? Clearly, the other fruits were merely infused with a bit more demonic energy, serving only for medicinal purposes. Suddenly, Tianshu soared to the highest point, its gaze alight with excitement as it surveyed the surroundings. Could it be that the world of divine texts is beginning to heal itself? Tianshu darted through the space, quickly identifying the crucial point. As long as there are more good things in the space, the recovery speed must surely accelerate. Upon realizing this, Tianshu immediately exited the space to inform Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened. If I seize the spiritual vein, wouldn't the recovery of the space be expedited? Tianshu nodded vigorously. Yes, we must seize it. Jiang Yu clenched her fists. It is imperative. The following day, the main street of Shirgu City was bustling at noon, with two factions confronting each other, and in the midst stood a pale youth who had lost all color. Shun Qingwei swiftly cut through the chaos. Almost as soon as they had conspired, the other side had dealt with the Chao family in Shirgu City that very night, leaving not a single one alive. Prior to this, the actions of the Chao family had long been disseminated throughout the entire Shizhou by her. In a single night, the Chao family, once a prestigious family of artifact refiners, had been reduced to a hunted pack, with even Chao Xingji, who had been held in high regard by the Tiandao sect, publicly expelled from the sect by Lin Shuijin in desperation. Chao Xingji had no choice but to commandeer a spiritual vessel from the Chao family and make the arduous journey to Shirgu City. Seeking salvation from his junior sister, Qingyue, as long as Qingyue spoke a word, the elders would surely protect the Chao family, allowing them a glimmer of hope for resurgence. Unfortunately, the moment he finally located Xiao Qingyue, his dreams shattered. The disdainful, contemptuous, and furious gaze, the chilling indifference that suggested she wished they had never met, caused Chao Xingji to falter in his words, an overwhelming rush of shame, resentment, and pain flooding his heart. Leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. At that instant, Shen Qingwei appeared, surrounding them with her followers. Xiao Qingyue, do you intend to shield those of the Chao family? Shen Qingwei regarded her with a smile that held an edge of mockery. The expressions of the other factions turned grim as they stealthily drew closer to Shen Qingwei, presenting a united front against Xiao Qingyue. Lin Feng anxiously interjected. My senior sister has said nothing. Do not slander her with your baseless accusations. Moreover, our master is Lin Shuijin. Xiao Qingyue cast a glance at the fallen Chao Xingji and spoke with chilling detachment. He has relied on his talent to command certain outer disciples within the sect to gather materials for him. showing no concern even when some materials are difficult to acquire or perilous to obtain. The sect leader's repeated admonitions have only served to embolden him further. It appears that the Chao family has always been thus. Now that my master has taken it upon herself to cleanse the sect, it is also a return to tranquility for Tiandao's sect. How could I defy my master and protect such a villain? Shen Qingwei found the situation utterly laughable. All the fine gifts Chao Xingji had bestowed were indeed for this Xiao Qingyue. Xiao sister, Chao Xingji rasped, I implore you. Xiao Qingyue coldly retaliated with a whip. I am not your sister. The ghost within the ring, Xing Huang, smiled, his voice resonant and melodic as he spoke. Qingyue, you have done well. One must cut ties swiftly with such individuals. They may appear to treat you well, shower you with gifts, but in truth, they seek to make you their enemy. Remember, you are the favored child of Tiandao. You can have whatever you desire. Why should you owe him anything? He merely wishes to exploit you for his own gain. Xiao Qingyue's expression grew colder still. Chao Xingji, you deserve to die. With that, she summoned a spirit sword, its blade gleaming with a frosty light, unmistakably a weapon of exquisite quality. Chao Xingji, engulfed by despair, shut his eyes in resignation. Chapter 52. After the end, reunion. Shen Qingwei's pupils constricted. The sword tomb's secret realm had yet to open, and she had already acquired a spirit sword. This sword radiated an intimidating chill, its blade humming softly, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Clearly a fine spirit sword. Was it a gift from Lin Shuejian? Shen Qingwei's breath caught. She averted her gaze, thus avoiding witnessing the moment of Chao Xingji's demise. Yet she saw her junior brother rushing toward her. Her junior brother, slender and stubborn, looked upon nothing but talismans and herself, and this time, concern for her safety, had come without regard. Truly, it left one at a loss. Chao Xingji did not emit a single cry of agony. As he fell, his gaze remained fixed upon Xiao Qingyue's face. Lin Feng stepped forward to shield her, and Xing Huang's voice echoed from within the ring. Why does he underestimate you? Does he believe you cannot endure the death throes of a villain? Or does he think you weak? Perhaps he wishes to bind you with a debt of gratitude, seeking something from you? Xiao Qingyue's eyes, filled with gratitude, were instantly replaced by fury. She took a step back, her gaze sharp as a needle, directed at Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng seemed to sense something amiss and turned to look. Lin Feng responded awkwardly, all right, as he felt a hint of discomfort. While Lin Feng sensed something wrong, Shen Qingwei had witnessed it firsthand. Her intention was to have her junior brother Jiang Mu compete with Lin Feng in front of Xiao Qingyue, for nothing was more amusing than breaking her wings. However, the expression on Xiao Qingyue's face struck her as peculiarly different from the former her. Master, is something off with Xiao Qingyue? Shen Qingwei inquired through thought. An elder's voice emerged from the jade pendant. It seems she is under some influence. If it is severe, she may not need you to intervene, as she might walk herself into a dead end. Had Tianshu been present, he would undoubtedly assert that it wouldn't be the case, for Xiao Qingyue's merits were too profound for her to be killed. Indeed, in her past life, Xiao Qingyue's master, the alchemist, was now her own master, and she had begun learning the art of alchemy. Thus, everything about Xiao Qingyue would eventually belong to her. Shen Qingwei cast a glance at the lifeless Chao Xingji. Scoffing, murdering in the streets is not merely a matter of killing. It must be dealt with properly. Are there not still a few mortals in Shirgu City? With that, Shen Qingwei scoffed and departed with Jiang Mu. However, not far from their path, Xiao Qingyue's expression suddenly turned frigid, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. This farce had unfolded rapidly and ended just as swiftly, garnering little concern from the cultivators of Shirgu City. Their greater worry now was, had the beasts in the demon beast forest truly been exterminated? Why could not a single one be seen? Feng Xian remained in seclusion, and Jiang Yu had also firmly shut her doors and windows. Therefore, Lin Boss set down what he held and proceeded to knock on the doors of both individuals. First, he knocked on Feng Xian's, then on Jiang Yu's, as Feng Xian awoke first, followed by Jiang Yu. Just in time. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Feng Xian sighed, opening the door. Lin Boss, may I ask you a question? Ask away. No charge, Lin Shuani replied generously, inviting Feng Xian to sit. Are the formations I set up in this room of no use to you? Feng Xian inquired helplessly. I have studied formations since childhood. While I cannot claim to possess extraordinary talent, I can at least put them to some use, right? Feng Xian was even more puzzled. Then how did you know when I awoke from meditation? Lin Xuanyi chuckled, glancing at Jiang Yu. Does Jiang Daoist know? Jiang Yu pondered carefully. I have few spirit stones, so I am frugal. If I awaken from cultivation and find some spirit stones still holding energy, I will immediately store them away. The sudden drop in energy from the overlapping formations would reveal it. Feng Xin. So the reason he was discovered was due to being poor. Lin Xuanyi cheerfully unwrapped his meal and invited the two to dine. No charge. Jiang Yu sat at the stone table, gazing at Lin Xuanyi with some confusion. Lin boss, what are you observing? Jiang Yu. Oh, turns out you were just idly passing the time. Lin Xuanyi took a bite of the demon beast meat, immediately exclaiming, Shirgu City truly knows how to indulge. This roasted meat is exquisite. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up as he eagerly sampled it. Indeed, it is delicious. This demon beast meat seems to have been marinated with various spices, then roasted, resulting in a rich aroma and complex flavors. Jiang Yu felt a surge of desire, wondering what spices were used and whether they were for sale. Feng Xin, too, felt a twinge of appetite, for he still had some cravings. Lin Xuanyi's smile widened. I have the secret recipe and plenty of spices. If you wish to grow your own, I also have seedlings available. Would you be interested? I can offer you a good price. Jiang Yu warily inquired. What's the packaged price? 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, accompanied by provisions sufficient for the next half-month. Meat, rice, and large flatbreads. When the time comes, simply ignite a fireball talisman, and a warm meal will be ready. Lin Xuanyi beamed at the two. Feng Xin's expression shifted dramatically. Is the beast tide about to commence? Jiang Yu froze momentarily but quickly regained composure. Does Boss Lin believe the beast tide will last for half a month? It might be shorter or perhaps longer. Who can say? Lin Xuanyi maintained his smile and poured each of them a cup of spirit wine. Jiang Yu surveyed the table laden with meat and wine. An unsettling feeling washed over him, akin to a farewell feast. I'll buy it, Jiang Yu declared, producing a storage bag containing exactly 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was pre-sorted from the heavenly book, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in one storage bag. Another for wearing, while the rest were kept in the spatial realm. Feng Xin promptly handed over the spirit stones as well. Lin Xuanyi instantly retrieved 2 prepared storage bags, one for each, and continued to promote. Do you need a pot? A spatula? A grill? Feng Xin. What else can I do but accept? Lin Xuanyi, seemingly having struck a deal, joyfully raised his wine cup to clink with theirs. May you survive the next half-month and remember to sell the demon beasts to me afterward. I shall offer a fair price. Jiang Yu clinked cups. May we all return safe and sound. Feng Xin raised his cup as well. Afterward, let us reunite. Cheers. Chapter 53. The sky darkened abruptly. A resounding roar echoed from the beast forest, heavy with an oppressive force. Beasts, unseen until now, seemed to materialize overnight, congregating in anticipation of a meticulously planned counterattack. The previously bright sky dimmed in an instant. Thick layers of dark clouds loomed, stifling the breath of the cultivators below, and the faint glimmer of blue and purple hues sent shivers down their spines, causing their minds to tremble in fear. Why? Why does thunderous power manifest? No, you must be mistaken. A male cultivator cried out in panic, despair evident in his eyes. The cries of alarm intensified, deepening the already oppressive atmosphere into something far more terrifying. On the second floor of a tea house, Shun Qingwei leaned slightly, propping herself on the windowsill to gaze toward the beast forest. The beast tide is about to begin. In her past life, it was Xiao Qingyue who led the resistance against the beast tide. Wielding an array of treasures, even venturing deep into the beast forest to slay the beast king and halt the tide. The beast tide we all fought against, yet the spiritual veins were entirely seized. Not a trace remaining. You ought to express your gratitude to your beloved fairy Qingyue. Without her, where would you find your spiritual veins? Just look at yourself. How do you dare compare with fairy Qingyue? The Shun family truly deserves their fate, provoking none other than fairy Qingyue. Shin Qingwei closed her eyes. Those piercing words from the past were still etched deeply in her heart, and every recollection ignited a burning desire to hang Xiao Qingyue and subject her to 1,000 tortures to vent her pin-up rage. At that moment, Shin Qingwei suddenly scoffed softly, her gaze falling upon Xiao Qingyue, who had appeared below the tea house, her expression fraught with urgency as she spoke to the passers-by. Shin Qingwei's expression turned icy. Below, Xiao Qingyue appeared benevolent, attempting to persuade people to stay and protect the mortals, even preparing to gather some spirit artifacts and spirit stones to form her own team. Yet due to Chao Xingji's incident, her plans were now thwarted. Xiao Qingyue's misfortune brought Shen Qingwei a sense of satisfaction. The Linzhou's sword of her past life surged to become a nascent soul cultivator due to your spiritual veins. And now, he was plagued by inner demons arising from feelings beyond that of master and disciple. His body wounded and unable to heal. As for that spiritual vein, it shall soon be mine. Thus, he can no longer flaunt his power over the Shun family, nor can he indiscriminately protect you. How delightful, senior sister. What's so delightful? Jiang Mu strode over, holding a peachwood sword, his expression anxious. Senior sister, I heard Elder Shen say you wish to go to the front. Let me accompany you. Shen Qingwei's fierce demeanor dissipated instantly upon Jiang Mu's arrival. No need. You are a genius in talismans. Stay behind me and draw talismans so I have a steady supply to use, which is far more beneficial, the youth insisted. Senior sister, I refuse. I cannot let you venture into danger alone. I am not necessarily going to the front for danger. I merely intend to retrieve something that rightfully belongs to me. Shen Qingwei's gaze was resolute. Yes, that spiritual vein rightfully belongs to her. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and a middle-aged cultivator entered respectfully. This man was the newly appointed elder of the Shen family, who in her past life had fought valiantly to hold back the enemy while allowing Shen Qingwei to escape. Shen Qingwei felt a fleeting daze. The blood-stained visage was now clean, and he was alive and well, having become a new elder of the Shen family under her guidance. Elder Shen bowed slightly to Shen Qingwei. Miss, we are prepared and ready for battle. Shen Qingwei nodded, taking one last glance outside before leading everyone downstairs. At this moment, in a temporary resting place along the long street, Lin Feng expressed similar sentiments. Senior sister, I do not oppose you going to the front. I know you are kind-hearted, but now the front is filled with Shen family members, and I worry they may plot against you, so please allow me to accompany you. Lin Feng spoke cautiously, hoping to persuade his senior sister to reconsider. Xiao Qingyue flatly rejected. No need. You would hinder me by being nearby. It's far better for you to remain behind and tirelessly draw talismans, providing me with a continuous supply to use. That is how you can truly assist me. Xiao Qingyue felt increasingly vexed. If Lin Feng were to shadow her, how would she access her items in the spatial realm? And what if he coveted them afterward? Furthermore, if she were to undergo any changes that were noticed, what then? Yet her master believed Lin Feng was of great use to the Tiandao sect. So she couldn't be too harsh or risk driving him away. Lin Feng, both anxious and at a loss, pleaded. Senior sister, please hear me out just once. Enough. Xiao Qingyue abruptly stood, exclaiming, instead of wasting time here with nonsensical words. You should help rescue the mortals of Shigeqing. Lin Feng began, but Xiao Qingyue interrupted forcefully. I shall take my leave first. If you wish to follow, you may, but do not disturb me with that. Xiao Qingyue departed the resting area. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly followed. Chapter 54. Outside Shigeqing, Jiang Yu exchanged glances with Feng Xian before distancing themselves from the Shen family members. Standing alongside several scattered cultivators. Currently, the cultivators outside the city gate were divided into 8 teams, strategically positioned to fend off the demon beasts. This arrangement, made by Shen Qingwei, was commendable. She ensured everyone had ample time to rest and recover before swiftly rejoining the fray. Additionally, some late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were stationed at the rear of Shigeqing, vigilant against any potential ambush by the demon beasts. Lin Boss was positioned at the back. Moreover, Shen Qingwei had long since sent messages to inform the cultivators from Shizhou about the impending beast tide. Earnestly requesting their assistance, it was anticipated that this batch of cultivators would soon arrive, so Jiang Yu and the others needed to endure for a few days before the situation would hopefully improve. Feng Xian tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve and communicated. Do you know what Shen Qingwei said in her message? Feng Xian shook his head seriously, conveying, no, it's all about interests. Having said this, Feng Xian's gaze turned grave as he watched the seemingly endless tide of first-tier rat demons approach. These rat demons were small, with short black-gray fur, sharp teeth, long tails, and their beady eyes glimmered with a menacing red light. First-tier rat demons were relatively easy to kill individually. However, a swarm, an overwhelming multitude of first-tier rat demons, could easily exhaust a person to death. Thus, The cultivators who had previously been confident and even engaged in light-hearted banter instinctively took a half-step back, with some contemplating an immediate retreat. The celestial tome gently patted Jiangyu. Indeed, it is all about interests. These first-tier rat demons have become frenzied, which means their minds might generate beast cores. If first-tier demons can produce beast cores, then surely the higher tiers must all possess them. Jiangyu instinctively communicated with Feng Xin. How does Boss Lin collect beast cores? Feng Xin was not surprised that Jiangyu was aware of this, as he had realized long ago that she had influential backing, especially since she had previously dismissed the Linzhou sword when her own power was still limited, even tricking him once at that moment. He responded via thought transmission. According to their ranks, first tier requires 300 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to the early stage of chi refinement. Second tier needs 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, akin to the late stage of chi refinement. Third tier demands 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, comparable to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Fourth tier costs 3 million, equivalent to the peak of foundation establishment. Fifth tier is 20 million, analogous to the mid-stage of golden core. Sixth tier calls for 50 million, equating to the peak of golden core. Seventh tier beasts are those that have undergone a tribulation and transformed, akin to the nascent soul stage of human cultivators. If one encounters such a beast, it is advisable to flee immediately. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed in confusion as she conveyed her thoughts to Feng Xin. Since Boss Lin specifically mentioned the 7th tier and advised fleeing, does that imply there are 7th tier beasts in the demon beast forest? Feng Xin's expression suddenly darkened. At that moment, the first tier rat demons charged forward, leaving Jiang Yu and Feng Xin no time for further discussion. One brandished a sword while the other wielded a hammer, launching into battle. Kill! The piercing squeaks of the rat demons seemed capable of piercing eardrums, and even after slaying one, the cacophony did not cease, as their numbers were simply overwhelming. Yet, first-tier demons were relatively easy to dispatch, provided one maintained sufficient spiritual energy. Otherwise, being swarmed by the rat demons could lead to a grim fate of being devoured. Just then, Shen Qingwei exclaimed in delight. This demon has a beast core in its head. Beast cores can be sold to artifact masters. They're incredibly valuable. Upon hearing this, the cultivators at the city gates appeared invigorated. Their eyes fixed on the oncoming rat demons, each one now more fervent in their kills, swiftly stashing the bodies into their storage bags. Not only their own, but also those of their companions. Jiang Yu felt no concern about missing out on demon corpses, as the celestial tome was assisting her, though she occasionally collected some herself, mindful of not drawing attention. Feng Xin moved with remarkable speed. Likely still spurred by the harsh reality of yesterday's poverty, his focus solely on the demons. Thus, the relentless slaughter of demons continued for nearly 2 hours before the second wave of cultivators arrived. Jiang Yu and Feng Xin stood back to back, warily observing the new group of cultivators surging forward. After all, the Shun family was watching closely, and they would not allow anyone to disrupt their alliance. As the first group of cultivators, they would not be called upon again until midday the following day, allowing them to recuperate. Upon returning to her quarters, Jiang Yu first used a fireball talisman to heat water for washing, while instructing the celestial tome to stand guard outside. Once she had cleansed herself of the blood and grime, she felt rejuvenated, her spirit significantly lifted. She then retrieved a large flatbread purchased from Boss Lin for a light meal. Allowing herself to unwind, "Today, I collected 100 rat demon corpses," the celestial tome remarked. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. She had scarcely paused in her efforts, yet only amassed 100. Surely, she had accounted for thousands. Each one contained a beast core, the tome continued. Jiang Yu's expression brightened, and she promptly handed over her storage bag filled with rat demon corpses to the celestial tome. After a careful inspection, the tome sighed in disappointment. "Not a single one. You needn't burden yourself so much next time. Just gather freely, Jiang Yu." Was her luck truly so abysmal? By the way, what do you make of Boss Lin's comment regarding the possibility of 7th tier transformed beasts in the demon beast forest? Jiang Yu sat up straighter, her expression serious. "But there are no tribulations here," the celestial tome replied. "Before discussing that, let me first provide a brief overview of the demon race and demon beasts. The ancestors of the demon race were great demons that existed since the dawn of creation, but over generations, the bloodline of these great demons has thinned considerably. Yet, even in its diminished state, It is sufficient for them to possess innate intelligence, and with diligent cultivation, they can successfully transform upon reaching maturity. On the other hand, while demon beasts can only suddenly gain intelligence under fortunate circumstances, requiring them to absorb the essence of the sun and moon while cultivating diligently. Only after undergoing tribulation can they transform, thus retaining a trace of their beastly nature. The only way for demon beasts to transform without facing tribulation is through the offering of the blood of a great demon by the demon race. Chapter 55. A tough battle approaches. A glimmer of realization crossed Jiang Yu's eyes. No wonder the demon race can produce beast kings. They possess the blood of great demons, enabling the demon beasts to bypass tribulations. What on earth did Hong Huzhou steal from the demon race? It must be something significant for the demon race to disregard everything and collaborate with demon beasts, even offering their precious blood. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted slightly as she fell into contemplation. The original text made no mention of the stolen treasure, leaving her in the dark. Wait. A hypothesis formed in Jiang Yu's mind. Thus, the beast tide is not a retaliation by the demon race against human cultivators, but rather an attempt to coerce Shao Qingyue into surrendering Hong Huzhou. Hong Huzhou is in Shirgu City. Then the treasure stolen by Hong Huzhou must be in Shao Qingyue's possession. Jiang Yu looked towards the celestial tome, voicing her speculation. So, if Shao Qingyue were to hand over the demon race's treasure, could this beast tide come to an early end? Jiang Yu furrowed her brow in frustration. I forgot that the demon beasts in the demon beast forest harbor a deep-seated enmity towards human cultivators. Initially, human cultivators exterminated them, leading to a fierce retaliation from the demon beasts, resulting in mutual slaughter. Therefore, this beast tide will not only fail to cease but will escalate further, ultimately leading to a disastrous outcome for both sides. Moreover, this result is unavoidable, as neither humans nor beasts are willing to compromise their interests. The next day, at noon, to everyone's astonishment, even with their bodies smeared in blood and their eyes filled with the ferocity that might impede their cultivation, the cultivators showed no inclination to leave. The celestial tome cautioned, second-tier demon beasts are beginning to attack. In an instant, Jiang Yu understood. First-tier demon beasts occasionally possessed beast cores, while every second-tier demon beast did. This represented a significant windfall, and no one would wish to forego it. If such were the case, it would be inherently unfair. To ensure the longevity of an alliance, the principle of fairness must prevail, thus rules cannot be disregarded. Though the cultivators remained highly reluctant, they ultimately departed under the watchful eyes of the Shin family. Once they left, the passage guarded by the elite cultivators relaxed, and a swarm of second-tier demon beasts surged forth. These second-tier demons included the highly prolific fire flame rabbits and gray sparrow demons. The fire flame rabbits bore tufts of red fur atop their heads and specialized in spitting fireballs the size of a fist to fend off foes, buying themselves a chance to escape. However, the fire flame rabbits here were frenzied and under control, driven by a singular goal: to rush into the city and slay the cultivators, incinerating them in the process. Thus, they charged fearlessly, unleashing a relentless barrage of fist-sized flames until they collapsed from exhaustion, only to be trampled by their brethren behind them, while a single fireball from a fire flame rabbit posed little threat. A relentless barrage of them was indeed daunting. Yet, with familiarity, one could maintain defense while countering. In contrast, dealing with the gray sparrow demons proved more challenging. Their high-pitched cries were jarring, severely affecting the mental state of the cultivators on the battlefield. A moment's distraction in battle could mean death. Moreover, one could not shut off their senses. Otherwise, a moment's lapse could lead to a fatal encounter with a fire flame rabbit. Thus, there was no solution. Additionally, the gray sparrow demons exhibited a particularly reckless behavior. They would swarm towards human cultivators, employing their hard beaks to peck at them, inflicting numerous injuries. Yet, in the chaos of self-defense, they often lost their own lives. While these demon beasts were manageable individually, the sheer numbers made them formidable, especially as the greedy cultivators often fought for themselves. Thus, if one became surrounded, death was inevitable. Jiang Yu felt immensely fortunate to have a capable ally. The two fought side by side, one tackling the fire flame rabbits while the other dealt with the gray sparrow demons. Whoever faced greater pressure would call for assistance, while the other would gather more demon corpses. Gradually, their teamwork became increasingly harmonious, and the rate of demon slaying accelerated, filling their storage bags with second-tier demon beasts. The celestial tome refrained from claiming the spoils of others, instead seeking out those slain by their own kind or accidentally killed by human cultivators. Yet, even so, it managed to collect a substantial haul. How utterly chaotic, the celestial tome murmured softly. These are merely meant to deplete the numbers of cultivators, from the moment they fell under control and went berserk. Their fate was sealed. Whether they perish at the hands of cultivators or at the claws of lower-tier demon beasts, it ultimately boils down to the law of the jungle. Thus, to avoid becoming bait, one must strive to ascend. The celestial tome gazed longingly at Xin Qingwei, who calmly commanded from within the city, and at Xiao Qingyue, who, while appearing to fight alone, was shielded by cultivators from the Tiandao sect. Only their little Yu, lacking luck, support, and speed. Her speed even inferior to Feng Xian's. Sigh, it would have to rely on the tome to compensate for her shortcomings. With renewed determination, the celestial tome began to scavenge for unclaimed demon beasts. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, hurling a bundle of fireball talismans, which collided with the fireballs of the fire flame rabbits, clearing a small area. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu and Feng Xian hurriedly swallowed their healing elixirs and clutched their spirit stones, striving to restore their spiritual energy as swiftly as possible. The relentless assaults of the second-tier demon beasts had inflicted some injuries upon them. Though they appeared capable of enduring, the battlefield was ever-shifting. Thus, it was imperative to regain their peak condition at the first chance. Feng Xian exhaled deeply, his expression grave. Jiang, my friend, although they are merely second-tier demon beasts, do you not find them increasingly difficult to slay? Jiang Yu nodded solemnly. Some may believe it is merely their waning spiritual energy that renders the second-tier beasts harder to contend with, yet little do they realize that these creatures, though classified as second-tier, have grown ever stronger. Could it be that today we might encounter third-tier beasts? As Jiang Yu's words fell, Feng Xian unleashed a flurry of explosive talismans, momentarily buying them a respite. Indeed, who decrees that the demon beasts must appear in a sequential order of ascending tiers? What if they merely lull us into complacency, only to unleash higher-tier beasts amidst the lower ones? As Feng Xian's voice trailed off, a collective gasp echoed among the surrounding cultivators. While the two took a brief respite, the other cultivators seized the moment to catch their breath, casually eavesdropping on the conversation. For the demon cores were of paramount importance. However, if their suspicions proved true, did that not mean they were merely walking into their doom today? Jiang Yu cast a distant glance toward the demon beast forest. Her heart sinking. We cannot retreat. We must hasten our recovery. A fierce confrontation was imminent. Chapter 56. I will remember this grudge. Fear not, we have sufficient spirit stones, spoke the heavenly tome. With newfound assurance, Jiang Yu absorbed the spirit stones at an accelerated pace. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators shifted dramatically. Some, after a moment's thought, went to inform Shan Qingwei, realizing that more cultivators were needed, for should disaster strike, their defensive barrier would undoubtedly be breached. At that point, Shirgu City would fall. Jiang Yu observed the cultivators' actions without interference, even wishing for their haste. Though she cherished spirit stones dearly, her life held greater value. Unfortunately, the cultivators seemed to face difficulties. Despite the presence of a few allies from today's alliance, they received naught but disdain from the others. A glance in that direction revealed Shan Qingwei's intentions. She likely deemed them overly alarmist, fearing they would disrupt her meticulously crafted plans. After all, according to the texts, Shan Qingwei's tactical arrangements were exceedingly effective, and with reinforcements approaching, they could launch a direct assault on the demon beast forest. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingered in Jiang Yu's heart. Feng, what are your thoughts? Jiang Yu inquired telepathically. Feng Xian took a deep breath, resolute. If we encounter uncontrollable circumstances, we must prioritize our survival. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Sharing his sentiment, as a result of their actions, the cultivators in their vicinity busied themselves with healing or grasping spirit stones, striving to restore themselves to optimal conditions. Soon, another wave of turmoil erupted, and all cultivators resumed their battle-ready stances. Jiang Yu remained composed, her spirit axe now rendered useless, having chipped away to the point of no longer being viable. As her primary weapon, its longevity had far exceeded her expectations. So she discarded it into the tide of beasts, crushing one beneath it. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled a barrage of fireball talismans, creating a fleeting opening, then retrieved a massive iron hammer, drawing the attention of many. Yet, in that instant, an icy dread coursed down her spine, an inexplicable sense of impending danger enveloping her. Swiftly, she formed a protective seal with her fingers, activating the defense of her jade hairpin. In the next moment, the hairpin shattered with a sharp crack, the sound resonating in her ears like the collapse of heaven and earth. The heavenly tome's expression darkened, gritting its teeth. "It is Shen Qingwei." Jiang Yu's complexion paled as she turned to look. A coldly gleaming arrow soared through the air, its tip shattered, its shaft wobbling precariously, before it fell to the ground before her eyes in this front line of resisting the tide of beasts. Chaos reigned, and the origin of the arrow went unnoticed. The heavenly tome gazed at Jiang Yu with regret. "Little Yu, I will stay by your side, not venturing elsewhere." Jiang Yu shook her head slowly. Communicating telepathically, it is futile. Just moments ago, when a cultivator had approached Shen Qingwei to request reinforcements, she had finally cast her gaze upon Jiang Yu. At the precise moment Jiang Yu had lost her axe. It coincided with her spiritual energy nearing depletion, marking Shen Qingwei's optimal opportunity to strike. Everyone believed her to be a mere child who would perish amidst the demon tide, but little did they know. This was a deliberate act. They would keep a close watch on her, for in their eyes, she was the unpredictable variable they found discomforting. Hence, she must die. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Yu's expression hardened with resolve. "Heavenly tome, fear not. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall dam it. I value my life and will not allow them to take it from me." The heavenly tome grasped the underlying truth. It was indeed a matter of strength that emboldened them. Jiang Yu nodded. "Little Yu, you continue to slay the demon beasts, while I will gather their cores. Only by accumulating enough spirit stones to elevate your cultivation can we deter them from acting recklessly." The heavenly tome's expression grew serious as it gauged the distance between itself and Jiang Yu, then dashed towards the Shun family's location. Jiang Yu murmured, "This grudge, I shall remember." Removing the shattered jade hairpin from her head, she cast it aside next to the fallen arrow and brandished the enormous iron hammer, charging forward with ferocity. "Jiang, my friend? Feng, continue the slaughter," Jiang Yu declared, her iron hammer swinging with ferocious might, its lethality surpassing that of her spirit axe several-fold. Swiftly clearing a path around her, Feng Xian noted that Jiang Yu's mood seemed less than favorable, yet he refrained from questioning, merely coordinating with her to vanquish the demon beasts. At the command platform, Shen Qingwei's gaze was shrouded in ambiguity. The members of the Shen family nearby had indeed witnessed the arrow, aimed directly at the outer female cultivator, without an ounce of restraint. "Miss, should I go over and—" one suggested, mimicking a killing gesture. Shen Qingwei shook her head, knowing that this individual possessed a jade pendant with secrets. She alone must eliminate her to find peace. Yet, she had not anticipated that a once easily dealt with ant would repeatedly evade her grasp. Even allowing this ant to grow stronger. No. One troublesome Xiao Qingyue is enough. There cannot be two individuals in this world who unsettle me. She must die. I shall personally take care of this matter. "You need not involve yourselves," Shen Qingwei commanded coldly, then turned her attention elsewhere. "Jiang Mu had yet to arrive with reinforcements. You all go after him and find out when he will arrive. Additionally, the rest time for the cultivators is shortening. Something is amiss in the demon beast forest." She had heard the words of the cultivators echoing in her mind, but as long as Jiang Yu was present, she hoped to prolong their struggle, letting the beasts do away with her. Unfortunately, it seemed she had helped. "Investigate that Feng Xian. If he is of use, bring him into the Shun family. If not, eliminate him." Shen Qingwei instructed coldly. "Understood, Mississippi." Before long, the command platform was largely vacated, rendering Shen Qingwei conspicuous. At that moment, Xiao Qingyue chanced to look up, her gaze turning icy. While the cultivators are engaged in fierce battles against the demon beasts, she, the cowardly turtle, seeks to bolster her reputation. Lin Feng, standing nearby, remarked innocently, "Senior Sister Shan's command is quite effective, of course. With so many cultivators under her command, it is naturally beneficial. It appears many demon beasts have perished. But how many cultivators have fallen to their jaws?" Xiao Qingyue's chest swelled with indignation, her expression growing increasingly grim. "Qingyue." The voice of the one who sowed discord within the ring echoed once more. Do not be angry. Your master will see to it that she is dealt with. Xiao Qingyue's expression brightened, and she swiftly inquired, has master regained his strength? Though not fully restored, it was more than sufficient to handle a Shan Qingwei. Xing Huang smiled gently, and simultaneously, the gaze from within the ring seemed to overlap with Xiao Qingyue's, slowly raising its head to meet Shan Qingwei's eyes at the command platform. Shan Qingwei felt a chill run down her spine. Perceiving those eyes as akin to a venomous serpent eye in the next moment, she found herself leaping from the high command platform into the throng of demon beasts below. Xiao Qingyue, you shall pay dearly. Chapter 57. A dog-eat-dog struggle. Little you. Jiang Yu swung the hammer with increasing fervor, driven by sheer exhilaration. The heavenly tome was equally delighted, for Jiang Yu wielded her weapons with precision, making the extraction of demon cores remarkably easy. All it required was for her to toss the demon beasts into the spatial realm, while the mouse treasure took care of the core extraction. The mouse treasure and the heavenly tome had struck a deal. The more cores it extracted, the greater its reward. The mouse treasure, capable of leveling up through the cores, meant Jiang Yu had long intended to set some aside for it. Now that the mouse treasure was doing the digging, they saved considerable time. Jiang, my friend. Feng Xian suddenly called. Look ahead. Jiang Yu paused, her eyes widening as she beheld a throng of ashen figures racing toward them from the forest's edge, their valiant forms. Powerful limbs and blood-red, murderous gazes, coupled with their elongated jaws lined with sharp teeth, unmistakably identified them as the third-tier wolf demons she had once encountered. Back then, it had taken a fierce struggle among many to barely slay one. Now, however, an unending horde of frenzied wolf demons surged forth, heedless of their own lives, charging down the mountain. And the first line of defense they would face was none other than themselves. Jiang Yu could not suppress her anger and shouted, Shan Qingwei, how many lives are you prepared to end with your arrogant pride? Shan Qingwei naturally heard this, and her gaze turned icy. However, the looming threat of the wolf demon ahead was undeniable. Relying solely on the current situation would not suffice to defend Stone Drum City. Should the city fall, the demonic beasts would surge forth like a flood into the heart of the West Continent, bringing about even greater casualties. Someone, go inform the cultivators to hasten to the city gate. Shan Qingwei bellowed, then continued, the beast core of a third-tier wolf demon may very well contain a wind-type core. You all know better than I how scarce wind-type refining materials are. Upon hearing these words, the few individuals who had been poised to leave hesitated in their steps. Meanwhile, the messenger quickened their pace. Shan Qingwei cast a distant glance at Jiang Yu and declared, as long as I am here, the city will not fall. You would do better to slay a few more demonic beasts rather than indulge in grandiose boasts. Remarked Xiao Qingyue with a disdainful snort, offering no favorable glances in Shan Qingwei's direction. Shan Qingwei's expression turned cold. Xiao Qingyue, let us see who can slay more. In this lifetime, she would never relinquish this honor. She intended to ensure that all would know only Shan Qingwei, and not Xiao Qingyue. As a long and urgent howl of a wolf echoed across the land, a grayish-blue figure eclipsed the low-tier demonic beasts, suddenly appearing before the cultivators. The wolf's gaping maw dripped with greedy saliva, exuding a foul stench. The other cultivators quickly adapted to the situation, allowing them to maneuver with increasing ease, at the very least. They could hold their ground against the wolf demon without retreating. The wolf's weakness lies in its waist, Jiang Yu advised before charging forward once more. Tianshu was by her side. After delivering a heavy blow to a wolf demon, Jiang Yu, should she still have breath left, would stow Tianshu into her storage space, not to send it to the rat treasure, but rather beside the blood demon fruit. The blood demon fruit instinctively absorbed demonic energy, delivering a final strike to the beasts, and since there was no limit to the energy it could absorb, the more, the better, allowing Tianshu to confidently continue tossing it in. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief as the pressure lessened significantly. On the side of Xiao Qingyue and Shan Qingwei, the pressure also diminished greatly, as these two female cultivators wielded an abundance of spiritual weapons, creating immense destructive power while continually comparing their feats without pause, swiftly turning the area into a vacuum zone. Thus, the cultivators in that region had no choice but to join elsewhere, alleviating some pressure from other areas. Nonetheless, despite the impressive slaying of beasts by the two women, the cultivators were far from grateful. Firstly, Their reckless slaughter of demonic beasts often resulted in injuries to fellow cultivators. Secondly, regardless of whether the beasts were slain by them or not, any beast in that vicinity would attract a throng of cultivators eager to claim the spoils, disregarding protests from others, believing that they were merely trying to seize an opportunity. Consequently, while they may have killed numerous beasts, they did not receive the gratitude they had anticipated. On the contrary, the others harbored resentment and longed to flee. At that moment, the rotating cultivators from the rear arrived en masse, instantly relieving the pressure. Although the number of beasts they managed to claim was reduced, at the very least, they were able to survive. Zhang Yu's group momentarily withdrew to find a place to quickly absorb spiritual stones and recover. Zhang Daoyu, should we encounter a wind-type beast core, consider me first before Lin Boss, Feng Xian remarked. Zhang Yu gasped for breath. No problem. Tianshu had indicated that the wolf clan was inherently swift, and in a state of frenzy, there was a significant chance of a wind-type beast core emerging. So Shun Qingwei's assertions were not entirely baseless. Yet, Zhang Yu suspected that Shun Qingwei lacked the discernment, likely relying on experiences from her past life. Resting, Lin Xuanyi approached with an exceedingly languid gait, a faint smile gracing his face, exuding an air of ease and comfort. Zhang Yu thought to herself, had she not witnessed Lin Boss's speed firsthand, one might assume he had suddenly become somewhat impaired. Lin Xuanyi laughed heartily. Is it my fault for arriving late? I just took down a 5th-tier demonic beast, a wolf demon, likely the Wolf King. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in surprise, immediately turning to look outside the city. Indeed, the wolf demon had initially charged ferociously, claiming countless lives with its sharp fangs, yet now it seemed to falter. The Wolf King had been slain. Zhang Yu exchanged a glance with Feng Xian, both filled with joy. The remaining wolf demons were no longer a cause for concern. Lin Xuanyi continued to lean casually, his expression brimming with pride, while Zhang Yu and Feng Xian increasingly perceived Lin Boss's stature as imposing. Though he appeared merely somewhat unscrupulous, the price for wind-type beast cores was higher, the more the better. Lin Xuanyi gazed at the two, and then surveyed the surrounding cultivators with a smile. Those families cannot match my bid. Those willing to come should seek Lin Boss at the Jin Family Inn. Having said this, Lin Xuanyi generously waved his hand and leisurely departed. Zhang Yu silently mused. Turns out he was showing off his kill of the Wolf King and seeking business. Not quite, Feng Xian replied, glancing at Zhang Yu. The death of the Wolf King at Lin Boss's hand means he possesses a 5th-tier wolf demon's wind-type beast core. He's hinting for me to prepare more funds. Zhang Yu patted Feng Xian's shoulder. After resting, let us gather more demonic beasts. Otherwise, when the opportunity arises, you may find yourself unable to afford them. Feng Xian's eyes widened slightly. Poverty is truly a terrifying thing. Chapter 58. Iron Bull Demon. After recuperating, Zhang Yu, Feng Xian, and the others charged once more towards the city gate. The number of wolf demons had begun to dwindle, and with their reinforcements faltering, the cultivators were increasingly effective, eventually reaching a point where they were merely competing for kills, even resulting in a few minor skirmishes. Zhang Yu and Feng Xian did not engage in such matters. They stood guard at the gate, remaining just close enough to avoid confrontation while maintaining a peaceful coexistence. Once Tianshu had gathered a sufficient number of demonic beasts, it cast a wary glance towards the direction of the demonic beast forest and cautioned Zhang Yu. Something feels off. Conserve your energy. Zhang Yu nodded and immediately sent a message to Feng Xian. After Feng Xian pierced the abdomen of a wolf demon with his sword, he retrieved the beast into his storage bag and made his way towards Zhang Yu. With Lin Boss having slain the Wolf King, the wolf demons were in disarray. However, the demonic beast forest across from them had likely released the Beast King in response, ensuring that the beasts would not afford the cultivators any respite. Feng Xian whispered, "The Iron Bull Demon is coming." Zhang Yu, taken aback, had never heard of such a beast. Tianshu quickly chimed in with an explanation. The Iron Bull Demon possesses robust limbs and immense strength. With a single horn upon its brow and hooves resembling iron, it serves as an excellent refining material. Its sole method of attack is a reckless charge, but due to its inherent divine strength and thick hide, it is exceedingly difficult to kill. Zhang Yu's expression shifted as she hastily signaled Feng Xian to collaborate, simultaneously applying several swift movement talismans to herself. Tianshu inhaled deeply. The Iron Bull Demon has likely been intentionally released to deplete the number of cultivators. Zhang Yu understood. It was likely a response to Lin Boss slaying the Wolf King, catching the demonic beasts off guard, prompting them to unleash the Iron Bull demon prematurely. The demonic beasts seemed eager to deplete the ranks of the cultivators. Zhang Yu glanced at Feng Xian. Do you not find the opposing side a bit too anxious? Feng Xian inquired, confused. Why do you say that? Unable to articulate her intuition, Zhang Yu hypothesized. Could it be that their frenzy has a time limit? Or that once a certain period elapses, the beasts might exhibit fatigue? Feng Xian nodded. Zhang Daoyu, your conjectures are plausible, but we lack the time to deliberate. The Iron Bull demon is upon us. Zhang Yu abruptly raised her head, only to witness a mass of black figures charging forth at an alarming speed. As their iron hooves struck the ground in unison, the earth trembled violently, causing weaker cultivators to momentarily lose their footing. With dire consequences awaiting them, a collective shiver ran through the ranks of cultivators as they braced themselves to confront the Iron Bull demon. Xiaoyu, this is bad. Tianshu called out. Behind the Iron Bull demon lurks another beast. A flying demon beast. It's the Gale Falcon? Zhang Yu's expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly looked up, witnessing flocks of Gale Falcons soaring towards them, their blue-brown backs creating an ominous cloud, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure and panic. The Gale Falcons possessed keen eyesight and formidable beaks and talons. Should they collaborate with the Iron Bull demon, the outcome would be insurmountable. Tianshu's expression grew grave, even contemplating urging Zhang Yu to flee. However, should Stone Drum City fall, the repercussions would extend beyond the cultivators to countless innocents without the means to fight back. Hence, retreat was not an option. Some cultivators had already begun to panic, contemplating flight even before engaging. Zhang Yu inhaled deeply and spoke loudly to stabilize the hearts of the other cultivators. The enraged Iron Bull demon and Gale Falcons are likely also fourth-tier beasts, equivalent to humans at the peak of Foundation establishment. Engaging them one-on-one would be futile, but if we surround them collectively, we stand a chance. Moreover, the inherent strength of beasts signifies that their cultivation is arduous, thus limiting their numbers. If we allow ourselves to be intimidated and scatter in fear, we will be playing into the hands of the demonic beasts. Feng Xian echoed loudly. Indeed, we must not retreat. Everyone, immediately form teams of 10. Each team shall confront one Iron Bull demon and one Gale Falcon, and we will divide the spoils fairly. The monk beside them, noticing that the situation had not yet spiraled out of control, promptly conspired with his companions to form small teams. As the monks here began to take action, those over there quickly followed suit. Without Shen Qingwei's guidance, everyone was still able to focus their minds and wholeheartedly combat the demonic beasts. Xiao Qingyue chuckled softly, her gaze sweeping over Shen Qingwei. It seems you are rather insignificant. Shen Qingwei's expression darkened. My people have gone to retrieve those monks. Once they arrive, you shall see whether or not I am of any use. Xiao Qingyue cast a casual glance at her. My master has also come. I am eager to see who in Shigeshong can surpass my master. Shen Qingwei instinctively retorted, impossible, he clearly. Xiao Qingyue, with a mocking glint in her eyes, responded. My master has turned misfortune into fortune, advancing to a minor realm. Shen Qingwei's face immediately grew grim at that moment. She had believed that Xiao Qingyue had taken away this spiritual vein, allowing Lin Shuejian to successfully ascend to the Yuanying realm, but in truth, Lin Shuejian was only one step away to know. She had painstakingly cultivated the current situation. She absolutely would not permit anyone to disrupt it, nor allow the arm she had twisted to shield Xiao Qingyue once more. Xiao Qingyue caught a glimpse of her from the corner of her eye, puzzled by Shen Qingwei's words. Shen Qingwei produced a sound amplification talisman, announcing the matter regarding Lin Shuejian and lavishing praise upon him, proclaiming that as long as the foremost expert was present, there was nothing to fear. At that moment, Zhang Yu and others were working together to slay the Iron Bull beast. As the Iron Bull beast fell, panting heavily, a specialized monk swiftly collected it. Afterward, he turned to Zhang Yu and Feng Xian. What does this mean? Is Senior Lin of Tiandao sect personally going to hunt the Beast King in the demonic beast forest? Feng Xian replied softly. I cannot say for certain what Senior Lin intends, but given the current circumstances, he has no choice but to comply. Zhang Yu's gaze slightly lowered. In the book, it was Shen Qingwei who severed the master-disciple relationship, allowing Lin Shuejian to perish at the hands of the demonic beasts. Here, it is Shen Qingwei who has forced Lin Shuejian into a perilous situation to slay the Beast King. I wonder if the outcome will be the same. Chapter 59. 6 million. No bargaining. Jiang Yu regained her focus and once more joined her fellow cultivators in the effort to defeat the swift wind falcon. Her eyes suddenly brightening. It seemed that her chance for revenge had finally arrived. Thus, Xiao Qingyue's assistants must be eliminated. Moreover, Shen Qingwei had long harbored murderous intent toward her. Now, taking advantage of the chaos in the beast tide to strike was imperative. If one attempt failed, there would surely be a second, so she must act decisively. Even if she could not slay them, she could not allow them to slaughter her. Tianshu's expression grew serious. Our current strength is insufficient to contend with them. We must devise a plan. Jiang Yu's gaze hardened slightly. She had conceived a plan, but it required time. Someone was approaching. Were they here to assist us? A monk exclaimed in surprise. The eyes of those individuals subtly shifted toward Jiang Yu and her companion's storage bags. Feng Xian whispered. Shen Qingwei's hired hands have finally arrived. Interests are indeed alluring. Jiang Yu quickly cautioned in a hushed tone. Guard your storage bags closely. Place something outside to obscure their view. The members of Jiang Yu's small team quickly snapped back from their surprise, turning to organize their storage bags. The monks arriving to assist clearly bore exceptional backgrounds, likely hailing from distinguished cultivation families or sections. If they set their sights on them, none of the hard-fought demonic beasts would be spared. Jiang Yu also turned. Let us act as if we are unaware of their arrival and continue slaying the demonic beasts. Be careful not to expose any vulnerabilities. Everyone responded in unison, rejoining the fray. The other cultivators also discerned that something was amiss, yet they feigned ignorance and resumed their assault on the beasts. Shen Qingwei took the opportunity to fetch the individual she had summoned, showcasing the beast cores in her possession. The cores were clear and potent, captivating the onlookers. The ferocity of the beast cores was indeed unparalleled, far exceeding that of ordinary ones. A reluctant monk returned the beast core he held to Shen Qingwei. Shen Qingwei smiled faintly, her gaze seemingly casual as it lingered on the monks battling the demonic beasts, particularly focusing on Jiang Yu. Moreover, the probability of obtaining beast cores is quite high. These cultivators each possess many. Upon hearing this, several individuals began to breathe more rapidly. The leading elder from Mingshui sect stroked his beard, his eyes clear. Thank you, Miss Shen, for clarifying. Once we have slain this group of demonic beasts, we shall inquire whether those monks are willing to sell them to us at a very reasonable price. Shen Qingwei glanced at the elder. You seem to be a congenial man. I trust those individuals will be amenable to selling. Not necessarily, the elder from Mingshui sect chuckled. Since this is a transaction, it is imperative to be cordial. If they refuse to sell, one cannot force them. After all, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. Should one act against their conscience, committing misdeeds, they may develop a heart demon and be unable to withstand the tribulations, which would be quite unwise. Shen Qingwei suppressed her smile, her gaze slightly indifferent. You speak rightly, elder. The elder from Mingshui sect maintained his good-natured smile, instructing his disciples to observe Jiang Yu's team. It matters not whether they slay fewer or more demonic beasts. The impact is minimal, but remember, life is singular. Understood, elderly? Very well, proceed. As one spirit boat disembarked, others followed suit, gradually sending individuals down to assist in slaying the demonic beasts. The pressure on the cultivators at the city gates suddenly lessened. Yet a clear distinction emerged between the incoming cultivators, ensuring mutual non-interference. Feng Xian readily agreed. With more cultivators joining, they too ought to restore their optimal state to face the impending risks, an hour later. The later arrivals even hoped that the earlier cultivators would hasten their departure, allowing them to claim the demonic beasts. They had arrived late and had scarcely collected a few beast cores. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Jiang Yu instructed Tianshu to stand guard while she tidied up and set up a gathering spirit array to meditate and recover. Once she had regained her strength, Jiang Yu ventured out alone to find Linzhou. Within Shigashong, several powerful experts were taking turns guarding the back gate to prevent the demonic beasts from wreaking havoc, and whoever was on duty had to remain vigilant without moving. Thus, before setting out, Jiang Yu used a sound transmission jade slip to contact Linzhou, then made her way there. As she neared her destination, Linzhou hurried over, leading Jiang Yu to a nearby resting place. Lowering his voice, I have set up a formation here. It appears that Boss Lin has not had it easy staying here. Jiang Yu inquired tentatively. Linzhou nodded. Slaying demonic beasts is one thing. Guarding the back gate is another. Yet these people are engaging in overt schemes, each calculating their own interests. By the way, did you come to find me for something urgent? Jiang Yu affirmed. I wish to ask if Boss Lin has any particularly sticky spider silk that can ensnare. Fireball talismans. Unconsciously, Jiang Yu chose to conceal the mention of thunder talismans. Tianchu immediately interjected. Do not mention thunder talismans. Lin Shuani nodded. Of course, I have some. It is spider silk from the four-eyed ghost spider. Pure white and resilient, with strong adhesive properties. However, if you plan to use it for talismans, it will likely be a one-time use. Jiang Yu replied, that is acceptable. How much? Lin Shuani, not curious about Jiang Yu's intentions, calmly produced a jade box, opening it for her to see. 6 million, no bargaining. Jiang Yu tossed out a swift wind falcon and an iron bull beast. In exchange, Lin Shuani was left both amused and exasperated. Did you kill the demonic beasts just to trade for money? Jiang Yu showed no embarrassment. She indeed lacked any ready spirit stones. Since the beast cores will require you to fetch them, I do not need any other materials, just the spider silk. Lin Shuani smiled and nodded, handing the spider silk to Jiang Yu and taking away the demonic beasts. As Jiang Yu stored the spider silk, she casually broached the subject of Lin Xuejian. Boss Lin, do you know when Lin Xuejian will arrive? Just now, Shen Qingwei mentioned that he would personally venture into the demonic beast forest to slay the Beast King. Lin Shuani's gaze held a knowing smile. Miss Shun from the Shen family is indeed astute. I wonder if she will have the opportunity. However, Lin Xuejian will likely go to hunt the Beast King, not due to Shen Qingwei's coercion, but to acquire the Beast King's core. With that core, Xiao Qingyue will gain another ally. Truly, he is a master who considers his disciples' needs at every turn. After finishing his words, Lin Shuani's gaze subtly indicated a direction. Jiang Yu almost instantaneously grasped the implication, raising her head to look. So, the Red Fox 9 is concealed there. Chapter 60. The small courtyard holds an aura of murder. Jiang Yu paused, bidding farewell to Boss Lin before hastening back to the small courtyard. This visit to see Lin Shuani reminded Jiang Yu of something. He had expressed a wish for them to survive successfully over the next half-month before the beast tide began. Yet only a few days had passed, and already fourth-tier demonic beasts were appearing in droves. Was it that the number of demonic beasts was limited, and they had other plans? Or had Lin Shuani miscalculated the time? Perhaps Lin Shuani knew more than he let on, or had foreseen more. Could it be that the demonic race would lend assistance? Jiang Yu was startled by this conjecture. If the demonic race were to assist, then the demonic beast forest could undoubtedly endure for half a month. The reason for their assistance would likely stem from the treasure stolen by the Red Fox 9. If they could force the Red Fox 9 out, the beast tide should not last long. Little Yu, Tianchu suddenly called out. Jiang Yu instinctively halted her steps, glancing towards the small courtyard's back door a few paces away. The back door remained as tranquil as ever, with only the slender branches of the towering tree swaying against the courtyard wall in the breeze, bringing a touch of refreshing comfort. Tianchu's gaze sharpened. There is an aura of murder. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed instinctively, sensing that the newcomers must belong to the Shen family. After all, while other cultivators may have been unable to discern the situation when Shen Qingwei acted, the members of the Shen family would undoubtedly be aware. She could not allow Feng Xian to be implicated. In a hushed voice, Jiang Yu declared as she produced 30 explosive talismans, propelling herself forward with great force to scatter the talismans throughout the courtyard. With a resounding crash, the brilliance of the courtyard flickered, and a formation barrier shattered, immediately revealing the sounds of battle within. Jiang Daoyu, guard the outside. Do not let them escape. Feng Xian bellowed, swiftly manipulating the formation flags in his hands, causing the rudimentary 7-kill formation to take shape and ensnare the 3 individuals inside the courtyard. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. They had not come for her? The 3 figures stood at different corners of the courtyard, their expressions exceedingly grim. The encirclement formation they had set up was designed to drain Feng Xian's spiritual energy, and at the moment the formation faltered, they would seize him. However, they had not anticipated external forces breaching their formation, granting Feng Xian a moment to catch his breath and allowing him to establish a new formation that ensnared them instead. This cannot continue. One must escape to deliver the message. If she dares to obstruct, eliminate her. Indeed, among the 3, 2 of substantial strength collaborated to tear open a breach in the formation, instructing the younger one to hasten to the Shen family to report. hoping for reinforcements to capture both Feng Xian and Jiang Yu. In that instant, as the formation was forcibly breached, Feng Xian's expression turned pale, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Yet, he merely wiped it away, retrieving spirit stones to reinforce the formation, determined to eliminate the other two within. As for the one who escaped, he had no cause for concern. Zhang Daoyu would surely send him to the afterlife. Upon witnessing someone break free, Jiang Yu promptly hurled a flurry of fireball talismans to ensnare the fleeing individual, simultaneously summoning a massive iron hammer to strike down. The heavenly book beside her remarked, "Early Foundation establishment, left arm injured, aim left." Jiang Yu's expression sharpened. The iron hammer descended towards the individual's left side. And given the narrowness of the street, there was no room for evasion. This mere loose cultivator should step aside. "Beware, the Shen family seeks your life," Jiang Yu scoffed, for the Shen family truly underestimated her. Let us see whose life is at stake today. In recent days, as Jiang Yu had slain more and more beasts, her strength had significantly improved. With the heavenly book's guidance, she was no longer the weak pawn who had recently entered the cultivation world, easily bullied by others. Just one member of the Shen family would serve as a means of collecting interest. With a horizontal swing of the iron hammer, she inflicted a grievous wound on the Shen family member's left arm, while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of water arrow talismans to inflict further injuries. The opponent gritted his teeth, producing a copper mirror that glimmered with light, forming a protective barrier. The individual's strength is waning. He cannot endure much longer. Wear him down, the heavenly book advised. Jiang Yu unleashed another 10 explosive talismans, shouting, "Explode," while simultaneously using water arrow talismans to disrupt any chance of escape. As anticipated, the individual coughed up blood once more, his stamina depleting, his complexion growing pallid. At the moment he faltered in channeling spiritual energy into the copper mirror, an opportunity arose. Jiang Yu swiftly navigated through the water arrows, channeling her own spiritual energy, and with a forceful strike, smashed him against the stone wall before drawing a dagger to swiftly end his life. After dispatching him, Jiang Yu seized his storage pouch and set it ablaze, ensuring that once he was reduced to ashes, any trace of the conflict would vanish. The courtyard was now devoid of the other two, leaving nothing but a pool of blood yet to be cleaned. "I thought the Shen family sought to trouble me," Jiang Yu muttered, glancing at the bloodstains beneath the stone bench. Feng Xian shook his head. "They wished for me to join the Shen family as a guest elder. Upon my refusal, they became enraged and attempted to abduct me." Jiang Yu frowned. How absurd. Feng Xian took a deep breath, retrieving a healing ointment to apply to himself before offering Jiang Yu a pill. "This time, you have been embroiled in my troubles." Upon thanking him and accepting the pill, Jiang Yu waved the storage pouch in her hand. "At least I have gained something." Feng Xian smiled, though his expression quickly soured. The Shen family currently wields considerable influence in Shirgu City, and their power is significant. With their eyes on us, we may be in for trouble. Should we seek protection from Boss Lin? What if I exploit the situation with Xiao Qingyue to lure Shun Qingwei into the beast forest? What do you think? Jiang Yu asked in a lowered voice. Feng Xian was taken aback. "Zhang Daoyu, do you possess a method to deal with both of them simultaneously? While I cannot confront both directly, I can certainly set a trap, creating a scenario where they turn against each other," Jiang Yu replied, inviting Feng Xian inside to set up a formation. Once inside, Feng Xian sat down, eager to hear Jiang Yu's plan. The rift between the human cultivators and the demon race stems from the theft of the demon race's treasured artifact by the nine-tailed red fox, Jiang Yu explained softly. Thus, the demon race has chosen to collaborate with the beasts. Otherwise, without the tribulation, how could there be a beast king? Feng Xian's expression darkened. The demon race is actively tearing up the treaty. Feng Xian's gaze shifted. "Should we contact Shan Qingwei first?" Jiang Yu nodded. "We should pay someone to deliver a message to her, indicating that the nine-tailed red fox is hiding in the Qingyu tea house on Seeking Fragrant Street. As long as she surrenders the nine-tailed red fox, the beast tide will recede." Feng Xian sighed. After all the slaying of beasts, everyone is blinded by immediate gain. If the beast tide were to recede, they would likely turn their attention to the beast forest. "I assure you, that will not happen," Jiang Yu replied resolutely. Feng Xian, puzzled, asked, "Why do you believe so?" "The allure of profit is powerful, especially now that the beasts are easily dispatched. Jiang Yu was well aware of the current ease of slaying beasts. But today, Shen Qingwei had revealed that the Linzhou sword would be arriving, and Boss Lin had stated that the Linzhou sword intended to procure the Beast King's core for the nine-tailed red fox. Therefore, the Beast King and the demon race would not remain idle. They would likely intensify their assaults. Jiang Yu relayed her speculation to Feng Xian. I suspect that by evening, there will be new movements in the beast forest. As night falls, with few beasts remaining, it will be the perfect moment for them to sweep through, and human vigilance will also diminish. Feng Xian nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu continued, thus, we need to inform Shen Qingwei first. She may not initially believe it and will investigate, but once there are new developments in the beast forest, she will undoubtedly rush to capture the nine-tailed red fox and deliver it to the beast forest. Even the most tempting of profits cannot compare to human lives. If the beast tide escalates, the loss will not merely be the people of Shirgu City. Jiang Yu elaborated, if Shen Qingwei seeks to capture someone, Xiao Qingyue will naturally refuse, and their quarrel will lead to a parting of ways, allowing us to await the arrival of the Linzhou sword. Once the Linzhou sword arrives, they will inevitably penetrate the forest to hunt the Beast King. And Shen Qingwei and Xiao Qingyue will surely follow. I must join them. Feng Xian's eyes brightened. If the Linzhou sword is occupied with the Beast King, and the demon race goes after the nine-tailed red fox, should Xiao Qingyue and Shen Qingwei engage, we could take advantage of the situation. Jiang Yu nodded. Thus, I must set a trap. Feng Xian gasped, Jiang Daoyu, your intellect is truly remarkable. Jiang Yu shrugged. It is merely a method born from the brink of life and death. I only wish to survive, yet some insist on my demise. Feng Xian's heart surged with a daring thought. If the Linzhou sword were to vanquish the Beast King, and Xiao Qingyue had him as her backing, they would still perish. It would be wiser for him to keep an eye on the Linzhou sword while Jiang Yu monitors the other two. Jiang Yu nodded. That is precisely my intention. But this endeavor is fraught with peril. One misstep, and we may meet again at the bridge of helplessness. Feng Xian suddenly burst into laughter. Fortune favors the bold. Moreover, we are not seeking riches, but our very lives. Based on the information he had gathered, it was evident that the Shen family's pursuit of him would soon reach Xiao Qingwei's ears. Given that Xiao Qingyue harbored animosity towards Shen Qingwei, the Linzhou sword would also seek him out, whether to coerce him into joining the Tiandao sect or to serve as Xiao Qingyue's protector, both of which he would reject. Therefore, he needed to save himself. Jiang Daoyu, you are absolutely correct. It is essential to maintain distance from Xiao Qingyue and Shen Qingwei. I have yet to make a move, and already I find myself on the precipice of life and death. Feng Xian remarked with a wry smile. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted. Perhaps there is a matter you can utilize, such as the bond between those two. Feng Xian's eyes lit up as he considered this idea. In the afternoon, Feng Xian purchased healing ointment from Boss Lin and paid him to find someone to sell the information about the nine-tailed red fox to Shen Qingwei. Shen Qingwei instinctively doubted the information, as she had spies within the Tiandao sect, and the nine-tailed red fox had not left the sect. However, upon reflection, she recognized that those spies might turn traitor, prompting her to send people to investigate. Outside the city gate, cultivators began to clear the battlefield, not only disposing of the beasts, but also gathering the fallen cultivators from this conflict. They collected the storage pouches of those slain and piled the bodies together before setting them aflame. As the battlefield neared completion, some cultivators began to sigh. We have arrived too late. There are hardly any beasts left. The fortunate ones before us must have gathered quite a number of beast cores. They truly had luck on their side. Indeed, quite fortunate. Despite their low cultivation, they were merely in the right place at the right time, managing to slay a few low-tier beasts. Laughter erupted among the gathered cultivators, filling the air with a sense of revelry. Suddenly, a cultivator cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. The crowd remained oblivious to the cause, only to witness three others fall, their deaths mirroring one another. Eyes bulging, faces marred with red patterns, lips turning a shade of blue, as if poisoned. Quick, on high alert. Stand together and ascertain what is amiss. What manner of monstrous beast could it be that has claimed the lives of so many without even casting a shadow? A cultivator, gripped by fear, found cold sweat trickling down his brow. Not a single person had reacted in time. They simply collapsed and perished. The crowd was drenched in cold sweat, instinctively retreating towards the city gates. Light the braziers, someone shouted, and the flames flared to life, illuminating a vast area around the gates. finally revealing the nature of the beast. It was a cluster of minuscule red spiders, barely the size of a palm. Their pincers twitching slightly, covered in a fine coat of white fur. A cultivator, trembling in terror, swallowed hard and produced his spiritual artifact mirror. The mirror glimmered, casting an even brighter light, unveiling a sprawling crimson carpet that wound forth from the beastly forest, teeming with tightly packed red spiders, forming a continuous expanse that blanketed the ground. All that could be seen were the 8 eyes, resembling green peas, and the hard, red-black backs of the spiders, instilling fear in the hearts of all. One cultivator pointed in dread. The blood-poisoned spider, a second-tier beast. Its silk is venomous and difficult to strangle, yet it is said to be scarce. With such a dense swarm, how could that be? Another cultivator could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Upon hearing the outcry, the blood-poisoned spiders began to thrash their pincers, all 8 eyes fixating on the cultivators, launching themselves forward in an instant. Do not panic. Elderly from the Ming Shui sect has stepped forward to take command. Form ranks and attack with fire. As soon as one team exhausts their spiritual energy, another must replace them. We absolutely cannot allow the blood-poisoned spiders to breach Shirgu City. Meanwhile, Shun Qingwei swiftly issued orders, summoning all resting cultivators within the city to the gates for support. Should anyone dare to disregard her command, they would face the wrath of all cultivators in the western continent. When Jiang Yu and Feng Xian received the news and hurried to the gates, they were immediately struck by the sight of the densely packed red spiders, advancing like a relentless machine of slaughter towards the city entrance. Feng Xian was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the blood-poisoned spider supposed to be scarce and incredibly difficult to mature? Chapter 62. The Heavenly Book states this is valuable. Upon witnessing the blood-poisoned spiders, Jiang Yu felt a chill run down her spine, especially with those little eyes darting about. Just looking at them sent shivers across her skin. But the Heavenly Book stated that this was valuable. Feng, we must slay them first. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu brandished her massive iron hammer and charged forward the moment the teams exchanged places, bringing down a whole cluster with a single blow. Feng Xian was taken aback. In such a short time, had Zhang's strength increased again? The Heavenly Book also seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to gather the blood-poisoned spiders, regardless of whether they still had a breath left. After all, they would perish once thrown to the blood demon fruit in the spatial realm. The mouse companion witnessed the descending blood-poisoned spiders completely burying the yellow flower and the blood demon fruit. Blinking, it clutched its herbs and scurried away from the area. Outside the city gates, Jiang Yu's speed increased, and Feng Xian joined her, the two assisting one another and clearing a significant area ahead. When the cultivators who had previously collaborated arrived, they instinctively joined the two, finding it both safe and efficient, with ample rewards. Just then, a cultivator rushed forward, pincers in hand, intent on seizing a spider. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yu shouted angrily, raising her hammer to confront the male cultivator. "Do you dare to take the blood-poisoned spiders I've slain?" The male cultivator, unfazed, retorted, "Ha! These are clearly from the Shin family. Do the cultivators beside me have blind eyes? Are you trying to falsely claim another's spoils? Then would you assert that this entire area belongs to your Shin family?" Jiang Yu scoffed and surveyed the scene. Where there was one, there would be another. To prevent theft, we cultivators must unite. Feng Xian immediately nodded. When Jiang Yu threw out a handful of fireball talismans, we all witnessed it. The male cultivator's face flushed with indignation as he muttered, "Just a loose cultivator. Oh, you deliberately raised the Shin family's banner to steal from loose cultivators?" Jiang Yu scoffed, "If you have the courage to take it, I will immediately broadcast it and see who ends up embarrassed. The Shin family or the loose cultivators?" The male cultivator, enraged and humiliated, spat. "Loose cultivators are simply unreasonable." Suddenly, his gaze shifted, spotting Elder Shun and shouting out his grievances. "Elder Shun, this female cultivator is stealing." The Shun family, being large and influential, inevitably had a few rogue elements that dared to defy authority, audaciously stealing and raising false flags. Jiang Yu was the first to speak, casting a cold glare at the male cultivator. "With my evidence, you still wish to drag the Shin family into this? Is Elder Shin truly so oblivious?" Elder Shin's gaze fell upon Jiang Yu's face, and he slowly spoke. "I naturally believe what my own disciple says." The male cultivator from the Shin family smirked with satisfaction. Jiang Yu's expression turned icy. It was evident that this was a deliberate attempt to rob and target her. Feng Xian's expression hardened, and he simply pulled Jiang Yu away from the Shun family cultivators, leading their group to continue slaying beasts elsewhere. The male cultivator's eyes glinted with greed. He even considered pursuing them. After all, this group of loose cultivators was indeed formidable, with unknown quantities of blood-poison spiders in their storage bags. If he could obtain them. Elder Shen, how about I lead some people over? Go, Elder Shen replied. The male cultivator, excited, bowed and promptly selected several individuals to follow him. Once they departed, a male cultivator clad in a green robe stepped forward, expressing concern that the newly appointed elder truly seemed to lack discernment. Everyone could see that this male cultivator was deliberately seeking trouble with loose cultivators, using the Shen family as a pretext. Elder Shen, this course of action is unwise, the male cultivator advised. This jeopardizes the Shen family's reputation, especially since the command during this beast tide falls to the young lady. Elder Shen smiled faintly. You know nothing of the young lady's ambitions. What she desires is for all to retreat in fear at the mere mention of the Shen family's name. To hold us in reverence. Now, merely a few loose cultivators stand before us. What audacity do they possess to challenge the Shen family? The male cultivator still hesitated. If those individuals provoke and are slain, then they are loose cultivators who deliberately harm the Shen family. I shall personally lead a force to eliminate them, leaving no trace of their existence. I wish to demonstrate to all what the consequences of provoking the Shen family are. Elder Shen's gaze turned sharp. Those who used the Shen family as a shield deserve to perish, and those who disrespected the Shen family should also meet their end. The male cultivator was taken aback. So, this is the young lady's intention? No one knew whether Shen Qingwei had such intentions, but if you asked her whether Elder Shen's actions were correct, she would undoubtedly proclaim them as exemplary. What she sought was for all to respect and fear the Shen family, ensuring no one dared to underestimate them. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu ground her teeth in frustration, exhaling deeply. Feng Xian softly advised, endure for now. We shall have our revenge later. As Jiang Yu observed more blood-poisoned spiders advancing relentlessly, she exerted all her strength to slay a cluster. Just as she was about to collect her spoils, the male cultivator and his entourage appeared. This is the territory of the Shen family. These blood-poisoned spiders belong to us. Stand aside. If previously it was merely a verbal probe, now it was an arrogant, blatant attempt at theft, clearly orchestrated. Jiang Yu, infuriated, suddenly laughed. If this is truly your Shen family's territory, then on what grounds do you dare to demand that all cultivators from the Western continent come to your aid against the beast tide? While you cower in the rear, what nonsense are you spouting? The male cultivator replied, utterly bewildered. Didn't you just claim that this is your Shen family's territory? Jiang Yu continued to smile. If you now shout that this is indeed your Shen family's territory, I will immediately board my spirit vessel and leave this beast tide entirely to your Shen family. I wish to see how formidable you truly are, and whether you can withstand it. Feng Xian's expression also turned cold. A mere minor family in the Western continent, and they dare to act so arrogantly? The male cultivator's eyes narrowed. I say this is my Shen family's territory. And thus it is. Suddenly, the male cultivator clutched his throat, a crimson pattern emerging across his face, his eyes bulging, before he collapsed heavily to the ground, clearly afflicted by the poison of the blood-poisoned spider. Jiang Yu remarked coolly, this is what happens when evil meets its just rewards. The cultivators who had accompanied him instinctively took a step back, anxiously glancing at one another, fearing that a spider might suddenly appear and bite them. The heavenly book calmly clapped its hands, collecting the spider responsible for the male cultivator's demise. If the Shen family wishes to establish authority through loose cultivators, they ought to consider the timing. Being blind to the situation could cost lives. Jiang Yu snorted coldly, continuing to gather the blood-poisoned spiders. Once finished, she resumed her onslaught, and Feng Xian called for others to join in, showing no concern for the Shen family members. Those cultivators from the Shen family paid no mind to their fallen companion, fleeing in disarray. They had no choice, for the swarm of spiders was simply overwhelming. Chapter 63. The White Fox. The heavenly book observed carefully for a while, confirming that they had no new moves before continuing to gather the spiders. Night had fully fallen, and the light from the braziers outside the city was limited. They required stronger, more intense illumination. It was uncertain whether the experts within the city had heard the calls of the cultivators, but someone had set up 3 copper mirrors atop the city wall. The mirrors gleamed brightly, instantly illuminating the area ahead, allowing the cultivators to see just how many blood-poisoned spiders remained. At that moment, as the light surged, Jiang Yu felt a rush of adrenaline and, with a sense of urgency, hurled a bundle of fireball talismans, swiftly harvesting a cluster of spiders before continuing to unleash fireball talismans to incinerate them. After all, she had an abundance of fireball talismans, and they were far more convenient to use than the iron hammer. Feng Xian has begun to imitate others. After all, the fireball talisman is of a low tier and easy to draw, not to mention that long-range attacks are considerably safer. Just then, a member of the Shin family approached to intervene, stating that their use of fireball talismans could easily harm others, thus compelling them to cease their activity. Shin Qingwei's expression turned icy. How dare Jiang Yu provoke her repeatedly? Was she courting death? Xiao Qingyue was also perplexed. Not only had Jiang Yu offended her, but she had also crossed Shin Qingwei. Was she truly seeking her own demise? At that moment, the communication talisman at Xiao Qingyue's waist flickered, indicating the arrival of a message. "Ladies and gentlemen," she proclaimed with a smile, drawing everyone's attention, "my master will arrive at dawn, and upon his arrival, he will head straight to the Beast King's lair in the Beast Forest." As the foremost expert of the Bihui continent, he has always considered the safety of the continent his personal responsibility, disregarding mere fame. However, he cannot tolerate those who exploit the Beast Tide for their family's gain. Therefore, once the Beast Tide concludes, he shall convene a meeting to thoroughly address this matter. After speaking, Xiao Qingyue cast a meaningful glance at Shan Qingwei. Shan Qingwei's expression turned frigid, while Jiang Yu's provocations irritated her. Every action of Xiao Qingyue filled her with an overwhelming loathing, a loathing so intense that she wished to hang her up and inflict 1,000 cuts upon her. Xiao Qingyue observed Shin Qingwei's furious demeanor with a cold smile, a flicker of dark purple light passing through her eyes. "Qingyue, do not concern yourself with her. Continue your slaughter. We have yet to finish. If any cultivators obstruct you, they may be dealt with as well." The voice of Xing Huang whispered seductively from within her ring. Xiao Qingyue suppressed her expression, no longer paying any mind to Shin Qingwei, and instead plunged into the horde of beasts to commence her killing spree. The disciples of the Tiandao sect cried in despair, having no choice but to follow in to provide protection. After Jiang Yu had finished her outburst, she ignored Shen Qingwei and continued to use her fireball talismans. The Book of Heaven observed Xiao Qingyue's slightly smug expression and surmised, "The arrival of Lin Feng is imminent. The Beast Tide will likely conclude ahead of schedule." Jiang Yu nodded slightly and communicated with Feng Xian. Xiao Qingyue's triumphant smile suggests that Lin Feng is indeed on the way. Feng Xian nodded gravely. "Proceed according to plan." After agreeing, Jiang Yu hurled another batch of fireball talismans, continuously throwing various talismans, seeking an opportunity to gradually infiltrate the beast horde. The cooperating cultivators were momentarily stunned, about to inquire when Feng Xian interjected, "She has a backup plan. You all should be mindful of the timing. If the moment is not right, we can withdraw." The other cultivators exchanged glances, refraining from recklessly engaging in slaughter, instead conserving their energy to slay only the surrounding beasts. The disciples from the sect and aristocratic families swiftly filled the gaps. They possessed abundant resources, allowing them to sustain their efforts for longer. Jiang Daoyu, the bronze mirror atop the city wall requires a replacement of spirit stones, Feng Xian reminded through the communication talisman. Jiang Yu expressed her gratitude, and at the instant of replacing the spirit stones at the city gate, she pressed 10 swift movement talismans onto herself, swiftly advancing atop the back of a poison blood-red spider towards the beast forest. The Book of Heaven also disregarded the fate of the spiders, simply capturing them and stuffing them towards the blood demon fruit until it could no longer do so. Thus, while running and collecting, Jiang Yu fortuitously traversed the territory of the poison blood-red spider. Reaching the end of the spider domain in the depths of the night, the beast forest lay in silence, seemingly devoid of anything other than the poison blood-red spider along the path. The Book of Heaven ventured forward to investigate, and the outcome left it somewhat astonished. There were actually no beasts following. The Book of Heaven paused. Is this a deliberate attempt to obscure our vision? Jiang Yu speculated, perhaps they are stalling for time, waiting for Lin Feng to arrive? Quick, hide! The Book of Heaven suddenly urged. Jiang Yu promptly applied a concealment talisman and concealed herself among the branches. Cautiously peering down, the white fox stealthily approached the edge of the beast forest, swaying its magnificent tail before stepping forward, fortuitously catching sight of Shan Qingwei, who was preparing to shoot an arrow. Its gaze momentarily froze. Jiang Yu inwardly exclaimed, "The appearance of Baihu Qi." The Book of Heaven gaped in astonishment. Is it betraying them? Do not underestimate the halo of a reborn supporting character. Jiang Yu murmured, a sudden realization striking her mind. I understand now. Jiang Yu clutched the tree trunk tightly and whispered. The Beast King seeks revenge, aiming to lure Linzhou into the forest. Meanwhile, the Demon Clan and the beasts intend to restrain Linzhou while dispatching the remaining beasts to assault Shirgu City. The Book of Heaven comprehended. Both parties desire to invade each other's strongholds. To negotiate terms thereafter, Jiang Yu retrieved a communication jade tablet to warn Feng Xin. Pay attention to that male cultivator clad in white. He is Baihu Qi of the Fox Clan, and his target is likely Shan Qingwei. Keep your distance from this troublesome individual. At the city gate. Feng Xin had just received the message when Shan Qingwei suddenly approached, inquiring, Where is Jiang Yu? She wouldn't dare to abandon the battlefield. Just then, a white-clad cultivator fortuitously entered Shan Qingwei's line of sight, his innocent and bewildered eyes suddenly lighting up. It's you? Shan Qingwei's heart stirred. Her voice unconsciously softened. I believe I have not seen you before. Chapter 64, Linzhou has arrived. Taking advantage of the situation, Feng Xin distanced herself from the two and sought another location to communicate with Jiang Yu. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Yu relayed her earlier speculation. Thus, once Linzhou enters the beast forest, the elite forces from this side will immediately rush towards Shirgu City. Feng Xin, gripping the communication jade slip, pondered for a moment before deciding to inform Boss Lin. Jiang Yu shared the same sentiment. Regardless of his mysterious background, Boss Lin would undoubtedly not allow innocent lives to perish unnecessarily, thus he would certainly come forth to oversee the situation. As long as he was present, both Jiang Yu and Feng Xin could rest assured in lying in ambush within the beast forest, addressing the root of all these issues. Feng Xin conveyed the current circumstances to Boss Lin through the communication talisman. In the beast forest, Jiang Yu patiently waited atop the treetops for a while longer, confirming that no beasts were approaching, before cautiously making her way deeper. She had previously ventured into the depths of the beast forest, where all the beasts had hidden away. It was the same now, allowing her to follow her prior route to reach the spot where she had confronted Xiao Qingyue. Upon arriving, Jiang Yu halted and leapt onto a sturdy tree trunk, then retrieved the spider silk she had purchased from Boss Lin. After killing so many spiders, I can suddenly understand why this spider silk is so precious. Although she claimed to comprehend this, Jiang Yu still opened the box with a pained expression, carefully extracting the silk and slowly adhering it to the tree trunk, before taking out the prepared lightning talismans and meticulously affixing them one by one. Once all the lightning talismans were in place, Jiang Yu began to use the large tree as a central point, stretching the talismans and concealing them among several surrounding large trees, utilizing the expansive tree canopy for complete concealment. After completing these preparations, Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, finding a relatively flat tree fork to sit and recover. The Book of Heaven silently stood guard nearby, occasionally scanning the surroundings. A night passed. As dawn gradually broke, the beast forest was illuminated by scattered beams of light, and the morning dew on the grass tips fell slowly due to the subtle tremors of the ground. A new wave of low-tier beasts had begun to charge towards Shirgu City. Jiang Yu awakened from her meditation. The first thing she did was to confirm that the lightning talismans were intact. Once assured, she leaped down from the tree. She had contemplated throwing the lightning talismans once they were affixed, but after some thought, she deemed the risk too great. If the opposing party reacted in time, her plan would be rendered useless. Hence, she ultimately decided to employ a trap as for how to lure them here. Jiang Yu believed it unnecessary. Simply appearing alone would suffice to prompt the two to devise every means to kill her. She herself was the bait. At that moment, the communication jade slip illuminated, and Feng Xin's voice reached her. Linzhou has arrived. Jiang Yu's heart soared with joy. The moment had finally come. Shan Qingwei intercepted Linzhou, claiming that the beast tide was instigated by the Fox Clan's Hu Jiao, and that she had already captured Hu Jiao and was prepared to personally escort it into the beast forest, with that white-clad young man accompanying her. Feng Xin conveyed this. Jiang Yu was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the Book of Heaven. Are they openly discussing this? Do they intend to lure Xiao Qingyue into the beast forest as well? The Book of Heaven pondered for a moment. Is it possible that Shen Qingyue aims to capture them all at once, intending to keep both Lin Xuejian and Xiao Qingyue forever within the beast forest? Jiang Yu fervently nodded, finding this highly plausible. Although the book mentioned their entanglements across several small worlds, in reality, the moment an opportunity arose, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate each other without hesitation. Now that the beast tide was in chaos, it was indeed an opportune moment. Feng Xian then communicated through the jade slip. Shen Qingyue truly has captured Hu Jiao, asserting that a single demon clan member could halt the beast tide and save the lives of the cultivators in the West Continent. Why not take action? Unable to confront Lin Xuejian directly, Xiao Qingyue could only opt for a secondary approach, entering the beast forest together, with Lin Xuejian naturally accompanying her, and conveniently targeting the Beast King. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned and inquired of Feng Xian. When Lin Xuejian made that statement, was that white-clad cultivator present? Jiang Yu's gaze flickered. Could it be that the demon clan held Lin Xuejian in disdain and did not fear him? But then why did they not immediately pursue and capture Hu Jiao, opting instead to instigate the beast tide through the beast forest to pressure the human cultivators? Was it due to the treasure? Jiang Yu promptly relayed to Feng Xian. Have they entered? They have indeed entered. I have followed them in as well. That white-clad cultivator revealed his true form and led a group to meet the Beast King, Feng Xian communicated. After carefully concluding her message, Feng Xian stored away the communication jade slip and boldly mingled with the members of the Shen family and the disciples of the Tiandao sect, positioning herself at the end of the procession. Ahead, Shen Qingyue walked alongside Xiao Qingyue, with the cold-faced Lin Xuejian beside her, followed by Lin Feng and other disciples of the Tiandao sect. Beside Shen Qingyue stands the enigmatic white fox, who clutches the crimson-furred red fox Jojo in her grasp. Behind her are Jiang Mu and Elder Shen, with the younger members of the Shen clan trailing behind. Apart from these two factions, other forces remain stationed at Shirgu City, temporarily commanded by Boss Lin to thwart any potential mischief from the Beast Clan. After nearly half an hour of travel, the individuals at the forefront come to a halt, causing those behind to follow suit in succession. Shen Qingyue, puzzled, glances at White Fox Qi. Ahead lies an endless expanse of forest, with towering trees shrouding the sky, allowing only scattered patches of light to filter through, accompanied by a chilling breeze. Shen Qingyue, feeling somewhat helpless, remarks, I am engaged in serious business. White Fox Qi chuckles softly, tugging the bloodied red fox forward by its tail, while simultaneously forming a hand seal and murmuring incantations. In a seemingly unobstructed area, ripples suddenly emerge as if from the surface of water, gradually dissipating to reveal the scene within. This is the territory of the Beast Clan, where two monkey sentinels stand guard at the entrance. Upon seeing White Fox Qi, one of the guards leaps inside to report. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with a long white beard approaches at a leisurely pace. White Fox Qi bows respectfully, grandfather. The elder glances disdainfully at the red fox, huffing, traitor. How dare you steal the clan's treasure and align with the human cultivators? The red fox struggles weakly, its voice barely a whisper, clearly on the brink of collapse. Xiao Qingyue exclaims urgently, return the treasure to you. Just give me Fox Jojo. The Beast Clan's fox elder casts a glance at Xiao Qingyue before fixing his gaze upon Lin Xuejian, stating, the former Beast King you killed was the father of the current Beast King. He will personally seek retribution for your actions. Lin Xuejian's expression turns icy, ridiculous, mere beasts. The fox elder narrows his slanted eyes. The fortune of 30 years past cannot protect you 30 years hence. Lin Xuejian scoffs, then let him come and see if I can skin him, strip away his spine, and shatter his beast core. Chapter 65. The treasure is divine blood. Jiang Yu remains unaware that a standoff has erupted at the Beast Clan's entrance. She is currently focused on setting up additional traps. The traps are not intended to eliminate the two adversaries in one fell swoop, as that would be impossible. One is the daughter of the Heavenly Tao, and the other is the principal female lead of this tale, leaving her as merely a minor pawn. To avoid being constantly monitored and regarded as insignificant, this minor pawn must demonstrate formidable combat prowess to deter them from acting recklessly. Once all the traps are set, Jiang Yu's communication jade slips light up again, with Feng Xian's urgent voice coming through. That fox elder claims to be mediating. but the Beast King and Linzhou have clashed, forcing others to retreat to avoid the conflict. However, the Beast clan suddenly surged into the crowd, scattering us. The Beast King is a vibrant tiger beast, notorious for holding grudges. He has thrown open the gates of the Beast clan, commanding all beasts to attack and slay all human cultivators. Zhang Daoyu, 3 shapeshifted beasts are leading the charge with the other beasts toward Shirgu City. We can only hope Boss Lin can withstand the onslaught. Jiang Yu gasps in surprise. 3 shapeshifted beasts? The Beast clan is investing such effort. This is dire. The red fox was merely feigning. After injuring the white fox, it lunged at Xiao Qingyue, but was gravely wounded by Shen Qingwei. I seized the opportunity to mock, suggesting that unless they find the Zhu fruit, they might as well wait for death. Feng Xian transmitted back. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Xiao Qingyue's first instinct upon hearing this will surely be to return to the original location in search of luck. If she finds nothing, she will come looking for me, and Shen Qingwei will undoubtedly pursue her. Listening to the chaotic sounds from the other side, Jiang Yu feels an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Feng Daoyu? May we both achieve our desires. Feng Xian chuckles softly, storing away the communication jade slip as he retreats while clashing with the Beast clan, then pursues Linzhou into the depths of the forest, disappearing from sight. Jiang Yu also puts away her communication jade slip, conducting a final inspection of her traps before patting her storage pouch. She intends to use all her spiritual talismans. The heavenly book perched on her shoulder speaks slowly. Remember to incite discord. Jiang Yu smiles. No need for me to incite. They will never collaborate. Whoosh! A sharp arrow flies forth, and Xiao Qingyue swiftly dodges, cleaving it apart with her sword before hastily retreating deeper into the forest. Shen Qingwei glances at the white fox transforming back into its original form, gritting her teeth in anger. Hold on. I will definitely capture that red fox and procure an antidote for you. White Fox Chi's voice is hoarse. Thank you. You rank 7th, and he ranks 9th? Are you brothers? Shen Qingwei inquires curiously while pursuing ahead. White Fox Chi responds slowly. On the same day 20 years ago, 9 foxes were born. Only he and I resonated with the spirit tablet, revealing a trace of the ancient Fox Clan's great demon bloodline. Thus, we grew up together under my grandfather's tutelage. However, he is a mixed-breed red fox who has always felt looked down upon within the clan, which led him to risk everything to seize the treasure of the demon clan to prove himself. Shen Qingwei instinctively pauses her steps, then casually asks, is it so easy to steal the demon clan's treasure? Is it merely a stone that one can take and leave? White Fox Chi shakes his head. The treasure of the demon clan is a drop of divine blood left by an ancient Fox clan great demon. Consuming this divine blood could lead to transforming into an ancient great demon. Is the blood required for the Beast clan's shapeshifting different from that of the ancient great demon? Shen Qingwei queries. She wishes to ask whether the Beast clan is aware of this matter. But to what end? What relevance does it hold for the Beast clan? Thus, Fox Zhuzhou was injured due to consuming divine blood, and the Fox Elder, fearing that Fox Zhuzhou's power would surge, likely contacted the beasts to incite chaos, compelling Linzhou to surrender Fox Zhuzhou? Shen Qingwei surmises. White Fox Chi nods, indeed. Shen Qingwei narrows her eyes. Given Fox Zhuzhou's condition, it appears he has not digested the divine blood. White Fox Chi asserts firmly, he has not. His strength is far from sufficient, and his bloodline is too mixed to refine it. Shen Qingwei lowers her voice and asks, did your grandfather bring you here specifically to extract the divine blood from Fox Zhuzhou for you to consume? After a moment of silence, White Fox Chi nods. Shen Qingwei understands. Indeed, the divine blood was once revered and no one dared harbor ill intentions. But now that it has been stolen and consumed, this presents an opportunity. In truth, White Fox Chi and Red Fox Zhuzhou mirror my relationship with Xiao Qingyue. Both White Fox Chi and I come from legitimate backgrounds, while the other emerged from some obscure corner, obtaining all the world's benefits upon arrival. Why should that be? White Fox Chi, moved, nods, good. Xiao Qingyue, cradling the barely alive Red Fox Zhuzhou, instinctively feels overwhelming sorrow. Master, what should I do? It is absorbing the blood of the great demon. If it can fully refine it, it will ascend to greater heights. But if it cannot, then this waste, you can take care of it. Xing Huang's voice drags on, tinged with dissatisfaction. Xiao Qingyue gazes ahead, her brow furrowed. I care not if others live or die, but if he perishes, I will be utterly reluctant. as if he has been with me for many years. Xing Huang's eyes flicker, a smile gracing his lips. So you do possess feelings, Dio. You know why, upon awakening, I willingly chose to remain by your side and guide your growth, wishing to take you to the upper realms? Xing Huang inquires. Xiao Qingyue is perplexed, unaware of why he brings this up at such a moment. Xing Huang continues slowly, because you are the daughter of the heavenly Tao. You are unlike these insignificant creatures. You have greater matters to attend to and more significant responsibilities to bear. Hence my efforts to guide you and tolerate your minor whims, which I deem inconsequential. Xiao Qingyue's voice drops. A hint of panic rising. Master, have I done something wrong? Xing Huang's tone is soothing. You have done nothing wrong. You are doing splendidly. If you feel a special connection to him, then this demon must hold great significance for you in the grand scheme of things. I support you in nurturing him well. Xiao Qingyue beams with joy. Thank you, Master. Her expression hardens with resolve. I will ensure it. Once Fox Jojo recovers, she will settle the score with Shan Qingwei in Shirgu City. Chapter 66. What is there to fear? Deep within the demon beast forest, Xiao Qingyue races ahead with Red Fox Jojo, heading straight for the location where the Zhu fruit once grew. Alas, the spot reveals nothing but a deep pit. Xiao Qingyue clenches her fists, her voice laced with resentment. Jiangyu, I'm here. Jiangyu emerges from behind a large tree, observing Xiao Qingyue by the pit, her tone indifferent. You should know, there is no second Zhu fruit. You stole my Zhu fruit. Xiao Qingyue gently places Red Fox Jojo on the ground, summoning a gleaming spiritual sword, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. I advise you to hand it over immediately, or I shall take your life. Jiangyu holds her breath. Firstly, the Zhu fruit does not belong to you. I found it first. Secondly, I have already consumed it, so I cannot give it to you. Then I shall kill you and use your blood to save Jojo. Xiao Qingyue snorts derisively and lunges forward with her sword raised. Jiangyu hastily steps back while deflecting the strike, but her arms still tingle from the impact. The gap in their realms is insurmountable, and she is simply no match for Xiao Qingyue. Unfazed, Xiao Qingyue swings her sword again, determined to press the attack. Only then did she perceive the chilling aura emanating from the spirit's sword in her hand, which instantly crystallized into razor-sharp icicles, completely enveloping the blade. Jiangyu's heart sank, and she swiftly retreated while casting a circle of fireball talismans in a desperate attempt to defend herself. Xiao Qingyue let out a cold laugh, and the frigid sword energy swiftly extinguished the fireballs, as the gathered ice shards surged forth with a lethal intent, encircling Jiangyu in a suffocating embrace. Jiangyu maintained her composure and hurled out 10 explosive talismans, striving to carve out a moment's reprieve, and with all her might, she swung her hammer forward. Xiao Qingyue parted her lips slightly. Her voice as frigid as ice. Break. A resonant, shattering sound echoed, and Jiangyu's face turned pale as she stood frozen, clutching the heavy hammer. The ice shards shimmered beneath the shadows of the trees, each fragment stained with droplets of blood, reflecting ominous crimson glimmers. Xiao Qingyue, with an air of haughty disdain, raised her chin slightly, her captivating gaze resting upon the delicate ice shards, a smile curling upon her lips. Do you still dare to resist? Jiangyu's complexion waned to a ghostly white, and she refrained from any rash movements. Tianshu's expression turned tense. Xiaoyu, Jiangyu calmly transmitted her thoughts. I am fine. Keep an eye on our surroundings. And remember to alert me when Shan Qingwei arrives. Tianshu could only respond solemnly, scanning the vicinity. Xiao Qingyue raised her hand, directing her gaze at Jiangyu. Hand over the vermilion fruit. Jiangyu closed her eyes momentarily, cursing inwardly. I already told you I've consumed it. Are 2 ears merely for decoration? Just then, Tianshu squinted his eyes and immediately spoke. Shan Qingwei is coming. Jiangyu exhaled, her expression pained as she turned to Xiao Qingyue and asked, Is it because I sold the jade pendant to Sister Shun that you have troubled me time and again? Xiao Qingyue frowned slightly. Though the jade pendant was a family heirloom, she truly could not discern its value, or else she would not have sold it so readily. Jiangyu felt tears welling in her eyes, genuinely regretting her earlier decision to sell it. Xiao Qingyue, already harboring disdain for Jiangyu due to the vermilion fruit incident, found her irritation amplified at the mention of the jade pendant. However, if she were to discover that what Jiangyu had sold was an immense opportunity, she would likely be driven to fury. Xiao Qingyue smirked. Since today marks your demise, I shall kindly inform you that within that jade pendant lies a small world, teeming with spiritual energy. Without it, no matter how hard Qin Qingwei cultivates, she would not measure up to even a tenth of my prowess. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in realization. So that's how it is. Nonsense. After setting the white fox down, Qin Qingwei dashed toward Jiang Yu, intent on eliminating her immediately. Xiao Qingyue raised an eyebrow. While uncertain whether Jiang Yu's words were sincere or feigned, they nevertheless pleased her ears. Qin Qingwei, do you dare to kill in my presence? With her icy sword in hand, Xiao Qingyue swiftly intercepted Qin Qingwei's attack, countering forcefully and forcing her back. Qin Qingwei's expression remained calm. She had anticipated the revelation of the jade pendant's secret one day, but never expected it to happen so soon. If that's the case, then you shall all perish. Flames erupted from the spirit sword in Qin Qingwei's hand, the searing heat instantly permeating the air, scorching the leaves into a charred and curled state. Xiao Qingyue's spirit sword summoned shards of ice anew, the chilling aura sweeping through the area, coating the ground with a layer of frost. Fire and ice clashed in an instant. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth, wishing the two would duel without causing collateral damage. Xiao Yu, what should we do now? Tian Shu inquired. I have accumulated some power. Should I intervene? Jiang Yu shook her head, seizing the opportunity amidst their battle to feign fear and dart out from the icy barricade, though she was left with countless slender wounds, each seeping blood and appearing quite ghastly. At the very moment Jiang Yu broke free from the deadly formation, both Xiao Qingyue and Qin Qingwei turned their gazes upon her, their murderous intent surpassing even that directed at one another. However, upon observing Jiang Yu's pale visage and her unwillingness to flee, they resumed their clash. Jiang Yu stealthily swallowed a healing elixir and gauged the distance between the red and white foxes. Grasping a spirit stone to hasten her recovery, Tian Shu's expression turned grave. Those two will likely soon reach an agreement to eliminate you first. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, aware that both were astute enough to recognize the need to eliminate her nuisance. Yet their mutual hatred overshadowed all else, allowing her a brief reprieve. Time was of the essence. The massive tree, wide enough for 5 people to embrace, bore one charred side and the other frozen, collapsing with a thunderous crash as the two unleashed their combined might, shaking the ground and leaving a long fissure in its wake. Qin Qingwei instinctively glanced at Jiang Yu before declaring, First, we eliminate that nuisance, then we shall settle our score. Xiao Qingyue nodded, sharing her sentiment. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yu suddenly crouched down, her hands pressing upon the damp earth, each palm cradling a plant's fruit, the long vine. The slender vines grew rapidly, slithering like ethereal serpents through the underbrush, swiftly ensnaring both the red and white foxes. Jiang Yu, release them. You dare? Jiang Yu scoffed, thinking, they're merely 2 foxes. What do I have to fear? Chapter 67. The trap explodes. Having captured the 2 foxes, Jiang Yu deliberately wore a triumphant grin. Now, I command you to continue fighting without pause, or I shall slay them. Qin Qingwei's veins bulged with rage. You dare to threaten me? Xiao Qingyue's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. You insignificant insect, today shall be your last. Both Xiao Qingyue and Qin Qingwei hesitated, extending their hands to grasp the situation. Jiang Yu drew forth an explosive talisman, flicking it with her finger as she shouted, Explode! The surrounding concealed firecrackers, ignited by the talisman, detonated successfully, encircling Qin Qingwei and Xiao Qingyue within, forcing them to raise their defenses and unable to pursue further. The ground trembled incessantly as the area was engulfed in charred remnants, and the more delicate trees were obliterated in the explosion, causing several larger trees to topple and enclose the 2 women and the foxes. At the very moment the trees fell, Jiang Yu triggered the second layer of her trap, 200 explosive talismans. These were the high-tier talismans provided by Boss Lin and Feng Xian, which she could not yet draw herself, thus perfectly suited for this occasion. The explosive force of the simultaneous detonation of 200 talismans was staggering, but under normal circumstances, the 2 would have sufficient protection and allies to withstand such an onslaught. However, with the foxes injured and both women embroiled in internal strife, they were unable to fully defend themselves, granting Jiang Yu a precious opportunity. As the explosive talismans detonated once more, they successfully inflicted injuries upon both Xiao Qingyue and Qin Qingwei. Yet at that moment, Jiang Yu abruptly ceased her onslaught, choosing instead to absorb the spirit energy from the spirit stone. Xiao Qingyue and Shen Qingwei almost simultaneously withdrew their protective barriers, their murderous intent palpable. They resolved that even if it meant collaborating with an enemy, they would eliminate this insect. Shen Qingwei had already exposed the secret of the jade pendant, so she simply absorbed the white fox into her possession. Xiao Qingyue, upon receiving consent from Xing Huang, tossed the red fox into her ring. Just as the two regained a modicum of spiritual energy and prepared to strike together, Jiangyu discarded the now empty spirit stone and activated the third layer of her trap. Lightning array. Rise! Amidst the devastation, a thin, silver-threaded line suddenly floated down from the treetops, firmly securing the array flags in place. These protective array flags were originally obtained by Feng Xian in Linzhou City and later compensated to Jiangyu, who expertly utilized their natural arrangement, adhering spider silk to them, thus activating the lightning array and trapping the two within the fallen trees. The violet-blue arcs of light danced around the lightning symbols, forming a dense web of electricity that gradually constricted under Jiangyu's relentless advance, confining the two women to a minuscule space, rendering them immobile. Xiao Qingyue's complexion turned pale instinctively as memories of the previous thunder arrays might flooded her mind. Meanwhile, Shen Qingwei, witnessing the lightning array for the first time, felt a surge of urgency. I must eliminate her before she grows any stronger. Otherwise, she will become an insurmountable threat. Jiangyu exhausted every ounce of spiritual energy from her dantian, pushing herself to the brink of pain without a moment's respite, channeling this power to activate the lightning array. The might of thunder descended, akin to divine retribution. Even though Jiangyu's power was minuscule and merely a low-tier lightning talisman, it still ensnared both Shen Qingwei and Xiao Qingyue in dire straits. Their protective spiritual artifacts shattered under the force of the thunder, leaving them with no choice but to grit their teeth and gather their spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to maintain their defenses. Biding their time until they could eliminate Jiangyu, blood trickled from the corner of Jiangyu's mouth, and her demeanor visibly waned. Yet she could not afford to cease her efforts. Tian Shu produced more spirit stones to aid Jiangyu's recovery, simultaneously expending all of his meager reserves of power. If only I could eliminate these two nuisances. Jiangyu wiped the blood from her mouth and urgently inquired, "What is happening? Are they holding strong? The heavenly Tao is obstructing my ability to kill them." Tian Shu's brow furrowed deeply. While I may not be able to ensure their demise, the interference from the heavenly Tao is undeniable. Why? It's one thing to protect Xiao Qingyue, but why is Shen Qingwei shielded as well? Jiangyu pressed on. So, I can act against them, but you cannot. I can act against them, but if my power exceeds the limit set by the rules, indicating that I can kill them, the heavenly Tao will intervene, Tian Shu explained. Jiangyu frowned slightly, though she did not fully comprehend the reasoning. She was relieved to know she could contend with them. Otherwise, these two would be too formidable. Jiangyu, I will kill you. Kill you. Xiao Qingyue's gaze was peculiar, her murderous intent towards Jiangyu even surpassing that directed at Shen Qingwei. Jiangyu inwardly cursed, "What a ridiculous statement. When have you not wished to kill me?" Yet, at this moment, Xiao Qingyue indeed appeared somewhat strange. She seemed to fear the power of thunder and lightning even more than Shen Qingwei, furrowing her brows. Jiangyu, having regained some spiritual energy, wasted no time and instantly activated all the lightning talismans, catching the two women off guard. Shen Qingwei spat out a mouthful of blood, her robe torn and stained with crimson, revealing the severity of her injuries. In contrast, Xiao Qingyue's robe remained largely intact, yet she was visibly in a worse state, her hand ceaselessly caressing her ring, her lips trembling. "Master, Xing Huang, how are you?" Xing Huang's spirit was faint, a hint of a purple mark flickering on his forehead, his previously gentle demeanor now transformed into one of extreme ferocity. "I am but a soul, most terrified of thunder tribulations. I am gravely injured and may soon fall into a deep slumber. You must be cautious. Let the Linzhou sword protect you." After Xing Huang spoke, he cast out the red fox and then closed his eyes, lying down in a black coffin, silencing his presence. Xiao Qingyue gritted her teeth, swallowing the metallic taste of blood in her throat before seizing the red fox to flee. Shen Qingwei was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Qingyue is running? Xiaoyu, quickly, make your move," Tian Shu urged. Jiangyu then activated her final trap, the fireball formation. With a plethora of fireball talismans at her disposal, she utilized all her reserves, resulting in a cataclysmic eruption of flames that caught both Xiao Qingyue and Shun Qingwei off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Shu darted into the fire formation, grasping a jade pendant. Shun Qingwei sensed something amiss and immediately attempted to seize it, yet the pendant was still drawn away by an invisible force. Shun Qingwei's eyes widened with rage as she shouted, "The pendant is mine." Tian Shu scoffed, "Nonsense, it belongs to me." At that moment, the pendant shimmered with radiant light, and an elder, clutching a ring, tumbled out of it, rushing towards Shun Qingwei. Jiang Yu hastily swallowed several medicinal pills, dragging her injured body away from the chaos. Chapter 68. Tian Shu reclaims the pendant instead of immediately departing the beast forest. Jiang Yu inquired about Feng Xian's location and stealthily made her way there. She had not forgotten that with the Beast King's demise, a spiritual vein would soon surface. Now that both Xiao Qingyue and Shun Qingwei were injured, it was the perfect time to collect the spiritual vein. Moreover, Tian Shu had meticulously examined the jade pendant before handing it to Jiang Yu. The pendant is entirely empty. The items must have been stored within that Soul Elder's ring, serving merely as a storage device. Jiang Yu accepted it, pondering for a moment before threading a rope around her neck. This works, nice and clean. However, based on your description, it seems that Elder was originally Xiao Qingyue's master. Tian Shu tilted his head. So, Xiao Qingyue's master has now become Shun Qingwei's. Jiang Yu nodded and then unexpectedly burst into laughter, wincing at the pain in her chest. Now they are even, both possessing a ghostly master residing within a ring. Tian Shu chuckled, feeling quite satisfied. They had it coming. They could have taken different paths, but instead, they insisted on repeatedly seeking trouble, claiming that the other was unworthy of their possessions. Now, they reap what they sow. At that moment, Jiang Yu paused, retrieving a communication jade slip. Feng Xian's voice came through. Linzhou's sword sustained severe injuries after slaying the Beast King and sensed that Xiao Qingyue was in danger. So he has gone to assist her despite his wounds. I followed closely behind. Feng Xian expressed his gratitude and quickly followed. Following the location Feng Xian provided, Jiang Yu soon arrived at the vicinity. Tian Shu's eyes widened slightly. It seems the battle was quite fierce. However, Jiang Yu paid little attention to that, quickly locating the Beast King's corpse and examining the surroundings carefully. Tian Shu also ascended slowly, channeling his inner power to search inch by inch. Unlike Xiao Qingyue, they could not wait for the spiritual vein to present itself. They had to seek it out piece by piece, and might even need to dig it up themselves. Found it, Tian Shu exclaimed with delight, instructing Jiang Yu to move aside the 3 massive trees. Jiang Yu's face turned pale. Although the blood on her body had dried, her injuries were evident, and suddenly being asked to move large trees was indeed a challenge. Yet she could not give up. She had to persevere. Tian Shu awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, saying, "A moment of hardship for 10 years of happiness." Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, summoning a large iron hammer. Gripping it tightly and preparing her stance before swinging with all her might to smash the 3 trees. Tian Shu continued, "Just a bit more." Jiang Yu closed her eyes, gritting her teeth, determined to keep hammering. After a dozen strikes, nearly splitting the trunks, she finally shifted most of the trees aside, uncovering the source of the spiritual vein. Yet, she still had to dig it up. Resignedly, Jiang Yu put away the iron hammer and took out a shovel. Digging down according to Tian Shu's guidance. Resting when fatigued, rejuvenating with the spirit stones, drinking when thirsty, she maintained her focus on avoiding exhaustion, continuing to dig. After an hour, Jiang Yu had excavated a deep pit, at which point Tian Shu slowly descended, his hands exploring the walls until he finally pinpointed the location, closing his eyes. Though it is a spiritual vein, it will only yield low-grade spirit stones for about 10 years. Tian Shu murmured, exerting all his strength to absorb the entire vein and transplant it into his space. Jiang Yu collapsed at the bottom of the pit, too exhausted to move. Tian Shu gently patted her head in reassurance. "It's all right. As your strength grows, so will mine. Eventually, I will be able to collect without you having to dig." Jiang Yu forced a smile. "Well, at least there are some gains." Tian Shu darted out of the pit, circled around and returned. "You should meditate here to recover. I will guard above." Jiang Yu sniffed the strong scent of blood on herself and nodded. Once Tian Shu ascended to keep watch, Jiang Yu set up a formation, pulled out a curtain for privacy, quickly changed into clean robes, and used the cleansing dust technique to purify herself before settling on a meditation cushion to recuperate. Meanwhile, Feng Xian had been pursuing Linzhou's sword for quite some time, resisting the urge to intervene several times, feeling a sense of foreboding that prompted him to hesitate. Though his surprise, his pursuit led him to the vicinity described by Jiang Yu. "Yuer," Linzhou's sword called out anxiously. Feeling a pang in his chest, his complexion paling further, at that moment, Xiao Qingyue stood like a soulless husk, motionless as if her essence had been drained. Even when Shen Qingwei struck her with a sword, she showed no reaction. The red fox struggled to rise, positioning itself to block Shen Qingwei's attack. "Qingyue, Xiao Qingyue, wake up." Shen Qingwei coughed up blood, her expression fierce as she gathered her spiritual energy once more. "Today, I shall see, truly see if this person can be killed." The master within Shen Qingwei's white ring urgently admonished her. "Qingwei, your mind is unstable, showing signs of falling into madness. Cease at once." The Pill King sighed, reluctantly allowing her to proceed, knowing that holding back was not beneficial. Meanwhile, he contemplated the need to quickly gather materials to concoct the 9-turn Tranquil Heart pill to help suppress Shen Qingwei's surging rage, lest she truly succumb to madness. Shen Qingwei's expression was cold as she swung her sword again, forcing the red fox to desperately block once more. At that moment, Bai Huqi regained consciousness and, realizing Shen Qingwei's intentions, lunged at Hong Hujiu, urging it not to obstruct Shen Qingwei, while simultaneously clawing at its heart in an attempt to extract the divine blood. Hong Hujiu's eyes turned crimson. "The divine blood is mine." Bai Huqi retorted coldly. "Your bloodline is impure. You merely obtained the spirit tablet by chance. Now you dare to covet the divine blood? Look at yourself and see if you are worthy." Hong Hujiu gritted its teeth, its anguished cries echoing through the depths of the beast forest. Linzhou's sword's ears perked up, and he immediately followed the sound. Meanwhile, Shen Qingwei had gathered her energy. Her hair flowed without wind, and the violent power surrounding her became palpable, emanating a fiery killing intent. "Xiao Qingyue, die! You little beast! How dare you!" Linzhou's sword arrived just in time, wielding his life-bound spirit sword. Striking down fiercely, the fierce sword aura ravaged the air like an invisible hand, shattering the power Shen Qingwei had painstakingly amassed. In an instant, her chaotic spiritual energy dissipated like a lamb, and the surrounding area was flattened by Linzhou's sword's might. Shen Qingwei coughed up blood, sent flying, her meridians shattered, lying on the ground like a broken rag, uncertain of her fate. Chapter 69. They escaped. First, Linzhou's sword, already heavily injured, now found his wounds exacerbated by his reckless fury. Yet, he had no time to consider his own condition. After knocking Shen Qingwei away, he anxiously turned to Xiao Qingyue, gently gripping her shoulders, his spirit in disarray. Yuer, what has happened to you? Yuer, do not frighten your master." "Yuer, I will kill her, I will kill her. Do not be afraid, master is here. No one can harm you, no one dares." Linzhou's sword felt a surge of joy. "Yuer, you are awake." Xiao Qingyue gazed at Linzhou's sword's disheveled appearance, her expression icy. "Why did you come so late? Do you have any idea what I endured because you were a step too slow?" Linzhou displayed a look of regret, saying, "Yuer, it is my fault. The Beast King proved to be far too troublesome." "Enough. It seems you are not truly the foremost expert, merely possessing a hollow reputation," Xiao Qingyue retorted without a hint of courtesy. With that, she reached down to pick up the white fox and, with a sudden forceful grip, it let out a pained cry, its eyes glazing over as its body went limp. Unable to be killed, Xiao Qingyue's expression hardened. Since she could not end its life, she would simply have to kill it multiple times. With that resolve, her right hand transformed into a claw, lunging towards the heart of the white fox. Linzhou sensed something amiss and swiftly intervened. Seizing the white fox and tossing it aside, "Yuer, are you succumbing to madness?" Xiao Qingyue jolted, her gaze regaining clarity. "Master, how could I possibly go mad? I merely had an epiphany. At any moment, one must rely solely on oneself. If I were to depend on you, I would have perished long ago." Linzhou furrowed his brow deeply. "Yuer, what exactly is troubling you?" Xiao Qingyue composed herself, tenderly cradling the red fox in her arms. "Overwhelmed with sorrow, I apologize. I did not hear you earlier. Please, do not act so recklessly again. Her expression softened slightly. All right, thank you, master. Lin Shuejian sighed in relief, neglecting his healing elixirs as he turned to lead the way forward. A subtle sound of a sword piercing the air echoed, and Lin Shuejian, incredulous, glanced down to see a familiar sword, crafted from materials he had painstakingly gathered, even enlisting the help of friends to customize this cold sword for his beloved disciple. Each rune had been etched by his own hand. Yet now, this very sword had plunged into his dantian without any warning. The crimson stains on the blade twisted and slithered, droplets of hot blood cascading to the ground. Qingyue, why? Lin Shuejian could not comprehend where he had faltered. Xiao Qingyue coldly lifted her gaze. Have I treated you poorly? I would willingly give you everything, even my life. Lin Shuejian's eyes blazed with a deep affection that left Feng Xian, witnessing from a distance, utterly astonished. He had genuinely fallen in love with his disciple. Lin Shuejian opened his mouth. I have been trying to restrain myself. You are my master, yet you wish to be my partner. Do you not feel that is utterly vile? Xiao Qingyue scoffed disdainfully. You are merely a golden core cultivator. How dare you covet me? Lin Shuejian, in agony, shut his eyes, his strength dissipating due to the damage to his golden core. And he slowly knelt to the ground. I am sorry, Qingyue. I am so sorry. I will retrieve the Beast King and take your place at Tiandao's sect. But as someone with flawed morals, it would be better for you to perish in the beast forest, allowing you to leave behind a good name. Having spoken, Xiao Qingyue bid Lin Shuejian farewell for the last time. Feng Xian's eyes widened in shock. Had Xiao Qingyue truly killed Lin Shuejian? Why? Suddenly, Xiao Qingyue let out a muffled groan. Her head pounding, her mind hazy as she gazed at the lifeless Lin Shuejian and the gravely injured Hu Lijiu. Panic etched across her face. It was Shen Qingwei who had slain her master. Shen Qingwei, I will kill you, Xiao Qingyue cried out in torment before collapsing to the ground. Feng Xian was taken aback. Did she go mad after committing murder? But this was not what concerned him. He proceeded with his plan, cautiously approaching Lin Shuejian, snatching the storage pouch before noticing a golden orb, which he decided to take as well. After gathering the items, Feng Xian contemplated eliminating any future threats and tossed several explosive talismans. An invisible barrier enveloped Xiao Qingyue and the red fox in her arms, while Lin Shuejian's lifeless body sustained further damage. How bizarre! Feng Xian furrowed his brow and quickly departed. When the members of the Shen family and Tiandao sect arrived again, they found only Lin Shuejian's corpse and the unconscious Xiao Qingyue. Lin Xuanyi observed the two with a grin. There was quite a commotion in the forest. Should I assist you in fleeing? The disturbance was significant, but it had nothing to do with us. We were merely collateral damage, Jiang Yu replied, tentatively asking, has the beast tide receded? Indeed. The Beast King is dead, and the three transformed beasts have reverted to their original forms and met their demise at my hands. Thus halting the beast tide, Lin Xuanyi remarked, glancing at the two with a languid tone. Additionally, the demon tribe has lent their secret treasures to encircle the beast forest, providing it with a respite and allowing cultivators to vacate Shirgu City swiftly. Such hunting grounds will not be available in the future. Jiang Yu's voice lowered. That is a good development. Lin Xuanyi agreed, but just as he was about to speak, a swaying figure emerged from within his abode. It was Lin Feng. His eyes were reddened with urgency as he rushed towards Lin Xuanyi, exclaiming, Boss Lin, I must find senior sister Xiao. I must stay by her side. Lin Xuanyi swiftly struck Lin Feng unconscious, kicking him aside before addressing Jiang Yu and Feng Xian. Shall we depart? Feng Xian, stunned, asked, Now? Is that possible? Lin Xuanyi calmly nodded. Of course, they do not dare to obstruct me. Jiang Yu raised her hand immediately. Let us go, quickly. Lin Xuanyi cast a knowing glance at the two, crossing his arms and suddenly slowed his pace. Feng Xian took the initiative. I have valuable items I wish to sell to Boss Lin, but this location is rather inconvenient due to the many prying eyes. Lin Xuanyi's eyes brightened. Why didn't you say so earlier? I have prepared everything. We shall leave now for this matter. He glanced at Lin Feng, pondering for a moment before placing a sleeping talisman on him. By the time Lin Feng regained consciousness, everything would be resolved, and he could consider his duty as an elder fulfilled, having prevented any fatalities. Enough of him. We shall depart, Lin Xuanyi declared, leading them to refund their lodging fees before exiting the city. Taking them away on his spiritual vessel. Chapter 70. exchange or trade for spirit stones. Although Lin Xuanyi had taken his companions away, he had done so via a well-trodden path, claiming to pursue a lingering beast, which left others eager for him to swiftly capture the demon. As for the beast forest, the beast tide had ended, and the remaining matters would be left to them to handle post-beast tide. The tasks at hand were trivial yet tedious. However, the cultivators who had arrived reaped benefits, leading to no complaints. Moreover, the two significant troubles, the Tiandao sect and the Xin family, had departed early due to Xin Qingwei and Xiao Qingyue's injuries, allowing everyone to breathe easier. On the spiritual vessel, Lin Xuanyi set a course and turned to face the two seated cross-legged on the deck. This time, we shall rest at a nearby location for a few days, and afterwards, I will assist you in contacting a spiritual vessel to the central continent. You intend to head to the Sword Tomb's secret realm, correct? Are you coming along, Boss Lin? Jiang Yu inquired. Lin Xuanyi nodded with crossed arms. Naturally, it would be convenient for you to bring back more spiritual artifacts, and I assure you of a good price. Jiang Yu casually nodded, not harboring high hopes, as the descriptions of the Sword Tomb's secret realm in the text painted it as perilous. Even the original female protagonist, Xin Qingwei, and the daughter of Tiandao, Xiao Qingyue, had sustained injuries and barely escaped. Thus, she planned to first seek a suitable weapon upon entering, leaving the rest to fate. Lin Xuanyi then turned to Feng Xian, who had appeared deep in thought since boarding the vessel, likely absorbing little of their conversation. Lin Xuanyi gradually turned away, increasing the vessel's speed. Feng Xian quietly glanced at Jiang Yu, transmitting, "You cannot imagine what I have witnessed." Jiang Yu, puzzled, transmitted back, "What happened?" Feng Xian shook his head. "Let me sort through my thoughts. I will explain once we arrive." Jiang Yu nodded, encouraging Feng Xian to meditate and recover while she kept watch. Feng Xian expressed gratitude before slowly closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. The heavenly book observed Feng Xian's expression and patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. "It appears he has witnessed something utterly unbelievable, and he has yet to recover." Jiang Yu rested her chin on her hand, unable to quell her curiosity about what had so profoundly shocked Feng Xian. Approximately 3 hours later, Lin Xuanyi guided them to a cultivation city, paying the entrance fee and utilizing connections to rent a modest dwelling. While the place was not expansive, it featured 3 rooms, perfect for each of them, and was well kept, albeit at a rather steep price. However, the spiritual energy here was considerably richer than that of the city. Upon settling in, Jiang Yu and Feng Xian decided to sell their goods promptly to avoid potential complications. First, Jiang Yu presented the Beast King, now restored to its original form, though covered in wounds, yet its core remained intact. Lin Xuanyi crouched down to examine it closely before turning to Feng Xian. "Would you prefer to exchange it for items or for spirit stones?" "Items," Feng Xian replied, handing over a jade slip containing a list of desired exchanges. Lin Xuanyi took it, scrutinizing it before engaging in a negotiation with Feng Xian, ultimately reducing the quantity of one item and removing 3 others, thus concluding the transaction. With the exchange of the Beast King complete, the focus shifted to the multitude of demon beasts. Jiang Yu was unsure how Lin Xuanyi would manage the influx of beasts, but that was not her concern, considering the numerous subordinates he likely had at his disposal. Boss Lin exhibited no signs of distress. Adhering to their previously agreed price, he exchanged all of Jiang Yu's demon beasts for spirit stones. "The sheer number of low-grade spirit stones was overwhelming, so I will convert them into 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones," Lin Xuanyi remarked. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. 1 mid-grade spirit stone equated to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Possessing 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones was tantamount to having 30 million low-grade spirit stones. What a tremendous profit! Moreover, she still had some demon beasts yet to be sold, which she planned to sell after arriving in the central continent. It was not a matter of distrust towards Boss Lin, but rather that she needed to maintain her guise as someone who exclusively hunted demon beasts for spirit stones, hence requiring a greater number of demon beasts to ensure her identity remained secure. "Tianshu, you mentioned that the spiritual energy here is sparse, and I initially thought it impossible to find mid-grade spirit stones," Jiang Yu conveyed cheerfully. Tianshu adjusted his sleeves, stating, "Those with wealth possess all types of spirit stones. Furthermore, the Western continent indeed has a dearth of spiritual energy. If we do not devise a solution promptly, the Tiandao sect will certainly face ruin. However, I suspect the central continent will be significantly better. Yet, given their capacity for destruction, I truly cannot fathom what they have done. Jiang Yu's smile faded. She too wished to understand what they had done, but regrettably, the book provided scant details, primarily focusing on those two individuals and their male confidants. This journey to the central continent would allow them to encounter new male confidants, and notably, these confidants all had fiancés, leading to yet another series of complications. However, the more troublesome they were, the better it suited her, as it would draw attention away from her own situation. At that moment, Feng Xian produced a storage bag, effortlessly erasing the spiritual imprint upon it before Jiang Yu and Lin Xuani. This is the storage bag of Lin Xuejian. He has perished. Lin Xuani inquired with a hint of excitement. Are there any valuable items inside? Feng Xian's expression grew peculiar. I have disposed of all his clothing. What remains are some women's garments, likely intended for Xiao Qingyue. Feng Xian sighed in relief. That is fortunate, did not expect a prominent elder of the Tiandao sect to possess even a mere 100,000 spirit stones. He had an abundance of healing pills, which I shall share with you both, as a token of goodwill. However, aside from that, there are only some spirit artifacts, all stained with blood, suggesting they were hastily confiscated. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Is that all? He hardly appears impoverished. Feng, the comrade, lamented his misfortune. As she had anticipated, he would have amassed a considerable fortune. Lin Xuani nodded in understanding. I am aware that he spent all his savings and sold many collected materials at a loss to craft a spirit sword for his cherished disciple. Once he acquires better materials in the future, this spirit sword can be infused with them, becoming his personal life sword. Feng Xian chuckled wryly, shaking his head. It seems I should not have observed for so long. Jiang Yu sighed. Feng Dao Yu, you should keep the healing pills. It seems rather pitiful. Lin Xuani gazed at Jiang Yu. Take them quickly. They may save your life. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu accepted them. She then rummaged through Tianshu's spatial storage, ultimately retrieving a male cultivator's soft armor, which had been extracted from a certain storage bag. This is for you, Jiang Yu offered. Feng Xian accepted it gratefully. Chapter 71. You have all this? Lin Xuani smiled at Jiang Yu. It appears you possess quite a few valuable items. Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. Yes, I feared that if I exchanged everything for spirit stones, they would vanish in an instant, so I am selling them sparingly. Lin Xuani found this both amusing and reasonable. After Feng Xian distributed the healing pills to both individuals, he stowed away the storage bag, his expression growing serious. Lin Xuejian did not perish due to the Beast King's injuries. He was slain by Xiao Qingyue. Lin Xuani's expression shifted as he recalled receiving messages from other cultivators on the journey, stating that Lin Xuejian and the Beast King had mutually inflicted wounds upon each other, resulting in the Beast King's immediate demise, while Lin Xuejian's golden core was shattered. He had barely managed to reach Xiao Qingyue before succumbing entirely. Feng Xian exhaled softly, reflecting on how bizarre the scene had been, and proceeded to recount the details meticulously. In conclusion, he added with a strange expression, at that moment, Xiao Qingyue suddenly went mad, claiming it was Shen Qingwei who had done the deed. After her outburst, she fainted. Jiang Yu hugged her arms. That does sound quite eerie. However, she also realized why those two had not pursued them. It was because Shen Qingwei had been thrown aside by Lin Xuejian, and Xiao Qingyue had lost her sanity. The strangeness did not end there. Feng Xian furrowed his brow. I intended to eliminate any potential threats, but I failed. Lin Xuani raised an eyebrow. Why talisman was sent directly downwards from a very close distance, inflicting multiple wounds upon the deceased Lin Xuejian. Yet the red fox, cradled by Xiao Qingyue, and she herself remained unscathed, as if protected by some force. But she was clearly unconscious, and there were no others around. Feng Xian pondered. Jiang Yu chuckled inwardly. She must be under the protection of the heavenly path. After all, she is a benefactor. Lin Xuani's voice grew somber, laced with a barely perceptible pressure. Do not waste your time attempting to kill her. It is futile. As for Shen Qingwei, she is unlikely to be killed either. Jiang Yu abruptly turned to Lin Xuani. Why do you say that, Boss Lin? In any case, if you do not believe me, you may test it for yourselves, though it is unnecessary, Lin Xuani replied with an indifferent expression. I do not mean to suggest that you should flee upon encountering them next time, but rather that you should understand not to engage in prolonged battles, as there will be no fruitful outcome. Feng Xian's expression grew serious. Even Boss Lin cannot handle this. Indeed, Lin Xuani responded directly. Once you ascend to the upper realm, there will be a solution. Jiang Yu glanced at Boss Lin before lowering her gaze. Regardless of why Boss Lin possessed this knowledge, since he had informed them, they owed him their gratitude. Yet, what was Boss Lin's true identity? Zhang Yu harbored doubts but refrained from voicing them. Feng Xian, too, remained silent, for everyone has secrets and cooperation only requires sufficient trust. Everything else is superfluous. Boss Lin, when does the spirit vessel to the central continent set sail? Feng Xian inquired. My identity might pose some complications. Not a problem. I have already made the necessary arrangements. We shall depart in 5 days, Linzhou assured him. He then turned to Feng Xian, however. You must first disembark the spirit vessel. Feng Xian smiled. I understand, and I have my own matters to attend to. Once I am finished, I will contact Boss Lin and Taoist friend Jiang. Feng Xian was about to explain some of the rigid customs of the central continent when he noticed Zhang Yu gazing at him sympathetically. Feng Xian sighed. Taoist friend Jiang, I can somewhat guess what you are thinking, but we are a family of cultivators, not ordinary mortals. What you envision is simply impossible. Feng Xian, in exasperation, rubbed his forehead. Taoist friend Jiang. In the various cultivation cities of the central continent, unless you possess a jade token that can prove your identity, you cannot enter the cities at all. Zhang Yu was perplexed. Is it not permissible for loose cultivators to enter the central continent? Linzhou raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Indeed not. Therefore, Taoist friend Jiang, you ought to purchase proof of identity from me. Zhang Yu gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. You have that too? Linzhou casually nodded. As if it were an ordinary matter, as long as one has the means, I can procure anything. Feng Xian continued to explain. The 4 major cultivation families of the central continent typically maintain a non-interference stance with one another. However, privately, there have been numerous frictions. Due to matters concerning the Sword Tomb's secret realm, the 2 families have begun to form marital alliances. Zhang Yu nodded slowly, understanding that the male confidants of the central continent and the fiancés depicted in the book were about to make their entrance. Ultimately, after a series of events, the fiancés would be publicly humiliated by Shen Qingwei and Xiao Qingyue, who would effortlessly obliterate their families, garnering immense admiration and respect in return. Feng Xian elaborated. After the 4 families formed alliances, regardless of their private disputes, they have managed to maintain a semblance of harmony on the surface. Thus, the central continent remains relatively stable. However, I do not recommend purchasing proof of identity from the 4 major families, as they hold great disdain for loose cultivators, believing that only those of noble lineage possess pure bloodlines. Instead, you may seek proof from Boss Lin's small sect, although the city fee may be higher. It will help you circumvent numerous issues, Linzhou agreed. I happen to own a small sect. I can appoint Taoist friend Jiang as a guest elder of the sect. Zhang Yu was momentarily speechless. Boss Lin truly possesses everything. Despite the numerous regulations imposed by the cities of the central continent, they were not particularly problematic, save for one crucial point. 1 must not show disrespect to the star-welcoming fairy. Feng Xian's expression as he uttered this was even more peculiar than when he had witnessed Lin Xuejian's demise at the hands of Xiao Qingyue. Linzhou also chuckled. Indeed, one must not disrespect the star-welcoming fairy. Zhang Yu, confused, inquired, is this fairy particularly adept at killing? No, she is quite young. At present, she should only be at the initial stage of foundation building, having recently ascended through various means. Linzhou clarified. Zhang Yu understood. So she hails from an influential background. Which family does she belong to? Feng Xian grimaced. Not exactly. How should I put it? She is merely exceptionally beautiful, not in terms of noble birth, but in her appearance. It is said that she bears an uncanny resemblance to the celestial master Lu Hua, who ascended to the upper realm millions of years ago. Zhang Yu grasped the implication, a talisman of good fortune. Linzhou interjected. When celestial master Lu Hua ascended, she opened a passageway that allowed greater power to flow into the lower realm, giving rise to the Bai Shui continent. However, after countless years, the passage has since closed, and spiritual energy has begun to dwindle. Consequently, there are immense expectations placed upon the star-welcoming fairy, as many believe she is the reincarnation of celestial master Lu Hua, destined to bring renewed vitality to their realm. Zhang Yu comprehended thoroughly. Indeed, it was imperative to show reverence to the star-welcoming fairy, not solely because of her own stature, but due to the formidable individuals standing behind her who had succumbed to madness, exacerbated by the diminishing spiritual energy. Thus, it was essential to avoid provoking them. Feng Xian noticed that Jiang Yu absorbed this information and had no further instructions to impart, merely advising her to exercise caution during her solitude. Lin Xian also presented his sect's identity jade token, simultaneously collecting 50,000 low-grade spirit stones from Jiang Yu, justifying that although it was merely a jade token, it facilitated unimpeded passage and served as a testament to one's identity, a true embodiment of value for money. Jiang Yu could only tightly shut her eyes, mentally reassuring herself, "It is useful, it is useful." Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Boss Lin harbored a dark heart. Chapter 72. Perhaps it's innate over the next 5 days. Apart from Feng Xian and Jiang Yu, who were diligently cultivating in seclusion, Boss Lin ventured out daily, appearing rather pleased, likely having profited from reselling goods. It must be innate. Jiang Yu could only attribute it to this reason. Tianshu sighed. It seemed that such talent was indeed a natural gift, unreplicable by others. Upon awakening from her cultivation, Jiang Yu heated some roasted meat, but her chopsticks halted mid-air. This meat was procured from Boss Lin while in Linzhou City, and a considerable amount remained due to the early conclusion of the beast tide. However, upon seeing the meat, her thoughts drifted to Linzhou City, recalling Feng Xian's words about Xiao Qingyue killing Linzhou, yet attributing the act to Xin Qingwei. Tianshu, does Xiao Qingyue possess 2 souls? Jiang Yu inquired. Tianshu, taken aback, responded, "Why do you ask this? She does not have 2 souls. Then how can we account for such a drastic change in her demeanor? It feels rather unsettling." Jiang Yu expressed her confusion, unable to fathom the situation. "What do you mean?" she pressed. Tianshu explained, "I cannot sense ghostly fluctuations for 2 reasons. Either the spirit has become more solidified through cultivation, no longer a wandering soul, much like Shan Qingwei's master, whom I cannot detect, or the spirit is weakened and has fallen into a slumber, hence my inability to sense it." Jiang Yu furrowed her brow. Positing a hypothesis, Xiao Qingyue has persistently sought the jade pendant. Is it an instinctive belief that it rightfully belongs to her, or does she think this small world is conducive to the spirit's recovery? Tianshu pondered for a moment. When I was sealed within this jade pendant, my divine power had already been dissipated, and I did not sense any recovery. It was only after absorbing a significant portion of power that I awakened. The pendant itself is ordinary, the world small, and the spiritual energy insufficient at most. It allows the spirit a bit of freedom to wander, rather than being confined within a ring. Jiang Yu felt a headache coming on. Could it be that this spirit, trapped for many years, merely yearns for the freedom to roam in an ordinary small world? Tianshu shrugged. Unless we capture the spirit and interrogate it, we will remain in the dark. Jiang Yu sighed, acknowledging the truth in that statement. Tianshu, glancing at the meat on the table, suddenly asked, "I possess a cultivation method for body refinement. Would you like to give it a try?" Jiang Yu nodded eagerly. "Absolutely. Having an additional means of self-preservation is invaluable. That way, should my spiritual energy deplete, I can rely on my physical strength to escape." Tianshu lightly touched Jiang Yu's forehead with his fingers, transmitting the body refinement method. Jiang Yu closed her eyes to receive it and, after a while, opened them to state, "The physique cultivated through body refinement indeed appears more robust and powerful." Tianshu affirmed, "Indeed, cultivating body refinement concurrently is quite beneficial, yet I wonder which fool propagates the notion that female cultivators must be delicate and graceful, while also spreading rumors that female cultivators who practice body refinement become exceedingly burly. There are indeed specific techniques aimed at developing strength to render the body as resilient as iron. But that is purely for the sake of power. What's wrong with that?" Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. "Exactly, what's the issue? It appears much safer. The path is vast and multifaceted. As long as one remains steadfast in their heart, they will ultimately achieve their true potential," Tianshu remarked, then furrowed his brow, adding, "In the future, if you encounter those who would kill their wives to achieve enlightenment or slaughter their kin for ruthless pursuits, keep your distance. Such individuals are selfish and self-serving, destined to falter on their path. They may wield power, but they are also prone to succumbing to madness." While reading novels, Jiang Yu had always detested those who would slay their wives for enlightenment. If they truly possessed the capability, why resort to such heinous acts? They could carve their own path without resorting to such treachery. This is the folly of humanity, blaming the road for their own failures, leading inevitably to madness. Jiang Yu brought the meat closer, intending to finish it before attempting the body refinement method. At the very least, she wanted to fortify herself from within, appearing less formidable to others. After her meal, under Tian Shu's guidance, Jiang Yu commenced her physical training. Since her primary focus remained on cultivating spiritual power, the body refinement practice was less stringent, yet it still required starting from the fundamentals. Enhancing her body's strength. There are myriad methods for body refinement, including consuming elixirs, feasting on beast meat, employing external forces to build resilience, or cultivating inner strength. Tian Shu elucidated. Cultivating spiritual power and body refinement share commonalities. Both involve circulating energy through the dantian to generate spiritual or internal force, subsequently altering the meridians to strengthen them. One focuses inward, while the other emphasizes the exterior. You now need to mobilize the energy within your dantian, circulating it through the 8 major circulatory pathways, applying this force outward. Jiang Yu nodded, closing her eyes to meditate. Outside, Lin Boss and Feng Xian were engaged in conversation. Feng Xian appeared somewhat grave, yet resolute. Lin Xianyi, hands clasped behind his back, cast a casual glance towards the door before addressing Feng Xian. The Lin family's elder is stubborn and prioritizes familial honor above all else. Even if you possess evidence, he will ultimately suppress the matter to maintain peace. Feng Xian replied, I am aware, which is why I plan to reveal it during the engagement banquet. Lin Xianyi shook his head slightly, expressing disapproval. If this escalates, you risk being disowned by the Wind family. Although your ties to them are tenuous now, they cannot harm you. However, should the situation spiral out of control, they will surely obliterate you for the sake of family stability. Feng Xian fell silent. Lin Xianyi candidly stated, I only know that as long as one retains their integrity, they need not fear the loss of resources. Acting impulsively serves no purpose and may instead place you in danger. Lin Xianyi smiled. You too must have acquired some unknown treasures, Haven Tu? Feng Xian nodded. You could say that, primarily due to Jiang Daoyu's fortuitous luck. Although it was a spirit contract planted by an ancient cultivator within her consciousness. He had indeed provided numerous valuable items, some of which would only be usable after reaching the golden core stage, representing a significant gain. Lin Xianyi chuckled. Then I wish you good fortune. May your wishes come to fruition. Feng Xian clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Boss Lin. Chapter 73. I am quite satisfied. 5 days swiftly passed, and at the appointed hour, Jiang Yu tidied herself and awaited in the courtyard. Feng Xian and Lin Xianyi emerged in succession, preparing to head towards the spirit boat. Lin Xianyi curiously scrutinized Jiang Yu. Are you practicing body refinement, Jiang Daoyu? Jiang Yu raised her arm, firmly clenching her fist. I am quite satisfied. Though the changes were subtle and perceptible only to herself, she genuinely felt significantly stronger. A splendid beginning. Lin Xianyi nodded. Practicing body refinement is excellent. If you cannot outfight, you can at least outrun. Jiang Yu beamed, recognizing a kindred spirit. Exactly. Lin Xianyi smiled and suggested that Feng Xian also give it a try. Thus, the trio engaged in light-hearted conversation as they made their way to the spirit boat. After Lin Xianyi negotiated, they secured 3 adjacent rooms on the 3rd level of the spirit boat. Since they were traveling to the central continent from the remote western continent, the fare alone amounted to 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the journey would take nearly a month. Furthermore, should any unforeseen circumstances arise preventing them from arriving as scheduled, the fees would be non-refundable. Such was the nature of their monopolistic position, as only their family could access the central continent. Once aboard the spirit boat, they proceeded directly to the 3rd level. The rooms were adjacent, facilitating easy access in case of emergencies. However, Lin Xianyi advised them to set up an additional layer of protective formations and to remain inside their rooms unless absolutely necessary. Although she had invested more spirit stones this time, the accommodations were not significantly different from the typical 2nd-level rooms, and the formations were of the most basic variety. This was why Lin Xianyi had urged them to bolster their defenses. Tian Shu contemplated for a moment, producing a star chart obtained from a minor secret realm, still in a dilapidated state and unused. However, now that they had acquired a spiritual vein, they could certainly gather the requisite 5-element spirit stones to utilize it for protection. Jiang Yu chuckled, just as Feng Xian knocked on the door from outside. Jiang Yu stowed the star chart and opened the door. Feng Xian said little, merely presenting a golden sphere with a hard appearance but a pleasantly soft texture, resembling a bouncy ball. What is this? Jiang Yu inquired, squeezing the golden sphere. Feng Xian explained, I found this near the Red Fox. After consulting Boss Lin, it was stated that this can be used for magical beasts. I don't have any, so I'm giving it to you. Jiang Yu's mouth fell open. Since it's from near the Red Fox, it must be quite valuable. Perhaps it's something Xiao Qingyue gave. No matter, Feng Xian replied, I don't need it, and besides, within the white light points given by the ancient cultivator, there are even more excellent items. Jiang Yu smiled, not wanting to be coy. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to find me. Feng Xian acknowledged with a simple all right, turning to leave, but not before reminding Jiang Yu to enhance her defenses, as there would be many diverse individuals traveling to the central continent. Raising the risk of conflict, Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, closing the door behind her. After activating the room's built-in formation, she settled down to meditate. After a brief moment, the celestial tome manifested, presenting 5 elemental spirit stones to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu retrieved her tattered star chart once more, observing the barely discernible installation gaps. With determination, she forcefully inserted the spirit stones. Once the 5 elemental stones were securely in place, the star chart shimmered, transforming into a deep black hue. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a flowing radiance, exuding an air of understated luxury. Jiang Yu delightedly rubbed the star chart, exclaiming, now, this is more like it. With that, she formed hand seals to activate the formation. The celestial tome remarked, this star chart formation boasts exceptional protective qualities, and as the grade of the spirit stones increases, so too does the efficacy of its defenses. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately considered upgrading to mid-grade spirit stones. However, the celestial tome intervened, advising, for now, low-grade spirit stones will suffice. Save the mid-grade ones for your cultivation. You must reach the foundation establishment stage before the Sword Tomb's secret realm opens. Acknowledging this, Jiang Yu produced mid-grade spirit stones. Resolved to set up a grand spirit gathering formation, she could not afford to waste the month ahead. By the way, Feng Xian sent this as a token of gratitude for the encounter with the ancient cultivator in the minor secret realm. She handed over the golden orb, adding, Feng Xian inquired with Boss Lin, stating that this item could be consumed by demon beasts. The celestial tome received it, astonished. Whose great demon's blood is this, wrapped in golden marrow? Jiang Yu eagerly asked, golden marrow? What is that? A type of spirit mineral, exceedingly rare, soft yet resilient, difficult to destroy. If in ample quantities, it can be used to forge armor, the celestial tome explained, squeezing the golden orb. I've never seen something like this, encasing the blood of a great demon. Jiang Yu pointed at the orb. Feng Xian said it was discovered near a red fox. Could this be a treasure of the demon race? The celestial tome pondered, it's possible. Jiang Yu found it challenging to articulate her current emotions. If she had to describe them, it would simply be exhilarating. So, can this be given to the mouse treasure? She inquired hastily. The celestial tome considered, it should be fine. And the mouse treasure's claws should be able to pierce the golden marrow. Let's give it a try. And the blood demon fruit has blossomed. Jiang Yu exclaimed, momentarily bewildered, repeating, the blood demon fruit has blossomed? The celestial tome nodded. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Although the blood demon fruit is buried underground, isn't the fruit its original form? How can it bloom? The demonic energy is abundant. After absorbing it, it bloomed. Now it grows alongside the boundary-breaking plant, with 1 red flower and 1 yellow flower, the celestial tome elaborated. Although the 2 flowers did not coexist harmoniously, they looked quite appealing together, much to the delight of the demon tree. Jiang Yu imagined the scene and curiously asked, will they devour each other? The celestial tome nodded. Devouring is instinctual, and they both harbor such thoughts. They simply cannot realize it yet. Jiang Yu recalled a phrase, chickens pecking at each other. Though neither were mere chickens, mutual pecking was indeed a possibility, albeit unfulfilled. You've worked hard. Keep an eye on them. Jiang Yu remarked, amused. The celestial tome felt helpless. It had not anticipated that merely introducing more demon beasts would lead to the blooming of the blood demon fruit. Nevertheless, it was time to find the mouse treasure with the great demon's blood and see if it could be opened. Upon entering the space, the celestial tome located the mouse treasure beside the medicinal field and handed over the items. The mouse treasure's tiny claws barely grasped the golden orb, its eyes widening in surprise. Looking exceedingly adorable, however, when it spoke, the charm dissipated. Did the tree branch give this? Why? Is it because I scolded it? Chapter 74. Teleportation point to the central continent. The celestial tome shook its head. It is likely not due to your scolding, but rather because it had no need for it and, following the opportunities granted by the ancient cultivator in the minor secret realm, wished to reciprocate. The mouse treasure nodded in relief. Then I feel reassured. You should first test if the golden marrow can be pierced, then see if you can consume this great demon's blood. With your inherited memories, you should be able to discern it, the celestial tome observed, eyeing the bewildered mouse treasure with concern. The mouse treasure patted its round little belly. Rest assured, I will manage. With that, it proceeded to slice through the golden marrow with its claw, revealing a droplet of blood inside, which it sniffed. The celestial tome anxiously inquired, well, can it be used? It can, but this blood carries a hint of greenwood fragrance, resembling that of a wood-based great demon. The mouse treasure offered for inspection. Though the celestial tome possessed considerable knowledge, identifying which great demon the blood belonged to solely by its essence was impossible. However, since the mouse treasure described it as having a greenwood fragrance, it was likely gentle enough for demon beasts to consume. Do you want it? The celestial tome asked. The mouse treasure shook its head. Give it to the demon tree. After all, it pertains to the wood element, and my inherited memories indicate I have no need for it. The celestial tome nodded. Very well, it is a return gift from another. The mouse treasure carefully carried the blood to the demon tree. Infusing it into the trunk, the demon tree joyfully swayed its branches, silver leaves shimmering like starlight, appearing thoroughly satisfied. However, after this display, the demon tree abruptly fell silent, ceasing all activity. The celestial tome observed closely. It seems to have entered a deep slumber. After all, it is the bloodline of a great demon, and refining it may take considerable time. The mouse treasure confidently declared, do not worry. You accompany little you outside, and I will manage things here, so while you oversee matters, you treat yourself as well, the celestial tome retorted, glaring at the mouse treasure. The mouse treasure's eyes darted mischievously before it abruptly turned and dashed out, exclaiming, oh no, I need to fetch some spiritual spring water to nourish the medicinal herbs. The celestial tome was taken aback, realizing, so the spiritual spring water they toiled to collect is being used to water those low-grade herbs. This won't do. It cannot be used. The celestial tome swiftly pursued in the bustling space. Jiang Yu remained unaware, engrossed in her grand spirit-gathering formation, deeply focused on her cultivation, thus missing a minor fracas occurring outside. The altercation involved Boss Lin and a young master from an unknown family, who, having arrived late, sought to change to a room on the third floor. While Jiang Yu was in seclusion, activating the protective star chart, Feng Xian also enhanced the defenses. Only Boss Lin had the strength to utilize the low-tier formation inherent to the room, thus he was approached, being coerced into a room change. Naturally, Boss Lin would not yield easily. After finding someone, he dismissed the young master. Only after doing so did he realize that the young master appeared to be from the Feng family. That made it even less of a concern, especially since he had already swindled the Feng family once. After dealing with the Feng family, not long after, a member of the Su family arrived. The Su family was much more polite. After several inquiries yielded no results, they reluctantly descended to the second floor. To avoid trouble, Boss Lin had no choice but to expend some effort to rearrange the formation, successfully preventing some who wished to change rooms. With only 3 days remaining until their arrival at the central continent, Feng Xian bid farewell to Boss Lin and Jiang Yu, departing ahead of them. After his departure, the vacant room was quickly taken by the Su siblings at a high price. Jiang Yu was puzzled as to why they would switch to the third floor so close to their destination, only to learn from Boss Lin that during her days of seclusion, the second floor had been rife with disputes and brawls, quite the lively affair. Jiang Yu came to a sudden realization. No wonder they desired a room on the third floor and were willing to pay such a steep price. It was for the sake of peace and quiet. In 2 days, I will also depart. Until we meet again for business, Lin Xianyi had given his notice beforehand. 2 days later, Boss Lin departed. Today marked the day the spiritual vessel docked at the teleportation point of the central continent. Boss Lin had already clarified how to proceed and the costs involved, so Jiang Yu felt no anxiety. Upon arrival, she chose to delay her departure slightly to avoid the crowd. By the time she stepped out, the spiritual vessel was nearly empty, allowing her to exit with ease. Just as she emerged, a child raced over, tugging at Jiang Yu's sleeve with a bright smile. "Fairy, you are truly beautiful. Are you alone? Do you need lodging, or are you heading to the teleportation point? I suggest you stay for a day to recuperate before proceeding." The child looked slightly disappointed but quickly whispered, "Fairy, do you need an identity token?" "You can't enter without it. I have some," Jiang Yu replied with a smile, handing over a few spirit fruits before waving goodbye. The child took a bite of the spirit fruit, thanked her, and continued on to the next customer. After orienting herself in the right direction as instructed by Boss Lin, Jiang Yu walked straight ahead, soon spotting a building with a queue of 10 people outside. Jiang Yu patiently queued, stepping forward as those ahead moved inside. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the building, as a female cultivator angrily shouted, "The cultivator ahead only paid 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, yet we are being charged 50,000. Are you discriminating based on appearance? Firstly, you lack an identity token. Secondly, you are cultivators from the Western continent. Lastly, resources in the Central continent are limited. If cultivators from the Western continent were to settle here secretly, it would deplete our resources. Therefore, the fee is 50,000, which includes the identity verification, and of course, you may choose not to proceed," came the response. The female cultivator's eyes turned red with anger. "I merely wish to obtain a medicinal herb. I do not intend to settle in your Central continent. There are too many cautionary tales. We must remain vigilant." "You?" The female cultivator gritted her teeth, tears beginning to fall uncontrollably. A male cultivator beside her tugged at her, whispering, "Sister, let's go. We may not find another opportunity." He then offered a bag of spirit stones. After the attendant counted them, they provided the identity verification and led them to the teleportation point. As soon as the argument subsided, the process accelerated, and it soon became Jiang Yu's turn. As Jiang Yu entered, she happened to catch sight of a female cultivator with bloodshot eyes. However, in the next instant, the transmission array shimmered with light, and they vanished from view. "Do you possess an identity token?" "Yes." After Jiang Yu handed over the token, she added, "This time, I am here on the orders of the sect leader to observe the beast tide in the Western continent." The individual displayed a hint of interest. "What of the beast tide?" The person frowned. "The demon race in the Western continent must have gone mad. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones." After Jiang Yu paid the spirit stones, she joined the queue at the transmission array. Only 2 more were needed to complete the 10-person group. Chapter 75. Entering Spirit Spring City for co-renting while waiting for others, Jiang Yu discreetly engaged in conversation with those around her, naturally steering the topic back to the beast tide. Among the group were cultivators from the Western continent, as well as from the Central continent, and even one female cultivator from the Northern continent, rumored to have a wealth of weapon refiners due to abundant spiritual or resources. The discussion about the beast tide broke the ice, and Jiang Yu gleaned a wealth of information from their chatter. Moments later, 2 more individuals entered the area. The one in front slammed the table, his tone impatient. "How many spirit stones? Do you have identification?" "I am the young master of the Feng family." Feng Tong gestured to his attendant, who promptly produced the identification point. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 20,000 for the 2 of us. Feng Tong nonchalantly nodded, indicating his attendant to pay. After the payment was completed, they proceeded into the transmission point. "Young master, wait." The Feng family member, after efficiently completing the payment, rushed to Jiang Yu and the northern cultivator. "Let us exchange. We wish to follow my young master." The northern female cultivator glared, indignant at the suggestion. However, Jiang Yu pulled her back gently, then turned to the Feng family member, extending her hand. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones each. Once paid, we'll exchange." The Feng family member complied without hesitation. Jiang Yu made way for the female cultivator, handing her 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Once the individuals ahead departed, she spoke. "I just observed that many more are coming. It's merely a matter of a moment's delay, and we save on travel expenses." The northern female cultivator stared blankly at the spirit stones in her hand. "Is it truly possible to do so? Not only have we saved on travel, but I also gained an additional 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. How should I address you?" "I am Jiang Yu, a guest elder of the Flying Sky and Earth sect." Jiang Yu introduced her sect name somewhat awkwardly. She had to admit, Boss Lin truly had a talent for naming. The northern female cultivator laughed heartily. The name of your sect is quite intriguing. That I am from the Northern Continent's 100 Artifact sect. And my name is Chu Chu. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. No wonder the female cultivator had such a fit physique. She was indeed a weapon refiner. Friend Chu, please don't take offense. It's merely that young Master Feng appears rather extravagant, and he may attract unwanted trouble. It would be better to profit from him instead. Chu Chu gratefully accepted the spirit stones. Thank you. Zhang friend. There's truly no harm in waiting a little longer, and the spirit stones I save can be used to buy more materials. You have no idea how costly refining materials can be. Speaking of refining materials, Chu Chu's demeanor soured. She had come to the Central Continent specifically for auction materials, and she was uncertain whether she had sufficient funds. Zhang Yu empathized. Aside from talisman crafting, both weapon refining and alchemy were notoriously expensive professions, precisely why she had avoided them. Their shared experience regarding travel expenses drew them closer, and when the next individuals came to pay, they seized the opportunity to depart together via the transmission array. After a dizzying whirl, they found themselves in another chamber. Chu Chu promptly led the way out of the transmission point, and once they exited, she remarked, "Some cultivators in the Central Continent can be quite snobbish. If you dawdle, they have a plethora of remarks to make." Zhang Yu expressed her gratitude, then rubbed her forehead. "I truly feel dizzy." Chu Chu, astonished, asked, "Is this your first time using a transmission array?" Zhang Yu hazily nodded. "Then you must pay more attention to your identification next time. Just be cautious not to reveal any flaws. Alternatively, you could use the array a few more times until you become accustomed to it." Zhang Yu sincerely thanked her and inquired, "Do you often come to the Central Continent to purchase materials?" "Isn't the Northern Continent said to have richer spiritual or resources? Though our sect may be unreliable from top to bottom. At least we are well fed, and we have a fire vein readily available. Our sect has just that one fire vein, which is quite decent." Chu Chu's eyes reflected a sense of melancholy, her prospects appearing bleak. Zhang Yu, newly arrived in the Central Continent and still unfamiliar with everything, thought it would be beneficial to have an acquaintance to facilitate future endeavors. Thus, she casually suggested, "Shall we travel together?" Chu Chu's eyes brightened, clearly in agreement. "Let me tell you, Spirit Spring City is quite accommodating to outside cultivators, but the cost of lodging remains steep. Moreover, I need to rent a small courtyard for refining." "How about we share the rent?" Zhang Yu promptly nodded in agreement. The two quickly reached a consensus, with Chu Chu, being the more experienced, guiding the way. They soon found a place to rent, securing a small courtyard with 2 rooms and a yard. Although the space was modest, the monthly rent was around 10,000 low-grade spirit stones each, perfectly split between them. This small courtyard was somewhat distant from the spiritual veins, resulting in thinner spiritual energy. However, privacy was a significant advantage. Chu Chu explained somewhat sheepishly. Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction. "This place is quite suitable. The thin spiritual energy is of little concern. Safety and privacy are far more crucial. Even this humble abode has denser spiritual energy than the Western Continent. It seems the Western Continent is indeed on the verge of decline." Chu Chu vigorously nodded, her expression one of finding a kindred spirit. "We've always stayed here after leaving our sect. The owner offers a very reasonable price. Besides, thin spiritual energy is merely a minor inconvenience. We can always go to the refining plaza to absorb some without charge." "The refining plaza?" Zhang Yu inquired with curiosity. Chu Chu nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, due to the upcoming weapon refining competition, a designated area has been set aside for cultivators from various regions to showcase their talents. Some weapon refiners may be secretive and unwilling to share, thus avoiding the plaza. However, I have no such qualms. Free resources are too good to pass up. Not attending would be a tremendous loss." Zhang Yu wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, why not take advantage of something free? Chu Chu planned to visit the refining plaza the next day, while Zhang Yu intended to explore Spirit Spring City more thoroughly, seeking to experience and understand the Central Continent up close. Boss Lin had previously provided Zhang Yu with a brief overview of the Central Continent. Upon exiting the transmission point, the nearest city was Spirit Spring City, a place willing to accommodate outsiders. Located centrally within the Central Continent and thus bustling with activity. Surrounding Spirit Spring City were more than a dozen cities of varying sizes, with the most potent spiritual energy found in Tongtian City. Home to the 4 great families. At the heart of the city stood the Tongtian Tower, a spiritual artifact once utilized by the immortal Lu Hua, which subsequently became central to the city. Currently, the top floor was occupied by the star-welcoming fairy, while the lower levels were divided among the various families as training grounds, frequented by numerous individuals previously plagued by conflicts. However, disputes ceased following alliances through marriage between the families. Chapter 76. Going out to purchase Foundation establishment pills the next day, bright and early, Chu prepared and headed to the refining plaza. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, planned to wander about, simultaneously preparing for her advancement to the Foundation establishment stage. Typically, Foundation establishment requires the consumption of Foundation establishment pills, which transform the spiritual energy within the Dantian into droplets that can be stored, allowing for greater accumulation of spiritual power. However, the Foundation establishment pills she initially obtained were of mediocre quality, prompting her to sell them. With her arrival in Spirit Spring City, Jiang Yu intended to purchase high-quality Foundation establishment pills to ease the difficulty of her advancement and ensure success on the first attempt. However, with the unexpected acquisition of 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones, along with a newly uncovered low-grade spirit vein, Jiang Yu contemplated whether she could attempt the advancement without the pills, though she decided it prudent to purchase one as a precaution. Upon leaving her residence, Jiang Yu followed the directions she had previously obtained from Boss Lin to locate the Dam Pavilion. With a significant reputation and formidable strength, the Dam Pavilion was an independent entity, not affiliated with the four great families or any sect, functioning similarly to an alliance of alchemists. All alchemists could purchase raw materials from the Dam Pavilion and could also sell their own refined pills there. Beyond the already renowned alchemists who had been recruited by various families as guest elders enjoying excellent treatment, the pavilion also housed powerful alchemists. For aspiring alchemists, it was a place of aspiration. Therefore, if one wished to buy pills, it was wise not to offend the alchemists or the Dan Pavilion. Otherwise, one would be left to refine their own. There was only one Dan Pavilion in Spirit Spring City. Sprawling over 5 floors, each level offering different grades of pills. It was said that the top floor contained high-grade pills crafted by the elders of the pavilion, priced exorbitantly, far beyond Jiang Yu's current means. Upon entering the Dan Pavilion, a wave of pure medicinal fragrance enveloped her, tinged with a hint of bitterness, yet not overpowering. Jiang Yu made her way to the innermost counter and inquired of an available attendant. "Excuse me. How much is a high-grade Foundation establishment pill?" The attendant, clad in a gray robe adorned with the pavilion's emblem on the left chest, exuded a faint scent of herbs, indicating they were likely an apprentice alchemist working there. The apprentice alchemist wore a gentle smile, their tone neither overly enthusiastic nor dismissive, creating a pleasant interaction. "Greetings, esteemed guest. Our establishment offers 3 grades of Foundation establishment pills, low grade at 30,000 low-grade spirit stones each, medium grade at 50,000 low-grade spirit stones each, and high grade at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones each. Discounts are available for bulk purchases." Jiang Yu nodded. While some geniuses might advance directly without the need for a single pill, others with average abilities would require several Foundation establishment pills at the very least. Moreover, due to the rarity of high-grade medicinal materials in this realm, the prices of certain elixirs have soared. Since the prices at the Dan Pavilion are standardized, there is little need to inquire at multiple establishments. "I desire 1 upper-grade elixir, 1 lower grade, and 1 inferior grade," Jiang Yu stated. The alchemist apprentice was momentarily taken aback, but, adhering to the professional ethics of an alchemist, earnestly advised, "Fairy, that may not be advisable. The inferior grade elixir offers negligible effects and may even cause Dan poison. As for the lower grade, several are needed to yield any results. Would it not be wiser to purchase 1 upper grade instead?" Jiang Yu shook her head. "I want precisely these. They are repay a debt." The inferior grade foundation building elixir given to her by Linzhou, along with 500 lower grade spirit stones, she intended to return to Shaoqingyue, ensuring she owed them nothing. The alchemist apprentice hesitated to press further, simply preparing the requested items while awkwardly adding, "That inferior grade elixir was concocted by me. I never anticipated it would actually sell." Jiang Yu replied with a smile, "That may well be the last time. There may not be inferior grade elixirs for sale next time." The apprentice's smile became more sincere. Although he could not offer a significant discount, he could certainly gift her a vial of elixir. "This elixir was also crafted by me. While it has not fully formed, it can aid in the recovery of minor wounds." The apprentice handed over the items. Upon returning to her dwelling, her first act was to retrieve 2 storage bags, each containing 500 lower-grade spirit stones. and to neatly store the foundation-building elixirs. Once organized, the heavenly book stored the bags away. Jiang Yu produced a star plate and set up a formation, taking out the high-grade foundation-building elixir to examine closely. Although she was not an expert, the rich aroma of the elixir, the distinct patterns, and the lack of any irregular protrusions clearly indicated its high value. After placing the storage bags, the heavenly book leaned in to take a look. This elixir is indeed well crafted. The Dan poison is nearly non-existent and poses little effect on cultivators. Jiang Yu, eager to proceed, asked, "Should I consume it?" The heavenly book raised a hand to her forehead. "Close your eyes." Jiang Yu complied, tightly shutting her eyes, as their souls were intertwined. Her sea of consciousness did not reject the heavenly book, allowing it to perceive the current changes in Jiang Yu's spiritual roots and to assess whether the foundation-building elixir should be utilized. After a brief moment, the heavenly book released her hand, curiously observing Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu touched her face. "Do I look much better? One could easily mistake me for a wealthy lady." The heavenly book replied. "Not quite," Jiang Yu continued. "I have closely examined my spiritual roots. Your water spiritual root, due to the water spirit pearl, has undergone a transformative change. As for your fire spiritual root, it has also improved significantly due to your frequent practice with fireball talismans. However, the wood element." The heavenly book paused, causing Jiang Yu to feel inexplicably anxious, especially given the peculiar expression on its face. The heavenly book sighed, considering, perhaps it is due to our soul connection. While you cannot currently enter the space, it should still have an effect on you, leading to a more pronounced change in your wood spiritual root compared to your water spiritual root, possibly due to the presence of 3 wood elemental great demons within the space, a boundary-breaking entity, a blood demon fruit, and a tree that has consumed the bloodline of a great demon. Jiang Yu instinctively touched her forehead. "Is it truly possible?" The heavenly book continued, "Though your metal and earth spiritual roots have not changed much, the speed at which you absorb spiritual energy should have increased significantly." Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. "That sounds like good news." The heavenly book nodded. "Indeed, it is good news, especially since I have discovered your hidden lightning spiritual root, which took me by surprise. I am now quite curious. Can talismans be drawn to produce a lightning spiritual root?" The heavenly book shook its head firmly. "Not possible." Jiang Yu cautiously inquired, "Does that count as good news?" The heavenly book was uncertain how to respond, having initially observed that Jiang Yu possessed no hidden spiritual roots. It seemed as if this spiritual root had suddenly appeared, always present yet unnoticed. Thus, it could not discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, as it is currently beneficial to you, it should be regarded as good news, though if you wish to cultivate the lightning spiritual root, be prepared for hardship. Chapter 77. Struck by lightning. Jiang Yu laughed heartily. "You can't possibly mean I should draw the lightning." The heavenly book nodded. "Indeed, you will be struck by lightning." Jiang Yu exclaimed. "Why?" She was perplexed. Other spiritual roots could be cultivated by absorbing spiritual energy, yet cultivating a lightning spiritual root required enduring a lightning strike. Jiang Yu responded. The heavenly book comfortingly patted her head. "Do not dwell on the notion of being struck by lightning. You have yet to establish your foundation, and being struck now could be fatal." Jiang Yu fell silent. She resolved to keep the high-grade foundation-building elixir close at hand, determined to succeed in her foundation establishment this time. In the evening, many sought her guidance, even providing her with free materials for refining. Chu excitedly clapped on the stone table, exclaiming how generous the people of Linzhou City were. Jiang Yu offered her congratulations. "It seems you will be able to gather quite a few materials this time." "Not quite yet. I still need more materials," Chu replied. "By the way, Jiangdao friend, if you require any weapon refinement, feel free to approach me. I can offer you a favorable price if you provide me with the leftover scraps of the refining materials." Jiang Yu, intrigued, asked, "How much does a spirit boat cost?" Chu was taken aback. "Jiangdao friend, are you truly so affluent?" Jiang Yu quickly shook her head. "I am not. I merely seek a convenient mode of travel, a customized affordable option for personal use." Chu requested Jiang Yu to wait a moment, then retrieved a pen and paper from her storage bag, carefully inquiring about Jiang Yu's requirements, whether a single or double layer was needed, how many rooms, the desired speed, the number of layers for the formations, and the budget for materials. Jiang Yu was somewhat bewildered by the questions. Seeing that Jiang Yu truly had little knowledge, Chu proceeded to provide an introduction, briefly explaining the cost-effectiveness of various materials. The cheapest option was Gashan wood, but it was prone to shattering. It would be better to select the slightly more expensive Qingli wood. Although its color was not particularly appealing, applying a layer of varnish would suffice, and if damaged, only that area would need repair. If the overall structure used Qingli wood, the estimated cost would be around 500,000 lower-grade spirit stones, while the steering section would require iron essence for smoother operation. Although refined iron is cheaper, it is not advisable to use, especially when fleeing, as one would realize the importance of steering. This would cost approximately 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. If the cabin interior did not include any facilities, there would be no additional cost, as I can polish it for you free of charge. Zhang Yu's interest was piqued, so, the total comes to 600,000 lower-grade spirit stones? Yes, the framework alone costs that much. The expensive part lies in the overlapping formations, Chu Chu clarified. The most basic spells, space expansion, overall reinforcement, wind direction stabilization, as well as certain attack formations for escape, will all add to the cost. Zhang Yu felt overwhelmed. In the end, Chu Chu calculated the total price. For the most basic model, including the original framework, it would be around 30 million lower-grade spirit stones. Zhang Yu clutched her storage bag in distress. Her 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones needed to be reserved for upgrades. I cannot afford it. It's far too expensive, she lamented, nearly in tears. Chu Chu reassured her, it's quite normal. Only those from prominent families can afford such prices. After all, spirit boats require regular maintenance, and the formations must be re-engraved before they lose effectiveness. Even the spirit stones consumed for powering them represent a significant expense. Zhang Yu felt a pang in her heart. Purchasing is costly, but maintaining is even more so. Chu Chu sighed. The first spirit boat I crafted was alongside my master, custom-made for a prominent family, costing 80 million lower-grade spirit stones. Ultimately, I earned 20 million lower-grade spirit stones and some scraps of refining materials, only for my master to spend the 20 million on 20 gene of iron essence. Zhang Yu's eyes widened, experiencing for the first time the exorbitant costs associated with refining. She patted Chu Chu's shoulder. No wonder you're so frugal. I had thought that refining masters earned a lot. The earnings barely cover the materials, Chu Chu sighed. Zhang Yu added, by the way, I plan to enter seclusion starting tomorrow, though I am unsure how long it will last. Chu Chu smiled, reassuring her, no worries. While this place is somewhat remote, it does belong to the city lord's private domain, so there shouldn't be anyone to disturb you. Just focus on your cultivation. Zhang Yu felt relieved. That's good. When you emerge from seclusion, I would like to invite you to visit the illusion realm of Master Song, the refiner. Chu Chu blushed slightly. I came here alone, only knowing you, and you seem quite trustworthy. The illusion realm of a refiner? Zhang Yu asked curiously, what can be done there? Chu Chu explained, that is a creation left by Master Song before his ascension, said to contain valuable items. However, over the years, many have entered, yet none have found anything, so it is likely just a rumor. In any case, it features numerous challenges that can sharpen one's mind, benefiting cultivation. I wish to observe Master Song's refining techniques, but if I become too engrossed, I might encounter danger, so I need a companion. Zhang Yu immediately asked, is it true that only pairs of cultivators can enter? Chu Chu nodded. Zhang Yu cheerfully agreed. All right, I will accompany you. I am also curious to see it. If it weren't for you, I doubt I could enter that illusion realm. Initially, Zhang Yu meticulously set up a grand spirit gathering array as prescribed by the celestial tome, utilizing exclusively mid-grade spirit stones, all of which were expended. In addition to the mid-grade stones, she constructed several smaller spirit gathering arrays encircled by low-grade spirit stones as a supplementary source. Furthermore, the celestial tome produced a spring of spiritual water on Earth during their time in the minor secret realm. At that time, amidst a tumultuous beast tide, Zhang Yu seized the opportunity alongside the celestial tome to excavate valuable items, ultimately discovering a bottle of spiritual water while harvesting the vibrantly hued bamboo. The bottle bore a crack, thus the vibrant bamboo thrived remarkably and was subsequently transplanted into the spatial realm. The spiritual water was utilized by the mouse treasure to cultivate medicinal herbs, albeit with a slight wastage. Nevertheless, the low-tier herbs thrived, ensuring that consumption by cultivators would pose no issue. As the celestial tome spoke, it extended a new white porcelain bottle, the previous one having shattered entirely. Zhang Yu inquired, must I consume it all? Indeed, it can enhance your constitution, replied the celestial tome. Zhang Yu nodded solemnly, retrieving a cushion to sit in the center of the grand spirit gathering array. Once seated in a meditative posture, she uncorked the bottle and consumed the spiritual water in one swift motion. As Jiang Yu gradually closed her eyes, the rich and potent spiritual energy of the grand array began to circulate, and she instantaneously entered a state of cultivation, striving toward the foundational establishment phase. The celestial tome, cradling a high-grade foundation establishment pill, quietly stood guard nearby. Chapter 78. Successful foundation establishment within the tranquil room. Jiang Yu formed hand seals and channeled spiritual energy. It felt as if a cluster of spiritual flames had been cast into her serene dantian, causing the dense mist-like energy to undergo a dramatic transformation, swirling together like a miniature tornado, rapidly increasing in density. Jiang Yu clenched her jaw tightly, intensifying her absorption of spiritual power. The celestial tome swiftly dispersed the depleted mid-grade spirit stones from the spirit gathering array, allowing the nearby smaller arrays to continuously supply spiritual energy. The process of Jiang Yu's advancement was relatively devoid of danger. Everything unfolded as if it were destined. However, one significant hurdle remained: the colossal demand for spiritual energy required by her five-element spiritual roots. Even after depleting the mid-grade spirit stones, she still found herself lacking. Reluctantly, the celestial tome continued to arrange the spirit gathering arrays. Once Jiang Yu's breath stabilized and her state of meditation deepened, the celestial tome finally exhaled in relief. She had succeeded in her foundation establishment. Following her success, Jiang Yu absorbed spiritual energy at a rate several times greater than before. As she naturally regulated her breathing, the scattered spiritual energy seemed to be irresistibly drawn into her body, circulating through her meridians and ultimately converging in her dantian. The celestial tome comforted her. The energy required for five-element spiritual roots is inherently vast, especially considering you possess a lightning spiritual root as well. Jiang Yu briefly closed her eyes, acknowledging it is quite normal to face difficulties in the early stages. After all, I do possess 5 spiritual roots. The celestial tome waved away the discarded spirit stones and inquired, "How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort or obstruction? Is your foundation as solid as a rock?" Upon hearing Jiang Yu's assurance, the celestial tome relaxed. "That is good. Here is the foundation establishment pill for you. You may sell it again." Jiang Yu accepted the porcelain bottle. "All right, I shall find another place to sell it. Otherwise, if it is purchased and then returned, that alchemist apprentice would surely be quite vexed." Never did she expect to advance to the foundation establishment phase so swiftly, her eyes closing and reopening with success achieved. She would be able to accompany Chu Chu to explore the artifact refining master's illusion tomorrow. Though she remained uncertain if the illusion had opened yet, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Possessing 5-element spiritual roots did not render her useless. The celestial tome remarked, "You have been in seclusion for 5 days. Jiang Yu responded, She cleared her throat and shifted the subject. "Now that I have reached the foundation establishment phase, I can venture into the Sword Tomb secret realm. I recall that in the story, Shin Qingwei preemptively seized the Moonshadow Sword from Xiao Qingyue, while Xiao Qingyue received the Phoenix Tail Qin as compensation." The celestial tome queried, "Do you desire these two?" Jiang Yu shook her head. "The Moonshadow Sword is clearly tailored for Xiao Qingyue. It would be of no use to me as for the Phoenix Tail Qin. I do not play the instrument, so it serves no purpose for me. I intend to explore other items." She planned to select a weapon that suited her well, quietly awaiting the closure of the secret realm to be transported away. Far from the main protagonist group, simply biding her time, it was rumored that spiritual artifacts within the Sword Tomb secret realm could give rise to artifact spirits. While Jiang Yu felt a tinge of curiosity, it was regrettable that she had not finished reading the book and remained unaware of the truth. The celestial tome raised an eyebrow slightly. The emergence of artifact spirits from spiritual artifacts is nearly impossible. Only ancient artifacts have the potential to give rise to artifact spirits. Thus, unless the Sword Tomb secret realm harbors such artifacts, descending to the mortal realm, Jiang Yu frowned. That seems highly unlikely. Even the heavenly protagonist, despite their extraordinary luck, has never wielded an ancient artifact, let alone encountered an artifact spirit. After tidying up the room, Jiang Yu requested the celestial tome to guard it while she took a moment to freshen up. Half an hour later, she emerged feeling invigorated, sensing a lightness in her being, free from the previous heaviness. The day is still young. Do you wish to visit the artifact refining square? Inquired the celestial tome. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. Let us go. It is a good opportunity to observe Daoist Chu's refining techniques and perhaps glean some information about that Master Song's illusion. With her decision made, Jiang Yu secured the courtyard door and stepped outside. After inquiring about the location of the artifact refining square, she strode forth with purpose. The artifact refining square, a wave of heat enveloped her. As one approached, the warmth infiltrated their clothing, reddening their eyes and causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads. As Jiang Yu walked over, she happened upon Chu at her refining station, where a towering column of flames suddenly erupted, momentarily startling those nearby. However, Chu quickly regained her composure, deftly retrieving materials to commence the forging process, her right hand skillfully wielding a chisel with precision, setting her apart from those around her who appeared flustered. Who is she, and how did she arrive at the artifact refining square without fear of having her techniques learned by others? Murmured a cultivator to a companion. Jiang Yu discreetly moved closer, overhearing. She seems to be from the northern continent, though I wonder which sect she belongs to. Perhaps she has come to acclimate herself ahead of the grand competition. She certainly does not hold back. I've observed her over the past few days, and her forging techniques are markedly more stable in the products she produces. It appears she possesses an innate talent for artifact refinement. The materials obey her every command. I witnessed her liquefy iron into exceedingly fine strands, but I cannot fathom their purpose. Speaking of which, she deviates from traditional methods, infusing her creations with unique concepts. I saw a female cultivator commission a long whip, adorned with barbed spikes, flexible in form, though the female cultivator did not demonstrate its use, so I remain uncertain. Remarkable! Exclaimed a circle of cultivators, expressing admiration for the female cultivator's extraordinary talent in artifact refinement. Jiang Yu gazed from a distance at the flushed Chu, dressed in a slightly faded red short outfit, her physique accentuated by a leather belt. Her long, dark hair was casually tied back, and her large, beautiful eyes gleamed in the vibrant firelight. Celestial Tome, do you know what I am thinking? Jiang Yu transmitted her thoughts. The Celestial Tome considered for a moment. You are marveling at how formidable Chu is. Are you not? Jiang Yu shook her head. It is more than that. I am reflecting on how such an exceptional female cultivator is not relegated to the role of a supporting character or cannon fodder as designated by the original author. It truly is splendid. She exists outside the confines of the narrative. She can flourish freely, venturing toward broader horizons. Chapter 79. Song Changlin. Fortunately, the crowd gathered around Chu's artifact refinement provided some respite from the sweltering heat. Observing the throng, Jiang Yu approached a kindly-looking female cultivator to inquire about the illusion left by Master Song. This female cultivator was among those intending to enter the illusion and, being a local, possessed a deeper understanding of the matter. After a detailed explanation from the female cultivator, Jiang Yu gained a foundational grasp of the illusion. Approximately 10 million years ago, during an era teeming with prodigious talents. Apart from the illustrious Lu Hua immortal, there existed a cultivator by the name of Song Changlin. Song Changlin possessed both earth and fire spiritual roots, with average cultivation aptitude. However, upon delving into artifact refinement, he experienced meteoric advancement, appearing as if he were born for this craft. His numerous innovative forging techniques remain essential knowledge for aspiring artifact refiners to this day. In essence, he elevated the practice of artifact refinement and laid a solid foundation for its future development. The spiritual vessel, known as the Linzhou, evolved from the flying disc spirit artifact he crafted, which has since become an indispensable item for travel. After ascending, he reworked the first spiritual artifact he had created, the Xian Tianjing, and placed it in Lingquan City, renaming it the Xian Tian Illusion. The illusion crafted by Master Song comprises 9 levels, tailored to the cultivation context of their time. Aimed at fortifying one's willpower and consciousness, it is said that those who traverse the illusion find it exceedingly difficult to be swayed or to develop inner demons. Moreover, should fortune favor them, they may observe Master Song's forging techniques firsthand, which is the ultimate aspiration of artifact refiners. Thus, although it is a 9-layer illusion, it is, in essence, a realm within a realm, capable of myriad variations, with each individual's experience within it being distinct. Jiang Yu remarked, indeed. The female cultivator nodded in agreement, precisely. With a soft sigh, Jiang Yu turned her gaze toward Chu Chu. I hope we can encounter Master Song. The female cultivator's expression brightened with longing. Many share that sentiment. However, even a single entry is worthwhile. Jiang Yu concurred, acknowledging, indeed. After all, the entry fee is merely 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, truly a benevolent act. Was that female cultivator you were observing just now? The female cultivator inquired with curiosity. Jiang Yu affirmed, yes, I intend to enter alongside her. The female cultivator smiled. She truly is the finest artifact refiner I have ever encountered. Though her current limitations prevent her from crafting high-grade spiritual artifacts, she merely requires time to mature. My name is Cheng Wan, and I have also come to participate in this refining instrument conference. Jiang Yu smiled. That's wonderful. You can compete on the same stage, and I will cheer for you both. Cheng Wan shook her head slightly. I cannot compare to her. Moreover, if there are indeed treasures in that illusion, I truly hope she can obtain them. She is the most likely person I have encountered to become the second master song of refining. Just as Jiang Yu was about to speak, suggesting that the treasure was merely a legend, a discordant voice abruptly intruded. The second master song of refining will undoubtedly emerge from the Song family. How could it possibly be this unknown woman? Cheng Wan turned to glare. Have some dignity. Master Song was expelled from the Song family due to his lack of talent. All his honors are unrelated to them. It was the Song family that shamelessly claimed to be his descendants after his ascension. Besides, thankfully, no one has ascended from the Bihue continent for countless years. If anyone from the Song family were to ascend to the upper realms, they would likely be kicked back down immediately. Master Song cannot afford to lose face. Cheng Wan snorted coldly, looking down on this person. Jiang Yu glanced over and saw that the individual was clad in a light gray robe, embroidered with the character Song. Could this be a member of the Song family? Do you dare to look down on female cultivators? Jiang Yu's voice turned slightly cold. Is it based on your refining skills, or merely your surname? Cheng Wan scoffed. Even Master Song acknowledged that his wife possessed greater talent than he did. What right does a dog, who emerged from who knows where, have to bark recklessly? After saying this, Cheng Wan explained to Jiang Yu. Master Song's wife was named Xiaoning. She only made custom pieces for a few friends, so not much is known about her, but her reputation is on par with Master Song. He merely left behind an illusion for future generations to cultivate. Initially, the Song family even tried to monopolize it, only to be refused entry by the illusion. At this point, Cheng Wan could not help but laugh. Who would have thought that everyone except the Song family could enter the Xuantiang illusion? Jiang Yu laughed uncontrollably. They can't even get in, yet they dream of producing a second Master Song. Cheng Wan lowered her voice. They even think of bribing someone to search for treasures inside. Most people are unwilling, and those who are willing find nothing upon entry. They are simply not fated. Jiang Yu inquired softly. Is the Song family quite powerful in Linzhou City? Not really, but ever since Master Song. The Song family has focused on nurturing refining masters, and has indeed cultivated some exceptionally talented individuals, Cheng Wan replied, casting a glance at the person from the Song family who was discreetly leaving. So, they still hold some sway, but it doesn't matter. Jiang Yu was puzzled. Can the Song family still boldly seek trouble? As long as I say what I just said, more than half of Linzhou City will agree with me. The remaining few, who are business partners with the Song family, will probably choose to remain silent, so it doesn't matter, Cheng Wan stated. Jiang Yu felt relieved. She had been a bit worried that her words might bring trouble to Chu Chu. But it seemed unlikely. I have something to attend to. I will see you in the illusion that day, Cheng Wan said, waving her hand to bid farewell to tea that moment. Chu Chu was also finishing her refining and was walking towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Daoist. Look, Jiang Yu gazed at the slender, iron-like object and curiously asked, what is this? Iron essence. Chu Chu said with great joy, I plan to use this to create a spiritual tool, a brand new spiritual tool. Tian Shu expressed astonishment. Iron essence is extremely difficult to refine. To achieve this is truly a gift. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu could not help but feel excited about the final product. By the way, I just met a fellow cultivator and inquired about the illusion. The two casually chatted while walking towards their residence. Jiang Yu also curiously asked about Xiaoning. Chu Chu nodded. Yes. Master Xiaoning is even more formidable. However, the blueprints she left behind are scarce. Just one exquisite jade armor was enough for the Feng family to become one of the 4 great families. That speaks volumes about her prowess. Moreover, It is said that the formations inscribed upon it number a full 9 turns, and the Feng family's ancestors relied on that jade armor to dominate. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Feng family? Right, Jiang Daoist. Although the external time to enter the illusion is only 1 day and 1 night, within the illusion, one must endure for 9 days and nights. So be prepared, Chu Chu advised. Jiang Yu nodded. She had 3 days to prepare adequately. Chapter 80. Xuantiang Illusion. 3 days later, the Xuantiang Illusion opened wide, allowing all cultivators wishing to enter to queue up and pay at the small grove beside the refining instrument square. Jiang Yu and Chu Chu arrived early, worried that there would be too many people and long queues. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the situation was manageable, and they did not have to wait long. As they inquired along the way, they learned that the illusion had existed for such a long time that most people had already entered it. Those who had entered once found no need to go in again, which explained the relatively low numbers. The small grove was not large. There was a small courtyard in front and a room in the back. The illusion was placed in front of the room, which was also where Master Song and Master Ning resided before their ascension. Simple and clean. It was at this moment that Jiang Yu finally beheld the Xuantiang illusion. The illusion stood about a zhang high, 33 meters, oval in shape, wide enough for 5 people to stand side by side. The corners were adorned with cloud patterns carved with a chisel, and at the very center above, there was an embedded emerald spirit pearl. However, the pearl appeared as though it had been forcefully smashed in, surrounded by cracks, looking as if it would shatter at any moment. Yet, the fissures had only opened halfway, allowing a clear view of anyone who approached. Jiang Yu curiously glanced at the gatekeeper, only to be pulled by Chu Chu to pay for the spirit stones. Then, arm in arm, they waited in front of the mirror. When it was their turn to enter, they stepped into the mirrored eye. In an instant, a chilling, watery aura enveloped them, but the next moment, they found themselves dazed, standing on solid grass. Before them lay an endless expanse of grassland, with gentle undulations concealed beneath the knee-high grass. As if it were all connected, a gentle breeze brushed past, the grass rustling against their robes, and a faint scent of grass lingered in the air, calming their minds. The scene and fragrance were so comforting that they felt an overwhelming desire to lie down and empty their thoughts. Everything in this world seemed unimportant. Lying down was all that mattered. Is this truly an illusion? Can we dig up these heart-gathering grasses? Little you must try, Tian Shu excitedly urged, reaching out to tentatively grasp the tips of the grass. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality and quickly communicated. Is it valuable? Not really. It only makes the atmosphere more pleasant when planted in a small world. While it has a slight calming effect, it is not significant, Tian Shu replied cheerfully. With that, Jiang Yu half squatted down, testing the grass's firmness before retrieving a shovel from her storage pouch. Chu Chu observed Jiang Yu's actions, thinking she had discovered something, and immediately half squatted down as well, only to see Jiang Daoist pulling out a shovel. Jiang Daoist intends to dig up the grass? Jiang Daoist? Chu Chu questioned, pointing at the grass. What are you doing? Jiang Yu lowered her voice cautiously. I want to see if this grass can be taken. I won't dig it all up, just 1 or 2. Chu Chu was somewhat bewildered. Isn't this an illusion? Illusions also require support. It can't all be fake, Jiang Yu replied, raising her hand to grasp a tuft of grass while the shovel went down to dig. Clang. Chu Chu was momentarily stunned. Did I just hear the sound of swords clashing? Jiang Yu. She heard it too. So this grass is indeed real. What a pity. Tian Shu displayed an expression of regret, realizing that this trip to the illusion could only serve as an experience. Suddenly, Jiang Yu inhaled sharply, raising her left hand. The once soft grass she had grasped had transformed into an incredibly sharp weapon, the serrated edges slicing her hand, blood dripping and disappearing into the grass. Chu Chu immediately looked at the grass, which continued to sway in the wind, showing no signs of change, and the serrations were nowhere to be seen. Jiang Yu composed herself and earnestly inquired, Has anyone ever died in Master Song's illusion? Chu Chu shook her head. No. Jiang Yu felt a slight sense of relief, glancing back at her hand. The injury is real, and the blood is real. This is not an illusion. But the grass before us is an illusion. And we are trapped here, Jiang Yu curiously asked. Is the illusion subject to constant change? Otherwise, if previous cultivators have gone through it, they could produce a guidebook, making it useful for countless others. Chu Chu was astonished. I had never considered that. After all, those who come here are meant to train, so they probably wouldn't buy a guidebook. Come, we must break through the first layer of the illusion to escape. Jiang Yu said, slowly rising and surveying her surroundings. Chu Daoist, do you have any ideas? Chu Chu, somewhat shy, wrung her hands. When I first entered, I thought about setting everything ablaze. I figured that would likely reveal a way out. Some people often said she lacked common sense and acted solely on instinct without much thought. Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Exactly. A refining master focused on one task wouldn't have so many tricks. Instead, some people overthink it, fearing the grass might transform into a weapon at any moment, and their minds are filled with how to avoid the grass and find a way out. But really? Setting it ablaze would suffice. With that thought, Jiang Yu looked at Chu Chu. Chu Daoist, let us do as you suggested and burn it. Chu Chu, lacking confidence, replied, shall I give it a try? Jiang Yu encouraged her. Give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chu gazed at the endless grass before her, forming hand seals as pure fire element spiritual power surged forth, creating a round fireball between her hands. The fireball's hue was unusually deep, its flames fierce and intense. The pure fire energy contained within swirled the very air around it, as though on the verge of an explosive eruption. Jiang Yu was taken aback and glanced at Chu Chu, whose expression had transformed entirely. Her gaze was focused, and her movements were sharp and decisive. Go! The fireball was propelled forward in an instant, the searing flames erupting and spreading like a phoenix engulfed in flames. Slowly unfurling its wings, igniting every blade of grass within sight, as if capable of incinerating the first layer of the illusion. The air grew unbearably hot, making it difficult to breathe. Indeed, Jiang Yu watched in astonishment as every blade of grass was utterly consumed by the flames. Chu Chu had truly forged a path. Before the celestial tome could marvel at the fiery phoenix form, the scorched ground began sprouting small shoots, prompting it to urgently alert Jiang Yu. Xiao Yu. Hurry, the grass on this path grows infinitely. Jiang Yu quickly responded. The grass in the illusion grows infinitely. We must make haste. Chu Chu promptly acknowledged, leading the way while Jiang Yu followed closely behind. As they sprinted forward, Jiang Yu cast a glance at the heart consolidation grass. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she pondered if the grass could be taken. With that thought in mind, Jiang Yu seized a handful of grass with her spade. Chapter 81. Trouble outside, what the hell? Jiang Yu exclaimed in frustration, instantly attracting several gazes. Chu Chu glanced at Jiang Yu's mud-stained and bloodied hand, formed a cleansing gesture, and inquired, Jiang Daoist, do you have any healing ointment? Only then did Jiang Yu realize and raise her head, feeling embarrassed. Indeed, there were only she and Chu Chu in the first layer of the illusion, but the second layer boasted at least dozens of cultivators. Thus, dozens of eyes had witnessed a female cultivator exclaiming, what the hell? With a bloodied left hand. Jiang Yu replied, I have elixirs. Saying this, she lowered her head and produced a vial of elixir gifted by her alchemist apprenticeship, applying a drop to her wound, which healed at a visibly rapid pace from the serrated grass. Jiang Daoist, do not be disheartened. The grass in the illusion is but a mirage, while the grass outside is real. You may dig it up, and I shall accompany you. Chu Chu earnestly reassured her, not perceiving Jiang Yu's actions as embarrassing. She mused. Perhaps Jiang Daoist truly harbors a fondness for that little grass. Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly, it's fine. I will nurture it well, and it will surely flourish in abundance. With the awkward smile fading, Jiang Yu donned a serious expression, declaring, to gain it is my fortune, to lose it my fate. It seems that the grass is not meant for me. Let us first discover how to exit this layer of the secret realm. Seeing that Jiang Yu was indeed all right, Chu Chu felt relieved and said, then let us proceed ahead. The only breakthrough point in the second layer of the illusion should be that pool. Jiang Yu nodded with a smile and then turned to glare at the celestial tome. The tome, puzzled, wondered why it was being glared at. After obtaining the item, it should naturally be stored in the spatial realm for planting. Soon, the two arrived at the pool's edge, where 7 or 8 cultivators were gathered, while others were seated at a distance, meditating to recuperate. Jiang Yu swiftly scanned the area and noted that each person bore traces of some sort. It seemed the first layer was not so easy to navigate after all. Jiang Daoist, I've observed this pool for a while. It's merely a pool, Chu Chu remarked, somewhat disheartened, stretching her neck to look, finding it still just a pool, albeit with murky water. Jiang Yu leaned in for a closer look. The pool was pristine and crystal clear, and precisely because it was so clear, there appeared to be no passage or anything of the sort. Everything could be seen at a glance. After observing the pool, Jiang Yu turned her gaze to the surroundings. The second layer of the illusion was smaller than the first. Aside from the pool, the rest was bare, hard earth, devoid of even a single weed. And the sky hung low, casting a heavy gloom. Chu noticed Jiang Yu looking up and followed suit, her expression puzzled. This fiery red sun feels hot even to me. Are we meant to drink from the pool and seek a way forward? But the water is too dirty to drink. Jiang Yu suddenly turned to Chu. In this dark, oppressive sky, where is there a fiery red sun? With narrowed eyes, Jiang Yu lowered her voice to ask. Chu Taoist, how much did we lose when we first met? Chu, confused, replied, 10,000. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she was indeed real. She proceeded to share her observations of the differences she noted. Chu frowned slightly. Jiang Taoist, you see a dark sky and clear water in the pool, while I see a cloudless blue sky, but the pool's water appears murky. Which of our visions is the truth? Jiang Yu surveyed the other cultivators, who seemed to be wary of one another. Wary? The illusion merely serves to train individuals. It does not kill, and there are no treasures within. Why the mutual vigilance? Something felt amiss. Jiang Yu pulled Chu aside and adopted a meditative posture, as those others did, to recover. Chu whispered, Jiang Taoist, do you find those cultivators to be suspicious? Jiang Yu nodded gently, conveying her concerns. After so many years of countless cultivators entering this illusion, it has merely been a means of self-training. Even if not paired, they would not be so wary of each other. It feels quite strange. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, having sensed an unsettling feeling since entering the second layer of the illusion. Initially, she thought it was merely the heightened level of the illusion that made her cautious. But it appeared otherwise. If the issue did not lie within the illusion itself, it must be external. The illusion is open to all. Although there are rumors of treasures, no one has found them in millennia, rendering them likely just rumors. The cultivators entering are merely seeking self-improvement and cannot do much. Hence, the only possibility is the Song family, the only family rejected by the illusion, the only family believing that the treasure may truly exist. Jiang Yu's gaze fell, contemplating that the Song family, continually denied by the illusion, might have discovered a way in, and they had unfortunately stumbled upon this moment. Just then, the second layer of the illusion quivered, followed closely by someone joyfully calling out, Jiang Taoist. Jiang Yu was taken aback and looked up. Jiang Taoist? Cheng Wan approached with a bright expression, and upon seeing Chu, she waved with a smile. I saw you at the refining square. Your techniques are remarkable, both meticulous and swift, especially when refining the cloud shadow green gold. Your impurity removal was excellent. Why do you all look so peculiar? Chu, glancing at her back, inquired, did you notice anything unusual upon entering? Did you enter alone, Cheng Taoist? When did you come in? Jiang Yu asked. Cheng Wan shook her head. I did not come alone. However, upon entering, the illusion separated us. I should be among the first batch to enter. After a long climb on the celestial ladder, I finally reached the second layer, not expecting you both to arrive so swiftly. Chu hastily questioned. Cheng Taoist, what color is the sky? And what does the pool water look like? Cheng Wan curiously looked up at the sky. There are many clouds above, and it looks quite pleasant. As for the pool, let me take a look. Cheng Wan proceeded towards the pool. Chu urged her to sit down and recounted the differing scenes she and Jiang Yu had observed. Jiang Yu felt an 8/10 certainty that something had gone awry outside. Chapter 82. Breaking the second layer of the illusion upon Jiang Yu's words, Chu and Cheng Wan exchanged glances and simultaneously inquired, do you suspect the Song family? Jiang Yu nodded, her gaze involuntarily drifting to the pool. I refuse to believe that the Song family has been inactive over the years. What if they genuinely believe there are treasures in the illusion? What if, after all these years, a remnant of Song's alchemist's soul has weakened, allowing them to exploit the situation and infiltrate? Cheng Wan's expression darkened as she furrowed her brow. That is indeed a strong possibility. The Song family has long coveted the Xintian illusion, but they have lacked opportunity. Then what shall we do? Should we destroy the Xintian illusion and escape? Chu replied gravely, suddenly producing a chisel. Jiang Yu urged Chu to quickly stow away her weapon and then lowered her voice. What everyone is witnessing in the illusion has likely changed due to a powerful external assault. But we must continue to break through. Cheng Wan quickly grasped the situation. If there are indeed treasures, They are most likely within the 9th layer of the illusion, and the Song family will undoubtedly pursue them. We must traverse all 9 layers of the illusion to escape. Chu put away her chisel, but we have no idea how to break through this 2nd layer of the illusion. It feels utterly bewildering, Jiang Yu contemplated. After all, this illusion was crafted by Song's alchemist, based on scenes from the past and her own mental state. Therefore, Jiang Yu proposed, Chu Daoist, the fiery red sun and the murky pool water suggest that we are refining under intense flames. Could that pool be the sword-washing pool? Chu's eyes sparkled with realization as she retrieved a small furnace from her storage bag, igniting it with long-burning spirit charcoal and adding spirit wood to kindle the flames. Changwan looked on enviously. I did not see a fiery red sun. And I noticed fish and aquatic plants in the pool. I asked, the spirit tool you refine more on the gentle side? Jiang Yu inquired. Changwan suddenly recalled something and produced a long ribbon from her storage bag. The ribbon was a pale pink hue, crafted from snow cloud gauze, adorned with 2 conical spirit tools at either end, featuring a round hole to embed a spirit gemstone, emphasizing a balance of softness and strength, suitable as both an elegant accessory and a sudden weapon. However, Changwan always felt something was amiss, so she kept it tucked away in her storage bag, contemplating whether the pressure of the upcoming weapon forging competition might spark new inspiration. This weapon was her heart's torment, as she often believed her talent was lacking, yet she truly loved the art of forging. She envied others, gritted her teeth, and worked diligently, yearning to achieve the best she could and aspiring to become a formidable weaponsmith like those she admired. It turned out to be her obsession, and the master blacksmith song had illuminated her path. Changwan's eyes sparkled as she removed the previously conical weapon, eliminating the depressions of the Lingbao city, restoring the Zuyunsha to its original, complete form. She then took out the gems she had prepared for embedding, ground them into powder, and after tempering them with fire, mixed in meteorite iron. After skillfully refining it into delicate, soft threads and securing them within the Zuyunsha, she retrieved a basin filled with a substance reminiscent of fresh blood. This was the crimson essence I had concocted using the Yinling insect. Changwan softly explained, submerging the Zuyunsha into it, akin to a fish frolicking in water, both movement and stillness exuding beauty. At one time, I was mocked for merely forging a knife, yet dared to proclaim myself a genius. Thus, I began to devise ways to produce a greater variety of spirit tools. But why should forging a knife be deemed inferior? What significance do the opinions of others hold? I simply adore forging. I am indeed a genius. Chu's eyes shimmered with light as she watched the chopping knife take shape, step by step, revealing its brilliance. Ding! A flash of spiritual light appeared in Jiang Yu's sea of consciousness. As if the clouds had parted, revealing a bright path, she realized. No wonder this illusion is meant to refine the heart. For these were not the guidance of Master Song at all, but rather the obsessions hidden within her own heart. Even she had already discovered a solution, yet had failed to take that crucial step, always hesitating and mulling over various thoughts. In truth, one simply needs to act according to their heart's desire. Jiang Yu slowly rose, gazing at the darkened sky. She had traversed through the pages of a book, feeling that the protagonist of fate possessed everything, while the reborn supporting character was also favored. Thus she harbored trepidation towards the will of fate, but it was merely one realm after all. What does it matter if she defied the will of heaven? The rules of fate are set for the sake of humanity, for the stability of the world, not to grant special privileges to any individual. Who among them would not conceal such deeds? What is there to fear? Jiang Yu drew forth a hammer taller than herself, raised her head to the sky, and bellowed. What is there to fear? As her voice echoed, the many cultivators in the 2nd layer of the illusion witnessed the frenzied grass woman suddenly hoisting the massive hammer and striking it against the heavens, exuding an overwhelming momentum as if to bring the sky crashing down. In Jiang Yu's eyes, she truly brought it down. The dark, oppressive sky gradually transformed, slowly becoming bright and distant, dispelling the sense of heaviness. The Book of Heaven gently patted Jiang Yu's head, saying, "Little Yu, do not go mad." Jiang Yu replied, "That I just broke through my mental state." The Book of Heaven scrutinized Jiang Yu closely and noticed she seemed indeed different, as if the oppressive weight had lifted from her entire being. "What have you experienced?" Jiang Yu conveyed her recent thoughts. Book of Heaven, were the ancient cultivators truly this formidable? The Book of Heaven nodded seriously. After all, at that time, Spiritual energy was more abundant than now. Refining qi and establishing foundations took at most 10 days, golden cores were plentiful, and nascent souls were easily cultivated. Just as Jiang Yu was about to express her envy, a mirror suddenly appeared before her, serving as a passageway to the third layer of the illusion. Yet Chu Chu and Cheng Wan were still engrossed in their forging, requiring more time to inscribe the formations. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, stowed away the large hammer, and waited patiently, preparing to join them once they finished their forging. The sky of the second layer of the illusion would not change. So Jiang Yu could only estimate the passage of time. Approximately 2 hours later, Cheng Wan, drenched in sweat, came to a halt, and at that moment, a mirror appeared. Cheng Wan, astonished, pointed ahead, quickly looking towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu relayed an explanation through thought. The light in Cheng Wan's eyes sparkled with a clarity she had never seen before. So my stumbling block was myself. With that, she laughed again, adding, but that is no longer the case. Jiang Yu sincerely congratulated her. Congratulations? Cheng Wan smiled and nodded. Mutual congratulations. When Chu Chu, brimming with excitement, completed her forging and a mirror appeared, another 2 hours had passed. She had yet to share her joy when Jiang Yu and Cheng Wan swiftly pulled her along, urging her to leap into the mirror. If they lingered any longer, the cultivators on the other side would soon begin brandishing their swords. Threatening how to break the boundary. Chapter 83. Fourth layer of the illusion red. A vivid crimson, it was everywhere, with molten lava surging in every direction. Hot. Even the air was scalding, and the slightest strain in breathing felt as though it would incinerate her throat and lungs to ashes. Jiang Yu swallowed hard, sensing the heat rising in her throat, and murmured in a low, hoarse voice, "Is this a volcano?" Chu Chu and Cheng Wan excitedly turned to Jiang Yu, speaking in unison. "This is the highest grade fire vein." Cheng Wan reached out to test the temperature of the air, her eyes filled with longing. Forging here would surely yield extraordinary results. Chu Chu was beside herself with excitement. If this fire vein were free? "I could sleep here," Jiang Yu interjected. "Thought that would be entirely unnecessary." The three of them emerged from the mirror and found themselves in the third layer of the illusion. It was evident the third layer was situated deep within the earth, surrounded by dark brown stone caves, with the sight of boiling lava before them. The air was scorching, making it unbearable to linger for even a moment. The exit was easily identifiable. There lay a narrow, straight path amidst the roaring lava, just wide enough for one person to tread carefully. The surging waves of lava lapped at the narrow path, and it felt as though a single misstep would lead to a fate of obliteration. Leaving nothing but a wisp of smoke, Jiang Yu felt her mouth dry, her throat parched, and her mind foggy. They should proceed forward, yet she wondered if the lava would suddenly surge up and block the path. Chu Chu spoke, taking a few steps ahead to gauge the ferocity of the lava, inhaling sharply. "Fellow Taoists, we seem to be in a bit of trouble." Cheng Wan also put away her smile and walked forward, her gaze following the lava to the narrow path, only to find it seemed to stretch on infinitely. No end? Jiang Yu was bewildered. What kind of exit has no end? The Book of Heaven patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, offering comfort. This illusion isn't said to be lethal, so perhaps you should consider what this layer is truly testing. Jiang Yu gently shook her head and transmitted her thoughts. What if the Song family attacks the illusion, causing it to truly become deadly? I cannot afford to take that gamble. The Book of Heaven's expression grew serious. This hinges on whether Master Song harbored resentment during the forging of this spirit tool, whether such feelings might be woven into the forging process, and whether encountering someone from the Song family would rekindle those emotions. Jiang Yu felt a surge of anger, gritting her teeth, yet she quickly composed herself and strode forward. Tentatively approaching the narrow path, her gaze fixed upon the roiling lava, as someone whose talent was not particularly high and who had been expelled from the Song family, did Master Song's heart not also endure torment akin to this lava? Jiang Yu pondered softly, taking another step. Master Song had risen from humble beginnings, persevering to the end, relying not only on his skill in forging, but also on his fearlessness and courage. It was merely a path. She would forge ahead, for the path had not no end. It was simply concealed in a place not easily seen, shrouded in darkness. As long as she pressed forward, she would find the light at the end of the tunnel. Resolving this, Jiang Yu took a deep breath. I will go first. The Book of Heaven quietly perched on Jiang Yu's shoulder, steadying her as they both regarded the fierce, surging lava, while also observing the determination etched upon Jiang Yu's face. Now warmed by the heat, the path was arduous. At times, both feet could move in tandem, while at other times, only the heels could brush against the toes as they cautiously advanced. Yet no matter the challenges that arose, Jiang Yu pressed forward unwaveringly, not pausing for a moment. The road ahead appeared to extend indefinitely, and the lava began to creep up onto the path. After walking for an hour, Jiang Yu felt as though she was still traversing onward. So she continued on. "Jiang Daoist, it seems the lava cannot be taken away." Chu Chu called out from behind, sounding a bit regretful. She finally understood why Jiang Daoist had a fondness for grass. She too appreciated the lava. Jiang Yu chuckled. "There may be something outside that can be taken. Let's give it a try once we're back outside." With that, she turned around and pressed on. Suddenly, Jiang Yu thought she had imagined something and came to a halt, but she quickly regained her resolve and strode forward with determination. With her final step onto solid ground, the scene before her shifted dramatically, transporting her to the fourth layer of the illusion. Before long, Chu Chu and Chang Wan also arrived one after another, and the three of them stood together once more. The fourth layer was bustling with cultivators. And a quick count revealed at least 100, Chu Chu exclaimed. "So there are so many powerful individuals." Chang Wan furrowed her brow and swiftly pulled the two away, distancing them from the crowded cultivators. "There are members of the Song family, including the youngest forging genius, Song Yuanlin. His name, with 3 characters, shares 2 with Master Song. It's intentional." Chu Chu whispered. "How formidable is he?" Though Chang Wan harbored disdain for the Song family, she spoke honestly. "Song Yuanlin is indeed quite impressive, but I will certainly bet on your victory at the forging competition." Jiang Yu's interest was piqued. "Is there a betting pool?" Chang Wan nodded. "Yes, newcomers like you, Daoist Chu, have high odds." Jiang Yu patted Chu Chu's shoulder, stating earnestly, "I will bet on you to win once I get out." Chu Chu was equally excited. "I will bet on myself to win as well." The Book of Heaven sighed in exasperation. "First, see what this fourth layer of the illusion entails, then hurry to break the illusion and get out. Once outside, we must place a hefty bet." Jiang Yu then lifted her gaze. Before her lay an expansive square, its surface adorned with numerous smooth, gray stone discs, each suitable for a single individual to stand upon. Surrounding the square, it appeared as though a formation was in place for protection. Several cultivators had attempted to breach it, only to discover their efforts were in vain, leaving them confined within the square. Strangely, nearly all the cultivators present seemed to be accompanied by companions, some clearly on amicable terms, while others maintained a wary alliance. Had some incident occurred prior to their arrival? Was verification necessary? However, Jiang Yu soon found verification unnecessary, for trouble was at hand. A swarm of black crows suddenly pierced through the protective barrier, their sharp beaks targeting any human in sight. As if they were avenging a long-held grudge, eager to inflict wounds upon their foes. "Quickly, form a formation," Jiang Yu shouted, and the 3 of them instantly positioned themselves back to back, mimicking the other cultivators who brandished their spiritual tools to fend off the crows. The crows circled above the cultivators, seizing every opportunity to dive down and peck, their speed rendering the cultivators incapable of catching them. Moreover, Jiang Yu found it peculiar that not a single cultivator was utilizing spiritual power. "Wait!" Jiang Yu swiftly channeled her spiritual energy, only to discover her dantian was utterly empty. "Where is my spiritual energy?" Jiang Yu exclaimed in frustration. She had only just reached the foundation establishment stage, and all the hard-earned energy had vanished. "Return my spiritual energy." Chapter 84. "Is this illusion mad?" "Xiao Yu," the heavenly book called out. Jiang Yu immediately regained her focus, raising her heavy iron hammer to scatter the crows, while simultaneously advising, "Spiritual tools can be used, but the spiritual energy within our dantians cannot be summoned." Chu Chu and Cheng Wan responded in unison, one wielding a chisel and the other brandishing her freshly crafted snow cloud gauze to drive the crows away. The crows attacked, drawing blood from the cultivators. In turn, the cultivators struck the crows, which dissipated into black smoke. The heavenly book observed quietly, floating above to examine the scene. Since this was indeed an illusion, everything within it was illusory, including the crows. The key lay in understanding why these crows could inflict harm. Once that was unraveled, they should be able to overcome this trial. At that moment, Song Yuanlin suddenly leaped upon someone's hand. accurately stabbing a crow with his sword. As the crow transformed into smoke and vanished, Song Yuanlin himself disappeared as well. Young master has found the breach. The young master is truly remarkable. He is indeed the offspring of Song the blacksmith. Cheng Wan glanced over, noting he really isn't even trying to conceal his actions. Chu Chu then lowered her voice. I saw it. There was a golden thread above the beak of that crow. We just need to locate that unique crow. Jiang Yu continued to swing her hammer while deep in thought. The illusion crafted by Song the blacksmith was, in fact, relatively straightforward to navigate. Regardless of how time flowed within, it would only amount to a day and night outside. The original intention of Song the blacksmith was to provide a process for blacksmiths to recognize themselves and strengthen their convictions. Thus there wouldn't be any intense murderous intent. Yet the crows were clearly behaving erratically, inflicting wounds. Just then, a piercing cry echoed through the air. The crows, as if receiving a signal, huddled together and transformed into smoke, quickly dissipating, leaving dozens of exhausted cultivators sprawled on the ground, bloodied and battered. Chu Chu gasped in shock. Is this illusion mad? Chengwan exclaimed in panic. This shouldn't be happening. Elders from my family have entered before, and it was never like this. I am merely a blacksmith. I only wish to observe Song the blacksmith at work. But now my hands are ruined. How can I continue my craft? A male cultivator raised a hand that had been punctured, now blackened and unable to curl. I want to leave. I want to leave. A bloodied female cultivator cried, tears mingling with blood, leaving horrific streaks across her face. Is this illusion truly mad? Truly mad. I told you, this illusion belongs to the Song family. Our young master has already exited. One cultivator declared triumphantly, signaling to several others, who quietly departed. Wait! Jiang Yu shouted, rushing forward. Before the members of the Song family could react, she swiftly knocked them all unconscious with a single strike from her hammer. Chu Chu was astonished. Daoist Jiang, you are incredibly fast. Although everyone was unable to use spiritual energy, her ability to swiftly incapacitate several individuals with mere physical strength was indeed impressive. Chengwan felt a surge of satisfaction. The members of the Song family were both infuriating and shameless. Jiang Yu, not even glancing at the Song family members she had knocked out, turned her attention to the injured cultivators. Let us check if we can trade for some healing ointment. Then we can devise a plan. Perhaps due to Jiang Yu's decisive actions, the other cultivators instinctively followed her lead, gradually gathering to exchange healing supplies and promptly tend to their wounds. Positioning? The Heavenly Book inquired. In the illusion, it is possible to set up small killing formations. That swarm of crows must have been a small killing formation of the fourth layer, capable of causing real harm. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow. Looking toward Chu Chu and the others, the Xuantiang illusion has existed for eons, giving rise to infinite variations. Could it not also generate murderous intent? Chu Chu shook her head. No, my master said this place is quite suitable for early-stage blacksmiths to learn and train. So there shouldn't be any murderous intent. Yet the current illusion had indeed manifested such intent. Chengwan clenched her teeth. The Song family is truly infuriating. Though Chengwan merely spoke out of disdain for the Song family, Jiang Yu seemed to grasp something significant. The changes in this illusion began the moment the Song family entered. So, are there any male cultivators who can assist in searching them? Several uninjured male cultivators stepped forward. Beginning to search the members of the Song family, they soon discovered 2 square copper plates on 2 individuals. The Heavenly Book could almost immediately ascertain the copper plates contain formations. Xiao Yu, the illusion can be breached by these formations. Jiang Yu instructed them to set the copper plates aside, gathering her strength to strike down upon them with her hammer. Cheng Wan was about to voice a protest, knowing such formation tokens could not be destroyed through brute force but rather required a method to dismantle them. However, considering that their spiritual energies were all confined, there was no way to breach them. Just as she anticipated failure, both copper plates shattered into halves. Cheng Wan stared in shock. They really broke. Chu Chu gleefully picked them up. I'll use these plates to confront the Song family, asking them if they still want them. If so, they must pay. Jiang Yu adopted an expression of a teachable disciple. Exactly, let them pay. If they refuse, we'll post them on the city gate, claiming they brought them into the illusion. Let us see if they still have the audacity. The other cultivators immediately envisioned the phrase, killing without bloodshed. The Song family, who prided themselves on being descendants of Song the blacksmith, would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow to their reputation if they were truly displayed on the wall, perhaps inducing a deep-seated fear within their entire clan. One cultivator joyfully exclaimed, immediately settling down to meditate and recover. Jiang Yu felt the abundant spiritual energy returning to her dantian and sighed in relief. No one could deplete her spiritual energy. It had taken countless spirit stones to accumulate. Changwan glanced at the shattered copper plates. Softly speaking, so the Song family entered with formations intending to breach the Xuantiang illusion. One cultivator voiced suspicion. Does the Song family possess such capabilities? The fact that the Song family could enter the illusion might imply they indeed had some means. So, there are those who genuinely believe treasures exist within the illusion, Chu Chu remarked, looking at the man. There are none, he replied earnestly. My master's master, and my master's father have all entered this illusion. There truly is nothing. Then the Song family has made a futile effort? Changwan queried. Not just that, Jiang Yu surveyed the group. Once we exit, the reputation of the Song family will likely be further tarnished. Changwan frowned. Moreover, they intend to breach this illusion. We must hurry to the 9th layer and prevent the Song family from destroying it. This illusion can benefit so many. Chu Chu tucked the copper plates away and began searching for an exit. Just as Jiang Yu was about to speak, she suddenly felt weightless, plummeting into a certain area. Chu Chu, Cheng Wan, and the others gasped in surprise, exchanging bewildered glances. Daoist Jiang has vanished? Chapter 85. Plummeting into the lake with a splash. The calm surface of the water was disrupted, and Jiang Yu flailed her arms, surfacing momentarily before swiftly channeling her spiritual energy to leap out of the water. However, upon surveying her surroundings, she found herself utterly surrounded by water. The heavenly book floated above, spinning around before directing its gaze at Jiang Yu. Xiao Yu, there is no land. Jiang Yu wore a frustrated expression, helplessly looking at the heavenly book. Heavenly book? Could you find me a piece of wood? The heavenly book responded affirmatively, delving into its space to rummage through the clutter, eventually retrieving a piece of wood that seemed to have originated from a shattered spiritual vessel, likely retained for its faint traces of formation. The heavenly book tossed the wood to Jiang Yu, who carefully settled upon it and exhaled in relief. So, am I in the 5th layer of the illusion? Where is that Song Yuan Lin? How did he pass through so quickly? Jiang Yu raised her eyes, finding no trace of him. The heavenly book nodded. Perhaps, aside from you, I haven't seen anyone else. But why are you looking for him? I'd like to hold his head underwater and ask him if he is seeking death. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth, shaking her fists in anger. Tio risked the lives of all cultivators for a mere rumor. Such a person could hardly be called a genius in blacksmithing. I predict he won't go far, for his heart is not pure, and his greed is overwhelming. He will surely meet his demise halfway. After venting her frustrations, Jiang Yu felt somewhat relieved and began to examine her surroundings. Yet all she could see was water. Deep, dark water, indicating the lake was quite profound. The reason it is a lake rather than a sea is undoubtedly due to the few mouthfuls of water she accidentally ingested, which were distinctly not salty. What, I wonder, does this layer of illusion crafted by Master Song, the smith, seek to test? Is it the ability to self-rescue in a state of utter isolation? Jiang Yu, in a moment of casual musing, suddenly turned her gaze towards the heavenly tome. Is there a significant disparity between the environment inhabited by ancient cultivators and that of the present? Given that this illusion is based on the ancient era, did such vast expanses of water truly exist in those times? After a brief silence, the heavenly tome responded. The differences are profound. Tio illustrate. In a world I am familiar with, the spiritual energy was abundant during ancient times, and the environment was exceedingly comfortable. However, as cultivators began to vie for more resources, the spiritual veins were severed. Once common herbs became rare, and precious materials vanished altogether, leading to a fierce scramble for spiritual power. Hearing this, Jiang Yu sighed softly, lamenting that she had never witnessed such a scene. Her thoughts wandered aimlessly as she cast her eyes around, only to abruptly rise to her feet. The heavenly tome queried, "What is it?" Jiang Yu pointed upward, where the sky appeared whole yet shrouded in a gray mist. "This is not the sky," she declared. "Thus, the passage lies at the bottom of the lake." With that, she stowed away her wooden board, inhaled deeply, and leapt into the depths. The heavenly tome followed closely behind, As they descended further into the darkness, Jiang Yu finally glimpsed a flicker of light. A mirror. She had found it. Her slender fingers tensed as she reached out desperately. And just as she made contact, a brilliant flash enveloped her. With a splash, Jiang Yu landed in a new location. Someone is here, the heavenly tome cautioned. Jiang Yu instantly regained her senses, sprang to her feet, and, while remaining vigilant, performed a gesture to cleanse herself. She was momentarily taken aback, for just a step away stood a robust middle-aged man clad in grayish-white attire, laboriously forging iron, the sound of the metal ringing crisply. "Song Changlin," Jiang Yu called out. The man paused, looking over. "Did you call for me?" Song Yuanlin frowned, his expression darkening as he glared at Jiang Yu, a fleeting glint of murderous intent in his gaze. Jiang Yu walked straight towards him, rolling her eyes as she passed by Song Yuanlin, then turned to Song Changlin and asked, "Are you truly Song Changlin, the master smith? Was it not said that only those fated may witness your forging?" Song Changlin replied with a hearty smile, "Then you must indeed be that fated individual." Just as Jiang Yu was about to speak, an unsettling thought crossed her mind, prompting her to deliberately turn to Song Yuanlin. "Surely, there won't be any greetings exchanged, but Master Song cannot hear, can he?" Song Yuanlin's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You!" Jiang Yu raised her chin defiantly, her voice dripping with scorn as she nearly shouted, "Ah! Some people simply aren't well regarded. Perhaps it's a hereditary trait." Song Yuanlin took a deep breath, his tone icy as he tightened his grip on the spiritual sword. "Who is this nameless wretch that dares to provoke me?" Jiang Yu's demeanor shifted, her expression cooling. "Since I arrived here, your murderous intent has been palpable. Thus, how I regard you does not influence your intent towards me, does it?" Her tone was mocking, yet she remained exceedingly vigilant. Encountering the master smith should be an exceedingly rare occurrence. Thus, as a descendant of the Song family, Song Yuanlin immediately sought to claim the smith's techniques as his own. The moment Jiang Yu appeared, he instinctively wished to eliminate her, fearing that he might miss the opportunity to acquire the technique. This was why Jiang Yu was detected by a remnant of the master smith's consciousness left behind before his ascension. Now, with the master smith's discovery of her presence, Song Yuanlin's chance to harm her had vanished. Jiang Yu rightly speculated that from the instant the master smith noticed her, the rules established within this illusion had shielded her from harm, rendering Song Yuanlin powerless to act against her. Song Changlin beckoned for Jiang Yu to approach, his expression warm as he invited. "Come, observe my forging." Standing beside the master smith, Jiang Yu felt a pang of regret, wishing that Chu Chu and Cheng Wan could witness this. The heavenly tome observed intently. "I possess a wealth of knowledge regarding forging, yet witnessing a demonstration is entirely different. It is unfortunate that this realm lacks recording stones. Otherwise, we could capture it." Jiang Yu exhaled softly, steeling herself to commit everything to memory. Song Yuanlin also focused intently, but he wondered why the technique remained unchanged, why there appeared to be no variation. Could it be that this fragment of consciousness only possessed this single method? Song Yuanlin harbored doubts, lifting his gaze to Jiang Yu. Her expression was tense, her breath seemingly held, the light in her eyes betraying no deceit. Thus, they were perceiving different realities. Song Yuanlin clenched his spiritual sword tightly. Why should he, as a descendant of the Song family, allow someone else to learn the forging techniques? Gritting his teeth, Song Changlin resolved, "Very well. If it comes to that, I shall resort to soul-searching techniques. This forging method will still belong to the Song family." The heavenly tome glanced at Song Yuanlin, whose eyes blazed with fury, and for a moment, it mused that perhaps the only similarity he shared with the master smith was their surname. Truly, there was not a trace of resemblance to be found. Jiang Yu, holding her breath, watched as the master smith deliberately slowed his movements, observing the basic materials in his hands gleaming vibrantly, obediently taking shape in myriad forms, and she could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Forging truly seemed to be an intriguing endeavor. Chapter 86. I am a person of principles. Song Changlin's movements gradually came to a halt, the items in his hands beginning to fade away. Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, immediately cupped her hands in salute and said, "Master Smith, I have learned much." Song Changlin smiled gently, offering her an object. Jiang Yu accepted it with both hands, and the heavenly tome exclaimed in delight, "A recording stone? This is Master Smith's forging technique?" Jiang Yu opened her mouth, glancing at the murderous Song Yuanlin before swiftly changing her tone. I shall take good care of this material. Although it is merely an ordinary ore, I understand that everything must begin from a solid foundation. Song Changlin chuckled softly, waving his hand as he gradually faded from Jiang Yu's sight. Song Yuanlin's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively reaching out to grasp, only to find his hand passing through nothingness, seizing only a handful of void. Ah! Song Yuanlin bellowed in rage, lunging forward with his sword. Hand over the Song family's forging techniques. Jiang Yu took a step back, just as she was about to retaliate when the familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over her once more. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a new location. Meanwhile, Song Yuanlin, left behind in his fury, seethed with rage, wishing he could pursue and slay Jiang Yu. But in the next moment, he was expelled from the Xintian illusion. The waiting members of the Song family could scarcely fathom why Song Yuanlin would suddenly be ejected from the illusion, and moreover, he appeared utterly deranged, as if he had suffered a tremendous shock. Someone, Song Yuanlin commanded, his eyes aflame. Summon all the members of the Song family. Encircle this Xintian illusion. If any female cultivator emerges, stop her. I must find that person who dares to insult the Song family. The elder of the Song family, his murky gaze flickering, regarded the Xintian illusion with the cunning of a serpent before leading Song Yuanlin away. No matter. Yuanlin has departed. The Song family still has others within. He could not believe he would be unable to secure the treasures. Jiang Yu surveyed her surroundings, pleased to find she was alone in this lair. So, what do you plan to do with this recording stone? The heavenly tome inquired. You surely cannot bear to withhold it from Chu Chu and Cheng Wan. Jiang Yu declared with righteous indignation. I am a person of principles, thus I shall not give it to them. But I am willing to sell it. The two of them, along with their respective families or sects, must surely be able to gather enough resources for a decent spiritual vessel for me. The heavenly tome nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable, a fair exchange, devoid of unnecessary sentiment. Jiang Yu nodded, securing the recording stone and leading the heavenly tome onward. This layer was composed entirely of stone, and upon her initial sighting of the rocks, Jiang Yu immediately discerned the nature of this trial. It involved the search for ores, which is a fundamental lesson for any smith. With the assistance of the heavenly tome, Jiang Yu swiftly located a piece of stone marrow, and the moment she did, she was transported into the next layer of illusion. This layer, however, was not devoid of others. The heavenly tome noted. Jiang Yu found herself beneath a towering tree, its massive canopy seemingly capable of blotting out the sun, casting a shadow over nearly half the area. The other half was occupied by a flat expanse of land, where an altar abruptly stood. Typically, the presence of an altar signaled trouble. In the midst of what should have been a rigorous training illusion, an altar had manifested. Jiang Yu communicated with the heavenly tome, expressing her concern. This is not right. Do you recognize that altar? The heavenly tome prompted. Jiang Yu's heart quickened as she focused her gaze. At that moment, no cultivators stood beneath the tree. All were circling the altar, and upon completing their circuit, they thoughtfully stepped aside, allowing Jiang Yu a clear view of the altar's form. The heavenly tome's expression darkened. You recognize it, do you not? It is identical to the altar used by Feng Xian in the past for sacrifices. Jiang Yu transmitted her disbelief. How could an altar appear here? The heavenly tome's gaze hardened. It is certain that Master Song has no connection to this altar. Hence, it must have manifested later. Likely with the intent of disseminating that dark power. A sense of unease gripped Jiang Yu. The emergence of one altar could be deemed an anomaly, but the appearance of a second is concerning. I should urge Feng Xian to destroy the first altar as soon as possible. The heavenly tome warned sharply. Someone is moving. Jiang Yu immediately turned her gaze to see a young male cultivator striding forward. Withdrawing a dagger from his storage bag and noticing several individuals discreetly guarding him. They are here in a group? No, they are from the Song family. Jiang Yu felt exasperated by these Song family members, unconsciously gripping the sturdy trunk of the tree, lightly tapping on the bark. Why are the leaves falling? The heavenly tome reached for a fallen leaf. Looking up, Jiang Yu instinctively raised her head, and although the treetops had previously revealed no gaps, she could now perceive specks of light shining through. The radiance fell like delicate glimmers along with the descending leaves, landing upon her form. In a daze, Jiang Yu transmitted, Heavenly Book, It seems I have suddenly acquired a fragment of control over the illusion. The heavenly book inquired, is it because you have learned the art of crafting? Jiang Yu speculated that it might be so, yet she was acutely aware that the more pressing matter was the Song family preparing to activate the altar, which had no connection to the ninth layer of the illusion and had appeared abruptly. The heavenly book followed Jiang Yu's gaze and suggested, since you can manipulate the illusion, why not conceal the altar? Jiang Yu shook her head and replied, no, I shall wait until the Song family has bled before taking action. The heavenly book chuckled, then let us wait. By the altar. Song Yulin's eyes brimmed with ambition. He drew out a dagger with resolute intent. Before others could react, he swiftly drew his arm across, allowing his essence to drip into the stone bowl. Song Yulin's complexion soon turned ashen, yet he remained indifferent. For only by activating the altar and reaching the ninth layer could he attain the treasure. Securing the treasure would render him the sole heir of Song's crafting lineage, thus all resources would belong to him. And any who obstructed his path would face death. Before long, the bowl brimmed with his essence, and the altar gradually split in two, revealing a small box. Song Yulin's expression brightened with excitement as he reached for it. In that instant, the box suddenly shattered into dust, and the entire altar disintegrated with the wind, vanishing before Song Yulin's eyes, as if it had merely been a mirage, a figment of his imagination. Where's the altar? Where's the altar? Ah, Jiang Yu observed the frenzied demeanor of the male cultivator from a distance, slowly withdrawing her hand and concealing her prowess and identity. The heavenly book understood. It seems the illusion also intended to obliterate this altar. But due to the protective formation, it could not act. Now that you possess partial control, you can effortlessly eliminate this dark force. Jiang Yu recognized that her success this time was due to leveraging the situation. Should she encounter it again, it would not be so effortless. With this matter settled, it was time to contemplate how to breach the illusion and access the ninth layer. The heavenly book glanced around, disregarding the frenzied members of the Song family. Chapter 87. This is the ninth layer. Jiang Yu cleared her throat lightly, gazing innocently at the heavenly book and transmitting. Since I have acquired a portion of power, I am aware that this layer tests 1's inner demons, confronting 1's heart's darkness. The heavenly book regarded her with curiosity. Inner demons? Jiang Yu continued, indeed, the obstruction of the altar has influenced the illusion. But now it has commenced. She gestured for the heavenly book to observe. Sure enough, the cultivators over there had all fallen into a deep stupor, as if ensnared in a dream, while the youthful male cultivator was running about in a frenzy. Alternating between laughter and tears, the heavenly book stared in astonishment. It appears this layer is rather challenging. But wait, why do you not feel anything? Jiang Yu was uncertain whether it was the remnants of her previous life as a wage slave or the financial constraints she faced after her crossing. But her inner demon was simply lack of money. My inner demon is the absence of wealth, Jiang Yu admitted, pressing her lips together in embarrassment. I only fell into it for a moment, realizing that all my stored spirit stones were gone, which instantly enraged me back to consciousness. The heavenly book was taken aback. Is it truly possible to experience such a thing? But does that mean you can now access the ninth layer? Jiang Yu shrugged. This is indeed the ninth layer, and the illusion of the ninth layer involves locating the true Song craftsman and learning his crafting techniques, which I have already mastered. The heavenly book comprehended. You are waiting for Chu Chu and Cheng Wan, aren't you? Jiang Yu affirmed. Yes and no. The Song family is certainly in a frenzy outside, and I must devise a safe method to ensure they are preoccupied with other matters. With that, Jiang Yu calmly produced a meditation cushion, seated herself beneath the grand tree, and began to reflect in silence. The cultivators across from her remained ensnared in their inner demons, showing no signs of awakening. Some would soon be expelled from the illusion upon reaching their breaking point, yet the young man showed remarkable resilience. He will do. Jiang Yu first requested some unprocessed beast blood from the heavenly book, then used a seed to sprout vines that ensnared the young male cultivator. She doused him in beast blood and juice from berries that masked his scent, finally producing a pair of golden bells. The heavenly book had collected numerous storage bags from deceased cultivators during the beast tide, and within one of them, Jiang Yu discovered these bells. Initially, she found them quite appealing, believing they must be valuable. However, after showing them to Boss Lin, she realized they were merely a low-grade spiritual artifact, a counterfeit soul bell. Its effect was likely akin to hypnosis, given its low rank. So Jiang Yu had kept it for the right moment, which had now arrived. With a chime, the clear sound resonated, and Jiang Yu's voice, like an incantation, infiltrated Song Yulin's consciousness, inscribing ethereal whispers that compelled him to remember. Concurrently, his existing inner demons were magnified infinitely, inadvertently aligning with Jiang Yu's brainwashing content, thus forming a distorted memory. Jiang Yu rose slowly, retracting the golden bells. In a daze, Song Yulin broke free from the vines, only to be expelled from the illusion. Outside the illusion, the Song family appeared to be in a frenzy, disregarding the scrutiny of outsiders, fixating intently on the Xintian illusion, preventing anyone from approaching or allowing the cultivators within to exit. This act incited protest from the cultivators of Linzhou City, but the elder of the Song family personally presided, suppressing the discontent. Thus, the fates of those cultivators within the illusion seemed inconsequential compared to the future of the Song family. At this moment, Song Yuanlin had regained his poised demeanor, standing steadfastly beside the elder of the Song family, excitement bubbling within him. All were members of the Song family. Should that female cultivator dare to emerge, she would be seized for soul searching. Just then, a ripple coursed through the air, followed by a bloodied figure being expelled from the illusion, landing directly within the Song family's encirclement. The cultivators of Linzhou City, all of whom had experienced the illusion, were witnessing someone drenched in blood being cast out for the first time in generations. Song Yulin, in a daze, rose to his feet. The severe blow had left him somewhat mentally unstable. As the power he had so readily sought had dissipated into nothingness, he had lost everything. Thus, he proclaimed, "I have killed them all. I have slaughtered everyone. Ha 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 ha." Song Yulin cried out in exhilaration, before turning to the elder of the Song family and exclaiming loudly, "Elder, I have fulfilled my duty. I have completed the task you entrusted to me. You will cultivate me from now on. I shall be the next leader of the Song family." As Song Yulin expressed his excitement, he turned to glare at Song Yuanlin, his hatred boiling over. "It is all your fault. You took everything from me. I will kill you." Song Yuanlin shouted back furiously, "Have you gone mad with murder?" "Yes, I have killed. I have slain everyone within the illusion." Song Yulin laughed maniacally, then looked back at the elder of the Song family. "I have completed the task. I have not disgraced my mission. Elder, you must honor your promise and cultivate me." The elder of the Song family's expression shifted. These two statements, when combined, suggested that the Song family had intentionally conspired to murder those who entered the illusion. "Hold on!" someone shouted. The elder of the Song family narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening, as his withered hand suddenly lunged for Song Yulin's neck, attempting to snap it with a swift motion. However, a sudden wave of pressure surged forth, toppling the elder of the Song family and seizing Song Yulin by the collar, dragging him aside. Lin Feng glared fiercely, his towering figure resembling a mountain, instantly silencing the Song family members. "How dare you surround the Xintian illusion? Who gave you the audacity? The city lord has arrived. The city lord. Young Master Song claims he has killed everyone. He has slain them all. It was the Song family's task. They intended to destroy the illusion. The Song family clearly cannot enter. How did they manage to get in? And if they did, they killed. They have gone mad." The elder of the Song family concealed his trembling fingers, addressing Lin Feng with a bow. "City Lord, the Song family is justified in our actions. Moreover, this Xintian illusion belongs to—" Lin Feng interrupted with a cold snort, his voice resonating like a thunderous drum. The Xintian illusion was left behind by the Song craftsman before his ascension, belonging to all cultivators of this continent, and it does not belong to the Song family. The Song family lacks the right to surround the Xintian illusion. Should you not retreat, do not blame me for being merciless. The Song family dared to scheme against him, nearly provoking his inner demons? How audacious of the Song family! The elder of the Song family, perceiving Lin Feng's countenance, realized that this matter could not be resolved amicably. Yet relinquishing it was out of the question. Lin Feng hoisted Song Yulin, blocking all others with a chilling tone. "Before you depart, explain what you mean by fulfilling your duty and killing everyone." Chapter 88. The Song family is unworthy. The scene fell into silence, none daring to speak. After a moment, the elder of the Song family cast a cold glance at Song Yulin, his tone devoid of warmth. "This child is merely mad. Spouting nonsense. How could he, a worthless wretch, possibly kill everyone within the illusion? Lin Feng, gripping the deranged Song Yulin, thrust him before the elder of the Song family. So, this task was assigned by you? The elder of the Song family chuckled, his murky old eyes fixed on Lin Feng. I have stated that this child is insane. I have never entrusted him with any task. His words are nothing more than delusions. A yearning for the resources belonging to Yuan Lin in that moment, the lifeless eyes of Song Yulin suddenly awakened, and he gazed at the eldest elder of the Song family, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Filled with an overwhelming hatred, Elder, I clearly entered to kill and seize treasures under your orders. How can you deny it? Seize treasures? Lin Feng's expression turned disdainful. There were no treasures to speak of. The Xintian illusion was merely a foundational realm for novice practitioners to hone their skills. No wonder Master Song, the weaponsmith, disavowed the Song family. They were simply foolish. The eldest elder of the Song family shot a venomous glance at Song Yulin, and in the frenzy of his gaze, he struck swiftly, snapping his neck. Lin Feng relaxed his grip, allowing Song Yulin's body to collapse to the ground. You dare commit murder before my very eyes? Just cleaning up the house. Does the city lord meddle in others' affairs? The eldest elder of the Song family flicked his sleeve, resolutely choosing not to leave. Song Yuanlin waved his hand indifferently, instructing others to remove Song Yulin's corpse. Lin Feng's gaze grew grave. What does the Song family intend? The eldest elder of the Song family fixed his snake-like eyes on the Xintian illusion. The Song family merely wishes to capture a female cultivator who dares to insult us. And she is not even from Linzhou City. It should not fall under the jurisdiction of the city lord, should it? Furthermore, the last sentence was conveyed through a secret transmission. Additionally, does the city lord not desire the treasured technique that the Song family has preserved? Lin Feng's breath quickened as he transmitted back. Are you willing? I understand that the city lord is righteous and wishes to maintain the stability of Linzhou City, but she is merely an outsider. Whether you intervene or not matters little. After finishing his transmission, the eldest elder of the Song family gestured invitingly. Lin Feng shrugged off his outer robe and took a seat, declaring aloud, I shall wait here. Ensuring that your Song family does not meddle in other matters. The eldest elder of the Song family narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. I only wish to capture that female cultivator who dares to insult the Song family. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, still within the Xintian illusion, experimented with the fragment of power she controlled and soon discovered the illusion's reflective capabilities. She beheld the external scene, witnessing the male cultivator being strangled to death and the city lord, who had once appeared so imposing, now seated beside the members of the Song family. Oh no, this is troublesome. Jiang Yu retracted her view of the outside scene and turned to the Book of Heaven. We must make our escape. The Book of Heaven inquired. Is it possible to escape Linzhou City? Jiang Yu lamented. According to Boss Lin, the central continent is vast. Typically, one can only reach the next city via teleportation arrays. And using a spiritual vessel would take a considerable amount of time. Yet we have only our legs. The Book of Heaven sighed. We cannot run away. Jiang Yu's gaze hardened. No, we cannot sit idle. The Song family initiated this trouble first, and besides, the opportunity gifted to me by Master Song is mine to handle. Just then, the space beneath the great tree rippled, and Chu Chu and Cheng Wan entered one after the other, immediately spotting Jiang Yu, who was lost in thought. Jiang Dao Yu, you arrived early, Chu Chu exclaimed joyfully. Cheng Wan's face lit up with surprise. You are faster than us. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened upon seeing the two, and she quickly summarized the grievances with the Song family. Soon, you will face trials. After the trials, you must leave first together. Cheng Wan took over the conversation. Don't worry about us. The Song family wouldn't dare to cause a commotion openly. At that time, just say, you have registered for the weaponsmithing competition. Chu Chu nodded in agreement. Yes, say just that, on the day of the competition, all grievances must be set aside. This was a rule established during Master Song's time. And even the city lord cannot say much. Jiang Yu's gaze flickered with curiosity as she immediately asked, how many days until the weaponsmithing competition? 3 days, Cheng Wan replied. Jiang Yu inquired again. Can Chu Chu's sect members make it here in 3 days? Chu Chu hesitated slightly. If they are willing to spend the money, they can. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu produced a recording stone and transmitted to the two. This contains Master Song's weaponsmithing techniques. You should have a way to copy it, right? I will sell it to you, and in return, I need a spiritual vessel. Chengwan's breath quickened, incredulous. You were willing to sell it to us? This is, Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. Chengwan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Daoyu, I am determined to befriend you. Don't mention one spiritual vessel. Even 100 would be worth it. Jiang Yu shook her head. No need for that many. I only need one. Chu Chu grasped Jiang Yu's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. My master has a good one. He would certainly be willing to trade. Chengwan added. My father also possesses quality materials. With some modifications, 3 days should be sufficient. The competition lasts 3 days. You only need to stay for 1 day, and then we will help you escape. Chu Chu smacked her thigh as realization dawned. No wonder the Song family is seeking trouble with you. Jiang Yu scoffed. I wouldn't give anything to the Song family. They are unworthy. After finalizing their discussion, Chu Chu and Chengwan sat cross-legged beneath the great tree, confronting their inner demons. Jiang Yu, under the protection of the Book of Heaven, studied the foundational weaponsmithing techniques from the recording stone before handing it over for safekeeping, along with the other items she possessed. Once Chengwan and Chu Chu awakened, they felt as if they had broken through another barrier. Soon after, 2 doors appeared before them, one to the left and one to the right. One was the true Master Song, while the other was a false illusion. Neither of them intended to pursue this layer, as Jiang Yu had already acquired the weaponsmithing techniques, rendering further time wasted. The Book of Heaven glanced at the 2 doors and spoke slowly. Over the years, some must have reached the 9th layer, and surely some have seen the true Master Song. But only you have obtained the complete inheritance. Jiang Yu beamed with pride, transmitting. Perhaps it's because I do more good deeds? Song Yuanlin also encountered Master Song but could not touch the remnant consciousness he left behind. While you could, little you, perhaps you are anything but ordinary. The Book of Heaven gently patted Jiang Yu's head. Jiang Yu smiled confidently. Of course, I never believed I was meant to be cannon fodder. Chapter 89. What to ask? The Xintian illusion shimmered once more, and new cultivators emerged. The eldest elder of the Song family straightened his posture and glared at Song Yuanlin, who shook his head in disappointment, his eyes fixed intently on the mirror. The first cultivators to emerge, filled with indignation, could only leave quietly. Just then, another wave rippled through the mirror, and a figure clad in green suddenly appeared. Song Yuanlin's eyes hardened as he charged forward. It's you? Jiang Yu wore an innocent expression, but upon recognizing Song Yuanlin, she gasped. Ah? You are the one who stood before Master Song and greeted him. Yet he ignored you. Lin Feng was taken aback. Wow. He can even recognize who belongs to the Song family by their consciousness. It seems they are truly not fond of you. The eldest elder of the Song family glowered. You? A mere female cultivator, dare to insult my Song family. I shall see you. Chengwan emerged behind Jiang Yu, immediately linking arms with her. I hope we can be in the same group during the weaponsmithing competition. Chu Chu followed suit. Then I wish to be included as well. The Song family members quickly realized that the Cheng family intended to protect this female cultivator. Lin Feng, observing the eldest elder's grim countenance, decided to stoke the flames further. Then it seems we must wait until after the weaponsmithing competition. After all, this was a rule established during Master Song's time, and I cannot break it. The eldest elder of the Song family took a deep breath, knowing their schemes were in vain, as he understood that even if they presented the technique, Lin Feng would not side with them. Song Yuanlin, filled with rage, exclaimed, I have not seen her register. She is not even a weaponsmith. The eldest elder's gaze shifted towards Chengwan's face, scrutinizing her demeanor, while she maintained an expression of pity towards Jiang Yu, stating, What skill is there in bullying a female cultivator? You shall win against him in the competition. Song Yuanlin scoffed. How could this female cultivator possibly best him? The eldest elder felt a sense of relief. It seemed this female cultivator had not confided the truth to Chengwan, but then again, who would willingly share their advantages? With this, he felt reassured. At that moment, the gatekeeper, who had remained silent, stepped forward to address Jiang Yu. Those who break through the 9th layer have one opportunity to ask a question. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Ask what? She pointed at the shattered mirror within the Xintian illusion and casually inquired. Is that the treasure of the Xintian illusion? The gatekeeper slowly lifted his gaze, revealing a hint of a smile. Indeed, Jiang Yu. The surrounding cultivators, Song Yuanlin instinctively shouted. That belongs to the Song family. No, it belongs to the one who posed the question. The gatekeeper cast a brief glance at Song Yuanlin before addressing Jiang Yu. You may retrieve the treasure. Jiang Yu approached cautiously, moistening her slightly dry lips, and transmitted to the Book of Heaven. This is bad. They now have another reason to kill me. The Book of Heaven nodded. They have been eyeing the storage pouch at your waist for quite some time. As Jiang Yu leaped to seize the emerald spiritual orb, the cracks in the Xintian illusion swiftly mended, restoring it to its original state. The gatekeeper spoke cheerfully. In the future, the illusion will expand to 12 layers. Still targeting novice weaponsmiths, the illusion will not kill, but will instead test one's will. Jiang Yu deliberately cast a sidelong glance at the Song family, successfully diverting the attention that had fallen upon her towards them. Indeed, the illusion had never claimed lives until the Song family arrived. The elder of the Song family fixed his serpent-like gaze upon the spirit pearl in Jiang Yu's hand, fury igniting within him. That belongs to the Song family. As he spoke, his gnarled hand, resembling an eagle's claw, shot forward. The gatekeeper, with a deft sidestep, calmly raised his hand to block the advance. Is it truly believed that the gatekeeper is powerless, with Song family members wreaking havoc both outside and within the illusion? It was then that Jiang Yu recalled her initial suspicion of an incident outside, leading her to wonder if the gatekeeper had resolved the external issues. The heavenly book excitedly interjected. This gatekeeper possesses strength surpassing that old man. Jiang Yu, her eyes sparkling, conveyed her gratitude telepathically, and no matter, she would wield the might of the fox by borrowing the tiger's ferocity. Lin Feng slowly rose, casting a deep glance at the gatekeeper before announcing, "Everyone may disperse." With that, he took the lead in departing. However, the onlookers were not so easily swayed. Initially incensed by the thought of the Song family causing trouble, their sentiments shifted with the arrival of the city lord, leading them to anticipate his intervention. Yet, the Song family's young master had met his demise, and the city lord remained seated. Subsequently, the female cultivator appeared, shattering the 9-layered illusion and seizing the treasure of the Xintian illusion. To their astonishment, the gatekeeper was revealed to be a hidden master, deftly neutralizing the Song family's petty schemes. The sheer number of shocks experienced that day was overwhelming. The elder of the Song family barked, "Leave. Time is on our side. I refuse to believe this gatekeeper will always guard that female cultivator." Jiang Yu expressed her thanks, then, alongside Chengwan, bowed respectfully. "Esteemed senior, we shall take our leave now." The gatekeeper responded with a gentle acknowledgement. Chengwan, brimming with excitement, remarked, "In all the generations of gatekeepers, this is the first time I have witnessed one take action, and with such prowess." Jiang Yu tucked the spirit pearl into her sleeve, allowing the heavenly book to stow it away while she grasped Chengwan's hand as they exited. The onlookers instinctively retreated, their gazes drawn towards the gatekeeper's quarters. Jiang Yu's heart soared with delight. It was effective. Chengwan also breathed a sigh of relief, communicating to Jiang Yu, "With the gatekeeper present, we need not fear. The Song family dares not act recklessly." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, refraining from mentioning the gatekeeper's inability to leave. She expressed her approval and followed Chengwan out. Meanwhile, Chu Chu, busy packing, frantically transmitted a message. "Master, hurry to Spirit Spring City. I've been bullied. Bring the spirit boat, quickly." Upon receiving the transmission, Chu Chu's master responded, "Chang'an, Chu Chu has been wronged. Gather all disciples of the sect. We shall march to Spirit Spring City." "Understood, Master." Chapter 90. This is settled. Firstly, Chu Chu's master had yet to arrive. The Cheng family could not act prematurely, as they needed to coordinate together. Secondly, the two families aimed to maintain a balance of power. Although Chengwan was a young lady of the Cheng family, she was wary of the ambitions of her relatives. Moreover, since Jiang was willing to trust her, it was only right for her to protect him. Thus, Jiang Yu decided to stay at the Cheng residence, where she practiced some fundamental refining techniques with Chengwan. Throughout this period, the Song family made no attempts to disturb them, while the city lord visited once. The Cheng family, puzzled by the situation, warmly entertained him, yet remained oblivious to his intentions. Jiang Yu, unaware of the events in the front courtyard, spent these brief 3 days either refining or drawing talismans, diligently preparing. On the eve of the refining competition, the disciples of the 100 Tools sect finally arrived in Spirit Spring City, promptly being welcomed by Chu Chu and Chengwan to the Cheng residence. This move clearly did not escape the notice of the Song family or the city lord. However, at this point, it mattered little, for the refining competition was set to commence the next day and would last 3 days. Any matters must be resolved thereafter. Inside Cheng Wan's room, Jiang Yu sat to one side, with Chu Chu and Cheng Wan flanking her. At the head of the table sat Cheng Wan's father, Cheng Lan, alongside the elder of the Cheng family. Opposite them were the sect leader of the 100 Tools sect, Tai Yun, also Chu Chu's master, and the sect's eldest disciple, Lu Qing, and Tai Yun, concerned, gazed at Chu Chu. What exactly did the Song family do to bully you? You've been tight-lipped all the way here. Chu Chu chuckled awkwardly. They did bully me, and they didn't look like good people at all. I swear I will defeat the Song family at the refining competition. Tai Yun frowned. Is this truly the reason you hastily summoned us? You could easily storm their door and smash the Song family yourself. Chu Chu cleared her throat. How could that be? I believe in reason. Tai Yun scoffed lightly. Cheng Lan turned his gaze to Cheng Wan, then back to Jiang Yu. I am Cheng Wan's father. May I be so bold as to ask you to call me uncle? Jiang Yu rose and bowed. Of course, I am grateful to Uncle Cheng for allowing me to stay at the Cheng residence and for shielding me from the Song family. Cheng Lan chuckled lightly. We trust Cheng Wan's friends, and our Cheng family has no fear of the Song family. Yet, the manner in which you all act tonight suggests there is something significant to discuss. I wonder what it is that has you all so cautious. Jiang Yu did not beat around the bush and directly produced the reflective stone. By sheer chance, I stumbled upon the refining techniques of Song Yuanlin while in the illusion, so the Song family has set their sights on me. The elder of the Cheng family abruptly stood, unable to contain his shock. What did you say? Cheng Lan was equally astonished. The techniques of the Song refining master are truly real. Jiang Yu continued calmly. Since this opportunity has come to me, I will never hand it over to the Song family. However, being but one person, I find it difficult to leave, so I thought to replicate it and sell it to Daoist Chu Chu and Daoist Cheng. Tai Yun gasped. You actually possess such great fortune. What luck? Chu Chu quickly urged her master. Master, quickly, give the spirit boat to Daoist Jiang in exchange for the chance to replicate it. You have a reflective stone, right? I remember. Tai Yun nodded. I happened upon one years ago and have yet to use it. Wait, my spirit boat? Chu Chu's eyes widened. Of course, it belongs to my master. Mine is so shabby. Would you dare use it to exchange for the techniques of the Song refining master? You must have some face. Tai Yun rubbed his face. Actually, I could do without it. Cheng Lan comprehended. So, young lady Jiang, you wish to sell us the replication, and in return, we assist you in escaping Spirit Spring City? Jiang Yu nodded. Yes, after that, I will no longer trouble you. I have my own ways to shake them off. Cheng Lan suddenly understood. No wonder the city lord's words today were so nonsensical. He was testing us. Luckily, I was truly unaware at that time, so I revealed no hints. Jiang Yu stepped forward and placed the reflective stone on the table before them. I trust Daoist Chu Chu and Daoist Cheng, so I invite you to verify its authenticity. Once confirmed, we shall proceed with the trade. Cheng Lan suppressed his fervent excitement, closed his eyes, and slowly calmed himself before picking up the reflective stone to inspect it. After viewing only a portion, he could ascertain. It's genuine. Young lady Jiang, this trade is indeed profitable for us. Cheng Lan sincerely expressed. Tai Yun stepped forward to examine it as well, then genuinely remarked, What great fortune my disciple has stumbled upon in meeting you. Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her gamble had paid off. She had wagered that the nurturing of individuals like Cheng Wan and Chu Chu indicated a family or sect worthy of trust. Since both had confirmed their intentions, why not commence the trade? Jiang Yu articulated her requests. I require a quality spirit boat, inscribed with wind-based acceleration formations, a sturdy hull, and enhanced protective measures. The total cost would not be insignificant. Yet compared to the refining techniques, both the Cheng family and the 100 Tools sect felt they were gaining a valuable bargain. Tai Yun produced his spirit boat and handed it over. This is a spirit boat I crafted. Made from spirit locust wood, light and resilient. It is single-layered, but it employs expansion techniques, providing 6 rooms, furnished with tables, chairs, and beds, along with stable formations and wind-based acceleration formations. Most importantly, I have yet to use it. So young lady Jiang, you need not worry. Chu Chu, hiding behind Tai Yun, smiled at Jiang Yu, urging her to accept it quickly. Jiang Yu cupped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, sect leader. Cheng Lan pondered. Since sect leader Tai has provided a spirit boat, The Chung family shall add several layers of formations and protective measures to ensure the spirit boat is both stable and swift. After thanking them, Zhang Yu stated, "In that case, I will leave the reflective stone here for now. After the refining competition concludes tomorrow, I will take my leave." Tai Yun nodded. "I will assist in expediting the process." Chung Lan's smile grew more genuine as he instructed Chung Wan to escort Zhang Yu to rest. Then he and Tai Yun sat down to discuss the timeline and begin replicating the refining techniques. Upon returning to her quarters, Zhang Yu allowed herself to relax. In truth, the heavenly book had already reviewed the complete refining techniques and had memorized them, so she felt no worry about leaving the reflective stone behind. Moreover, leaving the reflective stone there would demonstrate her genuine trust in them, and she hoped for a pleasant collaboration. Shortly thereafter, Chengwan knocked on the door, handing Zhang Yu a jade slip with a smile before departing without a word. Zhang Yu examined the jade slip and discovered it contained a rough map of the central continent. The location of Spirit Spring City was marked, along with several routes to Tongtian City, all paths that did not require entering the city, perfectly convenient for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu stowed the jade slip away and looked at the heavenly book. This is settled. Chapter 91. The first day of the refining competition. Early morning, Zhang Yu took up a set of tools sponsored by the Qing family, following Chengwan, Chu Chu, and other participants from the Chung family to the refining square. The members of the Song family had already arrived and stood defiantly at the periphery, exuding an air of arrogant self-importance. Meanwhile, Song Yuanlin had positioned himself at the refining site, selecting the prime location, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the surroundings. When the Cheng family arrived, he subtly raised his chin, casting a cold glance in their direction. Zhang Yu scoffed, "Ah, what a pretentious fellow." Chu Chu murmured softly, "He seems not as tall as I am." Both Zhang Yu and Cheng Wan turned their gazes toward Chu Chu, exclaiming in unison, "Indeed, Chu Chu knows how to articulate." Consequently, Zhang Yu strode confidently towards Song Yuanlin, glanced at his feet, then lowered her gaze to his head, snorted disdainfully, and walked past him with her back straightened. Song Yuanlin's complexion darkened ominously. Imitating her, Chu Chu walked over, lifting her chin and huffing. Cheng Wan stifled a laugh and quickly pulled her away. Meanwhile, Song Yuanlin's face turned from pale to a deep shade of purple, teetering on the brink of explosive rage, his clenched jaw threatening to shatter. However, at that moment, the city lord made his grand entrance to preside over the refining conference, and a profound silence enveloped the gathering, as the previously wandering individuals returned to their designated spots. Lin Feng let out a hearty laugh, projecting his voice through an amplification spell. "Today marks our Spirit Spring City's triennial refining conference. Over the past 3 years, many gifted individuals have emerged across the Baishui continent, and I eagerly anticipate the appearance of a second prodigy akin to Master Song." With that, the extravaganza commenced. As Lin Feng's words faded, the flames of the fire veins surged dramatically skyward, eliciting gasps and cheers from the onlookers, signaling the official start of the new session of the refining conference. Zhang Yu, having received prior warning, remained composed, observing that others' flames had subsided while hers continued to blaze upward. She realized it was rather conspicuous. Sure enough, Lin Feng seemed to sense something amiss and strode toward her with a furrowed brow. Zhang Yu calmly extended her hand, beginning to absorb the power of the fire vein. After all, with her 5-element spiritual roots, including a fire root, she had no reason to fear mere flames. Soon, as her fire column diminished, she pretended not to notice Lin Feng as she took out her tools and began her preparations. Since she intended to participate in the refining conference, it was essential to produce a finished product to pass muster. She needed to ensure everyone recognized her capability to advance to the next day, thus deceiving the Song family. Zhang Yu had already determined what to refine. How could it be? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu produced a piece of refined iron, placing it upon the fire vein, and then drew forth her spirit tool, a massive iron hammer towering over her. Raising it high, she brought it crashing down with a resounding thud. The thunderous sound reverberated, drawing the attention of the surrounding refiners, who instinctively turned to witness Zhang Yu step back and wield the colossal hammer with ferocity, as if striking her nemesis. But could such a massive hammer truly shape the material? Her actions undoubtedly caught the eye of Song Yuanlin, who, upon realizing that the art of refining had fallen into her hands, was consumed by a desire to dismember her in retribution. How dare she? How could she possibly be worthy? Jiang Yu disregarded his hostile glare, continuing to hammer away, flipping the cast iron over to persist in her work until it became flattened on all sides. She then retrieved a small hammer, a gift from the Chung family, and began meticulously shaping it into a conical form. The heavenly book, floating in midair, observed closely and inquired, "Are you attempting to forge a chisel?" Jiang Yu replied through thought, "That iron won't suffice. It won't pass." The heavenly book pondered, realizing she was aware of its inadequacy, yet it remained perplexed, unable to comprehend what she was truly crafting. It simply noted her technique was quite elegant, surprised by how quickly she had learned. Lin Feng squinted at Jiang Yu's method, growing increasingly astonished, yet unable to grasp its essence to replicate it. Meanwhile, the Song family's elder, hidden in the shadows, held his breath, scrutinizing her every move, yet remained bewildered. The heavenly book understood the reason, for Master Song's techniques were not merely skills. They were a combination of hand movements and incantations, employing magical principles upon refining materials to shape them as desired. This was the most precious aspect of refining techniques. "Take a look at this crude version of mine and see if it can pass," Jiang Yu communicated through thought. The heavenly book appeared puzzled. "Why is it crude?" Jiang Yu smiled brightly, replying, "Simply to catch others off guard." Thus, when the time came, others would believe it was merely a poison cone, when in fact it was a poison drill, with a larger drill containing a smaller one. The drill's sharp tip was designed to be hollow in the middle to hold poison, while the rotating section could form barbs to embed into flesh, and the rounded, smooth tail would be difficult to extract. Truly, a perfect concealed weapon. The heavenly book glanced at the platform whereby Lin Feng was becoming increasingly restless, prompting it to advise, "Whatever you're doing, make it seem undisturbable." Jiang Yu nodded, explaining, "The refining conference lasts for a day precisely because forging takes time. Shaping requires time, and inscribing formations demands time. I will utilize this opportunity to refine the components and later assemble them using the Chung family's fire vein, as others will not discern what I am truly doing." Thus, Jiang Yu busied herself once more. Below the platform, Lin Feng's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. He could not allow anyone to sense the anomaly. At that moment, a steward from the estate cautiously approached the stage, relaying, "City Lord, the elder of the Song family requests an audience." Lin Feng closed his eyes briefly, steeling his resolve. "Very well, I shall go." He merely needed to ensure the stability of Spirit Spring City. The incoming refiners were outside his jurisdiction, and he had nothing to feel guilty about. Meanwhile, within the Chung residence, the replication of the Shadow Stone was nearing completion, and the inscribing of the Spirit Boat's formation was about to commence. Chapter 92. The escape. As the fire vein gradually waned, the designated refining time had elapsed. All those who had successfully forged spirit tools were required to proceed to the spirit platform for testing. Those who passed would be eligible to participate the following day. After Jiang Yu submitted her hastily fashioned cone, the examiner scrutinized it for an extended period before finally approving her. Upon returning, Jiang Yu sought to borrow the fire vein from the Chung family to reforge, polish, and assemble her creation. After testing its potency, she instructed the heavenly book to store it securely, then resumed her tasks. The heavenly book, puzzled, observed Jiang Yu. "Little Yu, are you planning to do anything else?" Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. "The time I require has yet to arrive. While the fire vein is still warm, I shall brew some beast blood." The heavenly book agreed, beginning to assist her in preparations. In the Chung family's discussion chamber, Tai Yun presented the modified spirit boat, carefully outlining the precautions. Now was the perfect time when people were most relaxed, especially since they believed you would still participate in today's refining conference. Thus, it was the best moment to depart. Chung Lan stated, signaling for a group of individuals to assemble. "My Chung family has a business outing planned. You should gather your belongings and accompany them. Once on the road, the others will disguise themselves and scatter in 8 directions to buy you time," Chung Lan advised. Tai Yun sighed, a look of regret crossing his face. "The Bai Chi sect will also infiltrate the Chung family's group to assist, but afterward, you'll be on your own." Jiang Yu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "The Chung family and Bai Chi sect have already contributed significantly. The rest is my own responsibility." Their arrangement was a transaction, with both parties having demonstrated utmost sincerity. After exiting the room, Jiang Yu bid farewell to Chu Chu and Cheng Wan, finding little to pack, and thus departed directly with the Cheng family members. Upon leaving the city, Jiang Yu lifted her hood, expressing her gratitude to the Cheng family's steward and Bai Qi sect's senior brother, Lu Cheng. Both belonged to the direct lineage, capable of practicing the refining techniques, and thus, they were immensely grateful to Jiang Yu, refusing to accept her gratitude. The heavenly book observed the retreating figures, producing a mapped jade slip. Little Yu, we ought to make our move as well. Jiang Yu glanced at the sky. At this moment, the refining conference was commencing, and Chu Chu and Cheng Wan would be timing their movements to afford her the final moments of opportunity. Therefore, she needed to accelerate her pace in the sky. A discreet black spirit boat glided through the air, its speed amplified several times by the wind-based formation, while the boat's protective array ensured Jiang Yu remained steady, unaffected by the gusts. However, this spirit boat consumed a considerable amount of spirit stones. Jiang Yu watched as the swiftly dimming spirit stones evoked a gasp. Even in fleeing, one must have funds. The heavenly book took the jade slip. Adjusting the direction at the helm, at our current speed, we will approach Shuiyu City in a day and a night, Snaketail Mountain in 3 days and nights, and after crossing Snaketail Mountain and the Tongtian River, we will reach the borders of Tongtian City. Shuiyu City is perilous. Should we inadvertently teleport there, it would spell trouble for me, Jiang Yu remarked, taking the jade slip from the heavenly book to scrutinize the route closely. After a moment, she frowned, setting it down. Only the route you selected is optimal. The others are too close to the cities. We must hasten. Jiang Yu, no longer hesitating, invested more spirit stones, retrieved a star plate. In exchange for new 5-element spirit stones, the heavenly book relinquished control of the helm to Jiang Yu, who would navigate during the day while the heavenly book would take over at night. They would work tirelessly, ensuring their safe escape a day and a night later. Jiang Yu awakened from her meditation, relieved the heavenly book of its watch, and invested a new batch of spirit stones. The heavenly book sat cross-legged on her shoulder, frowning as it gazed in a particular direction. Someone is approaching. They want us to stop. Jiang Yu was taken aback, instinctively accelerating, propelling the boat forward with a rush of wind. The heavenly book then spoke. It could be someone from Shuiyu City. Perhaps they misjudged? Jiang Yu responded. At that moment, outside Shuiyu City, 3 cultivators, upon spotting a spirit boat, were ready to wave for help when the boat zipped past them without a hint of pause. The male cultivator, his eyes aflame with indignation, exclaimed, "Those orthodox cultivators have always turned a blind eye to scattered cultivators. They deserve to perish." A female cultivator quietly remarked, "Perhaps they simply did not see us." A male cultivator spoke up again. "Indeed, perhaps it was merely a senior who saw the city and departed, without noticing our presence. Tsui, you have been rather extreme lately. If this continues, it could lead to..." The male cultivator sighed deeply, choosing not to elaborate further. The female cultivator urged softly, "Let us leave at once. It would be troublesome if we were discovered by the Feng family." Sui clenched his fists. His gaze filled with venom directed at the swiftly departing spirit vessel. If only the vessel had stopped to take us aboard, the Feng family would surely not have been able to capture us. Those who choose not to save others in times of peril deserve their fate. "Enough, Sui," the female cultivator exclaimed helplessly. "Why would the vessel's owner take you aboard? We are complete strangers to them." The male cultivator also sensed something amiss with Sui. "You fear the Feng family may kill you, yet you harbor hatred for a vessel owner who likely did not even see you? If you continue down this path, what then?" Sui suddenly glared at the male cultivator, his eyes brimming with malice, startling the female cultivator. Alarmed, she struggled to suppress her anxiousness and proposed, "It would be wise for the 3 of us to separate. We are too conspicuous together." The male cultivator agreed with this suggestion, sensing Sui's growing instability. Sui gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the 2, and suddenly grinned coldly. "Separate, is it? Don't be foolish." Meanwhile, Jiang Yu accelerated, relieved to find no one pursuing her from behind, and gradually returned to a normal pace, mindful to conserve her strength. After a brief survey, the heavenly book confirmed, "There is no one around. Those pursuers have not caught up." Jiang Yu nodded and remarked to the heavenly book, "Perhaps my spirit vessel was mistaken for belonging to some family by the cultivators of Shuiyu City, prompting them to seek a free ride. I must make it clearer next time that it is personally owned." The heavenly book looked at their small vessel with curiosity, "But our vessel is quite small. It is obvious it belongs to an individual." Jiang Yu frowned in disbelief. Yet someone still attempted to block me. I couldn't afford to stop. Who knows if they would attempt to seize my vessel? The heavenly book shook its head, uncertain. 3 days later, Jiangyu approached Snake Tail Mountain. Renowned for its resemblance to an ancient monstrous serpent, the mountain was aptly named, though the human realm would never adopt a name from the beast clan. The mountain stretched endlessly, its ridges slender and upright, sparsely adorned with trees and littered with rubble, rendering it largely untraveled. Jiangyu guided her spirit vessel to a slow halt. The heavenly book emerged from its protective barrier and, after a thorough inspection, confirmed this mountain range has sparse spiritual energy and no demonic beasts. Jiangyu grasped the helm, determined to traverse Snake Tail Mountain and cross the Tongtian River within the day. Suddenly, a soul-shattering bell tolled, sending ripples through the air, causing trees and earth to bend toward a singular direction, instantly disintegrating into dust. Jiangyu spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. The multiple layers of protective formations around her spirit vessel shattered like fragile bubbles upon impact. The heavenly book swiftly took control, accelerating away while tossing Jiangyu a healing pill. After laboriously swallowing it, Jiangyu rose slowly to take the helm. They are on our tail. The heavenly book released its grip and glanced back at the pursuer, frowning before erecting a new barrier and hastily replenishing the 5 elemental spirit stones in the star plate. Another wave of resonance echoed, shattering the protective array once more, the spirit stones turning to dust. Utterly useless. The heavenly book returned to Jiangyu's side. Only one pursuer, but he is at the late stage of golden core, and he has a dot. Jiangyu, blood is streaming from your orifices. Jiangyu wiped her sleeve across her face, her complexion ashen, and inquired, is the Song family that influential? Sending a late-stage golden core cultivator after me? The heavenly book's expression darkened. Not just that. He wields a golden bell above his head, resembling a replica of the Eastern Emperor bell, significantly enhancing his power. Jiangyu's pupils constricted. What? With a heavy huff, a cold pressure descended like a thundering bell, overwhelming her senses and leaving no escape. Jiangyu's fingers involuntarily loosened, and both she and the spirit vessel spiraled downward, crushed by an immense force. With a desperate scream, Jiangyu unleashed her prepared hidden weapon. The middle-aged cultivator chuckled mockingly, raising a finger to halt the projectile in midair, then clenched his hand, reducing it to mere fragments. Just as he believed it to be inconsequential, a myriad of fine threads shot forth from the remnants. Interesting, the middle-aged cultivator remarked, extending his hand to crush Jiangyu's painstakingly prepared weapon into oblivion. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Jiangyu regained control of the spirit vessel and sped away. Still daring to escape? Humph! With a flick of his sleeve, the middle-aged cultivator stepped into the void, resuming his pursuit. Jiangyu summoned more spirit stones, gritting her teeth to flee, disregarding formations and defenses. She needed to escape. To cross Snake Tail Mountain and the Tongtian River, for once she reached the territory of Tongtian City, the cultivator would not dare act recklessly. With a thunderous crash, the spirit vessel collided with the giant bell. The bow shattered, cracks spreading across the vessel's body. Jiangyu was thrown from the vessel, landing on the ground, dazed, yet instinctively reached for her spirit vessel. Little you. I'm coming, the heavenly book called out. Jiangyu clenched her teeth, blood spilling from her mouth, and transmitted, your power must be timed perfectly. Now is not the moment. If the heavenly book exhausted its limited strength, it would truly be a dead end. Might I inquire who the esteemed elder is? What wrong have I committed? Jiangyu struggled to rise, swallowing another healing pill while wiping the blood from her face. The middle-aged cultivator hovered in the air, the massive golden bell looming behind him, scrutinizing the audacious ant before him, his divine sense sweeping over her. Though the heavenly book shielded her, Jiangyu felt the humiliation of being scrutinized by an upper echelon, with no means to counter it. Surrender the treasures of the Shintian illusion and the forging techniques of Master Song, and I shall spare your life. Jiangyu inhaled deeply, raising her head to ask, may I inquire your name? Esteemed elder, Bailey Chong. Jiangyu forced a bitter smile. The city lord's surname is Bailey. This man is likely a prominent figure of the Bailey clan, dispatched to eliminate me? What audacity! Esteemed elder, I wish to live. Is there any way to avoid death? Jiangyu spoke earnestly while directing the heavenly book to search for something. Bailey Chong regarded her with narrowed eyes, tightening his grip in the void. Instantly, The air around Jiang Yu transformed into binding ropes, lifting her into the air, securing her firmly. Bailey Chong, growing impatient, commanded, "The treasures of the Xintian illusion and Master Song's forging techniques. Do not make me repeat myself. Otherwise, I shall extract your soul and offer it to the old cultivator as a furnace, subjecting you to endless torment." The heavenly book emerged, anxiously addressing Jiang Yu. There is nothing to counter him. Jiang Yu meticulously assessed her situation, stabilizing her mind before closing her eyes. "Esteemed elder, I require time to inscribe the forging techniques onto a jade slip." Bailey Chong released his grip, and Jiang Yu plummeted to the ground. The heavenly book strained to catch her arm. "Little Yu, are you all right?" Jiang Yu composed herself, nodding reassuringly at the heavenly book, then retrieved a jade slip and closed her eyes. Seeing her focus on inscribing, Bailey Chong decided to wait patiently for a moment. "Heavenly book, conceal me," Jiang Yu transmitted. "Understood," the heavenly book replied. Jiang Yu closed her eyes, delving into her sea of consciousness, activating the white light point that had always existed therein. Since her successful advancement to the Foundation establishment stage, this light point had been accessible, yet she had never closely examined it amidst the chaos. Now, as she faced imminent danger, she had no choice but to seek a life-saving method. After a brief moment, Jiang Yu located what she needed. Ancient cultivators had inscribed the 7-kill formation onto stone tablets, indicating that they possessed a more complete version of the array. However, this formation required divine sense for inscribing. If one's divine sense was too weak and they forced the carving, it could ruin their sea of consciousness, rendering them foolish. Yet, she had no other opportunity left. Jiang Yu held her breath, pressing the jade slip to her forehead, commencing the inscribing of the 7-kill formation. The formation was a layered array of lethal traps. The first layer ensnares, the second strangles, the third confuses, and the fourth and fifth layers envelop in mist and wind blades, culminating in the 6th layer of mirroring and the 7th layer of annihilation. Jiang Yu's divine sense could only inscribe the 3rd layer, but for even a slim chance of survival, she needed at least to reach the 5th layer. It was exceedingly difficult. With a muffled groan, Jiang Yu felt her sea of consciousness as if stabbed with a blunt instrument, swirling in turmoil, the pain compelling her to shatter it. The torment was so intense that she bit her lip until it bled, crimson flowing and shocking to the eye. The heavenly book closed its eyes, gathering power in its hands. Just then, Jiang Yu abruptly opened her eyes, gazing at Bailey Chong, her voice hoarse. "Esteemed elder, I have completed the inscribing. You need not verify it again." Bailey Chong sneered, grasping the jade slip from the air. "You thought to deceive me? Regardless of how an ant struggles, it is destined for death." Jiang Yu's face was pale. Resembling a dying shade of blue, her fragile form barely held together by her own arms. The techniques she inscribed were indeed present within, but should the elder doubt? Bailey Chong coldly raised his hand, lifting Jiang Yu into the air. "I naturally do not believe you. The Cheng family clearly stated it was a recording stone." The Book of Heaven glared in anger, its eyes turning crimson. "Cheng family." Jiang Yu maintained her composure. "Then why not go to the Cheng family? Wouldn't he that be swifter?" Bailey Chong remained silent. Jiang Yu forced a smile, a wretched expression crossing her face. "It appears the Grand Elder of the Cheng family wishes to preserve their lineage, thus conferring with the city lord in secrecy. One ages, one tends to overthink. He believes it unworthy to risk for an outsider cultivator, yet he fails to realize that his treachery will lead to the annihilation of the Cheng family by the city lord's domain. Such a foolish act. Just moments ago, the elder deliberately consented to my request to inscribe, perhaps to witness how a mere insect struggles." Jiang Yu's teeth stained with blood. Her body dangled in the air like a rag doll. No matter how the insect struggled, it was destined to perish. Bailey Chong reveled in the sensation of crushing insects beneath his heel, relishing the power to dictate life and death. "I find you quite satisfactory. You may serve as my furnace." With that, he shattered the jade slip. Jiang Yu transmitted a fierce command. "Book of Heaven, attack!" The Book of Heaven gathered all its might, launching itself forward in an instant. An overwhelming force coalesced into a tempest, scattering the clouds overhead, the fierce winds roaring like a furious dragon, charging towards Bailey Chong. The trees and stones that had been reduced to dust suddenly surged upward, the ground upheaving in a massive upheaval. Sand and debris swirling, the world dimming as if a heavy curtain had descended, suffocatingly dark. Bai Licheng gritted his teeth and scoffed. A mere trick, Jiangyu, enduring the dull ache in her sea of consciousness. Grit her teeth and cried. Form the array. Bai Licheng assumed she was tampering with the jade slip, and that danger would arise upon divine sense investigation. Little did he know. The 7-kill array she inscribed with her divine sense was merely utilizing the jade slip as a vessel. Once the slip was destroyed, the killing array would activate. The Book of Heaven rushed to Jiangyu's side. Little you. Jiangyu coughed up blood, swallowing another healing pill, then slapped dozens of speed talismans onto herself. Run. They had conferred that while the Book of Heaven could inflict harm, Bai Licheng still possessed the strength to pursue, and Jiangyu could not kill him. Thus, it was better to opt for confinement. The 7-kill array was only inscribed to the 5th layer, perfectly complementing the power of the Book of Heaven to seize an opportunity. The Book of Heaven expressed frustration. Alas, the spirit boat is destroyed. At that moment, the jade slip glimmered brightly. It was Cheng Wan. Zhang Daoyu, flee quickly. The city lord's manor has allied with the Song family. We cannot contend against the 100 Art sect. The Grand Elder self-destructed, injuring Bai Licheng. We must survive and hope to meet again. The Book of Heaven furrowed its brow. Human greed knows no bounds. To think one can secure safety through surrender is to underestimate the avarice of others. Jiangyu spat out another mouthful of blood, the pain in her sea of consciousness only intensifying. She was relying solely on her willpower to escape. Yet if Bai Licheng pursued her again, she would truly grit her teeth and fight back if need be. Yusuji Eiko, what exactly have you given me? Jiangyu decided to let the Book of Heaven guide her, instinctively charging forward while her divine sense delved into the white light, searching for any other means of survival from this ancient cultivator. The Book of Heaven tugged at Jiangyu's sleeve, attempting multiple times to pull her into its space, but each time met with failure. The storm behind was already beginning to wane. The distance they had covered paled in comparison to Bai Licheng's few strides. No, they had to keep running, desperately. At that moment, Jiangyu's eyes snapped open. After carefully surveying the nearby terrain, she halted her steps, pulling the Book of Heaven to turn toward the high ridges of Snake Tail Mountain. As they sprinted, the two, one human, one book, stopped at a height. Just a few steps ahead lay a sheer cliff, with mist rising from below, where turbulent waters surely roared. The source of the Tongtian River was right there at Snake Tail Mountain. The Book of Heaven peered down. Do you intend to leap down? Given your current state, it would surely mean certain death. Jiangyu smiled weakly at the Book of Heaven, her pitiful appearance evoking sympathy. Ordinary cultivators would likely be unharmed by jumping, but what if one is devoid of spiritual power? Jiangyu took a few steps forward, standing at the edge of the cliff, raising her hand to retrieve an object. The Book of Heaven's body suddenly fell uncontrollably to the ground, captured firmly in Jiangyu's grasp. The Book of Heaven was astounded. The sediment from the earth's veins, how did this ancient cultivator obtain such a thing? The sediment possessed a force capable of affecting divine sense and spiritual power within a certain radius. In the past, the heavenly prison in the immortal realm utilized this type of stone. Those who erred would be imprisoned within, their divine sense and spiritual power shackled, rendered as powerless as mere mortals. Jiangyu grinned. Upon my divine sense approaching this object, I sensed an unusual density, as if it were ensnared. So I wished to see if spiritual power could also be similarly affected and to what extent. The Book of Heaven glanced at the raw stone in Jiangyu's hand, which was merely the size of a palm. Thus its effective range was approximately 3 feet, 1 meter. Jiangyu placed the sediment beside a protruding rock, murmuring, "That will suffice." Jiangyu nodded. "I understand." The Book of Heaven comprehended Jiangyu's expression, choosing silence and remaining by her side. If worst came to worst, they would perish together. Bai Licheng struck the golden bell with one hand, causing its runes to manifest, a resonating sound shattering the formation. A mere insect. Bai Licheng's eyes turned blood-red, suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat. He turned and lifted the golden bell. Pursuing onward, Jiangyu raised her gaze to see Bai Licheng advancing menacingly. Aside from protecting the Book of Heaven in her hands, she had no means of self-defense. "It seems I have indeed wounded you." Jiangyu forced a smile, gazing at Bai Licheng as if he were a madman. Bai Licheng stepped forward, the atmosphere around him chilling as if an icy abyss surrounded them. Facing death? Yet you remain so sharp-tongued? Facing death. How could that be? Jiang Yu's gaze inadvertently flickered toward the edge of the cliff. The treasure of the Xin Tian illusion had been hidden away. If you spare my life, I shall reveal its location. Ha! A mere trinket, hardly worthy of my attention. Bai Licheng scoffed coldly, unmoved. Bai Licheng's expression shifted. Jiang Yu anxiously called out, "No one is averse to ascending. If you let me go, I will retrieve the treasure for you. You grant me a small mercy." Bai Licheng frowned, loosening his grip, causing Jiang Yu to crash heavily to the ground, feeling as if her insides would shatter. Bai Licheng had genuinely intended to kill her. Chapter 95. First, leave this place. Jiang Yu nervously raised her eyes to Bai Licheng. "You, let me." Bai Licheng grasped the empty air, tightly seizing Jiang Yu by the neck, rendering her breathless. "I have no patience for an insect's please." Jiang Yu, in agony, pointed toward the cliff's edge. Bai Licheng snorted disdainfully, releasing his grip. He was not concerned that Jiang Yu might be lying. For to a golden core cultivator, it was merely the edge of a cliff. What could transpire? Yet he still destroyed Jiang Yu's storage bag and beast-controlling pouch, a heap of miscellaneous items spilling onto the cliff's edge. Jiang Yu bowed her head, gasping for breath, while the Book of Heaven wore a solemn expression. After exchanging a glance, they resolved to take action. Suddenly, a black mouse appeared from an unknown source, its nose twitching, its bright eyes fixated on a particular spot. Jiang Yu instinctively cried out in a panic. "My treasure-seeking mouse!" Bai Licheng's eyes lit up as he reached to catch it, but the mouse feigned fright, burrowing into the pile of Jiang Yu's garments. Just as Bai Licheng strode forward, his spiritual energy faltered. "You dare to scheme against me?" Bai Licheng roared in anger, grasping his palm, yet nothing transpired. Jiang Yu sprang to her feet, drawing a dagger to strike in a moment of panic. Bai Licheng raised his arm to block. Jiang Yu, with fierce determination, plunged the dagger in and yanked it out, a stream of blood following. After successfully landing a blow, she awaited the next opportunity. Bai Licheng's eyes widened. He immediately sought to retrieve a healing pill from his storage bag, but how could Jiang Yu allow him to succeed? Having grown up in the cultivation world, he had always looked down on mortals, so the incessant cries of insect had become tedious. Now, without spiritual power, he was sluggish in reaction. Jiang Yu struck again, her dagger piercing and withdrawing, leaving 2 bloody holes in his arms. "You dare!" Bai Licheng gritted his teeth, swiftly countering Jiang Yu's assault, angrily shouting, "It seems you are not so impressive after all." Jiang Yu retreated a step, gripping the dagger, shaking it slightly before retreating again. Bai Licheng chuckled ominously. "Regardless of what you have done, once you are dead, it will all come to an end." With that, he charged forward. The Book of Heaven struggled to keep pace with the heavy sediment. Jiang Yu stepped back, her heels reaching the cliff's edge. She halted, deftly summoning 3 lightning talismans while simultaneously throwing explosive fireball talismans, all aimed at Bai Licheng. Just as he reached out to block, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his chest, as if struck by a stone. Immediately, he realized his body felt immensely burdened. His spiritual energy inaccessible, his divine sense dulled, leaving him no choice but to rely on his physical form to withstand Jiang Yu's relentless attacks. Bai Licheng spat out a mouthful of blood. Gazing at Jiang Yu in shock, Jiang Yu crouched down, clutching a seed that sprouted vines, swiftly ensnaring Bai Licheng's legs. The weight of the sediment began to affect Jiang Yu. She struggled to pull tightly, dragging Bai Licheng step by step toward the cliff. Bai Licheng's expression finally shifted. He desperately attempted to halt his progress, but his body moved uncontrollably closer, and as he was drawn in, Jiang Yu's vines withered. They were less than a meter apart when Jiang Yu was once again hindered by the sediment. In his frantic state, Bai Licheng finally found a moment of ease. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, seething with rage. "Insect, you are doomed." Jiang Yu glanced over her shoulder at him. "Is that so?" The mouse, with a calm demeanor, scratched its claws, triggering the array of fire and lightning it had meticulously prepared. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted, shaking the ground as if the earth itself were convulsing in this perilous region at the edge. A cacophony of explosions instantaneously shattered the ground, creating intricate fissures resembling a spider's web. Then, in the area ignited by the mouse treasure, a neat ravine abruptly emerged, as if it had been cleaved apart, fracturing in an instant. Jiang Yu and Bai Licheng plummeted downward alongside the colossal boulders that were breaking apart. Bai Licheng shouted, "I'll let you off this time. Do you truly wish to perish with me at such a young age?" As he spoke, he attempted to retrieve the stone hidden within his garment. Yet, that was the heavy stone embraced by the celestial tome. How could he possibly extract it? A cry of despair escaped Bai Licheng's lips as he desperately sought to grasp the protruding trees and vines by the roadside. But his efforts proved futile, and he continued to descend. Jiang Yu's face was splattered with water and blood, her hair a chaotic mess. She could only cling to the edge, waiting for the right moment. Spotting a protruding boulder, she leaped forward, but the stone was slick, and she quickly fell again. Just then, a rope suddenly descended. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Yu grasped it with all her might, halting her fall. Meanwhile, Bai Licheng continued to plummet. The celestial tome, sensing the distance was nearly sufficient, swiftly abandoned the heavy stone and entered the spatial realm. It reappeared beside Jiang Yu. With a weak smile, Jiang Yu remarked, "There are indeed benefits to our souls being intertwined." The celestial tome's complexion turned pale. "You must ascend on your own. I can no longer assist you, but I will accompany you." Jiang Yu nodded resolutely, gripping the rope tightly as she struggled to climb upward. Celestial tome. You possess boundless knowledge. Are you aware of the saying that a person's potential is limitless, especially when on the brink of death? The celestial tome chuckled. Then let me augment your potential a little. Jiang Yu responded with a heavy nod, determinedly continuing her ascent. I have left a mark on Bai Licheng. Perhaps after his demise, we can seize his storage pouch, the celestial tome suggested. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, and she felt a surge of energy coursing through her. This was the upper stream, where the current was fierce. Even if Bai Licheng survived, he would be swept away far. No, he must be swept to his death. Suddenly, Jiang Yu felt herself being hoisted upward, and the speed was not slow. Wiping her face, she glanced at the celestial tome. Do you suppose the one rescuing us above is a good person or a bad person? As they neared the surface, the celestial tome's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Is it possible that it is not a person? Jiang Yu, taken aback, inquired, Is the mouse treasure that strong? The celestial tome shook its head. It is not the mouse treasure. It is a tree spirit. Before Jiang Yu could question how the tree spirit had emerged from the earth to save her, she suddenly felt a greater force pulling her upward, and soon she was lifted to the edge of the cliff that had not yet fractured. Her legs dangling over the side. The mouse treasure chattered incessantly, clearly agitated. Tree spirit, are you foolish? Why are you dropping Jiang Yu? Pull her over. The tree spirit swayed its branches and dragged Jiang Yu along the ground until they reached the base of the tree, where it excitedly shook its limbs. The mouse treasure remarked, while the celestial tome added, Jiang Yu, feeling vexed, exclaimed, and glared at the tree spirit, which joyfully shook its branches, the leaves rustling in delight. The celestial tome translated, She has been pulled up? She has been pulled up, ha ha ha. Jiang Yu retorted. The mouse treasure coughed lightly, deliberately exposing its singed fur, before brandishing the storage pouch. All the items are here. Nothing is lost. Jiang Yu, I have had such a hard time. Truly, tree spirit, quickly pulled Jiang Yu up. The ground is cold. Obediently, the tree spirit lifted Jiang Yu and bound her with its branches to stabilize her body. However, Jiang Yu's feet hung suspended, her head drooping weakly, resembling someone on the verge of hanging. The celestial tome quickly shifted the subject. Tree spirit, can you not run? Since you can free yourself from the earth, can't you also carry us to safety? The tree spirit shook its branches vigorously, indicating that it could not do so at the moment, yet its branches, along with Jiang Yu, swayed violently, causing her to feel dizzy. Jiang Yu struggled against the branches, her voice hoarse as she urged, First, let us leave. We must depart from here. Chapter 96. She survived. In summary, the appearance of the mouse treasure and the placement of fire thunder were prearranged by Jiang Yu and the celestial tome, intended to gradually lead Bai Licheng to his demise. The tree spirit, spurred by the mouse treasure, had extricated its roots, breached the spatial barrier, and emerged on its OWNS for why it could do so. According to the tree spirit, it was because the mouse treasure had implied that if the tree spirit could do it, so could it. Thus, the tree spirit genuinely believed it could emerge, and it did. The celestial tome silently observed its own celestial space, noting that there were no signs of damage or forced breaches. The tree spirit truly had come out on its own. Jiang Yu stared at the tree spirit in awe. Does absorbing the bloodline of a great demon make one this powerful? The celestial tome turned to the mouse treasure, encouragingly saying, "The tree spirit can do it. You can too. Give it a try." The mouse treasure retorted, "If I could, I would be bouncing around in the space above your head every day." Jiang Yu envisioned 4 words, frustrated to anger. The celestial tome then looked at Jiang Yu, its tone filled with exasperation. "How can the tree spirit come and go as it pleases while I struggle to bring you in?" Jiang Yu replied, "Your space has aged and is malfunctioning." The mouse treasure gazed at Jiang Yu. Even with her face smeared with blood and grime, it could see that she had lost the will to live. The celestial tome sighed, instructing the tree spirit to return to the space. Jiang Yu performed a cleansing technique and affixed several speed-boosting talismans to herself before following the mark left by the celestial tome. Crossing the Snake Tail Mountain, there lay a vast river that stretched beyond the horizon, devoid of bridges. To cross it, one would either need to board a spirit boat, draw a teleportation array, or foolishly swim across. As Jiang Yu's spirit boat was destroyed and she lacked the stamina to swim, she could only pin her hopes on by Li Cheng's storage pouch. The celestial tome closed its eyes for a moment. This way? But the mark has weakened somewhat. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, but she resolved to pursue it. She could not find peace if Bai Li Cheng remained alive. The pair, one human and one tome, followed the mark to the indicated location, where Jiang Yu instinctively halted, observing Bai Li Cheng wedged between the colossal stones and cautiously scrutinizing the scene. After a moment, Jiang Yu, armed with a dagger infused with spiritual energy, stealthily approached. Bai Li Cheng appeared somewhat bloated from being submerged, his limbs powerless as they were trapped, his hair a disheveled mess obscuring his face, and he seemed to have truly perished. There was not a hint of life. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow and reached out to investigate. At that moment, a large hand suddenly seized Jiang Yu's arm, gripping it tightly. The bloated face jerked up, eyes filled with murderous intent, glaring at Jiang Yu. "I will kill you." Bai Li Cheng's eyes burned crimson. Who could know that after advancing to the golden core stage, he had never been so wretched? He would not allow this female cultivator to leave intact. He intended to make her suffer before she met her end. Kill her? Jiang Yu coldly regarded the hand that had captured her, her expression unfazed. He was still alive. Bai Li Cheng's hatred surged. "I will kill you." With that, he exerted his wrist, attempting to break free. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu immediately struck, driving the dagger forcefully into his brow. Bai Li Cheng emitted a piercing scream, blood streaming from his brow down the bridge of his nose. Each droplet swept away by the rushing river in an instant. Jiang Yu's expression hardened as she produced another dagger and plunged it into his heart, stabbing from both sides. After a long while, the celestial tome slowly spoke. This time, he is truly dead. Jiang Yu withdrew her hand, trembling as she gasped for breath, collapsing to the ground. "I have won. I have survived." The celestial tome comfortingly patted Jiang Yu's head. "You are alive." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu looked at Bai Li Cheng, whose eyes remained wide open in death, and gritted her teeth. He probably died without even understanding why. The celestial tome reassured her. "All right, we should leave now." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, tossing an explosive talisman to shatter the stone, binding Bai Li Cheng with vines, and transporting him to the riverbank outside. First, she claimed the storage pouch, then extracted the heavy stone into the white light, restoring her spiritual energy. The celestial tome remarked that light likely leads to a mustard seed space, capable of storing lifeless objects. Jiang Yu nodded. "Indeed. Though the space is small, it is more than sufficient for my needs." With that, she hurled a handful of fireball talismans, watching as Bai Li Cheng turned to ashes before her eyes, finally allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. After completing this task, she wiped away the spiritual consciousness on the storage pouch and emptied its contents. Clothing and other items were incinerated, while the identity tokens and jade slips were destroyed at the celestial tome's behest and set aside. The remainder consisted of dazzling refining materials and spiritual stones, including a fire spirit pearl. Celestial tome, golden core cultivators are truly wealthy. Jiang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, discovering a spirit boat. The celestial tome was equally stunned. The iron essence weighed at least 40 to 50 pounds, And there were also 5 or 6 chunks of meteorite iron, not to mention the commonly found buying stones and stone marrow, truly a person of great wealth. Celestial tome, look, this spirit boat has 5 tiers, Jiang Yu exclaimed, marveling at such opulence. The celestial tome momentarily lost its composure. Jiang Yu, it seems we must make haste. Jiang Yu nodded in a daze, instructing the celestial tome to gather all the refining materials while she collected the spiritual stones to use as fuel. Then, together, they boarded the spirit boat. With a wave of her hand, she inquiries are but the essence of the vast atmosphere. It is akin to the sudden fortune that has befallen us, an unexpected windfall of over 30 million inferior spirit stones. As we traversed the middle of the river, the celestial tome gathered the scattered items and cast them into the waters. Gazing at the expansive lake, I remarked, once we cross the Tongtian River, we shall have entered the realm of Tongtian City, and for now, we have eluded our pursuers. Jiang Yu nodded earnestly, guiding the spirit vessel with a burst of speed. At the Bailey household, Lin Feng sat restlessly at the head of the council chamber, surrounded by several elders of the clan. The elders, their eyes half closed, cast a glance at the fidgeting Lin Feng. The patriarch's failed ascension weighed heavily on his mind. It was merely an incident involving a female cultivator, yet his anxiety seemed disproportionate. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. The patriarch is currently unsettled and ought to meditate to regain his composure. Pursuing a mere female cultivator, how could it warrant his direct involvement? Just then, an elder burst into the room, stumbling as he approached Lin Feng, exclaiming in horror, "The patriarch's life lamp it has gone out." Lin Feng sprang to his feet, swatting the elder aside with an icy glare. How could the patriarch's life lamp possibly extinguish? Have you lost your senses? The elder, blood oozing from his mouth, hoarsely insisted. It is true, it has gone out. Lin Feng's body froze in disbelief as he steadied himself against the table, his mind a whirlwind. How can this be? Could it be that the female cultivator has backing? She is not merely a rogue cultivator? Ah, the elder of the Bailey clan bellowed in rage, slamming his palm against the table, shattering its surface, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Summon the hunters. I want a pursuit order issued. No matter where she flees, that female cultivator must be captured to pay with her life. Chapter 97. As long as one lives, there are no major issues after guiding the spirit vessel for a while. Jiang Yu relinquished the helm to the celestial tome, for she could no longer endure. Why is this river so wide? Gritting her teeth, Jiang Yu settled into a cross-legged position, believing she would soon reach the opposite shore. However, after half an hour, she found herself still adrift on the river. The celestial tome rummaged through its spatial inventory, then turned to Jiang Yu. Have we exhausted all the healing elixirs? What about the bottle from Feng Xinfen? Jiang Yu sighed. It is all consumed. The celestial tome lamented. Upon reaching Tongtian City, we should procure some elixirs. Such matters cannot be neglected. Jiang Yu nodded resolutely, closing her eyes in meditation while inspecting her dantian. Although her spiritual energy had been drained, there was no damage, merely a minor issue. Her internal organs had suffered some harm, and she had expelled a considerable amount of internal debris through blood. Yet with elixirs or gradual meditation, she would recover without significant trouble. Her meridians exhibited some damage, which was to be expected. The sea of consciousness still throbbed painfully, but she had not lost her wits. Indeed, as the celestial tome had indicated, once she recovered, her spiritual awareness could be enhanced, thus posing no major concern. As long as she lived, there were no major issues. Jiang Yu slowly opened her eyes, offering herself comfort while muttering, "Damn the Bailey clan. May your entire lineage be struck by lightning." Her mood darkened, for Bailey Chong was not like Xin Qingwei or Xiao Qingyue. While they sought to eliminate her to silence her, Bailey Chong aimed to seize something from her in future encounters. Others might pursue her secrets, and should she attract the attention of more individuals, her situation could become perilously precarious. Therefore, it was imperative to enhance her strength. At that moment, the celestial tome abruptly halted, realizing they were ensnared upon the Tongtian River. Jiang Yu gasped, rising to the edge of the vessel to survey her surroundings. Raging currents surrounded them, the water stretching endlessly. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to remain calm as she analyzed the situation. Tongtian City must have checkpoints, and the Tongtian River likely served as the foremost barrier. Within the city, mutual transmissions could safely and conveniently verify identities, while alternative routes could raise suspicions of ulterior motives. Some individuals might inadvertently wander in, yet others could be thieves or fugitives trapped by the barrier. Those governing this area would undoubtedly come to investigate, and whether they chose to capture or release them remained uncertain. The celestial tome added more spirit stones to fuel the flames. So, shall we simply wait here? Jiang Yu nodded. We have no choice but to wait, as I cannot breach the barrier in my current state. The celestial tome advised. You should meditate to recover. I shall keep watch. Should anyone approach, I will awaken you. Jiang Yu acquiesced and resumed her meditation, which consumed an entire day. When she finally awoke, the surroundings remained unchanged, and the celestial tome confirmed they were still unable to escape, having tested several directions. Jiang Yu glanced at the celestial tome and retrieved the fire spirit pearl from her storage pouch. What do you think about my refining this now? The celestial tome furrowed its brow. Your body has yet to recover. Recklessly absorbing such pure fire energy will be torturous and quite painful. Jiang Yu understood. As long as I can absorb it, that is sufficient. What is physical torment compared to being powerless, with my life in the hands of others? The celestial tome, seeing her determination, resolved to assist as best it could. First, set up the Great Spirit Gathering Array. And outside of that, arrange the fire array using fire spirit stones. Additionally, here is the emerald bamboo shoot we harvested from the spirit spring. Consume it first. Finally, I will guard you well, so you can refine the fire spirit pearl without worry. Jiang Yu accepted the emerald bamboo shoot, consuming it swiftly before settling comfortably to watch the celestial tome. Rest assured. With the Great Spirit Gathering Array and the fire array established, Jiang Yu sat cross-legged and swallowed the fire spirit pearl whole. In an instant, the rich, pure fire energy surged down her throat and into her internal organs, a scorching heat rampaging within her. In less than 3 breaths, her complexion turned crimson, beads of blood erupted from her skin, rapidly spreading and staining her newly donned robes, the pungent scent of blood transforming her into a figure of horror. The celestial tome watched with concern. The fire spirit pearl was not like the water spirit pearl, which possessed healing properties. Consuming and refining it was effortless. The fire spirit pearl, however, exuded volatile energy, and the process of restructuring her meridians through burning would be excruciating, a torment that even the strongest could scarcely endure. Let alone Jiang Yu, who was already gravely injured. Little Yu was truly gambling with her life. The celestial tome sighed, replacing the depleted spirit stones in the Great Spirit Gathering Array with new ones. Its sole aim now was to ensure that Jiang Yu faced no distractions. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yu immersed herself in the refining process, each time she felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, the pain would jolt her awake, relentless and intensifying rather than diminishing over time. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth, observing the searing energy coursing through her meridians, witnessing them gradually suffer damage and then reforge, becoming increasingly resilient. The fiery energy began to overflow, and the blood streaming from Jiang Yu congealed into scabs, dry and clinging to her garments, forming small clots. At this moment, the celestial tome noted that no more blood was escaping, and Jiang Yu's aura began to stabilize. She had successfully refined the fire spirit pearl. As Jiang Yu slowly opened her eyes, the celestial tome immediately flew over to assess her condition. Moments later, it expressed relief and excitement. Little Yu, congratulations! You have reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and your spiritual awareness has also improved to some extent. Jiang Yu nodded, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Even before opening her eyes, she had already inspected her dantian, confirming a significant enhancement in her strength. Moreover, not only had her meridians grown more resilient, but her fire affinity had also undergone a drastic transformation. Jiang Yu raised her hand, flames bursting forth from her palm. I can absorb fire energy much faster now. In fact, I feel the fire energy eagerly rushing into my body. I have a premonition that my cultivation speed will accelerate tremendously. The celestial tome scrutinized the flames, and after a moment, it looked surprised. Have you not noticed that when your fire manifests, the entire spirit vessel seems to radiate heat? Jiang Yu paused, realizing it was indeed true. Your fire resembles the divine fire from the ninth heaven, though it cannot be, as divine fire is closely guarded. However, your flames are indeed extraordinary. The celestial tome remarked, gazing at Jiang Yu. Perhaps your arrival in this world is truly predestined. Otherwise, the transformation of your fire affinity and the sudden emergence of your lightning affinity cannot be easily explained. Chapter 98. Someone approaches after contemplating for a moment. Jiang Yu raised her gaze to the celestial tome and smiled. Regardless of whether there is destiny involved, since I have come, I shall settle in. The celestial tome smiled in return. A broad-minded attitude is essential for the journey ahead. However, little Yu, I will guard this spirit vessel. You should take a moment to clean yourself up, it's rather frightening. Jiang Yu slowly rose, then suddenly leaned close to the celestial tome, grinning mischievously, which startled the celestial tome momentarily before she swaggered into an empty chamber. The celestial tome cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yu's retreating figure and resignedly returned to guard the spirit vessel. Inside, Jiang Yu poured the condensed water spirit pearl into a wooden tub, then heated it with fire, comfortably cleansing herself 3 or 4 times until all traces of blood were thoroughly washed away. Once cleaned, Jiang Yu conjured a water mirror to inspect her appearance. A clean visage greeted her, with sharp eyes and an air of determination. Her long hair, dried with a spell, was gathered and pinned up with a wooden hairpin. A few strands left to frame her face. The cerulean robe, though somewhat plain and lacking the ethereal grace of other female cultivators, perfectly suited her disposition. Much like Chu Chu donned in her striking red attire and Cheng Wan elegantly clad in tidy skirts and trousers. Comfort and practicality were her priorities. The main reason for her simplicity was the exorbitant cost of those enchanting garments. She simply could not afford them. It was no wonder that everyone pursued the path of cultivation. Their skin radiated with an unblemished glow. Jiang Yu waved her hand, dispersing the shimmering water mirror, and turned to exit the room. At that moment, she encountered the heavenly book. The timing was impeccable. For someone was approaching. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and concocted an identity as an outsider, considering that Boss Lin's sect was likely to raise suspicions. It was an opportunity to exploit. With her hands clasped behind her back and her expression turning indifferent, she strode purposefully to the bow of the boat. Suddenly, a rift tore through the space ahead, revealing a small, sleek, black spirit vessel. Accommodating no more than 4 or 5 individuals, as the rift gradually widened, the scenery opposite sprang vividly into Jiang Yu's view. The river remained broad, but its waters grew increasingly crystalline towards the banks. Where lush aquatic vegetation flourished, beyond that lay a vast plain, a tapestry of vibrant greens. The visitors from the Qi family, upon catching sight of such an imposing spirit vessel, stood frozen in astonishment, rendered speechless for a considerable time. The vessel, towering 5 levels high, glimmered faintly with the unmistakable intricacies of countless engraved formations, and its hull was an opulent shade of black with gilded accents. Crafted from an unknown number of rare materials, truly extravagant, remarkably wealthy. Jiang Yu cleared her throat softly, casting a casual glance at the group. Is this protective barrier set by you? My master mentioned it was absent before. The 4 exchanged glances. The barrier had been established 3 to 4 centuries prior. If this person's master had indeed visited Tongtian City back then, he must have been at least 400 or 500 years old. A formidable expert. Esteemed fairy, may I inquire from whence you hail? Do you possess any identification? Jiang Yu responded coolly, presenting her identification to the 4 individuals, and then feigned irritation as she spoke. My master truly is something. He never clarifies things thoroughly, only instructs me to wander and gain experience. What good is all the provision if I still get stopped? Jiang Yu lowered her gaze, remaining silent as she tucked her identification away. The leader of the group, compelled to speak again, remarked, there is no issue with the fairy's identification token. However, we must clarify the purpose of your visit to this location so we can report accordingly. We hope for your understanding. Jiang Yu slightly lifted her eyes, feigning annoyance yet maintaining her composure as she explained. I hail from the Yunwu cedar forest to the east, intending to procure some timber. But it appears entry is prohibited. Hence, I thought of my master's mention of a place where it is available, so I plan to purchase it in Tongtian City. The leader enlightened. So, you plan to traverse the Tongtian River directly to procure timber? Jiang Yu feigned innocence. Indeed. The timber from the Yunwu cedar forest is exorbitantly priced, as it has essentially evolved into spirit wood. A cultivator spoke softly, while the others nodded in agreement, evidently aware of the steep prices. Jiang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. My master has provided ample spirit stones. It will suffice. Once the questioning concluded, the leader temporarily lowered the protective barrier. Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and, placing her hand on the helm, initiated an acceleration. The four individuals perceived a shadow dart past them, moving with such swiftness that they mistook it for a sudden gust of wind. It was astonishingly fast. How many spirit stones must it consume? Her vessel has 5 levels. 5. Just how affluent must her master be? The formations aboard the vessel were of the highest caliber, suggesting her master was indeed a master artificer. Thus, she could boldly declare her intention to buy spirit wood, for she had the means to do so. All four gazed enviously at the fleeting silhouette of the vessel. How truly enviable. As Jiang Yu distanced herself, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Muttering, it appears Boss Lin is genuinely wealthy. He even mentioned plans to procure directly from the source, though I wonder if they would be willing to sell. Jiang Yu thought to herself, indeed. Once I reach Tongtian City, I shall search for it. One can never know what may arise. With another surge of acceleration, she cheerfully admired the breathtaking scenery around her. Suddenly, the heavenly book recalled something. You must transmit a message to Cheng Wan. Jiang Yu halted abruptly, realizing, I completely forgot. She then retrieved a communication jade slip to send a message to Cheng Wan. I have successfully escaped. How fare you? However, the Bailey family has set their sights on you. Your wanted posters now circulate throughout Linzhou City, falsely accusing you of stealing treasures from the Lord's estate, and they plan to head to Tongtian City. You must exercise caution. Jiang Yu scoffed. What treasures? Is Bailey Chang's life worth anything? He deserves it. Resolving her thoughts, Jiang Yu messaged Cheng Wan. Rest assured, upon my arrival, I shall have acquaintances to assist me. You must also remain vigilant. The Song family and Bailey family will not relent. After concluding her message, Jiang Yu stored the communication jade slip away. Chapter 99. Outside Tongtian City. After examining the jade slip map provided by the Qing family, the heavenly book turned to Jiang Yu. If we maintain this pace, we shall reach the outskirts of Tongtian City in approximately half a day's time. After paying the entrance fee, we can rest for a few days before determining how to access the inner city. Jiang Yu sighed. The four major families have such a firm grip on the inner city, it requires connections to gain entry. The heavenly book tucked the jade slip away. I suspect Boss Lin can enter on his own. He possesses wealth. Jiang Yu mused that she, too, could be considered moderately well off, yet to gain entry, she would need to devise a plan. However, Boss Lin had already provided a pathway. It merely required some expenditure. Once resolved, Jiang Yu urged the spirit vessel into a sudden burst of speed. Half a day later, the outer city of Tongtian City allowed entry upon payment of a fee, albeit a steep one. Jiang Yu maintained a stern expression, casually tossing down a storage bag, presenting her identification, and then proceeded inside. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000. Why not just rob them? Jiang Yu gnashed her teeth in frustration. Incensed, the heavenly book gently patted her head. Perhaps take a moment to appreciate the spiritual essence of this outer city before voicing your complaints. Jiang Yu paused her steps, extending her hand to sense the rich spiritual energy of the outer city, and was utterly astounded. Even the outer city of Tongtian had such a dense concentration of spiritual energy. No wonder the inner city was controlled by the four major families, leaving no room for newcomers to squeeze in. The innkeeper greeted her with a beaming smile. It seems the fairy is a familiar face. Rest assured, our inn's protective measures are top-notch, allowing you to relax in peace. Jiang Yu nodded in gratitude, following the attendant to her rented courtyard, where she activated the protective array. The spiritual energy here was remarkably rich. Jiang Yu marveled as she raised her hand to absorb it. The heavenly book remarked, "This is an opportune moment to solidify your cultivation given the abundance of spiritual energy." Jiang Yu nodded slightly, entered one of the rooms, initiated the Qingchen technique, closed the door, and set up the star formation for protection. Meanwhile, the innkeeper summoned a waiter. Go inform them that a familiar guest has arrived. The waiter complied, hastily making his way to a room at the corner of the second floor, knocking on the door. He did not enter but stood outside, whispering, "A familiar guest has come." Moments later, a jade slip was tossed out from within. The waiter caught it, following the innkeeper's instructions to head to the back courtyard, where he hung the jade slip on the door before quietly departing. When Jiang Yu finally emerged from her meditation, the sky was shrouded in darkness, heavy clouds obscuring the moonlight. Jiang Yu lit a glass lantern, deftly preparing a grill and roasting beast meat, which, along with boiled tea, made for a satisfying midnight snack. The heavenly book handed her the jade slip. Here are the prices and requirements. Jiang Yu held the roasted beast meat in one hand, receiving the jade slip with the other, pressing it against her forehead. The slip clearly outlined the requirements. Only cultivators with a clean background and identification would be considered. Access to the inner city would be available in half a month's time, with a fee of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones per individual. If one agreed, they should follow. Jiang Yu lowered the jade slip and turned to the heavenly book. Due to the impending opening of the Sword Tomb secret realm, the number of individuals heading to the inner city will exceed the norm. This 200,000 must be a price hike. The heavenly book expressed envy. What a lucrative opportunity. Jiang Yu set the jade slip down, deciding to wait 3 days before initiating contact, as there was ample time, and she also planned to procure some items in the outer city. The following day, Jiang Yu exited her courtyard, intentionally seeking a conversation with the innkeeper of the Jin family before bidding farewell and stepping outside. Following the innkeeper's advice, Jiang Yu first visited the local alchemist pavilion, purchasing 10 bottles of 4th-grade healing elixirs, depleting 1 million low-grade spirit stones in the process. After having the elixirs stored by the heavenly book, she proceeded to the talisman shop, acquiring new talisman brushes for 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with 100,000 blank talismans, ensuring she had an ample supply. Lastly, Jiang Yu visited a weapon shop, purchasing a forging furnace and various tools, while also acquiring 100,000 pounds of fire spirit charcoal, spending another 1 million low-grade spirit stones. After these transactions, she sought out a clothing store. The clothing store in the outer city of Tongtian City specialized in garments for cultivators, boasting not only exquisite designs but also intricate formations embroidered upon them. Jiang Yu browsed without the need for assistance and, upon venturing deeper, transmitted a message to the heavenly book. Have the followers outside departed? The heavenly book shook its head. Not yet. They are likely scrutinizing your identity. Jiang Yu sighed, relaying, it seems my acting skills require further refinement to have been followed here. Esteemed fairy, do you have a particular garment in mind? The shopkeeper approached with a warm smile, her eyes radiating goodwill as she inquired. Jiang Yu surveyed her surroundings and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of choice paralysis. The proprietress carefully scrutinized Jiang Yu before cheerfully guiding her towards a display. These, FAE, have a simple style, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. They are embroidered with fireproof and water